Don't miss the awesome Naruto stories my sister creates. Her last channel was hacked, so to stay in the loop, please subscribe to her new channel. It would mean a lot to her, and you won't regret it. Dear Naruto Lemon fans, I'm thrilled to invite all of you to my Boosty channel, where you can enjoy exclusive Naruto Lemon scenes in a comfortable and supportive community. Choose from various subscription tiers, from Mini Lemon to God Lemon, and gain access to unique content tailored just for our fans. Plus, subscribers to over Naruto Lemon and God Lemon will receive special mentions in my videos. Support my channel and dive deeper into the world of Naruto today. Dare! What can be called light? Can one see what can be attributed to light? Can one feel the warmth of this light? Can one be blinded by this pleasant light? What can be called hope? Konoha, the best village in the opinion of ordinary people and shinobi. Naturally, they will think so. After all, how can you blame a village that was founded by two shinobi gods? How can you look at it askance because of these legends that show the will of fire? But even so, there are those who turned away from the village, because they know that behind this light of the will of fire lies true darkness, which frightens the weak and makes slaves of the people out of the strong. But Madara Uchiha, the one who immediately understood what course the village took, and this must be stopped. His brother, killed by his own clan out of fear of the god of shinobi, those who should have supported him, turned away and left him in the darkness. Hashirama Senju, his best friend, simply went against his friend, without wanting to understand him. Madara lost. Lost to those who went against him. To those who simply did not want to understand him. After all, why try to understand Uchiha if you can remove him, thereby getting rid of the problem and continue living in lies and hatred? Continue wars and conflicts, forget about all the efforts of the one who protected them and was with them because of the ray of light in his life. His younger brother, the one they trampled and left to rot in the darkness. The last ray of light. Now here it is. A boy with scarlet hair and blue eyes, an energetic and cheerful boy, is beaten on that very ill-fated day. Victory over the nine-tailed demon fox and the death of the third Hokage, who at the cost of his life sealed the demon into the children of the fourth. But which children? Hana Namikaze and Naruto Uzumaki. Why Uzumaki? The answer is simple: why disgrace the fourth Hokage's famous family name? Why the one who can't even make an illusory clone? And here again, the one who was made a scapegoat, the one who is hated by everyone, only because of rumors, the one who was not even honored by his parents' attention. The one who was left in the darkness. This is for my brother. Slash a blow to the ribs. This is for my wife. Slash another blow from another. For my family. Slash and another blow from the Jonin. Suddenly, all the pain stopped, darkness covered his eyes. You couldn't hear anything. You couldn't see anything. You couldn't feel anything. Why did they do this to me? What did I do to them? Why does everyone think I killed someone? What do you think? Slash a voice rang out from behind the veil of all-consuming darkness. Who's here? Slash a question immediately rang out in his thoughts. I am you, but without flaws. Slash the answer puzzled the young boy, both by the answer itself and by reading the guest's thoughts. In what sense, I am you, but without flaws? Slash this was exactly the question he expected from the boy. The one who absorbed your pain, hatred, and anger. Slash this answer frightened Uzumaki. But I don't know any of this. Slash and it's true. What could a boy who hasn't yet recovered know about this? And what could you know under the bookmarks? Slash suddenly something clicked in his head and his thoughts became confused, but... bookmarks? A whistling pain in his ears suddenly pierced his head, and the interlocutor fell silent, waiting for the boy's gaze to become clearer and more meaningful. Your parents betrayed you, making you the one on whom they could take out all the evil you did not commit. The voice moved away from answering the boy's question. They did not abandon me and would not dare to do so. Such an answer was expected from such a boy. And if you look at all this without mental control? The boy did not understand why the voice would act like this. What are you even talking about? The boy could not stand it. The truth that is hidden in the darkness. The voice died down. Everything suddenly turned white, the eyes gradually got used to everything. The smell of medicine, the white ceiling and walls. Everything immediately became clear, a hospital, and he was in a ward. The ward itself was falling apart, the walls for some unknown reason had not been repaired and were covered in cracks and peeling paint. There was always only one bed inside and no one ever visited him. There was only an and equipment for one person and a bedside table covered in dust and cracks. This was the first step in self-awareness and the appearance of a crack in the boy's soul. The words spoken by the voice in his head echoed inside, like a roller on his ears. Are you better? Great. Get out of here and don't come back. The door slammed shut, and with it a new crack appeared in the boy's heart. What's going on? Who was that and what does he want? The boy said out loud and began to change his clothes. Coming out of the ward, Naruto immediately caught hateful glances, and even after leaving the hospital he heard whispers behind his back about him being a demon, a spawn, a monster, a murderer, and so on. Walking further down the street towards home, the boy couldn't even think that the words spoken by the stranger would have weight when simply walking along such familiar, but also suddenly alien streets, filled with hatred and malice coming from faces so familiar to him. And here it is, the place that could once be called home. What's happening to me? Such thoughts were generated in Naruto's head. Approaching the door, he wanted to open it, but suddenly an Anbu appeared behind him, put his hand on the boy's shoulder and used Shunshin in the Hokage's office. Here he is. The father he wants to be like. Or wanted. Young Uzumaki could not understand, what did he want now? There were many reasons, but the main one is, indifference in the eyes of his father, his own, but on which there was no face. Irritation and indifference were red in the eyes of the fourth, the yellow lightning of Konoha, the fastest of all shinobi living now. Have you been discharged? If so, then tomorrow there will be an exam for genin. Do not disgrace me and at least pretend that you are trying. Words that hurt more than a knife in the heart pierced the soul. He had not seen this look of his father before. How did all this happen? How did I not see this before? What is happening to me? But then he remembered the words of the unknown, that the truth is hidden in the darkness. The boy did not understand until the end. He was confused, he was in a stupor, he was shrouded in hatred and contempt from everyone, and it brought pain. Minato did not even look at his son and looked at the papers again. Naruto did not even understand how he did not see this, because before he ran out of the office screaming that he would become Hokage and rushed to the training ground to train. Now he saw his idol and father in one person, but now it was as if a blindfold had been removed from his eyes and a sharp change had enveloped his mind. The understanding of what was happening around him was gradually coming to him. This was enough to run out with tears in his eyes. Minato looked at the slammed door a little dumbfounded, but did not attach much importance to it, thinking that he simply did not want to waste time. How wrong he was. Having reached the training ground, Naruto sat down under one of the trees and silently cried, not understanding why father had suddenly cooled towards him. No. He had not cooled towards him. It had always been like that. And he was blinded by his title and fame, not wanting to notice his attention not as a personality and a native son, but as a disgrace to the Hokage. Without noticing how time had flown by, the boy began to get up and go home, but alas, it was not without problems. Look, this is the goal of our search. Let's kill him for everyone he killed. Naturally, these were those who constantly beat Naruto for false accusations. Those who do not care about the feelings of others and present themselves as the best, because of the beating of a little boy. In which the light slowly goes out. Well? What are you standing there for? You wanted a fight, then attack. The ill-wishers did not expect such a monologue. With shame and with rage in their eyes rushed at Naruto. But something was different. The boy, instead of being scared, stood with confidence in his eyes. No fear, no sense of danger, nothing. A kick with the left, dodge, a strike with the right hand, block and counterattack to the solar plexus, a left with a kunai, block and disarm. At this pace, 5 minutes passed and the fight ended with Naruto barely standing and running from the hero's training ground. Everything would be fine, time to go home. But there is always one notorious but. And it was the blade sticking out of his chest. However, the final blow was dealt by a grin, as he thought, by his own sister. Hana. Alas, but fate had its own way. The last thing Naruto heard was the splash of water and the feeling of free swimming, the gradually penetrating cold and the wild laughter of the Anbu, and Hana. So this is reality. Ha! So all this nonsense about the will of fire and family ties. All for the sake of family? Nothing more. I'm glad you finally saw the light. For what? Why? Have I really always been the one no one cares about? Just these looks were enough. Why are you asking? You were always considered trash. Nothing. Just an eyesore and could do nothing. But how did I deserve this? What did I do wrong that everyone wanted to kill me? What do you think? I don't know. What if I told you that you didn't do anything against all these people? Then why? People always wanted more, but they were also afraid of everything that was stronger than them. What are you getting at? Tell me, who should be sitting inside you? Who is so strong that he keeps all the people you knew in fear? Who has such power? No. No. It can't be. Yes, it was him. Then why isn't my sister as feared as me? Should a demon be known to everyone without exception? Why is the village's weapon known to everyone only by your name? Why does no one know that this bitch also has a demon inside? Why did your parents ask you to keep quiet about this? Because. You have nothing to say, do you? Yes. What do you think of all of them now? Greedy. Two-faced. And? Greedy. Power-hungry, and? Dishonest and indifferent. What did you understand when you looked into the darkness? Human nature. Dark, cruel, heartless. But not everyone is like that, right? Yes, even when you are shrouded in darkness, there will always be those who care about you. Then. Light suddenly hit his eyes, a cool and refreshing wind was felt, his body became light and free, as if mountains had fallen from his shoulders. Opening his eyes, Naruto saw a huge clearing, dotted with different flowers, and on the horizon, amazing landscapes of the forest and floating clouds were visible. It was as if the eye of cruel reality had stopped holding his soul. Emotions were clearly expressed on the boy's face, because wherever he was, there was only one explanation for this place. Beautiful, a boy of about 13 squeezed out of himself, because there was no other way to describe this place. I see you liked it. As soon as Naruto heard this strict, but somehow calming voice, he turned to its source. A tall man of about 30, with white hair combed back, and in a blue cloak, decorated with beautiful patterns and rivets on the sleeves. On the body was an iron mesh shirt, over which was armor made of iron sectional plates, fastened with rivets, only dark blue. On the hands were iron bracers and leather gloves. Black pants and gray boots. At the belt on both sides there were fastenings for scrolls, for 2 scrolls on each side. Maybe you will introduce yourself? Who are you? Where am I? How did you get here? My name is Virgil. And we are in the world of the dead. In the world of the dead? Slash looked around slash this is not how I imagined the pure world. Pure world? Although it does not matter. I also imagined it differently. However, you did not introduce yourself, boy. Oh, forgive me, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. So, how did you get here? Naruto hung his head and slowly began. I don't quite remember, I died from something that pierced my chest. And then I heard the sound of water and a conversation with someone unknown, but I don't really remember what we talked about. So, before your death, the truth was revealed to you. A rather rare occurrence. But that doesn't explain how you ended up with me. Will you tell me about your life? We'll be sitting here forever anyway. Here Virgil noticed how Naruto suddenly darkened and lowered his head, and his eyes took on the appearance of glass. Don't bother, I can find out about you myself. A couple of seconds later, the man, across the table, put his hand on the scarlet-haired boy's head. A couple of seconds later, the hand was removed from Naruto's head, and he sat back down. Why did you suddenly want to see everything for yourself, instead of listening to my story? Look at your chest. What's wrong with it? Looking at the place where Virgil said to look, Naruto's eyes widened in surprise and he swallowed his tongue in disbelief. A hole that expanded from time to time, separating pieces of his own soul around it. Not believing his eyes, the boy wanted to collect the pieces of his soul, but they crumbled to dust and disappeared without a trace. Then Virgil spoke up. This is the result of the blade that killed you, and this shows that the weapon is far from ordinary. Unusual? Yes. A weapon that kills the soul after the death of the one you sent to the world of the dead with this weapon. I was more surprised not by the fact that they killed someone with it, but by where she got it. Sorry for throwing the truth in her face like that. It's okay, I've already come to terms with the fact that no one gives a about me. They both stood and understood that nothing could be fixed. Only the whining of the red-haired boy and the whistling of the wind broke the silence of such an amazing place. But Virgil, having decided something for himself, looked at Naruto with a serious look. Naruto, do you want to start a new life and return to your world? The demon stunned the boy. In what sense? Is that even possible? Yes, I will give you a part of my soul, the power to return you to the world of the living, or stay here and wait for the end of my existence. It's up to you to choose. What's the catch? Usually there is always a but to such miracles and deals. And he became calmer and more reasonable after the harsh reality. Virgil noted to himself. Yes and no. All I need is to see with your eyes and hear with your ears. To color my colorless everyday life in the world of the dead. So what is your choice? Naruto did not have to think long, either disappear forever, or have a permanent audience in the person of Virgil. The answer was predictable, but at the same time confident in it, which indicated that the boy was ready to give it to the person in front of him without a drop of doubt. If it gives me a chance for a new life, then there is nothing to think about. Especially with such conditions. I agree. Virgil realized that the boy had grown dramatically, both for himself and in his eyes. Then. Virgil said and extended his hand to the boy, and he took it without a shadow of fear and uncertainty, which pleased the demon. When you open your eyes again in the world of the living, then you will need 4 to 5 years to strengthen your soul and use my power without restrictions. Also, along with it, you will receive immortality. Then Naruto, feeling how an unknown energy flows through his hand, and Virgil, unable to stand on his feet, falls down without strength. The boy immediately helps him sit back down on the chair, and asks a question himself. But why do I need to live forever? No, eternal life has always been a curse, but serious wounds in the form of blows to the heart or even the head are not scary for you. And lastly, find my sword, because now you can use it. The keyword is find. Now come, I will give you knowledge of some of my techniques. Naruto obediently approached him. Virgil, putting his hand on his head, and making several seals with one hand, began to transfer information to him. After a few minutes, everything was finished. The demon, removing his hand, looked closely at the scarlet-haired man. After a while, Naruto grabbed his head and took a few steps back. When the pain went away after the transfer of information, he took a deep breath and stretched out his hand, forming a small, blue and transparent dagger on it. Virgil, seeing this, smiled, realizing that the transfer of skills was successful. I see that the transfer was successful. Seeing that Naruto began to disappear, the smile disappeared from his face. It seems that your body in the real world has begun to return to normal, and you will now return back. But don't worry, I'll always watch over you and support you in any path you take. So we're saying goodbye now, but we'll meet again someday. Goodbye Uzumaki Naruto. Goodbye, Virgil-san. We'll definitely see each other again. Definitely. After Naruto disappeared, Virgil looked at the place where the boy stood for a long time, watching him go. Then he slowly spoke to someone behind him. So this is who the sage was telling you about? I hope so. I really hope so. After that, the voice died down with the same sound as Naruto disappeared. Me too. Kurama. At the bottom of the lake, the body of a boy who had just opened his purple eyes, was trying to understand where he was. Scarlet hair in the shape of a hedgehog, fox whiskers with 3 stripes on each cheek, a white t-shirt, black pants, blue shinobi sandals. His face was bruised, his body was no better, his hair was singed, like his clothes. It was as if the boy had been mocked, and then killed, pierced through the heart and thrown into the river. Seeing how the fish in front of his eyes suddenly blurred, he realized with fear that he was underwater. Realizing this, he suddenly did not have enough air. Are you alive? But how? Naruto did not answer, not stopping to think about what to do underwater. Looking at the surface of the water from where the moon was shining, he stood up and jumped up and began to swim to the surface. Emerging from the water, Naruto headed for the shore. Swimming to it and getting out of the water, the boy began to cough, letting the water leave his lungs. Standing up, he looked at his hands, which were scratched, but immediately began to disappear. Then he turned his gaze to the sword, which was still sticking out of his chest. Taking the sword by the hilt and pulling it out, he tried not to scream because the blade was cutting flesh. Finally pulling it out, Naruto threw the sword to the side and grabbed the wound, which quickly began to recover, evaporating, and closing again, and then feeling the beating of his heart. Maybe you'll still tell me how you stayed alive? Naruto, also with a glassy look, ignored the fox's question and went into the thicket of the forest. Looking at Konoha one last time, he turned around and leaving said only a few words. It's time to start a new life. How long will these old people poison my brain? Thinks the one who constantly sits in the residence. Constantly seeing only that he is surrounded by paper and the shinobi of the leaf, who come over and over again, who are replaced by old men from the shinobi and civilian councils. But each time the same thing, over and over again. Only today, an all-consuming feeling of anxiety torments Yellow Lightning throughout the day. What should be happening today to so aggravate his inner world? Minato, can you hear me? The omnipresent, like a splinter in one place, elder and counterintelligence officer, Shimura Danzo. Again and again demanding the same thing. Give Naruto Uzumaki to the root, weapons should not have emotions and feelings. I will not change my decision, Danzo. We have already discussed this and I will not change anything. He is a disgrace to your family. And you still allow him to be with you? Even your daughter will agree with me. And I am the head of the village and the family. And I always had the last word. I said no. Leave my office and don't. An ANBU ran through the door, and judging by his state, he was very worried and nervous right now. Hokage-sama, the Jinchuriki has disappeared and is nowhere to be found. Send 2 ANBU squads to search for him. Find him, wherever he is. I warned Minato. It will only get worse. And no, I didn't touch him. For now. If I find out that you are acting on your own, Danzo, be prepared to die at my hands. I will wait. The yellow lightning of Konoha, whose speed would be the envy of the Raikage himself. But what does it mean to him? He did not want to be famous. In war, you only give this nickname once, and you will not get rid of it. But now this is not what worries the young Hokage. The feeling, as if a piece of something valuable and important was torn away from you. Something dear to his heart. After a while, the ANBU returned, but the news was not what he expected to hear. Hokage-sama, we found the Jinchuriki's clothes and a katana from the Shinigami temple. What do you mean? That the blade of the first Yuzukage is there? We do not know, Hokage-sama, but we did not find the object of the search. How do you mean, we did not find it? He couldn't just disappear out of nowhere. Keep looking. Hokage-sama. What? There was blood there too. There's no doubt about it, it belongs to the Jinchuriki. Hearing this, Minato was stunned. What do you mean, blood? What do you mean? Is he wounded? But Ashina-sama's katana doesn't leave anyone he wounds alive. Or is it? No. Nonsense. Something's wrong. Or is it possible? Is it possible to survive being wounded by this katana? Unless the victim track down the Jinchuriki, there's a chance he survived. But Hokage-sama, after being wounded by this weapon, execute. Hi. As soon as the ANBU disappeared, Minato sat back down. Now he was thinking, who could have gotten the katana given to him by Shinigami himself? Who managed to do this? In Konoha, only Kushina and Hana have connections to the Uzumaki clan. But then why would they need it? The older Uzumaki doesn't need it. Hana didn't even know where the Shinigami-sama temple was, because it was covered by 4 blood barriers. Yes, Kushina could have gotten through, but she would have killed Naruto right away, destroying the soul on the spot. Then who? You. Saboteur? Spy? Uzumaki? That's the only conclusion we can draw so far. Also, considering that the soul wasn't destroyed right away, it's possible he was a half-breed, or a pure-blooded Uzumaki who hadn't reached full strength. But why would they kill their own clansman? Too many things don't add up. Hokage-sama, please follow us. Have you found him? No, Hokage-sama, but there is a direction where he might be. Lead the way. Hi. Having reached the place where the Jinchuriki was supposedly wounded, Minato immediately looked around and approached the scene of the skirmish. Small, but clearly forcefully made craters from techniques, kunai, and shuriken. In some places, piercing-type blows are visible, with drops of blood. So the wounds are not only from the sword. Hokage-sama. The ANBU who called him ran up and showed him an orange sweatshirt with a red spiral on the back and a lightning bolt, which had obviously been damaged by something sharp. But that wasn't what attracted much attention. A hole. A large through hole in the chest area. Judging by the place of the blow, the heart and lung were hit. You don't live long with that. How long ago did the skirmish take place? About 4 hours ago. And you didn't keep an eye on him? Where is the ANBU squad monitoring the Jinchuriki? They're in the Dango Cafe now, they said they were changing the guard. Bring them here right now. Hi. And the ANBU disappeared into Shunshin. Now Minato is experiencing something mixed. He is angry, furious and afraid. Yes, exactly afraid. He was only now beginning to guess that even with such a wound, the Jinchuriki, even if he is an Uzumaki, will not last long. And even if he does, he's guaranteed disability. Namikaze only now realized that his own son's life will soon fade away. There's no corpse, Kushina can reverse the sword's effect, the fox himself won't want to die. Naruto is still alive, I believe, those datas had to go AWOL. ANBU and the surveillance team appeared near the Hokage, clearly thinking that everything was fine and this was just an unscheduled report. But they were wrong to think so. Hokage-sama, the surveillance team has arrived. Continue the investigation. Hi. ANBU in a dog mask returned to his previous work. And you? Where were you when the Jinchuriki was attacked? How do I know that you are chilling in some cafe instead of doing your job? Hokage-sama, we were handing over the post to another squad, as you prescribed in the assignment. Raven. Hi. Bring the second surveillance squad to me. Hi, Hokage-sama. 10 minutes later, the second ANBU squad arrived and Minato looked at them with cold fury in his eyes. Where were you when the Jinchuriki was attacked? According to the schedule, our duty was supposed to start in 2 hours and 27 minutes, Hokage-sama. Prove it. Hi. The ANBU printed out a piece of paper with the Hokage's seal, indicating that the document was accepted personally by the Hokage. First squad, Dango lovers to prison and torture to Ibiki. Also, have Inoichi check them, this is the Hokage's personal order. Carry out. Hi. A second later, a squad of an elephant, a sparrow and a gopher was twisted and sent, as ordered, to interrogation and imprisonment, to the Konoha prison. It was becoming more and more difficult for Minato to accept that the one he had forgotten was now suffocating somewhere and losing his life, due to the miscalculation of his subordinates. And the miscalculation of his father. You found his trail? Why did it take so long? Hokage-sama, the Inazuka are losing the trail by the river. Perhaps the body was thrown into the river after the murder. No. I don't believe it. Comb everything along the river. Don't miss anything that will help find him. Hi. The ANBU immediately rushed in the direction of the current, and the Nin-ken with them. Yellow Lightning himself hoped for the best, while he was giving orders, he was getting worse and worse. He forgot him. He turned away from him. He left him. He rejected him. He did not support him. And he would soon disappear. Naruto. Please, just not like this. Come back. Please. But no one heard his words. It soon became clear that the river led to a deep lake. The depth was great and no one could imagine how it was possible, being without strength, to escape from under the thickness of water. Hokage-sama, the tracks end here. Minato, without further ado, simply jumped under the water after the ANBU. 5 minutes of searching along the entire bottom brought no results. Neither the corpse, nor the remaining things were here. Having emerged back, everyone began to exchange information, but it was all in vain. No trace, no body, no traces of escape. Only small drops of blood nearby, flowing into the lake, indicate the possibility of a different outcome. Hokage-sama, there are no more traces. We combed the entire area, but nothing more than a dent in the bottom and a drop of blood near the shore was found. Give me the reports on my desk, you are all dismissed. Hi. The ANBU disappeared into Shunshin. Namikaze stood by the riverbank, still wondering where Naruto could have gone. Out of the corner of his eye, Minato saw a white snake crawling away somewhere in the opposite direction from the blood on the shore. A thought creeps in, only one. Orochimaru. Of course. Who else knows Konoha like the back of your hand, knows how to bypass the barriers and break them, collects materials and bodies of others for your experiments, huh? Orochimaru. After another 5 minutes of examining the lake, nothing came of it, and the Hokage went back to the residence. There, after reading the reports and closing his office, he went home with bad news. Using the Thunder God's flight, Minato found himself at the threshold of his house. Today he was even earlier, so Kushina would not be right outside the door. Turning the handle of the front door, he opened the door and went inside. October 10th. His children's birthday, especially Naruto's. Hana immediately came down the stairs, with a smile on her face. Minato thought it was because of the holiday. Too bad the truth is much more bitter. Kushina came out of the kitchen, looked at him and said something that hurt his heart as a father. "Darling, you're early, and where is the gift for Hana?" She didn't even mention Naruto? Stop. Why am I only noticing this now? Why is there such indifference towards my son all of a sudden? What was the reason? And why? Kushina isn't even waiting for Naruto? Why are you hanging around? Minato. Ah. Yes. Let's go to the office, I'll tell you there. And what about Hana? Can't you? Kushina started to boil, but when she saw her husband's gaze, she suddenly cooled down. No, you can't. Okay, Kushina didn't understand what was happening. Of course, who cared about Uzumaki, who was despised by everyone? Entering Minato's office, Uzumaki felt a sound suppression barrier, which indicated that the conversation was not pleasant. So what did you want to talk about? Know that Hana will be offended if you came without a gift and flowers. They won't be needed today. What are you talking about? The atmosphere and the answer scared the bloody habanero, and such a tone spoke of something clearly bad. Naruto. What about him? He was always hanging around the training ground. But why waste money on him? He was always training and didn't celebrate October 10th. What is she? She's not even worried about him? Is she serious now? Her son is at the training ground and she doesn't give a about him? Okay, calm down. Pull yourself together. We need to tell you, and in one breath. Forgive Naruto, Naruto. Missing in action. Everything points to an attack and self-defense by our son. A blow to the heart area. But no body or traces of escape were found. Forgive me. He died. What can you say about a mother who heard such news? The answer is obvious. And Kushina is a clear example of this. She also forgot about him. Like Minato, she simply turned away and left him in the shadow of her title. Shame about the Hokage's shame? What does it have to do with her? Everyone is talking about the Hokage, not her. Instead of simply training Hana because she wanted to have a daughter, Kushina simply forgot about her son. Why did she just leave him? He is an Uzumaki, a pureblood, just like Kushina. Why did she forget? Minato, don't joke like that. You know that Anbu would never allow such a thing. Trying to justify herself as a mother only made the situation worse. She was afraid that this would push Minato away from her, and she was right. So you confirm that you have forgotten about him? A question that hit the heart, from a loved one. A question that proves the opposite. No. And I would never. That's not what I asked. He wants to hear an answer from her. Sincerely, because he already knows the answer to it. Yes. And now you remember what I said about Naruto? Her thoughts immediately switched to her son. Where is he? How is he? She wants to see him again. The son she forgot about. But the beginning of the conversation made it clear. Naruto. Missing. No one knows where. No one knows how he is. No one knows if he is alive. Minato. Tell me. Tell me that it is not true. Please. Tell me. But the answer was different. I can't lie after everything they did. You yourself know the answer to this question. Unable to hold on, Kushina fell to her knees. Tears flowed like a river. She left him. To die. Not knowing where and how. Consciousness was floating. No strength to hold on. A blow dealt, to the very soul. A few seconds later, sobbing, Minato, seeing the beginning of hysteria, hugged tighter, trying to calm down. But all in vain. Kongo Fuso's chains, the genome of the Uzumaki clan, destroyed the entire office and everything in it. Unable to help, Yellow Lightning teleports himself and Kushina to Tsunade Senju, the Sannin of Konoha and the best medic among all 5 great villages. Tsunade's POV. I was sitting in my office, drinking my evening sake after the surgery. Suddenly, someone was pounding on my door, and I went to open it. Kushina's chain suddenly broke through the door and, without any preludes, smashed my office. My sake. That's it, Kushina, I'm screaming. What came over her? Leaving the office, dodging the chains along the way, I realized with shock that Kushina was mentally unstable, otherwise the chains wouldn't have smashed everything. I quickly found myself next to Minato, who was holding her back, and knocked her out with a blow to the back of the head. Right after the chakra suppression seal and paralysis from Minato. She was unconscious, and now. What have you done here? Why did Kushina go crazy? And my sake was smashed too. Tsunade-sama, not now. Help Kushina, and then I'll tell you everything as it is. I hope this is worth my sake. After taking Kushina to the ward with the charco exhaustion, we headed to the office, or what was left of it. So, Minato, tell me, what happened? I saw Kushina like this before, when the shinobi of the mist killed the children of Konoha in public, during the Second Shinobi World War. Naruto. What happened to him? I was very wary of where the conversation was going. I knew how things were in their family, but they always brushed it off with business or lack of time. Although Hana was trained until he was blue in the face. What was he going to tell me? Missing in action. Everything points to an attack on him. I don't need any further tirade. For the next 5 minutes, he rubbed me in with all the events, about what happened there, where they found the remains of his clothes and, the Shinigami blade? Where did it even come from? Okay. Enough to give this imbecile a break. After the fascinating story, I gave this bad father a hard punch in the face. He flew away from me immediately, because I put maximum chakra into my fist. An explosion and he smashes through the wall with his carcass. After 20 minutes of beating his disgusting mug, I grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and threw him into Kushina's ward. What did I expect, leaving him with these talentless freaks? Forgive me, Naruto, I'm no godmother. I hope that you're alive. And these freaks will receive service no worse than yours. Hiruzen-sensei was right. Until we lose this, we won't know its value. End POV Tsunade. Meanwhile, the one with her brother's blood on her hands was not grieving at all. How could it be otherwise? She didn't care about the loser demon. She would become a hero. People would recognize her and honor her. Glory and honor, what else could you expect? Parental disdain? Not at all. The plan was perfect, and who would believe that a little girl, and even the Hokage's daughter, did it? After all, love is a powerful thing, especially parental love. There was only one thing left. Erase Naruto and the memories of him, and then everything she wanted, would go to her. Hana Namikaze, the holder of the fox demon. Soon, everything will change and I will become the only respected person in Konoha. After all, I am the Hokage's daughter, the genius of this generation, the heir to the bloody habanero. What could be more beautiful? Being the only one left, there will be no need to share. Eh ha 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 ha. Now I am alone and all this belongs to me. Naruto. Answer me. The fox was already growling at his entire subconscious, not knowing what his Jinchuriki had planned now. What do you want, red fur coat? Kurama, not expecting this, even quieted down a little, but then growled. You've become completely insolent, scarlet-haired monkey. I'm 9. Shut up already, redhead. Have respect for the one who covers you as your carrier, and if it weren't for me, you would have ended up in that bitch, without the ability to even squeak or sound. The fox completely stopped understanding what had happened. He felt like he was talking to someone very familiar, and that it was thanks to him that this brat was alive and not rotting at the bottom of that lake. Even now he feels him nearby, and literally at arm's length. So close, but also far away. Okay, cool down, brat. So, how did you survive? I can't figure out what you used or who helped you. Now we don't need to think about that, but how to get away from the land of fire and Konoha in particular. I'll tell you how we'll find a haven where we can hide. The prudence and calm in his voice calmed the strongest Bijou, but it also made him wary, with a feeling that this was how it should be. This had never happened before. Now they were heading towards the land of demons. Kurama didn't understand what he was doing there. The most dangerous and merciless country that had never seen organization or a concept of humanity. Tell me, what are you doing in the land of demons? There is no more dangerous place now. Kumo or Kiri would obviously be safer, so why not go there? There is a civil war in Kiri now, against Yagura and his minions. If the fourth Mizukage senses you and captures you, and then the war will escalate into a world war. Konoha will come under attack, given the quantity and quality of resources on its territory. The other villages will not miss the chance to attack the weakened villages and bite off a decent share of the land of fire. There are 2 Bijou in Kumo, and given the relationship between the 8 Tails and its Jinchuriki, they will quickly expose us, twist us and either take you as well, and I will die, or send you back, snatching something valuable in return. Resealing in Konoha due to the brand of shame will be guaranteed for me, and then also death. And immediately guessing about the stone, the situation is the same as in Kumo. The 4 and 5 Tails will spot you and all your efforts are lost. The land of iron, neutral territory and Bijou are of no use to them, nor are the problems that come with them. It's easier for them to send me back to Konoha, and the scenario will repeat itself there. You're gone, and I'm dead, for good. The land of waves is now under the complete control of bandits and robbers. They simply won't give us peace there, and it's close to the leaf. Suna will squeeze everything out of me, just to spite the other villages and grab more and juicier, and then there's war again. It's the same with the other countries, they're now just like the land of waves, with constant conflicts and incessant military action. The only option left is the land of demons, where there's no control, no mass battles in open fields, no organized state. The perfect option to hide among the same vagabonds as us. Exactly. Now shut up, you need to focus on your sensorics and not get caught by any shinobi, any of the villages. The fox had nothing to say to such conclusions. There was nothing to even find fault with. Without even realizing it, he began to help Naruto with his case. He was also not impressed by being chained and knows who to be sealed in again. His Jinchuriki now suited everyone. Having reached the cave and applied the initial seal of disguise, they settled down more comfortably. Having made clones, Naruto sent them to collect brushwood and materials for a place to spend the night, where he would spend one night and move on. A couple of minutes later, the clones returned and even brought 3 rabbits. Without further ado, 2 of the 5 clones went to cook the caught prey, which had wounds, clearly created with the help of chakra and knowledge received from their savior and new idol to follow. After all, it was he who showed that no matter who a person was on the outside, inside he can always be both a demon and a benefactor. Having settled in at the place of lodging, Naruto and his clones began cooking and patrolling the area. 4 clones went out and, if possible, hide Uzumaki's location even better. The original and the 5th clone remained in the cave and finished the arrangement. Naruto was making a semblance of a futon, while the clone was finishing cooking the rabbits. As soon as the clones silently dispersed, Naruto realized that it was time to eat and go to bed before dawn, because the less time we spend on the ferry to the destination, the better it would be for him. After eating the rabbits and putting out the fire, Naruto went to bed, giving the clones a mental command to wake him up at the appointed time. The fox thought a little more whether to help Naruto on his way or leave everything as is. Still, instead of constantly draining his strength, he simply left him inside himself. Never looked at him as a source of strength, like Kushina or Hana. He simply left him alone and did not demand help him. Didn't want to steal what was rightfully his. Never insulted him, until his death, and if he did, it was justified, because the fox sometimes went too far with his hatred and malice. In the end, having settled on helping Naruto, he lay down on his paws and fell asleep with his Jinchuriki, ceasing to interfere with him in controlling his own chakra, because their friendship had to start somewhere. The next day, Naruto was met by a clone shaking him, and an unwillingness to open his eyes. The light beating into the cave indicates that dawn is already entering its season. It's time to move on, to a new life, and new strength. Having removed all traces of his stay here, Naruto again checked the direction and went to the land of demons, a country that will help him awaken both his powers and temper his spirit, determination and motivation. It was time to move out, but then the fox took the floor. Naruto, I'll take over the sensorics, you can move at your usual speed, focusing on hiding your chakra. I'll also start expanding your chakra channels, and upon arrival I'll start training you in the element of fire and control of my chakra. Why such sentimentality? And how will you prove my inviolability in your presence? The nearest settlement to the south from us is 3 kilometers away, have chakra no higher than Genin level and 1 Chunin level. Most likely a team from the last graduation. Also 1 Jonin 600 meters to the west of us. Okay, you convinced me, although I still have doubts about you. I think I won't have to explain to you why. No, I won't. When you're ready, let me know. Yeah. No more words needed. It's time to move forward. There is no turning back, and there shouldn't be. Naruto has decided everything for himself once and for all. All that remains is to find a tool to achieve his goals. To obtain a power capable of sweeping away any obstacle, no matter what it may be. It's time to go towards his happiness and goal. Peace in the whole world. But first of all, you need to find yourself. Give up connections and punish the guilty. Turn away from childish naivety and hopes, be born again, and with a clean slate. Sasuke Uchiha is the youngest son and the weakest heir of the Uchiha clan head, who does not have the same success as his older brother and the next head of the clan, Uchiha Itachi. But instead of following the path of his older brother, Sasuke decided to go his own way, different from his brother. Instead of showing off his strength and having inflated attention and expectations, he chose a path where his own strength would become his support and personal achievement, which would help him preserve his personal happiness and future. After all, in the shinobi world, death will come from everywhere and it is never clear when it will come for you. The more you throw away your strength, the stronger the opponents will go against you, the reward will become higher, and the danger will only increase around you. Unlike Itachi, the boy understood that the position of the clan head not only puts you above your own, but also corrupts you with its sense of power. Mikoto is the mother of both children, always knows her worth, and has always preferred a peaceful life not only to herself, but also to her children. She was not worried about Fugaku, because such strength and the support of the entire clan will always protect both her and their children. Itachi is listed in the ranks of ANBU, and Sasuke has become a genin and will soon get into his first team. Life goes on as usual. But sooner or later, something goes wrong. The disappearance of Uzumaki Naruto quickly spread throughout the village, and no one knows where he is. But this was enough for the civilian population and a large number of shinobi to declare him dead and fix this day as the expulsion and death of the demon fox. Only on this day, one brunette did not share their joy. Sasuke never saw a demon in Naruto. He saw in him a boy who, with his hard work and stubbornness, wanted recognition as an individual and a worthy shinobi, capable of surpassing his father and Hokage in one person. But alas, fate has its own plans. No one knows where he is and how he is. However, who will care? The fox is gone and that is a fact. Everyone will feel safe and will stop being afraid to be close to him, which they considered dangerous. Mom, why does everyone think that Naruto is dead? The question asked by Sasuke surprised Mikoto a little, but she gave the answer to it. Honestly, I don't know, but if it's true, then he could be in great danger. Then, I will return him. Definitely and irrevocably. Sasuke's answer was full of confidence and determination in his words, and she liked it. After all, not everyone would dare to do this after such news. Most of them were called traitors and did not even want to listen to them, not to mention understanding. I'm sure you can do it. Maybe no one knows what you are capable of, but you can't hide it from your mother. And the sweet smile after the words said showed that it would no longer be possible to hide it. Thank you for believing me, Mom. After these words, Sasuke stood up and approached Mikoto, hugging her with love and tenderness. The only thing the younger Uchiha did not expect was a hand on his shoulder. His father's hand, which smiled softly at him, because now his son has a goal, to bring his friend back, no matter what it costs him. Now you have motivation and a clear goal. He was considered a demon and a disgrace to the Hokage, but not us. Become stronger and bring your friend back. The words of his father, who spent little time with him, because of work and responsibilities, always looked at Sasuke as his son, even if not a genius, but still a son. It was these facts that showed that whoever their son or daughter was, they would always be on their side and would not betray their children. This is what distinguishes a real family from a fake one. The fact of love for all their children, whoever they are. I will definitely become stronger. I am sure Naruto is no slouch either and will show what he is worth when we meet. The first and last friend of Uzumaki decided everything for himself. And since everything has been decided, it is time to act. After all, time spares no one, and every minute counts. Two friends on different sides of the barricades, and when they meet, one will want to protect this world, while the other will make the rot of this same world burn to the ground. Two friends who will decide the fate of their home world. How much longer do we have to run, Fox? I am not your navigator. It was you who did not want to take a map from the nearest settlement, even though it was according to understandable requirements, to hide and leave no traces. The map is too obvious an option. Considering that several ANBU squads were sent to search for us, judging by your words and sensorics. Then maybe just steal from someone, disguised as a robber? Do you know, Henge? If so, then why were you silent before? And you did not ask. The argument is counted. The silence was not very long, but still the idea had its weight. The question is, how to hide your involvement in this conflict. The plan is superficially developed, but at the next stop it will need to be finalized and put into action. Or find the bandits and take the map from them. I don't want to take unnecessary risks, but you can hide your involvement by disguising yourself as one of the bandits and take the one Naruto needs, take the necessary item for the tramp, like Kyubi and his Jinchuriki. Fox, show me the Henge technique. I can try to make clones and apply this technique to them without having to get out of my way, the clones themselves will do all the work and bring the map. The remnants of the chakra will remain at the place of dispersal, and the map will remain at the clone's place. Then just hide the chakra and take the map without leaving any noticeable traces. The plan is good, but the censors may also be nearby. And why were you given empathy? If you are so worried about it, then you can make a burst of chakra somewhere far from the place of theft. The amount of chakra due to the Uzumaki genes will help. Then let's get started. And how did you know about my empathy? A sly grin and an ignored question were accompanied by a cross-shaped seal. The next couple of seconds, the clone walked away from the ambush site. The chosen area will hide well when escaping into the thick of the forest. A large amount of vegetation and trees will also help to change the position and direction of escape unnoticed. The clearing near the lake is a great place to stop and replenish supplies. The main thing is not to be seen by the leaf shinobi. The clone gave a signal that he had arrived and was ready to distract the censors and shinobi. All that was left was to wait for the merchant or traveler without chakra to arrive. We still had to wait a long time, because no one wants to be on the border of the land of fire. He is not a shinobi, we are incredibly lucky. This old man's travel bag is pretty well loaded. Now it's your turn. Make a concentration seal and imagine how you cover yourself with chakra. Then think about who you want to turn into. Ready? At the clone splash, we will begin. Then go ahead. Got it. A mental command to the clone, and it dissipates with a large splash of chakra, attracting the attention of the censors. The nearest ANBU detachment is retreating from us to the north. This is our chance, come on. The next moment Naruto turns into an ordinary bandit, leather and worn boots and bracers, gloves with an iron plate, like Kakashi's Sharingan, a sleeveless jacket with a clasp, with pants torn on the left knee, and a protective leather cup on the right. A scar on the left eye and a real kunai in the right hand, and a threatening look of blue eyes, with straight hair, chestnut color. So old man, give me the map and money, then get lost wherever your eyes look. The old man still turned out to be a civilian. The fox felt fear, the desire to live and run away. They were lucky, the most ordinary, old civilian. Quiet, quiet, young man, I'll give you the money. Just leave the rest, I beg you. You want too much. With you, give me the map and money, then get out of sight. The old man gave the necessary items and Naruto nodded to him, ordering him to get lost. The hero himself quickly created a clone with the fox's chakra and sent him south. Uzumaki himself ran east through the hot springs village. Moros is still full of conflicts and technologies capable of detection. The chakra is hidden and the clone runs at full speed to the south, near Uzushio, which supposedly would be an obvious option for the fugitive Uzumaki, since it is Uzumaki's homeland after all. The original himself has already crossed the border and ran at full speed to the hot springs village. You can't stay at the hot springs for long. The chance of meeting the Toad Sannin is not small, and he is the worst opponent for me. Considering the ability to suppress your chakra and summon toads, the clash is very undesirable and unpleasant. I agree, but resources are still needed. We can't go any further, considering our route and the fact that we'll have to use the ship to get to the land of the claw. Hiding on the ship isn't an option, we'll have to use henge the entire way. So meditation and your chakra in small quantities and not attract attention during the crossing. And the best thing is to hide in plain sight, that is, be on the deck and pretend to be someone not particularly strong and more peaceful than the undergenin from Konoha. The last thing, Naruto literally spat out this word, and the reason for this is clear as day. Then collect food and water, then to the pier in the southeast, according to the map. Yeah, and don't get caught by a slippery warthog. I don't want to listen to Sannin's head sink. Wasting time is not an option, we stay away from brothels and bars. We walk along deserted streets and collect everything there. Then I'm on sensory and route correction, in case of detection of shinobi, to create decoys. Just don't do them too often. Using your chakra too often will also attract the attention of the censors. The plan is in action, all that remains is to complete all the points and go to the ship. The food was not particularly good, but their quality is enough to survive the crossing right to the land of the claw. I had to take more water, replenishing from the sea is not an option. And at this rate, I managed to collect provisions for 5 days, of acceptable quality and water for 6 days. It's already getting dark outside. The hotel is too expensive, I'll have to stay in the forest. Fortunately, Naruto has everything he needs to hide his location. The scheme is the same as when stopping in the cave, but this time the place is in the thick of the forest. Surround everything with a concealment barrier, but add soundproofing to it. The scrolls that Naruto took from Minato's office still helped. The barriers are set up and the place to spend the night is already arranged. All that remains is to wait for the morning. 4 clones are sent to guard and the original went to bed. Naruto also thought about the escape route. Small traps and forest possessions will help you hide from almost any shinobi, but you will still have to try to break away. And now it's time to sleep. Morning greeted Naruto, with light in his eyes, a waking clone and noise in his subconscious. Remembering that the clone was waking him up for some reason, he stood up abruptly and asked questions. What are you waking him up for? And you're yelling along with the fox. There's a shinobi skirmish nearby and it's clearly not that simple. For some reason, there are 6 against 1. There's a chance to collect the equipment of those who will die there. And 6 men against 1 woman, don't you want to help? Let's say, what do I get out of it? A potential ally, don't you want to? Ugh, okay, tell me where she is. More than 300 meters to the west. It's time to go back. Okay, help me speed up. Already. The fox's chakra strengthened Naruto, and he ran at high speed towards the battle. After 2 minutes, Uzumaki saw a picture of a girl throwing balls with high temperature and constantly screaming about betrayal. Shinobi of the mist, constantly throwing shurikens and kunai, techniques and blades. Naruto does not look at this for long and breaks away from the place in the direction of the shinobi of the mist. A blow to the shinobi with a katana, who was already swinging at the girl from behind. Another blow, another death. A dash, another death, accompanied by the crunch of a pierced chest. Swing, a paw of chakra tears the chubby in half. A thrown kunai, the sound of a pierced throat and death rattles. Explosion, the girl blew up the last shinobi of Kiri. Naruto looked at the girl and mentally asked what she felt towards him. The fox said that she was grateful, and because of the cover of orange chakra, she was afraid. Naruto removed the cover and raised his hand up, showing that he was not dangerous. The girl put her ball away after a minute of silence. Uzumaki slowly approaches her, unusually warm and smiling faintly. The fox told her about his hatred for Suna, as if the most precious thing she had was destroyed and crumbled into fragments into the darkest corners of her soul. Naruto did not understand what he felt towards the one who felt the same pain because of the nature of the people of her village. Nature, killing itself, for the sake of greater pleasure and a feeling of monotony. People do not want to have anything to do with those who are not like them. It has always been like this, it will be like this forever, until there are those who do not make an adjustment to the balance. You are a Jinchuriki, and also an Uzumaki. What is your name? Asked the girl with a bun on the back of her head and green strands framing her face. Naruto Uzumaki, and just try to lie to me, your death will be faster than you can squeak a letter. No matter how you look at it, in the shinobi world you need to ensure yourself and show that you are stronger than your opponent. Sorry, I didn't mean to seem hostile or rude towards you. The fox confirmed the truth of her words, and outwardly she was very battered and clearly unable to continue the fight. And you don't want to tell me your name? The girl lowered her head a little shyly and answered. Pakura. Shikuden no Pakura? In the bingo book with a value of 300,000 ryo. Pakura did not understand where such a value came from. Yes, it was in the bingo book before, but where did such a value come from? My value was only 100,000. Who updated the price? Dog no Raza. I think everything is clear here. Naruto said after looking at the book that he bought when replenishing resources. But why? For what purpose? How is this possible? I could understand that the ANBU sent with me on a mission could have decided to eliminate me out of envy or lust, but that it was an order from the Kazekage? Pakura realized that betrayal was due to the benefit between the two villages. And what are you going to do? I don't want to have anything to do with Suna. Pakura growled. Don't raise your voice. Naruto said calmly, but also coldly. Sorry. What are you doing here? Uzumaki didn't like the girl's interest and barely noticeably shrugged his shoulder in irritation. Why do you need this? Well, the only Uzumaki who is known is now in Konoha, named Kushina Uzumaki. Pakura shut up, seeing red eyes with a vertical pupil and a terrible thirst for murder. Don't you dare mention this whore and bitch in front of me. Naruto growled. I'm sorry, the girl quickly apologized and fell silent. Great. Now, what are you going to do? The question put his thoughts in order and he answered. I want to get lost and try everything from the beginning. However, before that, I would like to kill Raza. There is no forgiveness for someone who, for the sake of profit, simply threw away a person's life, for the sake of an illusory benefit. Of course, I heard that Kumo would want revenge, but why did Suna just give me away? Attention! The meeting place has been changed, and I chose near Kumo, instead of the stone. Then let's help each other. A chance to enlist the support of a strong shinobi who is abroad on a mission. You can take advantage of this and attract less attention. Although after the two of them they will start looking for them as missing nin. What do you want? You will help me get to the land of demons or claw and there we will part ways. You will get lost, and my help as a Jinchuriki will be just right. And I will go about my business and also get lost. And how will we get there? Swimming across on foot will not work. You are not a missing nin yet, and I will be under the henge. Buy tickets, and we will sail to the land of claw and walk to the land of demons. Well. Are there any better options? This question put an end to the search for other fruitless options. Then tomorrow morning we will go to the pier. Are you just going to trust me like that? Empathy is a good thing. Are you an empath? This statement was a shock to Pakura, because it explains the threat and such a quick trust in her. However, there will be problems further, because it will be difficult, if not impossible, to hide something personal. Yes. A short answer and that was the end of the topic. Let's go to my camp, we'll spend the night there. Why not a hotel? Expensive, and I don't want to meet the Toad-san nin. Got it. Pakura and Naruto headed back to the camp. Now there was someone who would help him get to the land of demons faster. A place where he could awaken and where he would be reborn and become stronger. Tomorrow morning, the Konoha shinobi would no longer be on his heels. He would be able to get away and break the chains of pursuit. Very soon he would take new steps, but with them new problems, in the form of new feelings and emotions. A nail of confidence in the coffin lid of the goal set, in the person of Pakura. Orochimaru-sama, why did you help the Jinchuriki escape? Kabuto-kun, don't you see any prospects in this? And he was just as betrayed as I was. I want to see where his path will lead. And the genjutsu didn't work. And going directly against him won't work. The fox won't let us take control of him. And if we extract the Kyubi now, we'll only kill both of us and the fox will become whole in the Hokage's daughter. So we won't be able to get anything out of him. Do I understand you, Orochimaru-sama? Continue tracking him? No, while tracking him, I felt a sensory wave at a great distance. Most likely, the fox helps him scan the area, otherwise such a range cannot be explained. I see. Then let's leave him alone, because as you said, we won't be able to keep him under control. And this is also a strange chakra. Such a small emission, but at the same time use it like a kunai or shuriken. The ability to create weapons from chakra is a very strong ability, because at this rate chakra can be given any shape. Most likely, he has not yet fully developed the ability and will train in its use and consolidation until it becomes automatic. Wouldn't it be better to attack him? Kabuto-kun, the fox began to help him, which means that an attempt to take him away will attract unnecessary attention. Konoha Anbu were almost everywhere, and even I could not hide for long with the help of Sun Chakra. I see, so we will let him go and wait for his return? Alas, but yes. I will offer him power in the form of techniques and various seals of his clan and set my conditions. The eyes of the Uchiha clan, no one cancelled. Ku. The next morning, which is no different from the rest. Except for one thing. A girl at your side, and she hugs you with trembling hands. The last event clearly had a strong effect on her, pale face, cold sweat and trembling body. And her grip is strong, because Naruto's neck already hurts mercilessly, and if nothing is done, then it is not far from the crunch of the neck. The fox, having woken up and felt Naruto's emotions, was already laughing at his subconscious and mocking Uzumaki to the fullest, without choosing words. But now Naruto is suffocating not only from the hands of a strong kunoichi, but also from embarrassment and excitement because of the female forms, which are now blocking the oxygen, and not allowing him to recover. Pakura tied his hands and feet with her body. Naruto asks the fox to give him chakra, and cover his body with it. The fox, after 2 minutes, and Uzumaki, who almost died from lack of air, still gave him chakra and he covered his body with it. The sound of hissing and Pakura suddenly waking up was the result that Naruto needed in life. The girl, realizing that she had slept with her savior in an embrace, immediately asked for forgiveness with a small bow. Sorry, I don't know how this happened. She immediately bowed halfway and immediately went to check the area. But Naruto interrupted her plans. Wait. Are you a kunoichi or a little girl? Well. I'm 15. And already the hero of Sunagakure. The point put by this question sobered her mind, and she again, with a red face, mumbled something about an apology, and deciding to clarify the plan, approached Naruto. Are we heading out soon? So you can't wait to leave these places? Yes. Then we'll remove traces of the campsite and head out. 5 minutes later, Naruto and Pakura set out on their way to the east, towards the pier. However, Naruto wanted to put Konoha at a disadvantage with Suna by catching a dead Anbu, who decided to comb the area alone and finish off the demon once and for all. However, the help of Pakura and the fox's chakra helped a lot, and the plan to direct the mist and Suna to Konoha in the political arena was only a matter of time. The Hittite remained at the site of the battle with the mist shinobi, and as soon as they found the leaf sign, they would immediately report it to the Mizukage, and then it would not be far from accusations against Konoha. Pakura's path looked around and held a kunai at the ready. Betrayal of her beloved village, like a stake in the heart. Native lands, all the good memories, her whole life in the ranks of the Suna shinobi. The kage of her native village sold her out for the sake of the phantom world. The scroll she opened was indeed about peace between sand and mist. But the condition was to capture Pakura, because of her genome. It was immediately clear that they wanted not only to dishonor her, but also to use her to breed an army with the heat genome for the mist. Such a revelation from the scroll hit the girl hard, and now the decision to go to the land of demons began to look like a good starting point on the path to a better life. Having reached the pier, Naruto, using the henge of the Suna shinobi, together with Pakura, who immediately winced at the sight of the Jinchuriki's disguise, immediately went to the ticket seller. Having found an elderly man with a cocked hat on his head, Naruto and Pakura, under the guise of a mission from Suna, took tickets to the Land of Claw. An elderly man named Ora didn't care why the Suna shinobi decided to go around the world and take this route to the Land of the Claw, so without asking any questions, he sells tickets and says that our heroes have chosen a dangerous place to go. To which Naruto, under the guise of henge, says that this is not his business and task, there is a task and it is our duty to the village to complete it. Pakura, however, silently nods her head in agreement. She is disgusted to realize that her native village simply gave her over to the amusement and entertainment of the mist, for the sake of profit. Having found the right ship, while bypassing the arriving Konoha shinobi in Jonin vests, our heroes boarded and safely sailed away from the shore, under the loud hum of people who were seeing off their husbands and children on a pleasant and safe voyage. Naruto and Pakura, having arrived in their cabin, immediately sat down on their beds, which greatly pleased Uzumaki, because sleeping on leaves, straw and branches is very unpleasant. Pakura breathed a sigh of relief and lay down on her bed, taking off Suna's bandana along the way, with a wild desire to throw it away as far as possible. However, it is necessary to maintain the image until the end of the stay on the ship and not constantly shine on the deck, and especially not to answer questions. Silence hung in the cabin as soon as both travelers lay down and began to rest. Naruto fell asleep 5 minutes after he lay down in bed. Pakura remained on guard, protecting her partner's sleep. But the questions that appeared in her head did not give her peace. Pakura's POV. Why did he react so sharply to the name Kushina Uzumaki? He is also a Jinchuriki. He himself is an Uzumaki, so why such a reaction? I heard that the son of the Yondaime Hokage disappeared without a trace or that he is dead. Maybe he killed the host of the Fox and took his name to hide his origin? No, that's nonsense, his age matches the age of the 4th Hokage's son. So he escaped from Konoha? But how? It can't be that they just let him leave the village. Did someone help him? But why would he need to go to the land of demons then? Is it really necessary to go so far for safety? How did this happen? There is too little information, and the only thing I know is that this Naruto Uzumaki is the son of the 4th Hokage. But why would he leave the village? Isn't Hana Namikaze treated with respect and reverence? Was he treated worse? I'll have to find out more about this. And now, sit on the lookout and wake up this Uzumaki at the right moment. End POV Pakura. The 4th day of sailing has already passed, the navigator announces land right on course. People in a hurry begin all the preparations for the mooring and docking of the ship. Here the sails begin to roll up, the oars on the sides of the ship came out and under a friendly chorus began to row to the shore. The whole team, like a single organism, swam with the flow and always knew their task. The food for the time of sailing was tolerable, neither good nor bad, which was quite enough for living on this ship. Naruto still had some provisions left, but the following changes caused concern. Uzumaki's hair, from scarlet little by little began to sit and turn white, like snow, color. To the question, why did this happen, Naruto little by little, but guessed that the powers from Virgil had a side effect. Since part of the soul and powers of the demon passed to Uzumaki. Then the changes are temporary. Endurance became more noticeable, the amount of chakra increased, but something new appeared. Having entered the subconscious during the swim, Naruto noticed that the pipes representing his chakra channels became larger and acquired a couple of new branches. Along the branches, as if new energy for him, it spread in the same way as chakra, but its color and sensations were different. It seemed to be somewhat similar to the fox's chakra, but did not try to devour or take over Uzumaki's body. It awakened rage that could be controlled, but at the same time was still weak and did not pose a particular threat to life. In any case, this energy affected Naruto positively and did not create any discomfort from it, except for small tingling in the SCS. The fox was also surprised. He saw a lot, but this phenomenon also affected him positively. However, the surprises did not end there. The seal that kept the fox imprisoned broke into small fragments, and small amounts of the Biju's chakra began to leak into Naruto's SCC. The fox took advantage of this and began to expand the Uzumaki's channels, thereby increasing its control over the chakra of the demon fox carrier. And now all that was left was to drop the anchor and set up a track for unloading the goods from the ship. Our company, being shinobi, simply jumped onto the pier and showed the ticket and passed the checkpoint. The Land of the Claw, a territory where the warriors of the claws and fangs are at odds with each other because of the conflicts of old farts. But what can you expect from these senile people, except for their love of drinks and women? The answer is surprising, but that's the truth. A series of short stories by the old pervert called Come Come Paradise. Just some books ignited this bloody comedy, where at the center of everything lies the ill-fated book of the toad old fart. Jiraiya is the toad Sannin from Mount Maboku. One of the great three who participated in the mission to the Land of Rain during the Second Shinobi World War and fought Hanzo the Salamander, whose opponent was the Great Three Sannin. Now Jiraiya is heading to the Land of Claw to get information in quotes. However, the cotton and white smoke indicate the summoning of a toad, in whose mouth was a note and a scroll with a task from the Hokage. There were two tasks. First, to help end the war between the Land of Claw and Fang. This task is the easiest for Jiraiya, because his book is almost written and will soon be published. However, there are still 2 months before publication, which is enough to reconcile the two daimyo. Second, an S-rank task, to find Uzumaki Naruto or his body. The second task shocked the Sannin, but this is only the beginning. Minato also writes that the possibility that Orochimaru is involved in the kidnapping of Naruto or his body, for the sake of the Uzumaki genes, since Kushina did not put protection on the Uzumaki genes so that they would not get to anyone. The option of extracting and using the power of the demon fox is also considered. All reports and additional information are attached in the seal from the scroll. Jiraiya looked at the scroll in mute shock and could not believe that his old friend would go so far for the sake of his research and thirst for power. Without further reading the scroll that the messenger toad brought him, he went to carry out his first task in the Land of Fang and Claw, namely, to reconcile two old farts and immediately go in search of Naruto. The path will be long and exhausting, but for the sake of his godson, whom he did not protect, he is ready to run even the whole world for him. Seeing his aspirations and achievements, faith in the boy only grew stronger with each meeting. However, the snake wanted too much and he would pay dearly for it. Arriving at the hotel, he immediately went up to his room, thinking along the way how to finish the book as quickly as possible without falling flat on his face. After all, these two old men know his works by heart, and will clearly notice the raid and the hackwork at the end. However, the life of his godson is under serious threat, and this alone is enough to give Jiraiya the motivation and strength to write the book. Just be patient, Naruto, I'll tear you out of the clutches of this snake. The second day passed, and the book was finished, and written according to all the standards of the great pervert. Jiraiya's personal signature and the book could be sent on behalf of the daimyo of the Land of Claw, straight to the gold border of the rival and enemy, the daimyo of the Land of Fangs. Completing the task was only a matter of time. Having immediately found the delivery ninja and paid for the parcel, Jiraiya wanted to go to the pier, but on the way he ran into the Suna shinobi, namely the unknown Jonin and Shokuten no Pakura. Clearly noticing that they had arrived from the hot springs, the Sannin decided to see why they had come all this way, across the entire continent, when they could have left straight from the land of sand or stone. From the conversation he overheard between the two, Jiraiya realized that they had arrived straight from another task. A scroll with a peace treaty between Suna and Mist, a subsequent message via summoning and departure via hot springs. Jiraiya had enough information, which meant it was time to look for a ship to the Land of Fire, where Naruto was last sensed. Having found and bought a ticket from a seller, Jiraiya headed back towards the Land of Fire for lunch to begin searching for his godson, on whom the Sannin had placed great hopes. Just let Orochimaru get to me. I'll rip off all the skins you have. With these words, the ship with the Toad Hermit on board sailed away from the shore and went with provisions and resources to the Land of Fire. Naruto. The fox shouted this, as if they had entered the lair of a predator. What is it, fur coat? There was still some sarcasm in Uzumaki's words. Not the time for this. Your godfather is near the port. By that time, in quotation marks, the couple from Suna had already jumped off the ship and landed on the shore. Couldn't you have said it earlier? Wait, Pakura. Naruto said and immediately turned to Pakura. She looked at him with a silent question, but instead he only nodded slightly towards the blond old man with a large scroll on his back and a bandana with the kanji for boil. I see. Pakura immediately became serious and wanted to somehow justify traveling around the world and crossing from the side of the sources. The idea came to her on its own. Jin, have you forgotten why we are here? Naruto realized that this appeal was addressed to him, and he caught the idea and answered. Don't take me for stupid. We were just about to return from the peace treaty mission, and now they've already issued a new one. Stop complaining, and don't forget who's in charge on this mission. Yes, yes. I get it. A blow to the side immediately flies, but the henge doesn't dissipate. Hi, Pakura-san. Although Naruto didn't like the prospect, getting caught by Jiraiya meant that all his efforts would be in vain. Running away to the land of demons for 2 weeks and losing everything like that was not in Naruto's or Pakura's plans. That's great. We'll find a hotel and spend the night there. We'll leave for the mission tomorrow at lunchtime. Is everything clear? Pakura commanded in a cold, dispassionate and, in truth, tired voice for the sake of appearances. Hi, Pakura-san. Sunavets answered in quotation marks. After another 30 minutes of empty chatter about nothing, the fox said with relief that Jiraiya had fallen behind them and they could move on to the land of demons. However, one detail alerted the fox. The energy inside Naruto began to move, and each time faster and faster. As they approached the border, this energy only moved faster and showed no signs of stopping. Naruto, the energy that appeared in your body accelerates along the chakra channels, but at the same time does not interfere with the chakra itself circulating normally along your SCH. The news that the newly acquired power behaves so strangely alerted Uzumaki and he asked. Are you saying that the energy does not interfere with my use of chakra, but as I approach the border, it only accelerates its flow? Naruto could roughly guess why. However, he needed to consult with the fox about this phenomenon. Remember what you told me about Virgil? So it seems to me that Yamato is somewhere in the land of demons, but it's hard to say where exactly. Finally, good news. Will you tell me when I get off course, okay? Wow, you've suddenly become polite. Okay, the great demon fox will help you in your search. The fox's narcissism always caused Naruto's indignation, but he brushed it off with eternal loneliness and the fact that he was the only one so beautiful and strong. However, let's return to the conversation about another demon. Flashback. Fox. Naruto called his roommate. What do you want? The arrogance was felt in the question more clearly than in the announcement from the roof of the Hokage's residence. Do you remember you asked how I survived? The fox immediately remembered that Naruto was still human and could live with a hole in his chest, and after his heart stopped, he still got up and came to life as if nothing had happened. Yes, I remember. Then tell me how you survived after being hit in the heart. The fox's interest is one of the most terrible phenomena in this world, and until he finds out the answer, he will not leave the Jinchuriki alone. Do you know the demon by name, Virgil? Jaw on the floor, eyes wide open, this is exactly the expression on the fox's face now. How do you know this name? The fox was shocked. The demon he talked to during each reincarnation and who had a difficult fate, now resting in the world of the dead and doomed to eternal loneliness, was suddenly mentioned by some boy. I met him in the pure world. He offered me to take part of his soul and power, and then find his sword and continue to live for the sake of his sacrifice. Now, judging by the knowledge received from Virgil-sensei, Yamato should be somewhere in the land of demons. However, there is not only Yamato there. Fragments of a certain Sparta and Rebel. I could not absorb all of Sensei's knowledge, but I have a feeling that they can be very useful. Do you know anything about these fragments? Firstly, not fragments, but the hilts of legendary swords. Secondly, these broken swords still have great power. If you find a use for them, then all three swords will be your irreplaceable partners in any fight. Yamato will be your main weapon, and all I know about this katana is that it can cut through space itself. And this weapon doesn't like not being polished. What do you mean, it's alive? The fox's last sentence surprised Naruto, but didn't stun him. Yes. As far as I know, she can't talk, but she can take revenge for disrespect, and she's very good at it. Fox, remembering one of the conversations with Virgil, immediately felt a herd of goosebumps when he saw the consequences of the bad treatment of her by some daredevil from the mist, who decided to simply use her to reflect an attack, in a too careless way. Just reflect the blow with the side of the blade and throw it aside, calling it garbage. Then she opened a rift and him into the interspace, where he, slowly suffocating, died with fear in his eyes from all the horror that he saw there, during his journey. And there is something to see there. Judging by what you said, I'll have to win her trust. Naruto liked this outcome in part, but it also scared him a little. After all, if he treated her without respect and friendliness, her revenge would be truly terrible. Haven't changed your mind about going after her? I don't really care, but what will happen if you're not a far-sighted person without the qualities she needs? Then it's scary to even think about the outcome of the entire journey. No, I won't even think about it. I have to find Yamato, otherwise everything I came here for will be a meaningless stroll through the world. Then good luck in winning her trust when we find her, just don't kill me along with Pakura. I understand you, Fox. END flashback. We're going to the right. No, a little to the left. A little to the north. Yes, like this. Straight ahead. No, stop. It seems to us to the east. A little to the south. Fox mother. Are we going the right way or not? Do you doubt me? Instead, you should have turned your head normally and understood the direction correctly. Now straight ahead and to the left. Silently walking in the right direction, Naruto came across a temple that radiated death and horror. Uzumaki looked at his companion, and she, with trembling legs and wide eyes, looked at the building in front of her. Something in her screamed to run and not turn around, but Naruto's hand calmed her down a little. I'm not keeping you here. If you want to leave, you're welcome. These words calmed the owner of the genome a little more, but instead of running away, she stayed and asked. Do you mind if I wait for you here? I think it would be better to stay here in case of uninvited guests. The fear in her voice did not escape Uzumaki, but he did not scold her for it. If you are scared, then say so. I will go alone. Wait for me here, I will be soon. After these words, Naruto approached the large stone gates with inscriptions and tried to push them with all his might. The gates moved a little, but then closed back, nullifying his efforts. Then the fox gave an idea. Try to use this energy that you received from Virgil. The idea was good. Closing his eyes and concentrating on the energy inside himself, Naruto directed it into his hands, but the result was slightly different. Before he could touch the gate, Naruto heard something stone sliding along the floor and he was right. The gate where Uzumaki stood slowly opened, as if inviting the guest inside. Entering, Naruto saw 3 coffins that lay under the statues of demons. In one of them was a large red crystal in the shape of a star in the chest area, from which a bright crimson light emanated. Its head had horns that were directed upwards with a slight tilt back, which supposedly showed its status as someone who was higher in the hierarchy and, therefore, stronger. The second statue depicted a man with eyes similar to an animal's pupil. Behind his back were semblances of wings, but with clawed hands at the ends of these wings. Compared to the others, it looked more like a man than the other 3. The third statue was similar to the first, but it glowed with blue light. The horns on its head seemed to be cut off, and instead of them, blue flames seemed to be emanating. The arms were a similar story, but instead of appendages, horns, or something similar, there were some kind of bracers that wrapped around its arms, and from which flames also oozed, depicting wings. Realizing that he needed his statue, Naruto approached the coffin at the feet of the third statue and opened it. There lay a body in a blue cloak and plate armor. Immediately realizing who this body belonged to, Naruto wanted to bow and close the coffin, but seeing the sheath for the katana, he immediately remembered that Yamato should have been here, but the sword was missing. Before closing the coffin, Uzumaki took the sheath and began to look around. Finding only mountains of rotten corpses that had come here for swords, Naruto was about to turn to the fox, but he got ahead of him. "Naruto, let's see if Yamato is lying in this pile of corpses. Either she's somewhere among them, or we need to call her somehow. Only the second option, mind you, without me. I understand you, and as for the fact that I'll turn you in, you don't have to worry." And a sarcastic grin appeared on Naruto's face. He was interested in how the fox would react to Yamato's appearance. Just not her, anything but this monster in the form of a blade. "Please keep quiet, that you're my Jinchuriki, I don't even want to be near her. Let's see how it goes." In the next couple of minutes, Naruto searched the entire tomb, but found nothing. Thinking about the second option, he decided to concentrate the energy in his body and make it eject, mentally calling its name. Without expecting this, the katana sheath suddenly became heavy and Naruto opened his eyes. It turns out that Yamato was in the statue of Virgil, namely in the chest. Having decided to do what he had planned, Uzumaki grabbed the handle of the blade and slowly began to pull Yamato out of the sheath. As soon as Naruto pulled it out, the energy rushed in a huge stream into the sword holder, saturating and changing the color of his chakra, simultaneously merging it into one. Chakra and energy, finally mixed, stopped pressing on the guy and he opened his eyes. The first thing Uzumaki noticed was his hair, which was completely dyed white, and its length reached his shoulder blades, but they were still a hedgehog. Having examined himself from head to toe, Naruto was surprised. His clothes were now similar to his sensei's except for the color. Instead of blue his cloak was purple and on the back was the Uzumaki clan crest. Iron bracers and leather gloves with an iron plate on each. The sandals were replaced by boots with iron toes and painted patterns in the form of braided and thorny roses. The cloak itself was Naruto to the shin, with a division that began at the pelvis and could also be secured with a rivet on the side. For places for scrolls on the back, with the ability to connect into 2 sections for larger scrolls. "Tell me your name, human." A low, but feminine and melodic voice sounded in Naruto's head, but there was no time to enjoy the echo in his head. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki, I have come for you according to the will of Virgil Sensei." Such an answer from Uzumaki surprised Yamato, but quickly sobering up, she asked. "Virgil? Is he really alive?" It was an obvious question, but it was asked with hope and excitement for its previous owner. Alas, but fate is a bad joker. "No, I met Virgil Sensei in the world of the dead. He saved me from the destruction of my soul and gave me instructions to find you, passing on his part of his knowledge along with your approximate location." Yamato was upset to learn this, but when she heard that Virgil had given him part of his soul, strength and knowledge, she immediately understood who her master was talking about. "So this is who you were telling me about, Virgil-sama. I agree to be your weapon and loyal partner, only on the condition that you never turn away from your path. Show me your determination and motivation, and only then will I accept you as a new master. I am ready to do anything to earn your trust, Yamato-chan. Yamato was a little embarrassed by such an address, but it also speaks of respect for her, which she really liked. Then. 4. The next couple of hours, Naruto spent in the world of illusions, where he was subjected to a variety of psychological tortures. From the confession of his parents in childhood, to the seppuku of Hana, who tearfully begged him to forgive her and her parents in exchange for her own life, but Naruto was adamant until the very end. He understood that if you go to your goal, then you cannot turn off the path, no matter how much you want everything to be different. But the path has already been paved and the power is already in his hands. Learn to use it and move forward towards your goal. Well then, Naruto Uzumaki, I accept you as Virgil's student and as my worthy master. Do not disgrace the honor of your teacher and my previous master. May your hand be firm and may your spirit be unbreakable. Wear his sword with honor and all your strength. I swear by my honor, name and soul that there are no obstacles beyond my strength. I wear the sword and the will of my teacher, not daring to turn from the intended path, the one who saved me and directed me along my life's path. May there be peace throughout the world. In the pure world. Virgil, lying under a tree, enjoyed the silence, the light wind and the warmth of the sun, while thinking about where Naruto's path would lead him. But then a surge of part of his power occurs and merges with Uzumaki, thereby giving birth to a new half-breed demon. A power that will soon be able to compete with the power of Virgil himself, and maybe even with Sparta himself. I feel that you have finally found Yamato. There was no doubt that you could earn her trust. Now my legacy and unfinished business, I will leave to you. Soon, you will be able to harness your power. Our meeting is not far off and very soon I will give you all your legacy, which you will take deservedly. Naruto, awakened. Power overflows every cell of his body. The katana that can cut through space is now in his hands. The place where the teacher's ashes have given birth to its heir. A new demon. A new balance divider that will save this world with its power, or destroy it, building a new one on its bones and ashes. Naruto Uzumaki, whose mother undeservedly bears the name of a great clan, examined Yamato, whose beauty, grace and sharpening will outshine any other blade. But he won't be able to examine it for long. Naruto, look at the other coffins and take the hilts of the other swords. I feel that they are still here. Yamato said. But why take them? They are broken and... Stop. The fox said that if you find a use for them, they will be useful in battle. A loud slap of a paw was immediately heard in the subconscious. It was the fox who hit himself in the face and had already started yelling that Naruto was a traitor who had handed him over to Yamato. Fox? Oh. So that's whose chakra is in this seal. A quiet laugh, which did not mean anything good, made Kyubi with a titanic effort begin to think about how to save himself from the one who could cut off his tails and would not be stingy in throwing him along the walls of the subconscious. The last time the fox spoke to Yamato, he called her a horse-shaving knife, for which he would most likely suffer the full force of her vindictiveness. Naruto, your mother. For what? No, stop Yamato. I didn't mean to, we were in the heat of a conflict. Please, have mercy. No. No, stop. Just not the tails, please. Shave my head bald, but don't touch the tails. Kaya haha. I'll cut off the connection for the duration of their squabble. Rest in peace, nine-tailed demon fox. Mentally bowing and apologizing for the miscalculation, Uzumaki left to take other swords from the other coffins, or what was left of them. In the first coffin, there was a hilt resembling a skeleton, horns protruding from the skull's eyes, and the guard of the sword was in the form of bones, but they were folded closer to the ribs of the skeleton of this sword. The blade itself was broken almost at the base of the ribs, where fragments of the tip remained, but this is enough for murder and self-defense. In the second coffin there was a blade that resembled a European short sword, but dull cracks on 1/3 of the guard indicate that the sword was also broken and was left in this coffin as a tribute to this demon. Coming out of the tomb, which Naruto mistakenly thought was a temple, Uzumaki met Pakura with trembling legs and a pale face. Finding out why she was in such a state does not interest Naruto, and it is possible to guess. After all, such a strong surge of chakra and cries of pain throughout the entire immediate area do not inspire anything good. Seeing Uzumaki, Pakura, with barely remaining consciousness in her body, wanted to ask what it was. I awakened myself and my powers. What is attached to my sides? Fragments of swords, dead demons. I don't really know about them yet, I'll ask my four-legged partner I know later. A fox? Yes. True, he's currently trying to survive against Yamato, who's having a blast on him, but he won't kill him. I see. What about your appearance? And did you lose your eyes while you were outside? Okay, I got these clothes and equipment from Yamato after I found her and proved that I was worthy of her. Her? Yeah, Yamato is a living weapon that can throw you into on her own or chop you up better than any meat grinder. I see. So where are we going now? This question was appropriate. If not for one, but why should she go with Naruto when she can already go in all four directions? We seem to have an agreement that as soon as we reach the land of demons, we can go our separate ways. What's changed now? Can I go with you? Don't know where to go. Yes. I'm unlikely to get a job somewhere like a normal person. And the usual shinobi life is making itself felt. The heat genome, although it will be possible to hide it for a long time, sooner or later they will find out about me. And even if everything works out, then all the same, my soul will ask for battles and fights as a ninja. I see. Then let's go. We'll find a place to settle down. The land of demons is a place where peace and quiet are just myths and fairy tales. You will have battles and skirmishes. And in a campaign, it's easier and more familiar. In that case, where will we go? Honestly, I don't know, but in a small distance, in the side of the bushes and trees, a sound is heard, as if someone wants to go to the tomb. This guest turned out to be a guy in large and round glasses with a bandana of the Sound Village on his forehead. In his hand he had a scroll, black with a purple ribbon. But this is not the main detail, this is the image. On the scroll was the coat of arms of the Uzumaki clan with the kanji Fuin, showing that the scroll in the stranger's hand is the seal of the Uzumaki clan, with a bloody seal and only a true Uzumaki can open it. Who are you? Naruto said, unsheathing Yamato. My name is Yakushi Kabuto, or simply Kabuto. A servant and student of Orochimaru, who could barely hold on to the aura emanating from Yamato and Uzumaki himself, but surprisingly spoke calmly and showed no signs of fear or desire to run away. Life experience is telling, it has already left an imprint, something similar in strength, but not in quality. And what are you doing here, Kabuto? Naruto, not knowing him and not seeing him before, but somehow gleaming in his memories from Konoha, still becomes wary and prepares for battle. Yamato understood everything without words and was ready to divide the ill-wisher in two. I came here without evil intent. I am here to offer you one deal. Kabuto still did not understand where such a powerful and omnipresent aura could come from in a boy like Naruto. And he was already holding on to his word of honor. Fox. Oh, Fox? What do you mean, snitch? I'm currently reattaching my tails. If you hadn't given me up to Yamato, you wouldn't have to fight back and try to soften my suffering because of that incident. Stop grumbling, little fox. Better see if the man in front of us is lying or not. Yamato had already taken it out on Fox in full, because by the end, he had already begged her to forgive him and promised that he would forget how to swear and call others names because of his pride. Well, what did he say? My tails, the last was a grumble, showing despair and atonement, to which Yamato demonstratively chuckled. Repeat your question. Naruto said almost in a commanding tone. I said that I came here without evil intent, but with an interesting deal for you. Kabuto repeated. I didn't feel anything negative. The fox said, after checking with empathy. What kind of deal is this, and what do I get in return? Naruto asked. The power of your clan. Uzumaki techniques and seals, in exchange for eyes. What eyes? Byakugan? Sharingan? Or something else I don't know about? The second option hit the nail on the head. Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, but not just rip out the eyes, but bring a living Uchiha. What we do with him is up to us. Kabuto answered. The fox immediately declared that he would help in the murder of the Uchiha. However, let them organize and implement the capture themselves. As for Naruto, giving one Uchiha in exchange for the valuables of his clan looks attractive, but Uzumaki did not want to bite so quickly. What's the catch? I won't allow you to experiment on me, Pakura or the fox. And I absolutely refuse to give up the fox. If that's what you want, you can prepare to escape. This answer surprised Kabuto, but he immediately pulled himself together and wanted to answer. Only the new face, with purple marks around the eyes and a beastly pupil, decided to answer on his own, in order to enlist Naruto's support. There's no need to worry so much, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru said, hoping to see surprise in the little boy's eyes, but saw only determination and an even greater warning that one more attempt could be the last. I don't need to worry about this, Snake. I set my condition and I'm not going to give up the fox, Pakura or myself for experiments. Besides, you're bad at hiding your emotions, and it was only a matter of time before they found you. Orochimaru is genuinely surprised by this turn of events, and having decided to leave everything as is, agrees to Uzumaki's conditions. Then I give my word that Pakura, you and the fox will be untouchable and the terms of the deal will be met. Still, the snake understands that empathy is an impassable wall that cannot be bypassed during a conversation. I will think about your offer. However, get this into your head. I will not give Sasuke to you. Even being far from his friend, Naruto understood that for kindness, one must pay in the same coin. I was not going to touch him. Too young, and he does not have Mangekyo. I will need any Uchiha who has developed his eyes to an advanced level. The snake wants power for himself, in exchange for power for another. An equal exchange for Uzumaki would be just right, considering that Orochimaru would be able to hide them for the time he needed while he trained and mastered his legacy. In a day at the port of the Land of Claw. There is no need to delay our stay here for so long, and considering that we have already made a lot of noise, it would be better to get going in the near future. Again, on the run, Naruto gave his verdict and said the last thing with a goal, full of fatigue due to running from place to place. Then be ready, Uzumaki Naruto. After all, I have my own ship on which we can sail today. The snake, pleased with himself, also decided not to extend his stay in this place, and added fuel to the fire of Uzumaki's interest in order to leave this boring, in his opinion, place. Lead the way, snake, but know that I can stand up for myself and will watch your every move. Naruto's voice was extremely serious and did not express goodwill towards the snake. That's great, follow us. Orochimaru said and jumped onto a tree branch, towards the west. Having reached the rocky shore along the upper paths, the four-man company, not counting Yamato and Fox, saw a small ship that could hold a crew of 6. Orochimaru, Kabuto, Pakura and Naruto jumped onto the deck and the snakes, using seals, unmoored the ship, which was attached to a nearby boulder with fuin, similar to ropes. It took 3 days to sail to the land of snow, due to the light and maneuverable ship, which was just right for a quick crossing. Having sailed into an unknown cave and opened massive doors that looked like 2 ladles of a motionless rock, the ship with passengers on board sailed inside, and 2 rocks with a characteristic sound slammed shut, leaving our heroes in pitch darkness. He didn't have to sit in the darkness for long, because in the next couple of seconds, torches lit up all over the hall, illuminating everything that was in this room, from the darkest corners to the very bottom of the water, on which stood a ship already moored by the Fuin. We need to get to Otogakure. I plan to attack Konoha during the Chunin exam. I hope you know about it, Naruto-kun. Now tell me, how was I supposed to know about it when I didn't even have time to become a genin? Sorry, I completely forgot that you were pierced in the chest with this crap. How did you know about it? Naruto said, already holding Yamato to the Sannin's throat. Impressive speed, Naruto-kun. But, the next second, Naruto felt the cold of iron on his throat and Uzumaki had to moderate his ardor. I'm faster. Ku. Orochimaru, pleased, watching Naruto calm down, puts Kusanagi back in his mouth and continues. But how do I know about that incident? It was I who helped you escape from Minato and his ANBU. Such a revelation surprised Naruto, because it was Orochimaru who saved him from pursuit and erased the tracks that could have led him to the trail of the dying, as they believed, Uzumaki. Fox, he is not lying? Naruto asked his schizophrenic. Surprised, but no. There is no lie or negativity in his words. The fox answered him. Then I must thank you for saving my skin, Snake. I am also ready to carry out the assignment that you give me, but I will not allow you to violate the conditions. This is exactly what Orochimaru wanted, a hired, but still subordinate to him, demon who, for the sake of strength, is ready to take orders and carry them out in exchange for help provided at the right time. Agreed, Naruto-kun, and now it's time to go to Oto. That's where we will settle until the attack on Leaf. Ku. The snake grinned and laughed at the end. Well, it's time to master your powers and strengthen yourself to fulfill your goal. But for now, we'll follow the deal. While Naruto and Pakura were leaving for Otogakure, plans were being discussed in Konoha to find and, in extreme cases, eliminate the Jinchuriki, in order to avoid problems from other villages that could put pressure on them while their weapons were missing. So, Minato, are you saying that you let the village's weapon slip from your clutches in just 5 or 6 hours? Asked the head of counterintelligence, Shimura Danzo. Minato frowned as he heard the Konoha elder brand his son, but he couldn't respond. As Hokage and as a father, Minato had let his son go, and as he thought, had given him over to a snake or left him somewhere to die and suffer endless pain. His son probably hated him with all his being now, and Minato wasn't happy about that. I already said that the snake's involvement and the sabotage he had arranged were confirmed. Kushina checked all the barriers and the contents of the temple. There is no doubt. Orochimaru was in the village and the ANBU were unable to catch him. Or they simply ignored your order, Minato. Minato frowned and involuntarily released his ki, causing the table to crack. Hearing the table crack, he quickly controlled his emotions and continued. I have already sent a message with the mission to Jiraiya. Along with the mission, he also received all the reports of the ANBU and the Konoha Jonin. Soon, we will receive information about his location. Minato retorted, as he thought. This does not change the fact that there are no weapons in the village, and the gossip of old women and farts has already spread throughout the land of fire and beyond. And you and your ANBU are to blame for all of this. It is an undeniable fact that Minato and ANBU simply could not hold Naruto because of the snake, which had already seriously damaged Konoha's reputation as the most irresponsible village of all. Kiri and Kumo settled on the borders and intercepted missions, strengthening and improving relations with ordinary people even more. Suna was able to force the Land of Fire to reduce prices on goods and resources by almost 20%. Stone, as well as Kiri and Kumo, began to intercept missions and strengthen the position of their village and reduce prices as well as Suna. The situation has worsened greatly, although it is not visible from the outside. So what if your Jiraiya went looking for the boy? He, like you, will fail in tracking down the Jinchuriki. Danzo wanted to undermine Minato's reputation in every possible way, because the people would not like the hot-tempered and unbalanced Kage of the village. Especially when all the people would remember Hiruzen's last will before his death, so that Naruto and Hana would be treated as heroes, but to arrange everything so that Minato simply wanted to break the boy and subjugate him, making him a faithful dog with slippers in his teeth. Decisions on all issues are already being made, and while we wait for Jiraiya-sensei's report, we can focus on the political arena and resolving its issues. As far as I remember, this is your area of expertise, Danzo. The counterintelligence agent barely audibly gritted his teeth and silently turned around and left, realizing that this time it wouldn't work and that the moment for the strike was needed better. But before leaving, Shimura said, "I wonder what would have happened if your daughter had decided to eliminate Naruto, for the sake of sole possession of all the delights of the fox's carrier?" Danzo's last words hit Minato hard in the heart. No, he doesn't suspect her of his son's death, but his pride as a father is hurt and trampled. Unable to protect his son, unable to solve the village's problems. Unable to bring happiness, joy, and comfort to his home and family again. Leaving the office in the evening and closing it until the next day, the Hokage decided to walk around Konoha in the evening at least once a week. Bright street lights, residents talking to each other, and loving couples and happy families walking along the streets of Konoha. But already turning into an alley to shorten the route, Minato stepped on something glass, which cracked under his foot. Removing his foot, he saw a syringe and a Chunin lying next to him, who could not string a few words together, under the influence of such a pleasant feeling of euphoria and flight in fantasies and dreams. But looking a little further, in the opposite alley, a married man and clearly not without wealth, is already having fun with a courtesan, who for an extra coin, will give her body to anyone who gives more money. This was enough for Minato to use Hiration and find himself on the threshold of the house. Having opened the door, he immediately hung up his coat and uttered a phrase that had become a habit. "I'm home." But this time, the frying pan wasn't waiting for him. Walking into the kitchen, Yellow Lightning saw Kushina, who was preparing dinner with a sad and downcast face and barely alive eyes. Kushina, hearing Minato enter the kitchen, barely forced a smile out of herself, but it seemed unreal, as if it was pulled through force. Minato knew this, but he smiled at his wife and kissed her cheek. "You look tired, how much rest have you had lately?" "I can't sleep properly. The nightmares won't go away, and the sedatives had less effect than expected. Over time, their effect will wear off and I'll have to turn to the Yamanakas to solve this problem." "I understand. When it comes to that, tell me." "Okay, dear. Wash your hands and sit at the table. Hana is spending the night at Sakura's." "Oh, that's how it is, then I'm calm." After dinner and water procedures, Minato and Kushina went to bed. Before going to bed, Kushina threw a sedative and sleeping pill and swallowed them. 5 minutes later, she fell asleep. But this time, the nightmares did not bother her, but it could not be called sleep either. The meadow, strewn with flowers, the bright rays of the sun and the light cool breeze that blew on the face of the bloody habanero, calmed, but at the same time alarmed. As if Kushina had moved to another place, to the other end of the world, where people were already wandering and living under the warmth of this light. However, the voice from behind her made it clear that not everything was so simple. "So this is what you look like, Kushina Namikaze." A smooth, beautiful but cold and distant voice made her turn around and be stunned. A handsome white-haired man in a blue cloak and black pants, as if looking into the very essence with just one glance, forcing her to freeze in a mute stupor, looked at her with disgust and contempt. Who are you? And where am I, Datebane? Virgil immediately disliked this woman, who has no idea about respect and etiquette. Naruto, when they met, showed not only his inherent childish look, but also respect for the person in front of whom he stands and with whom he speaks. In her voice and manner, he sees only arrogance and irritation, which is not inherent in a person with age. Have respect and behave appropriately if you want to learn something from another person. What do you want from me? No manners and not a drop of respect. Why did Naruto, being a boy, have the above said when talking to elders? Forgive my abruptness, I'm just having nightmares, that's why I flared up. Kushina said. That's not a reason for such an address. Virgil retorted. Stop. Do you know Naruto? Kushina suddenly perked up. I said, have respect and manners when talking to someone. Virgil raised his voice. He already clearly regretted asking for help from one old man to start this conversation. Although he warned about her. Forgive me, she hung her head, but you still haven't given your name and haven't answered my question. In this one, the demon managed to calm her down and set the pace of the conversation. Setting it up the way he wanted from the start. My name is Virgil, the demon of sin. But you don't need to know which one. From this statement, Kushina got goosebumps all over her body, whether it was true or not, but her intuition tells her that it is true, and now she is right in front of him. Nice to meet you, Virgil-san. May I ask you a question? Kushina responded to the greeting, and immediately asked the demon's forehead. If you mean how I know my student, then we met here, in this place, sitting at this tea table and drinking tea. He showed me his life, and you were there before the removal of mental control, in first place for him. But your inaction led to such consequences that I had to give him a part of myself and give him the strength to survive. But you cannot tell others this. Kushina was shocked, the demon in front of her saved her son and now he is probably alive and somewhere in the outside world. As she thought, he is suffering, starving, afraid or in danger. However, her desire to tell Minato everything was sharply challenged. Why? I want to see my son, help him and bring him back. Fix everything we've done and be one family again. Namikaze answered. Remember whose last name I called you by? Kushina didn't understand, but remembering his first words, she asked. Why, Namikaze? As far as I understand, you know who the Uzumaki are? Kushina already wanted to prove that she was from the great clan of Scarlet Devils, but Virgil had a different opinion. Do you want to say that you are Uzumaki? Don't make me laugh. As far as I know, the Uzumaki love all their children, no matter what. This answer hit Habanero in the very soul. She had nothing to say to it, because she realized that she did not justify the family name of the clan, who value each other above any blessings. I see you wanted to dispute your family name, but remembering the Uzumaki clan and their covenants, you suddenly changed your mind. It's good that I didn't have to remind you of the story of the scarlet-haired devils that I learned from Kagami Uzumaki. The name of Elder Uzushio, who died during the attack on the homeland of the Uzumaki clan, made Kushina's eyes widen. Kagami? Did you really talk to my clan? Habanero asked. Yes. Now let me finish the business for which I dragged you here. The next moment, Kushina flies back to the nearest tree with such force that it pierces 3 more trees and stuns Habanero. What are you? Kushina didn't have time to get to her feet before she was immediately thrown back into the field. Wait a minute. Cough. A blow to the solar plexus with great speed and force knocked all the air out of her lungs and made Kushina bend in half. And now, Virgil grabbed the Namikaze's head and teleported with it into a room that looked like the Uzukage's residence. At least, that's what Kushina described. Uzukage, right? The demon asked. And this one, that one? Asked a gray-haired old man with a goatee and in a kimono with the whirlpool sign. Yes, I myself will be interested in how you conduct the trial and what your reprimand will be. Virgil answered. Thank you again for saving my grandson, Virgil-san. The Yuzukage thanked him. I did this of my own free will and kindness, and now I ask you to begin. The demon answered him and threw Kushina into the center of the Uzumaki clan crest, which was on the floor, and around there were many other Uzumaki, who were sitting in the stands and waiting for the trial to begin. Even in the world of the dead, we, scarlet-haired devils, cannot abandon the lawlessness and traditions of our clan. Today, we will hold a trial over the one who allowed her loved one to go to death, forgetting and not caring about the remnants of our clan. She threw her son, the Jinchuriki of the demon fox, into the most hidden corners of darkness. Threw one of us to death. She preferred to enjoy her personal life in the circle of her clanless husband and his daughter. Left her own son and pure-blooded Uzumaki to die at the hands of these traitors. What do we do with such? Immediately, screams and profanity were heard. Wishing the worst for the bloody habanero. Kushina, hearing all this, seemed to have forgotten how to speak. Her own clan, albeit almost dead, accuses and turns away from her. As if Shinigami himself spits in your face, saying thus, "What trash you are." Swearing, screaming and hundreds of painful words for the unfortunate mother, piercing her soul again and again, leaving the most terrible wounds that will never heal with time. I think we will not talk to her for long. It's time to make a verdict, said the Yuzukage and heard a roar of approval from the clan. Kushina, Namikaze, from now on after death you will wander the world of the dead in eternal solitude, without the possibility of returning back or meeting any other soul on your way. Shinigami-sama will leave the mark of an exile on you and you will wander in the darkness, forever. Approving shouts, offensive words, and just swearing finish Kushina off completely. Awaits her. No. The real purgatory. A place where there will be only darkness and nothing else. Eternal wanderings through the endless wastelands, where there is neither life nor death. An eternal cycle that with its emptiness will destroy you to the ground. Where Shinigami sends the most disgusting and vile, whose souls he does not even want to touch. And this is what awaits the guilty Uzumaki. The judgment that gave birth to contempt, now deceased. Before leaving for the world of the living, Mito Uzumaki, the one Kushina is afraid to even look at, approached her. She turned away from me too. I am nothing to her now. I failed her. I am a nonentity in her eyes. However, instead of a slap, a spit, or disgust, Kushina felt a hand on her shoulder and heard the following words. What will you do to earn your son's forgiveness? Before she could think and give an answer, Kushina suddenly woke up in her bed. Minato was gone. It was morning outside and people were waking up. Kushina sat for a few more minutes, wondering what Mito-sama meant. However, after thinking about her words, Habanero understood only one thing. If this is not the end, then I will do everything so that he forgives me. I will find him and do it, no matter what. And with these words, Kushina became herself again. She set herself the goal of showing her clan, Shinigami and her son that no matter who she was, she could still become that ray of light for him that would dispel the darkness in his heart. But before that, she needed to know the truth. The truth about Naruto's death. 2 months after leaving the village, a lot had happened. In such a short time, Naruto managed to learn Virgil's fighting style and kenjutsu. Yamato also helped him master the demon's power. Pakura, due to experiments with her genome, was able to create new techniques and increase control over it. Orochimaru, from the Uchiha genes he received, was able to artificially grow a body with full-fledged genes of this clan, but even with drugs that accelerate body growth, he will not be able to use the Sharingan, higher than 3 tomo. Kabuto, while studying the broken demon swords, found out that to reforge these swords, a large amount of life energy is needed. However, Yamato said that it also requires the essence of a higher demon, straight from, which is very difficult. The fox also said that they do not need to be reforged, to which Yamato hits the fox on the head with great force. Naruto was interested and asked her, "Yamato, do you know anything about this?" Naruto asked with interest. "You won't leave me alone with this question, will you?" Yamato answered the question with a question. "You think correctly, so what do you know about this?" Uzumaki asked. When your body and control over the demon's power are at a sufficient level, then you will be able to absorb Dante's blade, Rebel Ion. It will help you merge with your half of the demon and acquire his form. But to do this, you need to prepare and become stronger, in the direction of controlling your powers. When exactly you are ready, I will tell you myself. About another week and you will be ready. Yamato explained how to use broken swords and the approximate time when Naruto will be able to move on to the next stage of his power. "Then I'm counting on you," Naruto answered and went to the training ground. At the training ground, Naruto met Pakura, who used her genome technique, which could heat up the space around her at a distance, thereby melting kunai and shurikens on the fly. Pakura spent almost all her chakra, since the control of space and chakra consumption of the technique is very high, but with this, the control of chakra and its reserve increased. Naruto, passing by, took the next training ground and unsealed Yamato, starting to practice all the poses and kata of the Virgil style. Having practiced everything, Naruto concentrated chakra in Yamato and its sheath. Sharply pulling out Yamato and putting it back in the sheath, Uzumaki released a barely noticeable clot of energy in the form of a ball and threw it at the dummies in front of him. An instant, and this clot covered the dummies, as if a barrier covered it. In an instant, the dummy was cut into small pieces and crumbled with a sound, as if many blades were cutting everything around them at once. Doing this again, Naruto immediately teleported and with a swing of his katana, lifted the dummy into the air along with himself. During the impromptu flight, Uzumaki made a couple more swings. In the middle of these swings, Naruto made a circular swing around himself. Before the end of the flight, the newborn demon teleported down and made a wide swing, leaving purple energy, right before the landing of the dummy. Short blades of energy appear above the dummy, which immediately upon appearance, cover the entire area around the dummy and with all their strength drive the dummy into the ground, but do not attach it to the ground. The piece of wood bounces off the floor and flies up into the air again by inertia. Taking advantage of this, Naruto wanted to use the same cut in space that was Virgil's strongest blow, but Yamato abruptly blocks the flow of energy and tells Uzumaki, "Naruto, you are not ready for such power yet. Your body will be torn apart by such speed. You are not physically ready for this technique yet," Yamato said, to which Naruto snorted and removed his hand from her hilt. "Okay, you know better," Uzumaki answered, calming down. Orochimaru, having come to the training ground, saw Pakura, who had managed to advance in the power of her genome, to which the snake smiled and praised the girl. She responded with gratitude and continued training. Going to Naruto, the snake called him and began a dialogue. "Naruto-kun, there is something interesting for you." Orochimaru intrigued. "Speak." Naruto answered briefly. "Momochi Zabuza, the holder of Kubikurabocho, has appeared in the land of waves." Naruto frowned, because the 7 swords of the mist never belonged to them. The 7 swords of the whirlpool must return to the Uzumaki. "I see, and what is the benefit for you?" Naruto asked. "The properties of Kubikurabocho can help me create a replica of Kusanagi. Or may be integrated into Kusanagi," Naruto answered. "Okay. I will consult with Pakura and either I am alone or with her." Naruto gave his verdict. "As soon as you are ready, go," Orochimaru answered. "Yeah," Naruto answered. Approaching Pakura, Uzumaki greeted her and asked if she would come with him or stay at the hideout. "I'll go with you, but give me time to recover, I've spent half my chakra and am physically exhausted." About an hour of meditation and we'll head out. Pakura answered. Okay. Naruto answered and went to seal things in a spatial pocket. An hour and a half later, Pakura and Naruto set out towards the land of waves. The journey took half a day. Instead of immediately going after Zabuza, the pair decided to stay at a hotel. Since they were going to lie low for a long time, except for a couple of details in Naruto's appearance, nothing gave him away as an Uzumaki. Pakura took advantage of the henge of a beautiful girl in a cloak and hood. Having paid for a room for two to save money, they went to rest, think over the plan and gather information. Pakura will observe Gado's people, but will not go close to Zabuza. Naruto himself, disguised as a traveler, will question talkative residents and adjust the plan if necessary. The next day, Pakura went to watch the mercenaries and missing Nin, and Naruto himself went outside the gate and, having already returned to them because of the fog, wanted to pass, but Gado's men stopped him. "Wait, who are you?" asked the mercenary with a large axe. "I am a traveler from the land of iron, my name is Jin." Naruto answered. "Put the money on the table and go in," answered the second mercenary with a spear. "How much?" asked Naruto. 5,000 ryo and go in," answered the bearer of the axe. "Oh, well, if that's the case, then here you go." Naruto handed over 5,000 bills and walked through the gates into the settlement. Idiots. They didn't even notice the decoy. Naruto gave them ordinary papers with illusion seals on them, which is why Uzumaki didn't even spend money on entry. Now it's time to gather information. After going through the entire village, Naruto learned that Gado hired Zabuza to kill a certain bridge builder Tazuna, and his daughter now lives on the outskirts of the village, right next to the construction of the bridge, which began after Tazuna left for Konoha. Realizing that Tazuna's daughter knows more than the residents of the village of the Land of Waves, Uzumaki went to the bridge builder's house and along the way adjusted the plan in case of Tazuna's protection and their intervention. Having reached Tazuna's house, Naruto knocked on the door of the house. On the other side of the door, footsteps and the click of a keyhole, the turning of a handle and the creak of a door were heard. The girl introduced herself as Tsunami. Tsunami has long blue hair and black eyes. She wears a pink shirt with short sleeves, and the collar is painted red. She also wears a long blue skirt. If you came to defeat Gado, then you will only die, like everyone else. You. It was Inari, the son of Tsunami and the grandson of Tazuna. And Naruto didn't like him from the start. "I'm not talking to you, brat. I came here for information about Zabuza, not Gado. I'm not interested in this idiot's affairs, and the Konoha shinobi are clearly on their way. So they will help you." Naruto interrupted him, simultaneously shutting up and stunning Inari with such coldness in his voice. "Please forgive him, his father," Tsunami wanted to continue, but Naruto interrupted her again. "Forgive Tsunami-san, but as I said, my stay here is only for the sake of Zabuza's sword. I don't want to burden you even more and ask you to continue the story about Gado's plans, where Zabuza will be." Naruto said. "Then I will continue." Tsunami answered and continued the story. As a result, Naruto learned that the Swordsman of the Mist would oversee this task, along with his brothers Gozu and Meizu. Tsunami herself did not know more. However, Uzumaki also learned from the builders that the brothers themselves had already passed the construction site that flashed before their eyes, along with Zabuza. Their self-confidence led to carelessness. Therefore, Naruto, having found Pakura, also went to keep an eye on the mercenaries. Having discussed the plan and adjusted it with the intervention of Gozu and Meizu, the couple wanted to head to the hotel, but Gado, from the balcony of his mansion, ordered them to prepare to go out to the bridge in a week to kill Zabuza and his partner under the guise of Anbu Mist. Such news did not particularly please the demon and the owner of the genome, so they decided to wait at the bridge and wait for the battle between Zabuza and the team from Konoha. Returning to the hotel, the couple went to rest and, having adjusted the plan again, went to bed. After 3 days, Naruto was a little surprised and at the same time coldly furious. Not only had Sasuke, Kushina, Kakashi, Sakura, and Hana arrived as guards, but Zabuza had also disappeared somewhere while they were watching the bridge where the swordsman and the Konoha shinobi would clash. Pakura, sensing something was wrong, decided to move away and not show herself until he calmed down. 6 days have passed. The genin and jonin are now on the streets near Tazuna's house. The bridge builder himself, supervising with a bottle of sake, supervises the construction and listens to the builders, who shout over and over again that Gato and his mercenaries are about to come, destroy the half-bridge and kill everyone who is not pleasing to him, the women and children of the builders into slavery, and hang them. Kushina teaches this blockhead and bitch to make Uzumaki clan seals and improves chakra control. Hana herself is just dripping with arrogance and irritation, along with the desire to kill the Namikaze senior. Here's more detail, Naruto said to himself. Kushina herself exudes sadness, melancholy, a desire to find someone in disgust for herself. So Kushina thought it all over and wanted to find Naruto? Then let her prepare for revenge and the destruction of her own life. What could be more terrible for a shinobi than the deprivation of chakra and clan traits? That's right, nothing. After all, only another clansman can deprive a clan trait and chakra, and since Kushina carries the Uzumaki genes like Naruto, taking them away won't be a problem. You just need to wait for the moment of triumph and take what belongs to the Uzumaki clan. The clan is unlikely to be against it. Returning to Hana's emotions, Naruto felt indignation, rage, malice, hatred and irritation. Apparently after her brother's death, she still didn't receive everyone's adoration, or is that not what she needs? To kill Kushina? Wants to take something from her? Hates because my death did not bring her soul love towards herself? We need to find out more about this and put pressure on it properly. Tomorrow, none of you will get away unpunished, except Sasuke. The 7th day of surveillance, Pakura reported the approach of Zabuza and the man in the ANBU mask. Well, it's time to get ready to go on stage. Here comes the fog, which is like a curtain on a theater stage, blocking the view for the genin and jonin. Kushina and Kakashi took on Zabuza, while the genin took on the masked man. The sounds of metal and chains deafened the unfinished bridge, accompanied by sparks and techniques. Here Kakashi calls his dogs, and they grab Zabuza from under the thickness of the water, thereby immobilizing him. Here Kushina and Kakashi rush with chains and Raikiri at the ready, to end his life. But not this time. Naruto teleported, appeared in front of Zabuza and wounded Kakashi's hand with the already naked Yamato, but not killing him immediately. The chains had to be cut right at the very heart of the swordsman. Not understanding who it was that came to intervene, Zabuza scatters the Ninken and turns to the swordsman who saved him from death. And who are you, swordsman? Have you really decided to join the renegade, a samurai from the land of iron? Zabuza asked and joked. You talk too much, demon of the bloody mist. I'm here because of your blade. But before you answer, I'd like to get even with them. And pointed at Kushina and Kakashi. I only need a bridge builder, the rest are just an obstacle in the way. Zabuza answered. And did you know that Gato wants to finish you off? I walked along the upper paths and saw how the mercenaries and Gato were discussing how they would divide you by 0. Naruto asked him from under the hood and cloak. Don't bother me, dwarf. OV. The swordsman wanted to continue, but Naruto interrupted him. If you don't believe me, then let's wait until he gets here. In the meantime, let me see what you're worth against me. Zabuza thought about what the boy had said for half a minute, but then simply jumped onto the bridge and nodded, indicating that he was ready to accept his condition and challenge. Naruto also showed Pakura to stay aside and intervene only if necessary. She, having understood the signal, hid and settled in a place convenient for attack. "Shall we begin?" asked Naruto, who was already standing in front of his opponent. "Haku, come back and give the signal to begin," shouted Zabuza to his partner. "Hi, Zabuza-san," answered Haku and stood to the side with his hand raised. Naruto, seeing Sasuke all in senbons and how he was simply thrown away by Hana, whom the Uchiha protected with his body, fell into a cold and silent rage, simultaneously releasing the key fox and the demon. Yamato in his hands glowed purple and clinked menacingly in the hands of Uzumaki. Zabuza swallowed like Haku, because he realized that Naruto was also not as simple as he seemed at first glance and much could be expected from him. "Let's not linger, Zabuza." After these words, both of them stood up. "Let's begin our dance," Zabuza shouted, and Haku waved his hand, giving the signal to begin. After the start, Naruto approached the swordsman and crossed blades with him. Immediately jumping back from Yamato, Zabuza wanted to swing from the right side and cause damage, folding Naruto in half. To this, Uzumaki jumped up and put his foot on the blade of the sword and wanted to swing at Zabuza's head. The swordsman bent down and wanted to strike from the bottom up, in an attempt to cut the white-haired in half. Yamato was put in block and shifted the course of the blade to the left of Naruto. Immediately after, Naruto created an ethereal blade and launched it into Zabuza's chest, but the swordsman dodged the dagger due to experience and reaction. Zabuza retreated and began to fold seals for the water bullet, because the swordsman wanted to increase the distance between the enemy in order to use the water dragon. Naruto realized that Zabuza wanted to buy himself time for the technique, so he created 3 more ethereal daggers and tried to occupy Zabuza with another matter, in the form of an urgent dodge. The swordsman did a backflip, stopping from folding seals and getting into a stance with Kubikurabocho. Naruto did not make him wait long, and with Yamato and 4 more blades behind his back, he ran at the swordsman. A strike from left to right was blocked by Zabuza, but a dagger from the right limited the room for maneuver for the swordsman. Understanding what Naruto wants, Zabuza forcefully throws his opponent back with the side of his sword, thereby giving himself a short respite and regrouping. Uzumaki wanted to take speed, pressure on the space against a clumsy opponent, but Zabuza understood his tactics and that is why he threw him aside. Naruto sheathed his sword, concentrating his strength and chakra in the blade. Yamato is about to perform cut of justice, but Haku immediately stands between them, stopping the fight between the 2 swordsmen. "What does this mean, Haku?" Zabuza didn't know why he stood between them. "Zabuza-san, Gato has arrived." Naruto and Zabuza looked at the other end of the bridge, where a gang of mercenaries and Chunin-level missing nin stood. Uzumaki looked at Zabuza and nodded towards Gato, as if asking, "Is that him?" To which the swordsman nodded back. "I knew you were useless, Zabuza. You couldn't kill Tazuna and the brat guards and a couple of jonin. A dwarf with glasses and a stupid hairstyle for him and a stupid grin." Naruto immediately hated this Gato, that barely visible dwarf on the balcony, that stands in front of you. It doesn't matter. The main thing is the next thing that Zabuza will do to betray the customer. "Hey kid, what's your name?" Zabuza asked. "Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto answered. "Wow, purple demon of sin, I didn't realize who you were right away. I ran into one plagiarist who introduced himself as you. How do you know my name?" A purple cloak with the Uzumaki crest, white hedgehog hair and ethereal daggers as weapons. Too bad Haku is not an opponent for your partner. The Sun Maiden is clearly the best opponent against the Ice Genome. "I see, and the plagiarists had scarlet hair?" "Yeah, like an idiot I couldn't figure out that you have white hair and a katana with elegant ornaments made of gold. All coincidences are in the eye." Gato, hearing this conversation, was in shock. A missing nin who appeared recently, but has already caused a great stir in different parts of the world, and his partner, the Maiden of the Sun, who can melt or burn anyone with just her presence, with just one touch. And now back to business. I saved your life from the dogs of Konoha and warned you about Gato's betrayal. As I said before, I came for your sword. Now you go deal with Gato, and I'll go to those from the Leaf. Do you have your own scores to settle with them? Yes. Personal and very big ones. I see. Haku is beginning. Haku immediately created senbons and sent them to the mercenaries, and together with Zabuza began to cut and kill everyone in a row, making their way to Gato. Naruto turned around and, without going to Sasuke for a long time, teleported to him. After examining him and pulling out all the needles, he calmed down, because nothing threatened the life of the Uchiha. However, he did not come here alone. Having stood up and examined the team from Konoha, Naruto released Ki and the aura of the demon in the direction of Hana, Kushina and Kakashi. Hana, as if having lost the rest of her mind due to fear, screamed at Naruto. "Who are you, you freak? Bend your knees before me and maybe I'll spare you." "Bitch," shouted. "And you're still such a monster, Hana." Naruto answered coldly. "It's you, right? It's you, Naruto?" Kushina asked, intervening in the conversation. "What are you talking about, Kushina-san?" Kakashi and Sakura asked together. "Take a closer look at him and you'll understand." Kushina answered with tears in her eyes. Kakashi looked closer and his eyes widened to the limit and asked with disbelief. "Naruto. Is it really you?" asked the dot-founded Kakashi. "Yes, it's a pity Sasuke is unconscious now." Uzumaki answered him in the same way. "But why did you have to interfere in our fight with Zabuza? Are you really in cahoots with him?" asked the ash-haired man. "No, I don't work with him." "But why did you put my friend at mortal risk? I can't understand," answered the white-haired man. "Our team decided to continue the mission, despite his rank. The customer lowered him because of money problems," answered Sakura. "I see, so money and power in exchange for my friend's life seemed like a good deal to you," answered Naruto with cold fury. "This can't be. Naruto is dead and is rotting in Orochimaru's labs now," shouted Hana with fury and disbelief. "What if that's the case?" Naruto made 3 stripes with his ether blade, in the form of the fox whiskers that he had before. Hana, looking closely, realized with horror that everything said before was true, and now in front of her was the one whom she thought she had killed with her own hands. "Found out? Great. Now let me tell you the truth about my death," Naruto said, intriguing everyone else. "Let's start with how I ended up in the hospital after another beating under the stash. While I was unconscious, a voice unknown to me at that time asked about the nature of people. Who they are and who they imagine themselves to be. I will not tell you the conversation itself, because it is none of your business. Waking up in the ward, they immediately threw me out of the broken-down ward and told me not to come to them anymore. After all, who would love a loser demon? It would be easier to just remove him from the face of Konoha, taking advantage of the confusion during another fight with the genin, who could not even wipe their own asses, if not for one, but... Dear Hana, did you tell mommy and daddy that my blood is on your hands?" Naruto literally spat the last sentence out of his mouth. Kushina looked at Hana in shock and stared at her daughter with a silent question. Naruto had enough of that. "I see you kept silent. Well, with your permission, I will continue. Ahem. Since Hana saw me as someone who could lay claim to what was supposedly hers by right, she decided to ask Kushina to teach her barriers and learn how they work. Having learned the necessary type of barrier, she rushed to the Uzumaki library and asked her mother to teach her how to set them up and, accordingly, teach her how to remove them, but when I asked her to teach her the Uzumaki techniques and seals, she refused. At this point, Kushina understood everything herself, because in fact, Hana used her to learn how to pass blood barriers and get the murder weapon she needed. But for the Uzukage's things, she needed the blood of the clan head, which was Kushina. At the last, Namikaze hung her head, and with a face full of bitterness and pain, she looked at her feet. I think everything is clear from here on out. Having waited until I was weakened, she plunged the blade into my chest at maximum speed, not hesitating to beat and pierce my arms and legs. And the ANBU who were watching me then decided to warm up before getting some coffee, using my body as a punching bag. And together with Namikaze, they decided to throw my body into the river. How did she get the blade of the first Yuzukage? It's simple, collecting it from the places of my beatings is a matter of time and patience. As a result, I'm dead, all the laurels go to the only holder of the fox, who is considered a hero, and my parents bequeath everything to her. After all, if it had come to the genin exam, then the parents would have been able to discern in their son a real genius and heir to the Yellow Lightning and the future head of the Uzumaki clan, which our dear Hinochika really didn't want. Sum up, Kushina, what did your daughter do, and what are your next steps? Naruto asked finally, expecting anything but this. Kushina, without further ado, attacked Hana, looking at her as an enemy of the people and the whole world. Hana was in shock. She had just been given away on a gold border and wanted to be removed as a traitor and murderer. The thirst for power, respect and honor led her to this outcome. Her own mother, having learned the whole truth and having put all the facts together, was convinced that her daughter wanted to sell her son for the place of the head of the Uzumaki clan and to discredit the treasures and property of everything that they left to Kushina. All for the sake of possessing power and wealth, instead of family life and a happy future for her loved ones. Kakashi barely managed to send Namikaze to sleep with the help of the Sharingan, but finally, looking at Hana as someone who is worse than trash, he left, leaving Sasuke to Sakura. The pink-haired girl, after a nod from Hitaki, took the Uchiha and left Hana and Naruto alone with each other, because nothing good awaits Hana Namikaze. Now we're alone, bitch. Naruto said, seeing the last pair leave the battlefield. What do you want, loser? Even if you survived and managed to bully the swordsman of the mist a little, I can kill you completely. Hana replied. Then I'll show you the difference between us. Naruto retorted. In a moment, Uzumaki's katana cuts off Hana's left ear. The pain, screams and sound of blood splashing out could be heard throughout the bridge. Zabuza, having killed Gato, watched the massacre from the side and saw in Naruto's eyes the true desire to leave her to die in agony, because betrayal is not forgiven. He's pretty cruel for his age, don't you think, Zabuza-san? Haku asked the swordsman. Life is full of disappointments. His own sister, having hit him in the back, thought only of the warmth of her ass and did not appreciate what she had. And she's paying for it. Momochi answered. You. Before she could shout anything in Naruto's direction, she immediately received a wound all over her face, starting from the lower right chin and ending with the left eye. AAA. I'll. A swing, and a new wound from the right shoulder to the left rib. Cough. What are you? Hana didn't have time to say anything before the katana ended up in her mouth. A swing, and her right cheek was cut in half, exposing her jaw. No, Sfoy. I understand, so don't kill me. But Naruto was not inclined, however, before leaving her to bleed, he gave one red-haired tenant to take his half back and feel completely valuable. Naruto had a good time, but the marathon is not over yet. Growled the fox, who had already taken control of Uzumaki's body, and was ready to extract the second half of himself from this bitch, thereby causing duddish torment. A scream, no. A scream of agony echoed throughout the entire bridge construction site. The red fox's chakra slowly but surely flowed from one cell to another. Hana's chakra channels were about to burst. And her shinobi career would end once and for all. And then the fox, grinning, roared at the entire subconscious, notifying the Jinchuriki of the end of the merger. Hana, still conscious, felt an animal fear. The brother she wanted to kill was now standing over her with a wild grin and looking at her with animal eyes, crushing the greedy bitch with his thirst for blood, but now she could not even move a finger. Her eyes were swimming, her ears were ringing, but the sight of her brother inspired wild horror. Not a word, not a squeak was able to squeeze out of her mouth. Naruto, taking control of his body, looked at her as if she were trash and, taking her by the hair, carried her to the bridge, where dozens of corpses of mercenaries and Gato himself were already lying. Having found an unfinished beam that stuck out of the bridge upwards, Naruto brought Hana to it and asked. "Any last words?" Naruto asked mockingly. "Don't kill," Hana answered. "Oh, sorry. I'm not interested." The next moment, Naruto literally impaled her head on a rod that was sticking out of the bridge, and Hana realized with horror that this was the end. Naruto looked at Zabuza, who, with a nervous tic and gagging, watched this spectacle. "And did you have to do that to her? The people around will definitely have nightmares." "Like you?" Naruto retorted. "I don't, but where does so much cruelty come from in you? I can't understand." The demon of the bloody mist asked the purple demon. "And you suggest that I just kill her for stabbing me in the back? I do not forgive the betrayal of my loved ones. If you are going to do something, then go all the way." Naruto answered. "Okay, it's your business, kid. You came for him, right?" Zabuza pointed his thumb at the sword behind his back. "Yes. As one of the last Uzumaki, I want to collect all the swords in one place. They were forged to protect Uzushio, and not to kill everyone in a row." Naruto confirmed. "Personally, it doesn't matter to me what to use, but I don't understand what to replace Kubikurabocho with." The swordsman answered and asked a question. "Find out for yourself, and Gato will help you with the capital." Naruto answered. "That's true. I'm a missing nin by force. So now is a great opportunity to become a new person and find my way in life, without bloodshed and killing." Momochi answered. "Then the Land of Waves can help the rebel in Kiri. As far as I remember, Yagura organized a purge of bloodlines and those who were not pleasing to him. Terumi May will be glad if you help her from here." Naruto suggested. "I will do so, and the sword is now yours," Zabuza said and gave the decapitator into the hands of Uzumaki. As soon as the sword was in Naruto's hands, the sword's hilt heated up and the seal pattern spread across the blade, seemingly recognizing the pure-blooded Uzumaki. As soon as the seal pattern retracted, Naruto immediately sealed the sword in a spatial pocket and turned back to Zabuza. "Thank you for the sword, and now it's time for me to return to the shelter. Pakura, we're leaving." Naruto hadn't punished Kushina yet, and remembering this, he headed towards Tazuna's house. "Why do you need to go there? Wasn't that bitch enough for you?" Pakura asked indignantly. "I'd like to leave something for the Namikaze senior," Naruto answered. Seeing Kushina sleeping peacefully through the window, Naruto left her a scroll with the Uzumaki clan's seal and disappeared with his partner. "What did you leave there?" Pakura asked. "A few old and painful memories, in the form of a clone controlled by the fox. It also describes all the ANBU that were with her that evening," Naruto answered. "Got it, then shall we head back?" The Sun Maiden asked, making sure that Uzumaki was mentally calm. "Yes. Time to go back to the snake pit," Naruto replied. The pair of Nuke-nin reached the shelter closer to evening. Having met Orochimaru, Naruto threatened that if something irreparable happened to the sword, he would restore it with his own blood. The snake promised that everything would be fine with the decapitator, and he did not need much for Kusanagi. To which Naruto only snorted and went to get ready for bed. "Did you feel better after her death?" Yamato asked. "Yes. Blood for blood, life for life. Uzumaki do not forgive traitors, never," Naruto answered. "Then I am calm." You are strong in spirit and your clanmates would be proud of you. Yamato encouraged him. Thank you. Tomorrow I will be able to get my demon form. Very soon, I will take a new step towards my goal. Naruto said with confidence in his voice. It's time to bring the demon back to this rotten world of pain, wars, and suffering. The next morning, Kakashi wanted to tie up Hana and carry her for interrogation and clarification of the circumstances. After all, Naruto himself claims that his blood is on her hands. Having laid Kushina and Sasuke on the futon, the copy ninja went to the bridge and find out what Hana was hiding, but, alas. Kakashi got there to be disappointed. Hana was already impaled, her head on the beam, but only her spine was pierced, without touching the brain. Although the distance was a couple of millimeters. The ash-haired man was about to approach, but the unknown man in the mask immediately pushed Kakashi away, and having independently loaded the body of the bitch onto his shoulder, disappeared into the shunshin. Kakashi had not yet recovered from the fight with the swordsman of the mist, so he could not pursue him. Why would anyone want this body? We need to report to Minato-sensei about the kidnapping of his daughter's body. Forgive me, sensei, but your daughter is guilty of what happened back then. Hatake said in his mind and turned back to Tazuna's house. Returning back, Sakura immediately asked for medical supplies, rags and medicines. Tsunami also joined in the treatment of the victims. After exhausting work on Kushina and Sasuke, Sakura notices a scroll with the Uzumaki clan crest on the Jonin's futon. Although she wanted to pick it up, she immediately pulled her hand away from the scroll. The scroll seemed to be alive and did not allow anyone to touch it. Remembering that Kushina is an Uzumaki, and upon her awakening, she will tell about him. Kakashi did not disappear for a long time, but he returned without a body or barely alive Hanoi, which alerted the wearer of pink hair. Kakashi-sensei, where is Hana? Sakura asked with interest. An unknown person in a spiral mask took her body, I don't know why. Answered the gloomy Hatake. What are we going to do? Zabuza is gone and Gato is dead. The bridge builder is alive, but Hana, asked the pink one. First, we'll recover from our wounds, then go to Konoha. Gato and his mercenaries are dead, so there's no reason to stay here any longer. Answered Kakashi. I'll look after Kushina-sensei and Sasuke-kun. I'll inform you when they're okay. Said Sakura. Okay, I'll go rest after the mission. Kakashi stated before the fact. Got it. Answered Sakura, leaving for the injured room, where Tsunami remained. Sasuke, after receiving a large number of senbon all over his body, covered Hana and fell to his knees. Before losing consciousness, Uchiha felt himself being simply thrown aside with the words, "Get out of the way, trash." The red-eyed man realized that Hana had allowed herself too much, and after his eyes almost went dark, Sasuke saw a blurry figure, purple in color, emitting a huge amount of ki and an aura of something cold, so much so that it burns the skin no worse than fire. There was no more strength to remain conscious, and Sasuke fell into the darkness. So another enemy has arrived. Kakashi and Kushina are very exhausted, and Hana is too arrogant to see the situation clearly. Sakura is a C-rank medic, although she is smart. I shouldn't have covered that fool with my body. I should have stepped aside and tried to get out of those mirrors. Well, most likely I'll die on the bridge. That Namikaze and Kushina-san would have taken me. I wouldn't have died and would have become stronger, would have brought Naruto back, I would have become the head of the clan and would have lived with my friend like a brother. Cheerful, energetic, funny and purposeful Uzumaki. Those were good times. I'm sorry. Naruto. After these words, Sasuke finally fell asleep and could not think. The next day, Sasuke woke up and looked around, realizing that he was alive and, almost, healthy, not including the pain all over his body from the wounds he had received. Trying to get up, Uchiha realized that his legs wouldn't hold him up. Still, by directing chakra to his legs, Sasuke managed to get up, but the door had already opened and Tsunami wanted to put him back down. You can't move yet, lie back down. Breakfast will be ready soon. And all this was accompanied by a menacing look and a strong key from the mistress of the bridge builder's house. Good, the boy did not resist. That's good, answered Tsunami. And where are the others? Asked Sasuke. So far, only Kakashi-san, Kushina-san and Sakura-chan have returned from that battle. As for the blonde, I don't know. Only Kushina-san looks bad after that skirmish, answered Tsunami. I see. After that, Sasuke lay back down, thinking about everything that had happened. About 10 minutes later, Sakura, Kakashi and Kushina entered the room and immediately asked about his health. Kushina, with a face full of bitterness, brought breakfast, which she had prepared together with the hostess, Uzumaki. I understand we'll be moving out soon. And where's Hana? Sasuke asked. She's dead, but her body was taken by an unknown person in a mask. I didn't have time to get a good look at him because he was moving too fast. Hatake answered. I see. Sasuke became sad, but remembering what she called him, he immediately snorted and forgot about her. We'll be moving out by lunch. By that time, Sasuke should have restored his chakra and be able to move on his own. Kushina said, examining Sasuke. Hi. The others answered. By lunchtime, everyone was ready. Sasuke was already able to go to Konoha on his own, along the upper paths. Closer to evening, the team passed the main gates of the village and went to report to the Hokage. Arriving there, the Jonin began the report, because of which, Minato felt bad, but Kushina said that after the explanations, he would feel better. Namikaze did not understand Kushina's words, and continued to listen to the report. After the report, the genin went home, and the Jonin stayed to explain how Hana died. It was Naruto, saying that it was she who pierced his chest with a blade. Kushina said right away. What do you mean? How is it Hana? Minato asked, not believing it. That's right, Minato-sensei. She admitted it herself when she called him a loser demon. Hatake answered. At home, in front of us, she was white and fluffy, and out of our sight, Hana did everything to ruin Naruto's life. She even asked me to teach her blood barriers and how to use them. I thought that she wanted to worry about her womanhood, but she used this knowledge to bypass the barriers and collected Naruto's blood from the place of the beating in order to enter the temple and take Shinigami-sama's blade. What happened next, you know yourself. Only there is one more thing. Kushina, having given the scroll to Minato, began to wait for his reaction, which did not take long to come. Titmouse, Raven, Weasel. Minato growled. We have arrived, Hokage-sama. The Raven replied. Here is a scroll for you. To find these and execute them publicly for betraying the village and beating up a villager. Also tell all the residents of Konoha that from now on, all crimes will be twice as hard as before. I have had enough of being kind to these pigs. Minato growled with quiet fury. Hi, Hokage-sama. The ANBU disappeared to carry out assignments and notify the residents. And you are free to go, a written report to me tomorrow. A week's vacation. Minato answered, lowering his head. Hi. And Kakashi and Kushina left the office. As soon as they left, Minato began to smash the entire office and destroy everything that came to hand. Of course, because his daughter, out of greed, wanted to kill Naruto, and also deceived him and Kushina in order to pull off all this. Minato no longer knows Hana as his daughter. He knows her as a rotten bitch who, for the sake of her own benefit, went to murder her relatives. Sasuke had already reached the house by this time. After greeting the family, Uchiha went to wash his hands and prepare for dinner. After taking all the water procedures, and sitting down at the table, he began a conversation. Oto-san, Ka-san, Hana was the one responsible for the incident. She was the one who tricked them into learning how to bypass the Uzumaki blood barriers and used Naruto's blood to bypass them. I think you can figure out the rest, Sasuke said. I see. Fugaku answered, gritting his teeth, because selling out your family for your own purposes is unforgivable. I'm speechless. Mikoto answered. I think Itachi already knows. Fugaku confirmed. Yes. He is the Hokage's personal guard. Sasuke answered. So, what about Naruto? Mikoto asked. He is alive and they call him the Purple Demon or the Demon of Purple Lightning. He has a speed close to the fourth and leaves behind small lightning discharges. Sasuke answered. Wow, so it was he who managed to piss off the Tsuchikage so much in just 2 months when he sent his worms to Uzushio for the Uzumaki scrolls? Fugaku asked with interest. It turns out, yes. Naruto is not the type to leave the wealth of his clan to some rats. Mikoto answered, and Sasuke nodded. That means I am far behind him, I need to step it up. We have a week off, it's time to start training, starting tomorrow. Sasuke said. You think correctly, my son. Fugaku answered, looking at him with pride. Yeah, but only tomorrow. Today, you are all going to bed and take a bath. Mikoto answered with a squint. Hi. Fugaku and Sasuke said it in a joking manner. After a day of revelations, all family members went to the bathroom and got ready for bed. The next day in the snake's lair. Naruto, you are ready to open the next stage of demonic power. The first key will be Rebel Ion, said Yamato, after the morning practice of the fighting style. I understand you, Yamato. So I need Dante's first sword. Naruto answered. Yes, but be prepared for pain. Your body will change and transform greatly. Also, the energy will be denser after awakening the demon form. Yamato said. Then let's not hesitate and move on to the transition. Naruto answered, mentally and physically preparing for the awakening of the demon form. After Naruto warned everyone in the hideout, everyone went outside to witness the event in real life. So how are you going to do it? Asked Tayuya, one of the Sound Four. Be patient, Tayuya-chan. Today, you will see how a true demon awakens, and not some fakes from the mist. Ku, answered Orochimaru. Then I will begin. Did not want to keep Naruto, who was standing in the center of the training ground, surrounded by a barrier, in suspense. So, Naruto. Stab yourself in the stomach, said Yamato. Are you kidding me? Do you want to kill him? Shouted the fox. No. The energy of Rebel Ion has the same effect of uniting a demon and a human, but for this it needs to get into the body and soul, directly. Answered Yamato. Stop keeping me waiting, let's begin. Said Naruto, raising the handle and the shards of the blade above himself. Hey. You're not going to kill yourself with this, are you? Tayuya asked, seeing how she was thinking in front of her, a psycho. Shut up, Tayuya. Kabuto answered. The next moment, Naruto pierces his belly and plunges Rebel Ion deeper into himself. Feeling something like a barrier, Uzumaki pierces it with force. As soon as he did this, everyone saw how the sword in his hands became covered in red light and dissolved, as if absorbed into Naruto. When the sword completely disappeared, Uzumaki was covered in purple cracks, like veins covering the entire body from the outside. The light, the chilling aura and the cries of pain from Uzumaki seriously scared the Four Sound and everyone present. The next minute, outgrowths began to grow from Naruto that resembled wings and folded around Uzumaki's hip, began to resemble a cloak, and they also shone with purple light. Hands were overgrown with incomprehensible growths, merging and covering the guy's clothes. As soon as they overgrown his hands, they began to resemble bracers made of rough, rusty purple, but sharp metal. The legs also began to grow like the arms, but also created protrusions on the front side, which resembled spikes, 6 centimeters long. The chest and back were covered with armor, but in the center of the chest, a red whirlpool was visible. On the shoulders were spiked and small shoulder pads, and the head resembled a helmet, which seemed to protect the owner from any wounds. The mouth was filled with 2 rows of teeth and an elongated tongue. The nose disappeared and in its place was a sharp corner with 2 holes for breathing. The eyes became narrow, but no less frightening. Red narrow eyes with a tilt, like a frowning and evil expression on the face, looked with endless malice and hatred. A pair of horns on the head, like a wave, grew back, and the ends were directed upward. There were tails, 9. 9 sharp and spiky tails that could, at will, reach, tear and gut any enemy, without a chance of escape. And so the transformation was complete. The newborn demon, having acquired its true form, stood before them and looked into each of their souls, as if deciding whose soul it would devour first. A powerful and inhumanly loud roar from the demon swept across the entire area, accompanied by the spreading of its wings to their full size, and a wave of energy pushed everyone back, knocking the observers off their feet, with brute force alone. "What the? Are you?" Kaguya asked in horror. "And you, what do you think?" Naruto answered in a devilish voice. "A real demon? The most demonic one?" Sakan and Yukon asked in shock. "Magnificent. This appearance, this power, this chakra. Power straight from such a storehouse of mysteries, knowledge and secrets, right in front of me." Orochimaru shouted with delight and euphoria. "So, what kind of power is hidden inside you, Naruto?" Pakura asked with shock and admiration. "Yes. And it will be a bridge that will bring enlightenment and prosperity, in the name of a new world." Naruto answered. "Incredible. What will happen if you use Sparta?" Kabuto asked, recovering from shock and fear. "This, you will find out later. When I'm ready." Naruto answered. Before Uzumaki put away his form, he felt a surge of emotions not far from the nearest settlement of civilians. Fear, humility, despair, horror, and so on. This interested the demon and spreading his wings, he flew in the direction he needed. Having reached the source, Naruto saw with disgust how a group of bandits wanted to dishonor a woman, in front of her parents and husband. This event was almost about to begin, but the bandit, who wanted to unzip his fly with a grin, suddenly froze. When everyone froze in anticipation of further action, the frozen bandit fell to the ground, simultaneously dividing into 2 parts along his body. Looking behind the back of the already fallen ill-wisher, the residents saw a demon. A real one and grinning 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth, looking at the rest of the bandits. Without waiting long, Naruto unsheathed Yamato and at lightning speed, cut off the heads of all the bandits who were around the woman. After, the demon howled into the sky with his roar and rushed to kill the rest of the bandits who decided to settle down for the suffering and labor of others. As soon as the last bandit remained, Naruto, approaching him, put his face close to him and quietly growled close to him. From such horror, the sinner passed out and left a puddle, as the only thing he could do now. Approaching the girl and holding out his hand to her, Naruto removed his demon form and said, "Demons also don't like it when the peace and quiet of peaceful people are disturbed. There's nothing to be afraid of, I'm here at your call for help." Uzumaki said in a soft and relaxing voice. "Thank you, but you are a demon, aren't you?" the girl asked timidly. "Yes, but my soul is human and there is no place for hatred and malice in my heart. Only the goal is to change this world and guide people on the right path." Naruto answered soothingly. "You are strong and young, but will you be able to do it?" asked the old man, who ran up to his daughter and stood guard. "Yes," Naruto answered with determination and warmth. Hearing the guy's tone, the old man relaxed a little, and the girl, having made up her mind, took Naruto's hand and rose to her feet with his help, covering her open chest from curious and lustful eyes. "Let me help you," Naruto said, and took off his cloak and threw it over the girl, hiding her from the others. "Thank you very much for saving me, but may I know your name?" "My name is Kimiko Yarashi," the girl asked and introduced herself. "Naruto Uzumaki, and you don't need such thanks," Uzumaki said with a soft smile. "People. Naruto Uzumaki saved us. The demon of purple lightning. Let's throw him a feast, as a thank you to the savior, who with the power of a demon saved our village." Loud screams and words of gratitude poured out from everywhere. "This is my starting point, from which my crusade with Pakura will begin, which will change this world, for the better." The village, after all the propaganda and imposition of someone else's worldview, finally opened their eyes. A man who became a demon brings peace, brings truth and peace to the hearts of people, extinguishing the flames of internal war in the hearts of people. This is how people perceived the appearance of their savior. The villagers began to call him the demon savior, who with the power of the underworld builds a new foundation for the world, replacing the rot and carrion of the rich, with a clean and healthy field, with pure and innocent people. Now the time has come. The Chunin exam is coming soon. It's time to prepare for the invasion and revenge on the old .s who ruined the lives of others with their desires. Naruto-kun, under the guise of Kazekage, I will go to Konoha. I will hire you two for my safety and escort, so that you will be next to me and provide safety against other shinobi while I fight Minato," said Orochimaru. "I understand, Snake," Naruto answered. "The Sound Four will take on the barrier, and the rest will participate in the destruction of the leaf." "Got it, then let's go get ready. Pakura, I'll be waiting for you at the training ground," Naruto said. "Will it bother you if I go with you?" Tayuya asked. "As you wish. But I will really drive you hard," Naruto answered. "Great. The stronger I become, the better," Tayuya confirmed for herself. At the training ground, a newborn demon was chasing everyone without a chance to rest. During the attack on Konoha, there will be no time for it, and no one will give it. A standard set of exercises and immediately into sparring. Pakura and Tayuya against Naruto. Everywhere swings of a katana, purple flashes, the sound of a flute, explosions of a genome and much more. As soon as the training ground was destroyed, and Naruto's opponents fell to the ground without the ability to get up, Uzumaki put Yamato back into its sheath and gave the command to rest. "That's all for today. Get ready to move out tomorrow," Naruto said. "Hi," the girls answered. Having dispersed, the team went to their rooms to tidy themselves up. The next day. "Is everyone ready?" asked the snake. "Yes." The four of Sound, the demon and maiden pair answered, and Otto's shinobi stood in the background. "Then let's move." Orochimaru gave the order, flashing his Sharingan. "And I forgot that I brought you the Sharingan," Naruto said to himself. Of course, this is not Shirsue's or Itachi's Sharingan, but even so, I'm still pleased," said the Snake Sannin. Flashback. Naruto, Pakura addressed. "I know, it's time to hunt for eyes. Simple ones won't do. We need to take eyes with a Mangekyo. And the user of such eyes is always a nasty opponent," Naruto said. "Then where can we get one?" asked the Maiden of the Sun. "We'll make it ourselves," Naruto said. "But how?" Pakura asked with interest. Orochimaru clearly knows how to do this, otherwise he wouldn't be so eager for the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uzumaki answered. "You're right, Naruto-kun. Ku. The snake intervened in the conversation. "Then our task is to catch the Uchiha, preferably rotten and disgusting as a person. Naruto said. Because such cowards and pathetic freaks are always afraid of someone who is stronger than them and will do everything so that they are not touched. It is such people who are subject to fear the most, and awakening the Mangekyo will be more effective. However, this is not the true reason why Naruto-kun chose this particular target, said Orochimaru. Yes. Both shinobi and ordinary citizens are just tools in the hands of the Kage and elders. Daimyo are no better either, said Naruto. Then let's move out. I'll be at the exit in 2 hours, said Pakura. Leadership has always been mine, don't forget, said Naruto. Sorry, habit, said the former jonin. Forget it. At the exit in 2 hours and off to look for the Uchiha, said Uzumaki. 2 days later. No. Don't. Don't touch me, demon. Monster. Leave me alone, shouted the Uchiha who wanted to kill his partner, having dishonored her before. Shut up, said Naruto in a rough, low, and bone-chilling voice of a demon. Accept death as a gift, said the Maiden of the Sun with an echo. No. 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 Shouted the Uchiha, awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan in the form of a 4-pointed star with spikes between the rays. Like this. Yes, said Naruto, slowly piercing the Uchiha's body and extending his long tongue to the sinner's face. Your soul belongs to me. Naruto drawled the last phrase, showing him his torn-out heart. Uchiha is dead, but his eyes are still useful. Uzumaki tore them out and put them in 2 jars of liquid. Sharingan is obtained, all that's left is to give them to the snake. After leaving the torture room, the pair of Nuke-nin went to the snake. After giving the eyes, Naruto said. Here's the Sharingan. It couldn't be easier to awaken the Mangekyo in this trash. Uzumaki said. Considering that you're a real demon, it should have been easy. The snake answered. Then the deal is done, after the attack on Leaf, Taiyuya and I will leave you. Naruto said. Too bad, her flute playing was beautiful. Kabuto said, preparing for the eye transplant. You won't die without her, and we're off to the training ground. Naruto answered. End flashback. A month later, no one even checked us as we walked into the Kage's box. Minato at arm's length, Orochimaru looking forward to fighting him. A large arena and genin preparing to tear each other apart as soon as the signal was given. And here it is. Uchiha Sasuke vs Sabaka no Gaara. Cursed Eyes vs the Sand of the One-Tailed Demon, Shikaku. Here is Gaara's sand protecting him from the Uchiha's blows. Here is Sasuke slipping through his defense and starting a close combat. Gaara wrapped himself in a cocoon. Sasuke pierces it with Chidori. Here it is, the moment of invasion. Snow-white feathers fell to the ground. It has begun. Oto's shinobi have begun to act. Suna has joined the attack. Orochimaru attacks Minato, and he did not understand why the Kazekage is doing all this. What do you mean, Rasa? Minato asked. Ku, and you still don't get it, Minato? Orochimaru asked in a hissing voice, removing his disguise. Orochimaru? What are you doing here? Wasn't it enough for you to set Naruto on Hana, but you also attacked the leaf? The Hokage asked furiously. Ku. Minato-kun, I had nothing against Naruto-kun. He had his own scores to settle with your daughter. After all, I was the one who witnessed Hana trying to kill the young Uzumaki. The snake answered. I don't believe it. I won't believe that Hana did all this of her own free will. Minato denied. Kushina-chan understood everything immediately, and knowing your daughter well, she understood from half a word. Orochimaru retorted. Enough. I'll kill you and get my son back. Minato shouted. Then look to your left, Minato-kun, Orochimaru said. Minato looked in the direction the snake said and was shocked. Naruto, along with Pakura, were killing all the clan shinobi. While the clanless ones were knocked out, because they only want to protect their home, not striving for power for the sake of destroying other people's lives. Minato could not believe that the one whom he did not consider someone who could become a genius, was now killing all the clan shinobi, from Chunin to Jonin and Anbu. And so, Naruto began to glow purple and was preparing for some kind of technique. Now you will see how a real demon is born. Meanwhile, Kushina jumped up from the stands and rushed towards the barrier. Clearing away enemy shinobi, Habanero ran to the barrier, but stopped when she saw the purple light. Tears flowed from her eyes. Naruto killed all the clan shinobi and spared none of them. But that was not what made her fall into despair. Naruto, after the flash of light, turned into a demon. A real one, not because of the nickname or the fox inside, but because of his own power. The fox's chakra was not felt, and Naruto's chakra literally boiled and froze everything it touched. A horned monster, 2 rows of sharp teeth, wings like a dragon, 9 sharp tails, a whirlpool that seemed to merge and grow into the chest, shining scarlet, hands with sharp claws and a katana that cut through space and left fragments after swings, as if destroying the world around it. I can't believe it. What have I done to you, Naruto? Kushina asked, but no one heard her. Kushina. Destroy the barrier, then we'll stop Naruto. Minato shouted. Why? Yes. Kushina answered quietly. Naruto, seeing how Kushina wanted to remove the barrier, wanted to rush at full speed and interrupt the destruction of the barrier wall, but Pakura had already entered into a fight with her, thereby fencing her off from the barrier. You will not get any further, bloody habanero. Pakura said, heating up the space around her and melting all the kunai and shuriken flying at her, as well as pushing other shinobi away from herself due to the heat. Get out of the way. Kushina shouted and wanted to use the water element, but after releasing a water projectile, she realized that it was useless. No, and you will never get close to Naruto or Orochimaru. Pakura answered and formed 3 balls, without moving her hands or seals. Heat genome? Shokuten no Pakura? Kushina asked. Yes, but now I am the Maiden of the Sun, an S-class missing nin, and now into battle. Explosions and water techniques clash in a dance where victory will either go to the hot sun or the raging sea of water. Kushina won't be able to help me, but I still have the strength and trump cards to continue the fight. Thought Minato. And now, they come onto the scene. 3 coffins appeared in front of Orochimaru, but one of them sank back into the ground. So I won't be able to resurrect him. Too bad. Orochimaru said out loud. Is that it? Yes, Minato-kun. The 2 previous Kage. The snake answered. From the first coffin came Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage and one of the founders of Konoha. From the second came Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage and god of water and techniques. Where are we? Asked Hashirama. Looks like we're in Konoha and we were resurrected. Answered Tobirama. But who? Me. Answered Orochimaru. Who are you? Asked Tobirama. A Sannin, forced to hide and wander the world because of Konoha and a poorly chosen student. The snake, looking at Tobirama, said the last with strong anger and disgust. What are you talking about? Asked the second Hokage with interest. Shimura Danzo, a lover of making emotional slaves out of people and removing those he doesn't like. Answered the snake with cold rage and contempt for Tobirama and his student. So I did not become the one who left worthy heirs of the will of fire and protectors of the village. The second said with disappointment. And now the entire village will fall, because of your mistake and idiocy, which gave birth to such a disgusting technique as Ito Tensei or unholy resurrection. Orochimaru said and inserted kunai into the heads of the former Kage to control them. Inhumane and low, snake! Minato shouted. Naruto thinks differently. Orochimaru answered with anger. The last words hit Minato hard, but as a Kage, he had a duty to save the village and its people, even if they weren't as holy as he thought. That's for me, it's just a shame that I can't go out and smash this whole village, out of it. The fox growled. Enjoy the show, little fox. This village doesn't deserve to exist, even though the first Hokage was the one who could have united all the nations. Yamato answered. PFFF, the bijou snorted. Don't whine, the cage will break on its own soon, but for now enjoy and be glad that you're not sitting in a bitch. Naruto said. Yes, I know. I would have been tortured forever by her. The fox answered. Focus, Naruto. Soon the demon form will wear off and your efficiency will decrease. How much longer do I have? 5 minutes. That's enough. Sasuke, seeing the demon in the flesh, rushed towards him, as Tsunade went after the one-tailed one. Uchiha folded seals and blew out a fireball measuring 6 by 6. The demon saw this and with a swing of his katana, split the ball in half and created a ceiling of many ethereal daggers above the remaining Jonin, which immediately descended on them and killed them on the spot, simultaneously nailing them to the surface. There you are, my friend. Naruto said and surprised Sasuke. Who are you? I've heard that voice before and my friend had it. Uchiha answered. Don't you recognize your old friend? Maybe so. Naruto removed his demon form due to the rapid depletion of the form. Naruto? Uchiha asked in shock. Yes, Sasuke, it's me. Naruto answered. But how? How did you get to this? Sasuke asked. You mean my power? This is a gift I received from my teacher. Naruto answered. Orochimaru? Sasuke asked. No, not him. After awakening my power, he was drooling. Uzumaki answered. So this is what you keep inside you? Uchiha asked. No, this is my own power. Then where is the bijou? Where is the fox? I didn't let him out, because the cage is still in place. Return to the village, Naruto. No. I don't need this village, and especially your Spoli, come back, everyone is waiting for you, everyone wants to see you. This is all nonsense for me, Sasuke. No one has ever supported me except you and Sakura. Tuchi and Iam are also among them, but I have no one else. And in order to protect the last rays of light like you, I am ready to even become a martyr who will close the gates of eternal wars and suffering. Naruto said, interrupting the Uchiha and putting him before the fact. Then I will do everything to share your fate and ease your burden. Sasuke answered with confidence. That's exactly how I like you, Uchiha Sasuke. No more words were needed. Kunai, shurikens and techniques against kenjutsu and demon techniques. The clang of metal and sparks from blows filled the battlefield of two friends. Everyone wants to be sure that their opponent can stand up for themselves and will always be able to give a good fight to any opponent. Scratching their hearts and weapons in their hands, using the 2-volume Sharingan and the speed of a demon, Uzumaki and Uchiha go to their goals, not wanting to retreat. After a kunai swing from Sasuke, Naruto intercepts his hand, disarms and throws his opponent over himself, sending 2 ether blades along the way. Uchiha regroups in the air and dodges the projectiles flying at him. Having folded the seals, Uchiha concentrated a cloud of lightning in his hand, which with a deafening cry, like thousands of birds, wrapped around the palm of the owner of the Sharingan. Naruto, however, sheathed Yamato and concentrated energy into its tip, ready to destroy everything in its path. 1,000 birds. Dance of Chaos. /retreat/Dance of Chaos is a cut of space and the formation of a mini-planet, to immobilize and destroy the target inside the sphere. While the target is inside, the sphere will be able to press on the enemy with great gravitational force, which, even if the finishing blow is unsuccessful, will immobilize the enemy and prevent him from leaving. If you increase the force of gravity, the bones will crack and the muscles will stretch, but you need to hit the target with the attack, thereby leaving a trace of energy as a beacon and at the same time cutting the space close to the enemy, since the sphere is formed almost immediately and you can get out of it if you act on the sphere in such a way as to disrupt the flow of energy in the S of the sphere or find a mark and pour chakra into it, thereby interrupting the effect of strong gravity and compression to it. The sphere itself is no more than 3 meters in diameter and completely black. If the enemy is caught, all that's left is to attack with Yamato and shred it, or pour chakra into your fist and hit the sphere to split the space, thereby splitting the target inside the sphere. If there are other ideas, I'm waiting for the reviews, smiley face. 2 teenagers at great speed collided with their techniques. The grinding of metal and the singing of 1,000 birds. Only this could be heard in the area now. Naruto and Sasuke, without holding back, pressed each other and did not want to retreat. But nothing lasts forever and there is only one winner. Sasuke's Chidori dissipated and almost lost his hand, but Naruto, noticing this, removed Yamato and caught the falling Uchiha and put him on the ground. "I'm still stronger, Sasuke," Naruto said. "It turns out that way, but I'm not far behind you," Uchiha replied. "Then you need to try harder and gain experience in real fights." It seems so. Just know that I'm always happy to see you, no matter what the conditions are. Thank you for the kind words. It's time for you to go. The barrier has dissipated, and I can't move a finger. It seems so. See you later, Sasuke. Orochimaru retreats, Pakura, chakra exhausted, follows. The Sound Four are badly battered. Otto and Suna's forces are almost defeated and retreat to their villages in a hurry. Konoha has suffered greatly and will not recover soon. Neither victory nor defeat. Neither Suna, nor Otto, nor Konoha were able to destroy each other. The demon, looking at Sasuke one last time, was about to leave and soon go on his own way, but a familiar voice called out to him. "Naruto." Minato, barely standing, responded. "Heal your wounds, Hokage. Become stronger. After that, we will settle our differences." Naruto answered, not wanting to listen to his grief-stricken father any longer. Naruto was disappointed. Revealing his demon form, Uzumaki flew away towards Otto. He let the snake fight Minato, but he only hoped for the walking corpses and the barrier for privacy. The Sound Four could have made strong adjustments to the attack towards Otto and Suna, but instead, they simply made them stand and hold this box, which did not harm either the Hokage or Konoha. In short, Naruto does not intend to count on the snake, and soon he, Pakura and Taiyuya, will go free. Having reached the hideout, Naruto was met by his new team of the scarlet-haired girl and the Sun Maiden. "We'll head to the land of snow. We've set people's minds straight in Otto, now it's the occupied country's turn and the death of the tyrant Doto. He allows himself too much, but there are those who go against him, and quite a few. The resistance will be able to help us quite well and will secretly maintain an alliance with us," Naruto said. "What alliance? With whom?" Taiyuya asked. "With Uzushio Kaguya," Uzumaki answered. "With a destroyed village? Are you out of your mind?" The scarlet-haired girl answered. "Firstly, there are about 200 living Uzumaki in the land of snow, and almost all of them are on the side of the resistance. Secondly, the princess of that country will soon be leaving for her native lands and after the overthrow of Doto, she will provide any support and give the Uzumaki under our wing, but gathering them immediately in Uzushio is a bad idea. Thirdly, the technologies of the Land of Snow will be very helpful in rebuilding our homeland, and if they maintain an alliance with us, then weapons based on them will help in eliminating all the daimyo and uniting all countries and villages into one single people. Enough already, shedding blood because of other people's desires and thirst for power. Naruto explained. Have you forgotten about your revenge, Naruto? Asked the fox. No, although they do not deserve death, but it cannot be left unpunished. Find a way to make them ordinary people or send them into exile. When a shinobi loses the ability to generate chakra, then you can forget about your features, because chakra has already become so deeply ingrained in their lives and everyday life that they cannot even imagine life without it. You can forget about the shinobi craft, and leave them as ordinary people and lower them in the eyes of other people. That's what I want to do. Answered Uzumaki. Deprive them of the business of their entire life and leave them with nothing. Fair enough, but would you have done the same with Hana then? Asked the nine-tailed fox. No, she was lost in her own desires, forgetting about what her parents and I had done for her. I always helped her, even if she hated me. Said Naruto. So joining Akatsuki? Asked Yamato. Yes. But first we need to raise Tayuya's profile among the missing nin and attract the attention of their god, or angel. Answered Naruto. So we're heading to the Land of Snow, where the missing nin from Hot Springs and Kyumo are holed up? Asked Yamato. Exactly. There's no better place to go now, and we won't have to go far. Doto's troops are mostly made up of renegades, so this will also weaken the occupiers' forces. Answered Uzumaki mentally. When are we leaving? Asked Uzumaki from the sound. Tomorrow morning. Answered Naruto. Hana woke up in a room with dim lighting and nothing but the table she was tied up on. The door to the room opened and a man in a spiral mask appeared in the doorway. Who are you? Let me out, I'm the Hokage's daughter. Hana shouted. The doppelganger wasn't given the floor. The masked man answered in a cheerful voice. What? What are you even telling me? Hana answered. What he said. A female voice, similar to Hana's own, answered. What? Who are you? I didn't make a clone. Hana shouts. After shifting a bit more, Hana felt something pulling her back. She looked at her body, her eyes widening. A tube going to her stomach and connected to her stomach, supplying her with nutrients and vital substances. No outerwear and a bunch of seals preventing her from using chakra. What have you done to me? Hana asked fearfully. You have something that belongs to me, so you won't die right away, a female voice answered, in a cloak and mask. What do you want? This. Approaching Hana, the girl pointed the kunai at her chest and began to slowly open the bitch's chest. Get ready to take it, the girl gave the merry fellow an order. Yes, ma'am. The mask wearer said in a cheerful voice. Pulling the lever, the mask maker opened the compartment with jars containing liquid for preserving organs in proper condition. Hana screamed in pain and despair. She would be killed again, would fall into darkness and hopelessness again. She would die again, but this time forever. Half an hour later, a palm-sized crystal in the shape of yin and yang was pulled out of Hana's chest. Hana watched this with shock and animal fear. Dottish pain, torn ligaments, an open chest and a crystal she didn't even suspect. Here the crystal got into the jar and took shape in the form of half of a real heart. When the girl, after removing the still beating half of the heart, turned off the life support systems and broke the seals, thereby killing the doppelganger. I take it this is what you were looking for? Asked the mask wearer, already in a serious voice. Yes, Obito. Toby. The girl corrected herself. We are alone here, so call me whatever you want. Answered Toby. Then. Obito-sensei, when will you invite Naruto Niken to join us? asked the girl. Tomorrow he will head to the land of snow, enlist support and protect the surviving Uzumaki, said the black and white creature that crawled out of the ground. I want to observe him, but Nagato-san will give out a task soon, answered the girl, with a dejected voice. Yeah, go get ready to go out. The three tails will not wait, said the mask wearer. The mask wearer left the room together with the plant-like creature. We will see each other soon, brother. You'll soon find out, because of whose desires you were made to suffer. After all, Hanane-chan will never abandon you. Orochimaru, our deal is over. Kaguya and Pakura are heading to the land of snow, Naruto said. I understand, Naruto-kun. However, I would like to form an alliance with you, the snake hissed. What kind? Otto and Uzushio will be allies, and our cooperation will also continue. Considering that the head of the alliance against the 5 villages, it will be very useful. Otto, Snow, Uzushio, and aim with Akatsuki. As for me, this is very beneficial and allies are never superfluous. Only allies must be chosen correctly. However, I agree. Let's conclude a blood pact that neither side will go against the other. I agree. Reliability never hurts. Naruto cut his palm and drew a seal on himself and Orochimaru, after which they both shook hands and the seal, glowing, disappeared into a veil of steam. The pact is concluded, now Otto is included in the union of the new world, Naruto said. Excellent, we will discuss the rest after the destruction of the great villages, Orochimaru answered. And you are not as rotten as the others, said Pakura. You offend me, Pakura-san. If you want something, bring something of equal value in exchange, answered the snake. Well, we are on our way. It was a pleasure to cooperate with you, Orochimaru-san, Naruto said in a respectful manner. So I have earned your respect, Naruto-kun? Asked the snake. You did not use other people from Otto in experiments, agreed to take the saved village under your wing and now it is thriving and protected. You have already shown that you are not alien to humanity, Naruto answered. Thank you for the forest words, Yuzukage-sama, Orochimaru said, respectfully in response. Answered in the same coin. I like that. Kaguya, Pakura, we are heading to the land of snow, it's time to make a name for yourself and find a new ally. Naruto said. Hi. The girls answered and all headed towards the exit. As soon as the team left, Orochimaru asked. Where will your wind take you, Uzumaki Naruto? Orochimaru asked into the void. Team number 7, your mission is to protect the actress from the land of snow and protect her until the end of the filming of the new movie. Minato said. Sasuke, Sakura and Sai, the new Team 7, will be sent to the land of snow to protect Koyuki Kazahana. Wow! We're going to be escorting an actress? Who is she? Sakura asked impatiently. Koyuki Kazahana, and please be patient. The Hokage said. The recent events had a strong impact on Minato. He saw his son become a demon. Not a fox demon, but a new demon that was no worse, and maybe even superior to the fox in some aspects, although he had not yet entered into full force. Kushina, however, had cooled towards everyone, Minato was no exception. She constantly visits Mikoto, who constantly supports her and tries to do everything so that the Namikaze does not break. The death of her daughter, who tried to kill Naruto. A son who became a real demon and without a fox inside. Now Kushina stood at the head of team number 7, along with Kakashi Hatake. Sorry, Hokage-sama. Sakura apologized. When should we start the mission? Kushina asked in a cold voice. Tomorrow morning, the actress will set out for the land of snow, along with the film crew. Minato said. Hi. Everyone answered, except Kushina. Minato couldn't blame her, he had allowed it to happen himself. His daughter had become a greedy, who was ready to kill her own brother for her own sake. His son, even when he miraculously survived, hated the village and his family. He didn't see them as his own. The cold fury in his eyes made it clear that his hatred was enormous and he couldn't get rid of it that easily. Now what? His wife didn't show up at home, trained herself to the point of exhaustion, and kept saying that she would bring Naruto back and show the clan that she was still an Uzumaki. She no longer gave her last name. The excuse she gave was short: I'm not worthy of bearing this last name until I prove that I can achieve my son's forgiveness. Apparently, Kushina blamed herself more than ever. Minato could only sit and watch this. Always sit in his office and give orders to people he no longer trusted. Team number 7 left the office and went to prepare for a long mission. Do you think we'll meet Naruto again, Sakura? Sasuke asked. I don't know. But judging by what you said, he can turn into that monster. It's scary to even imagine what he can do with such power. Sakura answered. Stop it. I understand that you're interested in this topic, but can you do this outside of Kushina-san? Sai interrupted them. Kushina just looked at Sai with gratitude and went to her room, preparing for the task. Sorry, we didn't think about it. Sakura answered and also went to get ready. Okay, I'll go too. We have to try. I feel like we'll meet someone familiar there. Sasuke answered, and said the last thing for himself. Yeah. Sai said and also went to the route. Sai, entering Danzo's office, knelt down on one knee and gave his report. Danzo-sama, the Hokage has given the task of escorting the actress, Koyuki Kazahana. Sai said. Understood, continue surveillance and find out how to arrange the death of Kushina Uzumaki, and if possible Uchiha Sasuke, to extract the eyes. That idiot's wife is a great hindrance to my plans. Danzo gave the order. Hi, Danzo-sama, may I deviate? Sai answered and asked. Go, I'll wait for the results upon arrival. Danzo said. Sai went to his room to prepare for the task. Munda-sama's doppelganger was kidnapped after the massacre. What should we do? The fox is gone, as is the agent in this hedgehog's family. Okay, I'll think about it later. If Kushina is killed and the eyes of the Uchiha head son are in my possession, then that will be enough to take power in Konoha. Everything I wish for will soon be fulfilled. Danzo said into the deceptive silence. The next day, Team 7 met the film crew and the actors themselves, and soon everyone was on their way. Kushina with cold eyes, bandages on her arms and legs, bags under her eyes and slightly disheveled hair. Sasuke was the same. Sakura and Sai looked better, but were also a little tired. Kakashi just buried his nose in his book and giggled quietly. Will we arrive there soon? Koyuki asked. In about a day or two, we'll arrive at the foot of the mountain and film the footage. The scriptwriter replied. Long and irritating. Koyuki replied. If we don't like something, we can turn around and ignore you, leaving you unprotected. You hope we can do that, after the Hokage's latest decree? Kushina threatened, and Kakashi nodded. Forgive her, it's not an easy fate and all that, the old director wanted to say. We don't care, we're carrying out a mission, and if we say so, many people here have a much worse life. Death side by side with shinobi is the norm, but we are not deprived of humanity either. Kushina said. Okay, we won't say another word. The old man said. Koyuki remained silent. Here is the border of the land of snow. Immediately go to search for the resistance and join them. Taiyuya was able to master Raitun and improved her flute and genjutsu based on it. Here, approaching the tunnel, Naruto poured the fox's chakra into his eyes and understood. Traps and a bunch of weapons, disguised as a blockage of stones and snow. Pakura used the heat genome and illuminated the room. Immediately from around the corner came resistance soldiers, pointing their weapons at us and preparing to attack from uninvited guests. "Who are you?" said the obvious commander-in-chief among them. "Uzumaki Naruto, Uzumaki Taiyuya and Pakura, also known as the Demon of Purple Lightning and the Maiden of the Sun. The Uzumaki girl has no fame and is now just Taiyuya." Naruto answered. "So you are missing people from far away? What are you doing here?" asked the bespectacled old man. "We came to liberate this country and help you confront Doto. Just because we are missing Nin doesn't mean we are just bandits and murderers." Naruto answered. "How can we trust you?" asked the bespectacled man. "Do you know about the blood pact?" Naruto answered the question with a question. "I only know that it cannot be broken." The old man answered. "Then let's do it this way, I will make a pact or use the truth seal on myself. That way you can be sure that you can trust me." Naruto said. "Give me the truth seal, but show me how it works." The old man said. "Okay, Taiyuya, go ahead. If I put the seal on, it won't work." Naruto said. "Yeah," Taiyuya answered irritably. When the seal was placed, Uzumaki immediately asked. "Do you want to slaughter everyone here? Keep in mind that lying won't work, although who am I explaining?" Taiyuya said. "Yes. Naruto lied and got electrocuted. So that's why you came here?" "No, you only get electrocuted when you lie and don't tell the truth," Naruto said, and the seal glowed green. "Okay then. My name is Sandeu Asama, I'm the leader of the resistance." Asama said. "Nice to meet you, Asama-san. I've come not only to help you get rid of Doto, but also to glorify her," Naruto said, pointing at Taiyuya. "I see, you want to be in the thick of things?" Asama asked. "Yes, but if there are any particularly recognizable subordinates of Doto, I'd like you to report them," Naruto said. "I agree with that. I'll say right away that these are special shinobi with chakra armor, the protector of the snow village. Their names are Fubuki Kakuyoku, Nadar Ruga, Mizor Fuyukuma. The leader among them is Ruga and he is the owner of the ice genome." Asamu conveyed the information. "I see. So he could be from the Yuki clan. Maybe we can send him to the land of waves," Naruto said. "Why there?" the old man asked. "There is an acquaintance there with the same genome and he is from the Yuki clan. So strengthening the alliance after liberation from the tyranny of Doto would be very useful," Naruto said. "We haven't even scratched the tyrant yet, and you're already thinking about the future," the old man reproached. "If I were afraid of Doto, I wouldn't have come here. I'm clearly stronger than this idiot who can only talk and cover himself in chakra armor," Naruto retorted. "I see. If you think so, then his minions are not scary to you. I would like to say so, but I won't believe it without showing it in action," Asama said. "I didn't think you would believe it. It's even better than if you just believed me," Naruto said. "I'm glad you're thinking sensibly," Asama said. "And I'm glad to cooperate with you, Asama-san." Naruto answered and extended his hand, which the old man shook. By the end of the day, the entire resistance already knew that the S-class Nuken Nin had arrived to help in the form of the Demon of Purple Lightning, the Maiden of the Sun, and the future witch of the Cursed Sound. Pakura's POV. I wonder what Naruto thinks about me. His appearance, his strength, his eyes, his warmth, his voice. Stop. Where am I going? Why did I start thinking about him so often? If Taiyuya is with him so often in the thick of things, then they will be able to move forward in their relationship further than I can. What's wrong with me? I'm jealous of my partner for the new girl. Calm down, Pakura, sooner or later he will notice everything you think about him. I want to be with him more often and not let him go far from me. End POV Pakura. Kaguya immediately realized that she would be the one to take part in the main events of Doto's destruction. Training, training and more training. That's how her days passed. Until the ambush near the rails and the destruction of the Doto train, which had a lot of technological weapons and artillery, would soon begin. Kaguya would be in the main roles of our theater, upon the birth of a new nuke Nin. She would be in an ambush and infiltrate the train and throw everyone into genjutsu and give the order for the train to self-destruct. While she would keep control over the weak and average nuke Nin and mercenaries. The rest would hold stronger opponents and, if possible, destroy them and would play on accuracy and attack. Jonin-level nuke Nin would not allow you to simply use control through hearing, and it would be pointless to stand in defense against them, they would simply kill ordinary people. But in an attack, they would be able to occupy them and fence them off from our witch. And so the attack began. Kaguya began to play the flute and took control of 2/3 of the entire crew, and Naruto and Pakura went to destroy the Jonin-level opponents. Doto, not expecting that there would be famous nuke Nin and a master of genjutsu through hearing, gave the order to open fire on ordinary people in armor. Pakura heated the space around her and melted all the flying projectiles and sent small balls of heat in response to the dense fire from the train. The balls of heat spoiled the train's weapons and forced the shinobi inside to move away from them. Kaguya changed the tonality and notes of her flute, and the shinobi, having succumbed to control, took out kunai and attacked each other. Here the melody and cries of pain mixed into one composition, but ordinary people of the resistance looked at this with fear and said that she was a witch who cursed everyone who heard her melody. Naruto, hearing this, came up with a new nickname for her. What did you call her? Naruto asked. Witch. Answered the bravest militiaman. I see. And that's an idea. How about, Witch of the Cursed Sound? Since we are missing Nin, why not give her such a nickname? Naruto asked them, watching the snow shinobi kill each other. This is the most suitable nickname for her. Asama answered. So it's decided. A new missing Nin was born, Witch of the Cursed Sound. Naruto said. Right, and why did they call you a demon? Asked the militiaman. Maybe because I'm a real demon? Naruto said and took on the form of a demon. Demon! Shouted the weakest of the militia. Calm down. I'm not one of those demons that can only cut everyone in a row and destroy everything in sight. Naruto said, simultaneously putting away his uniform. I understand, answered the militiaman. I see Kaguya is going all out, she even managed to take control of a couple of jonin. Uzumaki said, seeing how the jonin was killing his own with screams and no desire to kill his own. Are you all that strong? Asama asked. I'm the strongest of our entire team, followed by Pakura, and after her comes Kaguya. Naruto answered. I see. With your help, we can get rid of this tyrant. Asama said. And by the way, few outsiders should know about us until we publicly kill Doto. Naruto warned. What's the point? The old man asked. It's better for them to find out about us after our triumph than before the effective end of our performance. The effect will be better, and there will be less information to counter us. Naruto answered. I see, to protect ourselves and gain glory at the same time. Smart. Asama noted. Yes. Only now Doto himself will come out and we will let him go. Naruto said, stunning the others. What do you mean? Asama asked in bewilderment. He will run away towards his mansion, and there will be a more spectacular scene, where the spirit of the opponents after their defeat will be greatly undermined and trampled. Then we will show that Doto was a tyrant and strengthen the faith of the country's inhabitants in the militia. Naruto answered, simultaneously thinking about the benefits of snow towards the alliance against the 5 villages. Are you sure about this plan? It is painfully risky and we do not have a backup, in case the main one fails. Asama said. There is Taiyuya for that. Doto will clearly not be invulnerable in spirit and expose him to fear and take control over him. A split second will be enough to consolidate control over his body and spirit. Deep genjutsu, in which you cannot move anything except your chakra. Only sound affects thoughts and coordination, simultaneously dulling the very control of chakra in the body. That's why Chunin can't just let go of control and take control of themselves, Naruto replied. So precision of execution and subtle control, instead of brute force and destruction. Honestly, you amaze me with your intelligence, being such a young youth. Asama said. Age in our world does not matter. Naruto retorted. That's true. Here he is. Asama said. Doto, realizing that he would not be able to resist this melody for long, wanted to retreat towards his mansion to regroup his remaining forces and mobilize the mercenaries. Taiyuya, Pakura and Naruto followed. The militia went in tail, using the train, which according to the plan should be able to move along the rails directly to Doto's mansion. Doto himself, after escaping, immediately ordered the mobilization of all available forces and warned the Snow 3 to deal with the shinobi with the flute, the heat genome and the kenjutsu master with ethereal blades and high speed. Naruto, Pakura and Taiyuya infiltrated the mansion and began searching for Doto, but Uzumaki remembered the Snow 3 close to the tyrant. Taiyuya, you and Pakura go to Doto. I'll take care of the Snow 3. I'll prepare a retreat along the way. Naruto gave the order, not tolerating any objections. Are you sure we can handle Doto? Pakura asked. The main thing is for Taiyuya to execute him and make herself known as a strong missing nin. If you can't handle it, use the communication seal. Naruto answered. Hi. The girls answered and went forward. Uzumaki himself began to riot and destroy everything in the nearest hangar. Supposedly they came to disarm Doto's army. The three took the bait. They arrived a minute later, after the noise, and were caught in a barrier fueled by the fox's chakra. What am I, a tool for especially expensive techniques and barriers? The fox asked, grumbling. Are you whining again, little fox? Asked Yamato. I'm not talking about that. Naruto has enough of his own chakra, he is an Uzumaki. The fox growled at the last. I need meat. Naruto shut the fox up, receiving a purr from his furry partner in response. How easy you've suddenly become, little fox. Yamato said sarcastically. Go away. I'll get payment for my efforts in return. So back off, Yamato. Alright, alright. Yamato replied. Enough, the enemy is already here. Naruto said. The Snow 3 arrived in their chakra armor, ready to fight. There was a ghostly superiority and arrogance in their eyes, clearly indicating their ignorance. Just a brat. A katana and a cloak, that's all you've got. And the katana is beautiful, by the way. Selling it or keeping it in your collection would be the most P. Fubuki didn't have time to say anything before she was cut in two. You're too weak, and your strength is a genetic modification, and without armor you'll be useless. Naruto said after analyzing her body through sensorics. Where did you get that speed? Stop. A purple cloak, a katana decorated with gold and a carved guard, speed close to that of the yellow lightning, purple lightning that remains after moving. It can't be. Rogue said, realizing that the demon of purple lightning was in front of them. He's just a boy, Rogue. We just need to. Here Mizore Fuyukuma couldn't finish because of his cut throat. You smell like semen and your empathy is curling up like a tube. There's no point in keeping you alive. Naruto said with disgust. Stop. Don't. I'm ready to give up, just don't touch me and my sister. At the last, he covered his mouth, afraid that his secret would be revealed. Sister? Naruto asked with interest. No, I can't retreat here. Here Naruto teleported to Rogue and put his hand on his shoulder. You were exposed to fear and therefore stopped monitoring the situation. But this fear was not for yourself, but for another person. What about my sister? Uzumaki said and asked. How can I trust you? And even if I tell you, you still won't be able to help her, Rogue said, saddened at the last. Illness? Naruto asked and hit the nail on the head, which was confirmed by Rogue's twitching shoulder. Yes. The ice genome is killing her and nothing can save my sister. Not to mention the fact that she will die in a week. Come on. Finish me off. What's the point of staying in this world if there's no one here for whom I'll do anything? Rogue said, preparing for death. No. You help defeat Doto and I'll help you with your sister. There's one way and someone familiar in the land of waves clearly knows how to deal with this. Naruto said, instilling hope in the snow shinobi. You. Are you really ready to help, even without knowing me? Rogue asked with suspicion and hope. Yes. Naruto answered sincerely. Thanks. Rogue said, stuttering. Now let's go. It's time to free people from Doto's influence. Naruto said. Just let me take off this, Rogue said and took off his chakra armor. It wouldn't have allowed me to attack Doto. Rogue answered Naruto's silent question. Got it. Go ahead, Yuki Rogue. Naruto said. Hi. And both moved to the throne room. In the throne room, Pakura protected Tayuya while she gradually took control of Doto's body. The tyrant himself was already halfway to defeat and his imminent death. Roga used the ice element to bind Doto's legs and arms, while trying to attack him with Senbon and Kunai from behind the ice. When Doto saw Naruto and Roga attacking him, the tyrant understood. It was time to show his trump cards. An unknown genome had spread around Doto, like an all-consuming tornado of antimatter, splitting everything it touched. After all, you forced me to use the knowledge from the Scroll of Chaos. If so, then it's time to destroy you along with me. Doto shouted and released more genome from himself, simultaneously destroying his body. I didn't expect that. Black dragons and physical strength are all that was known about him. Naruto said calmly, simultaneously thinking what to do against such a suicidal move by Doto. I can use heat to push him towards us, and you, with your speed, knock him out. Pakura said, preparing a compressed ball of heat. I see, a good idea, just don't kill him. Tayuya, get ready to take control of him. Naruto said. Got it. Uzumaki answered. Here the ball flew behind Doto, and he flew towards the trio and Rogue. Naruto at maximum speed, strikes him in the back of the head and knocks him out. The genome dissipated and the throne room turned into some kind of desert instead of a throne in the center of the hall. The shinobi themselves, taking the unconscious Doto under Tayuya's control, went to the balcony of the tyrant's mansion. The shinobi and mercenaries, seeing how the scarlet-haired woman dragged Doto, with the help of her flute, froze. Then Uzumaki began. The tyrant has been defeated, and his soul now belongs to me. Doto always put his goals above the lives of others and did not think that he could do good and bring dawn to the land of snow. I, the Witch of the Cursed Sound, declare that Doto has surrendered and is deprived of his own soul, as punishment for his sins. And now, the execution of Doto Kazahana will bring freedom from his tyranny and people will be able to breathe easy again. After that, Tayuya played on the poor and Doto broke his neck and jumped down from the balcony, right to the tyrant's army. Here the mercenaries run away, and the shinobi realize that now everything can be done much better and are not afraid that Doto's mongrels will kill them at the first word. 2 days after Doto's death. Koyuki-san. Koyuki-san. The old man named Makino shouted. What? Koyuki asked angrily. Doto. Doto. Dead. He was killed by the Witch of the Cursed Sound, who is in a team with the Demon of Purple Lightning and the Maiden of the Sun. The old man said in one breath. Koyuki couldn't believe that Doto's tyranny had ended. She would be able to return to her homeland and see Asama again. She could finally go home. How long until we get to Doto's mansion? Koyuki asked. If we do it right now, we'll be there in about 4 hours. Director Makino replied. Then let's get there quickly. Filming can wait, right now we have something that could change. Koyuki replied, while putting on warm clothes. Okay. Get ready. We're going to Doto's mansion. Are you crazy? What the F.K.? A tyrant's mansion? Doto was killed 2 days ago, that's official information. So get moving and let's go. Hi. In Doto's mansion. Koyuki saw how the villagers could finally go outside without fear of being killed or forced to work endlessly in the snowdrifts and on the mountaintops. Children ran around in the calm snowfall and played snowballs, and women watched over them and did their morning chores. Men began repairing houses and equipment, bringing in new resources and building materials along the way. Excuse me, are you by any chance Koyuki Kazuhana? Asked an old woman of about 70. Yes, it's me. Tell me, where is that witch who killed Doto? Asked Koyuki impatiently. She is now with her friends, went to some columns that look like mirrors. In that direction. Said the old woman and pointed to the top of one of the mountains. Thank you very much. Said Koyuki and ran to that place. Team 7 and their sensei did not lag behind. Kakashi simply took Koyuki in his arms and everyone moved to the top of the mountain. Half an hour later, they were already there. A frozen lake and mirrors around it. These views were mesmerizing and delightful. But in the center of the lake stood a scarlet-haired girl with a flute in her hands and looked straight at Koyuki. I was waiting for you, Koyuki Kazuhana. Apparently, the dogs of Konoha have also arrived. Tayuya said. Do you know who I am? Although it does not matter. I would like to ask, why did you go against Doto? Koyuki asked. It was in the way too much, so I removed it. I also came to make a deal with you. You see, the medallion that you have on your neck is the key to this place blossoming. There will be no more snow and all the greenery around will spread throughout the land of snow. You just need to insert it here and turn. I would also like to take the Uzumaki that Doto kept here as tools for Fuinjutsu. Tayuya said. Are you an Uzumaki? Tell me, will you come with me to Konoha too? Kushina wanted to say, but Tayuya only looked at her with disdain. And you are not an Uzumaki. You reek of a traitor to the clan. I have nothing to talk about with you. Tayuya said angrily. So even the living consider me an exile. Kushina said with tears in her eyes, realizing that she would not even listen to her. So I need to activate this installation? Koyuki asked. Yes. Let the Uzumaki stay here for now. It is too dangerous to move them somewhere else, where there is no protection and trust. Tayuya said confidently. Okay. I will fulfill your conditions. After these words, Koyuki walked up to the terminal and activated all the mirrors. Tayuya stood aside and watched all of this. As soon as the ice cracked and fell from the mirrors, the entire area immediately blossomed, showing beautiful views of a blooming meadow and a large lake. The hologram that appeared immediately after gave Koyuki the final push to make a final decision. She would become the daimyo of her country. It was time to fix everything that Doto and his dogs had done. It was time to melt the land of snow and become the land of eternal spring. The land of spring appeared on the world map. How can I thank you? Koyuki asked with tears in her eyes. Only the safety of my clan and the conclusion of an alliance with Uzushio. We plan to return our village to order, and for this we are gathering, and the Uzumaki, who have secured themselves, need to settle down where they will be welcomed. Taiyuya said, confident in Naruto's soundproof barrier. When did you have time? Kushina asked. I don't know, but there is no aggression from this Uzumaki. Kakashi said, ready to rush to save the princess of the land of spring at any moment. I agree, convey to the demon of purple lightning my gratitude and consent to the alliance. Koyuki said. Of course. With this, my team and I are leaving the land of Harem. Spring. Taiyuya corrected herself. I dare not detain you any longer. The princess and new daimyo of the land of spring said with a smile. I'm done. We can. Taiyuya didn't have time to finish speaking before Anbu appeared around them. Kushina Uzumaki, you are accused of treason against the Hokage and the village. For this, an order was given to kill you on the spot. The Anbu threw a scroll to Kakashi, who read it and turned pale. Kushina-san, this is the Kage seal. What have you done that Minato-sensei would give such an order? Kakashi asked in disbelief. I haven't done anything yet, and I didn't want to betray Minato. Kushina shouted. Naruto, there's a problem. Should I intervene? Taiyuya asked mentally through the seal. I'll handle it myself, retreat to the rally point and wait for me there with Pakura. Naruto replied. Understood. Taiyuya replied. You didn't have an order against me, so I'm out. Figure it out yourselves. Taiyuya said and calmly walked past the Anbu, who were seeing Uzumaki off with a wary look. You're going to abandon your clanmate? Uzumaki has no sense of honor or affection at all. Sakura shouted. If she were one of us, she would have intervened. But as it is, she is an outcast and a disgrace to our clan. I have nothing more to talk about with you. Taiyuya said, disappearing into the shunshin. Get up. Kakashi didn't have time to give the command when he saw him raising his tanto to kill Kushina. Suddenly the tanto stops with a screeching sound of metal. Naruto was already holding Yamato in the way of Sai's tanto, and Sai, not seeing its speed, tried to jump away from Uzumaki. A swing and Sai lies on the ground without his right leg. The Anbu immediately attacked and wanted to kill the entire team. Naruto created a double from energy and went with him to cut out the elimination team. As soon as the Anbu were killed, Naruto went to Sai and pierced his shoulder with his katana and lifted him up by the same wound. The scream of pain and groans from the root were heard throughout the field. Kushina looked at her son and could not believe his cruelty at such a young age. Sakura was silent with shock on her face. Sasuke guarded Koyuki and did not let anyone close to her, watching his friend deal with the traitor. You see, Kushina? Even your dear Minato wanted her to die. Why would he need a morally broken fool who is disgusting to even touch? Naruto said, watching the reaction of his biological mother. This is not true. I do not believe it. Are you a kunoichi or a brainless woman? Face the truth. I hold the root of Danzo, and Minato knows it very well. What else do you need to understand that I left the village in the first place, because of Minato? Who only needs power. Naruto said with contempt. I do not. Open your eyes, Kushina. Look around. Why does everywhere where a demon goes, it becomes so calm and cozy? Why should a demon be the one to fix the state of affairs in the world, and not the same Kage or daimyo? Tell me. What do you see? Naruto said furiously. I see a prosperous country, and... That's right. Prosperous in every sense. People have started to arrange their corner themselves. They don't need much to be happy and live a happy life. All you need is to give them a place to live and not involve them in the troubles of the shinobi world. They are not warriors. Not ninja. They are people, the most ordinary. And here he is. Sai pressed. A shinobi, without principles and moral values. Minato is the same. He wanted his post of Kaguya so much that he simply forgot about you and gave up on your condition. He doesn't give a about you. Naruto said. Why? Why is everything heading towards this? Kushina asked quietly. Because people like Minato want power and authority in the eyes of other people. He wants to be considered number one. The first and only Kaguya of his kind, who can manipulate people as he pleases. Naruto said with contempt in his voice. Can I? What? Naruto asked. Can I go with you? Kushina asked, hoping for a positive answer. We've come to this, Fox. I'll check her out now. Naruto said mentally. I understand you, I'll tell you right away as soon as something happens, the fox answered. Why do you need this? After all, you have Konoha. Is this your plan to capture me? Or do you want to kill me while I'm unprotected? Naruto asked. Nothing of the sort. I want to leave with you and help you in everything you need, Kushina said confidently. Fox? Naruto asked. She's not lying. Her desires are pure and without lies or negativity. It's up to you to decide what to do next, the fox said. Let's meet here, this piece of paper has coordinates that only Uzumaki can open. You have an hour. Don't be late, Naruto said and let Sai go to be looked after by his team, then handed the piece of paper to Kushina and disappeared in purple lightning. Hiration? Kakashi asked. No. He didn't use seals. Kushina answered. You're not going to, are you? Sasuke asked. Sorry. Kushina quickly knocked out Sakura and Sasuke, and Kakashi didn't even resist. Kushina-san, may I also come with you? I finished reading the scroll and there was an order to eliminate the entire team number 7 and their mentors. Kakashi asked and explained the reason. It will be too suspicious, go and report that I ran away. I do not want to be in this rotten village anymore, where everything is decided by someone's desire. Kushina answered with a refusal. Got it. Along the way, I will find out whether Minato-sensei really wanted to kill us, or whether it was someone's plan. If he is not involved, then I will tell you that you are with Naruto. Hatake answered. I will be grateful, and now protect the genin and remove this trash. Kushina said, pointing at Sai, as if he were the freak of the whole world. As you say, Kushina-san. Kakashi answered and let Kushina go. Hana and Tobi were approaching the place marked by Zetsu. There should be Naruto and his team, preparing to leave at any moment. Here they reached Pakura and Taiyuya, who were peacefully waiting for Naruto. Here Uzumaki appeared, but not alone. Hana and Tobi's eyes bulged and thought that it was an illusion. But after a futile attempt and an overheard conversation between Naruto and Kushina, they realized that the elder Uzumaki decided to leave Konoha and join Naruto. This arrangement pleased both, because they did not think that Kushina deserved to die. Coming out of the shadows, Hana and Tobi greeted the team of 4 missing nin. Oh, Naruto-kun. How are you doing? Asked the girl under the kitsune mask in a soft voice. How do you know me? And why does your chakra remind me so much of this bitch? Asked Naruto cautiously. Because here Hana and Tobi took off their masks and introduced themselves. Obito Uchiha and Hana Namikaze, Hana and Obito answered at the same time. I think killing you a second time will only benefit me, Naruto said with cold fury. Before you attack us, I want to tell you that I saved Hana 4 years ago, Obito said in his own voice. What do you mean? Kushina asked. The fox was removed from me and resealed into a doppelganger. How exactly they did it, we do not quite know. However, the copy was powered by half of my heart, converted into a source of power and chakra, Hana said, simultaneously revealing a surgical scar on his chest. Do you think I will believe you so easily? Naruto asked. I did not expect it, Naruto and I-san, Hana said. Before you continue, I want to offer you something. Uzumaki Naruto, Uzumaki Kaguya, Pakura and Uzumaki Kushina, I suggest you join Akatsuki, for the sake of achieving a higher goal. Naruto thought about it, but he didn't want the prospect of being a resource in the end, for the sake of some illusion. Then Uzumaki decided to take a risk and reason with this fool. It was better to take a risk and open his eyes than to just die later, for the sake of a ghostly and ideal world. So you want us to join Akatsuki as a team? To join this, bitch? Naruto asked, looking at Hana with disgust. Yes. Hana will tell you everything when you join us. Obito said. Why don't I just refuse, rather than join and kill you here? Naruto asked. Don't bother, Nii-san. We're not as evil as you think. Hana butted in. I readily believe you. Naruto said sarcastically. How difficult it is with you, Obito said. Just like with you. Why would I make contact with you? Considering that you know who's inside me? Naruto retorted. That's true. In a nuts, Hana and I want to gather all the tailed beasts for the Eye of the Moon project. To plunge the world into eternal sleep and find true peace through the divine tree. Obito said. So just die watching cartoons about world peace instead of making it a reality. Naruto said. What? Obito asked with a little anger. Think about it, idiot. While everyone is watching a dream about our ideal worlds, everyone will slowly but surely die. How are you going to keep people alive while they are in a world of illusions? The divine tree is the same tailed beast, but without a soul, mind, feelings and emotions. How are you going to entrust all living things to the control of a soulless and unreasonable creature that will slowly devour us and then throw us away like a fruit core? Tell me, Obito. Maybe I'm wrong about something and this is exactly what we need? Naruto asked. I don't know. Obito said honestly after 5 minutes of silence. Same here. Now look at it from my side. Small and oppressed countries and inhabitants of small settlements will turn into a raging storm that will destroy the current order and set new values and unite all people under one banner. Moral values such as soul, love, feelings and devotion will become what people consider the highest values, when the rest of the .s and arrogant senile and freaks will choke on the fact that they will lose everyone who obeyed them. People do not want wars, but no one has the strength to unite and maintain peace. Akatsuki, having this power and opportunity, is on the path of chaos and destruction. There is not a single one who has not thought about the purpose of the organization. Everyone silently carries out the order and goes about their business, forgetting about the mountain of corpses that they left behind. And so I set myself the goal of uniting all people and ordinary shinobi into one single army that will pursue a common goal, how to demolish the old order and build those people whom people will trust. Let people choose for themselves how they want to see this world and who they will trust to manage it. Let people choose for themselves and learn from their mistakes. Sooner or later, they will understand that the world is not the lands and their ruler, but the people who live on these lands. When they understand this, then wars will become just a relic of the past. Even if this peace is not eternal, it will still bring those who want to return it. These are the people who will make history. Shinobi and ordinary people will find this path themselves. Now they only need a catalyst. All 5 hidden villages will act as their voices, destroying everything around them without remorse, like wild animals who do not know when to stop. Rivers of blood have been spilled because of them. Small countries in Gakuryo suffered the most, simply because the Kage of one of the 5 wanted to grab more. It's time to stop this, and remind them that they are not the only big shots in this whole world. What do you say, Obito? Maybe we will gather the tailed beasts, but they are far from the force with which we need to start. The Biju will become a motivator for an alliance with us and their trust in us, and in the meantime, people themselves will begin to change and realize that it is time to change the world and arrange a revolution in the structure of this world. This will not be a dream, not a genjutsu, not a dream, but a reality that will finally appear in all its glory and will eclipse everything that was before. The world will be painted in new colors and will become a single picture that people will admire forever. A picture that they will be able to feel on themselves and which will become their favorite. And when everyone starts to notice and take each other into account, then they will choose the one who can hold this picture of the world and not lose face, as many rulers did. Let's become a stronghold of a new world that we will all enjoy together and which we will not have to give to some creature that will kill us without knowing satisfaction. Let's build a new world. On the ashes of the old one, Obito. Are you with me? Naruto said and asked at the end. Do you really think so? Obito asked with disbelief. I know that it is so. You just need to take a step forward and not turn off the intended path. Naruto answered with confidence in his voice. Then I will trust you, Naruto Uzumaki. Let's destroy this order together and build a new world on the ashes of the old. Obito answered. I didn't think that I would be able to convince him. Yamato said, mentally. Away with doubts. This is my Jinchuriki and the chosen one for the great me and this world. The fox said with pride. Thank you for being with me. Naruto answered mentally. Obito-sensei, are you seriously going to go against Madara-san's idea? Hana asked with disbelief. You heard your brother. What is the point of life if we simply give in to death, sacrificing the future? Obito answered her. And? That's true, Hana answered. Kushina, I still don't trust you, but I gave you a chance to improve. Don't disappoint me, Uzumaki said. To this, Kushina hung her head, but after a couple of seconds, she perked up again and, with her head held high and a slight smile on her face, answered. I won't disappoint either you or Hana, Habanero said. We'll see, Naruto answered coldly. So, Akatsuki is now taking a new course. To unite all the small villages and free people from the rotten ones of this world. The goal is to build a new world, with your own hands. Obito answered and smiled with all 32 teeth. Kushina caught a flashback to this, when she saw him as a young and energetic boy, just like Naruto before. This brought a tear to her cheek, and Hana's eyes widened and her jaw dropped to the floor. Naruto's team looked at this as if they were superfluous here, which the leader of the trio remembered. Why are you standing there? Come here, Naruto answered with a slight smile. No thanks, we'd better get ready to go to the land of waves. We still have to send this idiot to his clansmen, Taiyuya answered. As you wish. In any case, we are now allies with Akatsuki and we should establish an alliance with them. As soon as we take Rogue and his sister, we can head out to them, Naruto said. Hi. The girls said. Who is this Rogue? Hana asked her brother. You don't have to answer, Avka, Naruto answered rudely. Hana realized that until she told her brother everything, there was no hope of restoring the relationship. Here is Naruto's team and 2 from Akatsuki, moving to the land of waves. With Obito's help, the team reached the border of the country in a fairly short time. Without delay, Naruto took the scroll from Taiyuya and went to the mansion of Haku and Zabuza. The Uzumaki let him through, although they wondered what is he doing here. Having reached the door, the white-haired asked the guards to bring Haku and Zabuza here. One guard went to fulfill the request, and the second checked Naruto for an identity check. Having made sure that everything was fine, the guard asked to go to the waiting room and wait for the head and his assistant. Having sat down on a chair next to the window and a table with fruits, Naruto began to wait for their arrival. Here the door opens and Haku Yuki, as the head of the company, enters the hall, along with Momochi Zabuza, as an assistant and intermediary with the rebels of Mei Terumi. Naruto took the floor first. "I am glad to see you in good health, Haku-sama," Uzumaki said, bowing slightly. "No need to bow and treat me with respect. You are always a welcome guest here," Haku replied. "Okay, I'll get straight to the point. Firstly, Akatsuki, although they are looking for the tailed beasts, will not use their power to destroy the world. Secondly, I found 2 of your clansmen who were in the land of snow. Their names are Rogue Yuki and Akali Yuki. Only the girl has problems with the ice genome. Because of its strong influence and damaged SEC, she cannot control her element, and with each manifestation of negative emotions, she releases the genome unconsciously and seriously injures herself, freezing her limbs and part of her face. I thought that you could help them and keep them with you, as the rightful head of the Yuki clan. Akatsuki, by the way, are now our allies. I've spoken with them and I guarantee that they won't go against us," Naruto said. "As for Akatsuki, their deeds will show, but I'll gladly accept my clanmates," Haku replied. "There are more and more figures on the field, and intrigues are being woven, one after another," Zabuza said. "You don't say anything. Here are a couple of Yuki." Naruto replied and unsealed Rogue and Akali Yuki from the scroll. "Oh, Haku-sama." He greeted Rogue, his leader. "You haven't confused who the clan leader is here? Did Naruto warn you?" Haku asked. "Hi. Naruto-sama saved me and my sister from the clutches of the tyrant Doto, handing him over to be torn apart by his partner," Rogue replied, kneeling. "Well, Naruto-san, since that's all, let me ask. What will you do next?" Zabuza asked, remembering that this was a diplomatic meeting. "I'll go to Akatsuki and find out the state of affairs in the world. I need a source of information and to find out the people we will be working with," Naruto answered. "It would be nice to take the first target in the fog. Yagura just carried out a massacre in the village and no one will be against his death. You will just get the support of the mist and will not have to fight with us in the future, since Mei Terumi is a man of his word, although he behaves a little obscenely," Momochi suggested. "I will think about this decision, but for now help these 2, he pointed at Yuki, and if possible, keep in touch with me. If you need anything, write back," Naruto said. "We will be glad to help you, Naruto-kun," Haku answered. "Then it's time for me to go. Good luck and bye," Naruto said. "Goodbye, Yuzukage-sama," Haku and Zabuza answered. Naruto smiled lightly at this and nodded. After leaving the mansion, Uzumaki went to his team and together they set off towards Amigakure. Along the way, Kushina and Hana chatted about everything they could. "Hana, how did you survive? Why are you working with Akatsuki? Why didn't you come home and show us that you were alive?" Namikaze bombarded her with questions. "Mom, first of all, Obito-sensei saved me, secondly, I work with Akatsuki because I have to survive somehow, thirdly, how would you react if I came and said, 'I'm home'? And the doppelganger immediately started messing with your brains and simply set you on me. The last one, by the way, would be real." Hana answered briefly. "Can't we wait later? We can meet the enemy at any moment or try to pass by, and here you are chatting for the whole area to hear," Obito said. Naruto, Pakura and Tayuya mentally thanked the Uchiha and moved on. The path was not close, but not very long either. Having reached the borders of Amigakure, Obito asked to stay at the gate and wait for Pain. Here sheets of paper appeared, which began to gather in one place and outline a female figure in a cloak. Having gathered completely, a girl with blue hair and a cloak with red clouds and piercings on her lips appeared in front of the Nukenin. Next to her are several ranged shinobi in special suits and holding weapons at the ready, among which are umbrellas with senbons. Not far away, a man with red hair and piercings all over his body and arms is visible. Noticing Kushina, Pain immediately looked at her with disgust, and Namikaze herself looked at him with incomprehension. "What does this mean, Toby?" asked Pain. "Not here. Let's go to the base, I'll tell you there," Toby said in a serious voice, which alerted Pain and Conan. "Okay, but we'll keep an eye on them," answered Pain. "That'll work for us," answered Naruto. After which, everyone moved inside the tower, under the supervision of Conan and the AIM shinobi. After entering the Kage's office, Pain sat down in a chair and motioned for everyone to sit on the sofa and start first. "We have come to form an alliance with Akatsuki," Naruto said. "Not to join?" Pain asked. "No. Since we are already quite famous, joining you will only complicate your existence and activities. This will make us an even greater threat and attract too much attention," Naruto answered. "I see. Toby, tell me your point of view," Pain said in a commanding tone. "They know who I am, so tone down your ardor, Pain," Toby answered seriously. "Okay. I'll start by saying that this alliance is very beneficial to us for a number of reasons," Obito said. "And what are they?" Pain asked. "First, there are the three of them, the Vanuknin from Legends, as they have been nicknamed. The Sun Maiden, represented by Pakura of the Sand, the Witch of the Cursed Sound represented by Tayuya Uzumaki, and the Purple Lightning Demon represented by Naruto Uzumaki." At the last moment, Pain's eyes slightly flinched, because he didn't care about some missing nin, and here the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox himself was considered a missing nin, whose speed would soon be comparable to that of Minato and the Raikage. Secondly, they have connections in the Land of Waves, the Land of Snow, which has already renamed itself the Land of Spring, the Land of Sound, and Uzushio, Obito said. "So the information is on almost 1/5 of the world map? That's all?" Pain asked sarcastically. "Thirdly, they have organized with all these countries, and according to the agreement they will prepare for war against all 5 great villages." Obito shocked them. At the last one, Conan and Pain were noticeably surprised, because not only were they the heads of the alliance, but in such a short time, they were able to establish an alliance with 3 countries and the survivors from Uzushio. Besides, they entered into an alliance voluntarily, and not through force and fear. Naruto added. "It turns out that we will be able to destroy Sunagakure without much loss, and also capture their territories?" asked Pain. "No need to rush things, head of Akatsuki. First, we need to conclude an alliance with the remaining small countries and the country of demons. It will be more difficult with the latter, because these idiots perceive only power leadership, and among them there are strong individuals who can single-handedly destroy a small village, not to mention a detachment," answered Naruto. "I see. And what is Kushina Namikaze doing here?" asked Pain. "This person is doing correctional labor, but I am ready to vouch for her." Kushina smiled. "In case of betrayal, I will kill on the spot." Naruto finished, and Kushina sharply lowered her head. "She betrayed Konoha?" Pain asked suspiciously. "Ask her yourself. I don't know what's going on in that traitor's head," Naruto replied. "Then let her, as proof, cross out her protector and commit to following orders and reporting everything about Konoha," Pain replied. Okay. Kushina replied. After a minute of answering, Kushina took off her forehead protector and, looking at and remembering all the good things that happened to her in Konoha one last time, she took a kunai and crossed out the leaf sign, thus renouncing her loyalty to Konoha. Shedding a final tear over her memories with Minato, Kushina put her forehead protector on her head, showing that she was now a missing nin of the hidden leaf. "Now I'm ready to give you a chance, bloody habanero. Will you join Akatsuki, or will you be with our allies?" Pain asked. She looked at Naruto. Go to Hana. You won't get in the way, exactly. Naruto said. Kushina hung her head and began to think frantically, where should she join? Akatsuki to Hana or stay with Naruto and travel with him, uniting small villages, for an alliance against the five. Having finally decided, she answered. I'll stay with Naruto, since Akatsuki already has some pretty strong shinobi and I'll most likely just be a reserve. Staying with Naruto, I can be useful as a medic and a master of seals, while taking part in combat much more actively than with you. Kushina answered. I see. I have no complaints. Pain answered. Okay, me too. Naruto answered after a minute of silence. Kushina smiled at this answer and thought to herself. These are the first steps towards restoring our relationship, as mother and son. It's a pity that Hana-chan will remain in Akatsuki. Obito, if something happens to her, I'll twist your head off and shove it up your ass. At the last, Obito trembled slightly, but swallowed, remaining impenetrable. Mom, as always, in her repertoire. Hana thought to herself. Now I would like to conclude the blood contract in a separate place. You understand what I mean, right, Mr. Chief? Naruto asked, and Pain visibly tensed up. Don't worry, I will be alone when concluding the blood contract. Naruto assured. Then let's go, Pain answered. Excellent. And Naruto and Pain moved towards the tower. Entering the tower, Naruto was met with a not very pleasant picture. A bunch of pins sticking out of his back and a life support wheelchair. So that's what you really are, Naruto said. Yes, my name is Nagato Uzumaki. The body you saw when we first met was a puppet, Nagato replied. I see. Also for the sake of power, did you sit here? Naruto joked. Very funny, give me the contract and get out of here, Nagato replied. Wait, Naruto stopped. What else? Nagato asked. How about I cure you, Naruto suggested. How so? Nagato asked with interest. I will give you a partial power of a demon, which will have a positive effect on you and give an impetus to super regeneration, but after the treatment it will disappear and you will be able to walk and fight on your own, Naruto replied. I need to consult, Nagato said and motioned for Konan to come over. Do you think we can trust him? Konan asked. I don't know. But the fact that he can do it is proven by the Rinnegan. I managed to extract a particle of chakra from his body, but even that was enough to relieve the pain in his back. Nagato answered. No way. Just a little bit, and you were already able to relieve the pain from the pins? Konan asked in disbelief and looked at Naruto. Let's agree. If anything happens, you will attack him. Nagato answered and nodded to Naruto. Then help me get him out of this chair. The last thing I need is for his puppets to mutate into Impulsa or Cane. Naruto answered and looked at the couple's puzzled faces. These are such creatures that are born due to the absence of a soul in the body and use a corpse as their body and collect blood from living people and parasitize other corpses. They reproduce incredibly quickly, before you can blink an eye, a whole hive of such creatures will have bred. The Canes are just zombies with scythes, but they don't feel pain just like Impulsas. They are capable of necromancy and raising their own kind from corpses. Naruto explained and scared them. I understood. Nagato answered and broke the connection with the puppets. After Konan pulled all the pins out of him and placed him on the futon, she immediately stepped back, allowing Naruto to begin treating Nagato. I'm starting, Nagato, Naruto warned. Okay, Uzumaki replied and adjusted his Rinnegan to absorb chakra, for better absorption and easier work for Naruto, to which the younger Uzumaki nodded in gratitude. Nagato's hair was once again dyed scarlet, his skin became more saturated with life, and his body, filled with new strength, began to slowly recover. His back became straight again, the bags under his eyes disappeared, he could use the breathing apparatus painlessly and breathe deeply, and all the wounds and scars healed and disappeared, as if they had never been there. Konan watched this process as if under hypnosis. She had never seen such regeneration and such high control and coordinated work on restoring the body. Now Nagato no longer looked like a decrepit old man, but again a young man, as if he was not even 19 years old yet. Incredible, Nagato said, examining himself from head to toe. Rinnegan is a useful dojutsu. It accelerated absorption and adaptation, while removing side effects, preventing demonic energy from rebuilding your body for a demon. Naruto answered. And could I become a demon? Nagato asked. Yes, but I would not recommend you become one. If you want to do this without the proper motivation, spiritual strength and a part of the soul of a half-breed demon, then pure demonic energy will simply drink your soul and replace you in this body. Naruto answered. I see. Nagato answered with a bit of fear. Since you are now healthy, then maybe you will already make a blood contract with me? Naruto asked. Of course. Nagato answered. Uzumaki Jr. bit his thumb and drew a symbol with the kanji for union on his hand, and the kanji for acceptance on Nagato's hand. After the contract was concluded and the terms of the contract were clarified, Nagato and Konan went to introduce all the members of Akatsuki to the real body of the organization's leader. What kind of scarlet dick is this? Haiden asked, screaming. Shut up, Haiden. Everything will be explained now. Kakuzu answered. All members of Akatsuki, I was known to you as Pain, but before you is my real body in my name, Nagato Uzumaki. Nagato announced. So it was you in Pain's mask? Sasori asked. Yes. Nagato answered briefly and coldly, like Pain. I recognize our leader. Deidara answered. And who are they? Kisame asked. The three missing nin of legends, Naruto Uzumaki, Pakura, Taiyuya Uzumaki, and also the newcomer in their ranks, Kushina Namikaze, who recently became a missing nin of Konoha. Nagato stunned him with the last one. Are you saying that we are in an alliance with them, and the bloody habanero just up and left Konoha? Asked Kakuzu. She has her own reasons, and yes, we are in an alliance. Now the territories of the Land of Waves, Spring, Sound and Yuzushio are considered allied to Akatsuki. Amigakure is now also in this alliance. The hunt for Jinchuriki continues, but we will not seal them. Instead, the oppressed Jinchuriki will be on our side and will join the alliance against the Great Five Kage. Nagato said. Then we won't have to suffer with this crap in the form of this bug-eyed statue. Deidara said with relief. That's right. Obito answered. Now that we've clarified everything, it's time to part ways. Tomorrow, everyone will receive a mission in the Mist Village. If everything works out, the Mist will be excluded from the list of targets for destruction in the coming war. Nagato said, dismissing everyone to their business. Then we'll also deviate. Naruto said and headed for the exit with his team. Hana remembered that she wanted to tell Naruto the whole truth about Danzo and a certain Mundus who recruited the head of counterintelligence. She immediately ran after him and called out to her brother. Naruto and Aisan, wait. Hana shouted after Naruto. What do you want? Naruto answered in a rude tone. I promise to tell you the whole truth about what happened 4 years ago. Hana answered. Let's find a secluded place. One extra move and I'll get you worse than that time on the bridge. Naruto answered coldly. Okay, Hana swallowed and led him to her room at the base. Entering the room, Kushina put up a soundproof barrier and sealed the door at Naruto's request. Then Hana began her story. 4 years ago, Danzo took me away right after my shift at the academy, having knocked me out with a blow to the back of the head. I woke up in a dark room, tied to a table, and an exact copy of me was lying next to me. Only it had an open chest, it's not clear why. When they took the tailed beast out of me, they immediately destroyed its mind and soul with an unknown artifact, in the form of an inverted 5-pointed star in some kind of ring with runes. It didn't end there. They cut open my chest and took out my heart, tore it in half with their bare hands, turned it into a crystal and put it in a doppelganger, having programmed it in advance for all eventualities. They closed my chest and, using Nara techniques, forced me to jump into a cliff with spikes. Obito-sensei was just nearby and, with the help of Kamui, saved me from kissing the ground and spikes. When I woke up, I was already healed and lying in bandages and chained to a soft bed. Obito-sensei explained that I wouldn't be able to go back just like that, since the doppelganger had partial control over my parents' minds, and you were made a scapegoat. Allegedly, you couldn't handle restraining the tailed beast and became half-demon, and the scars and tendrils showed as proof. That's how it was. I ended up in Akatsuki, and you were made a scapegoat. Well, and then you know what happened. Yeah. I know. Danzo wanted the second half of the tailed beast for himself and to do the same with it. But there's no point in making another fake, and why bother, when you can either break me or just extract the tailed beast and remove Minato from the post of Kage. Naruto answered. It turns out like this, Hana answered with tears. Fox, she didn't lie to me? Naruto asked mentally. No kid, she didn't lie. I'm sorry that I put you in this situation, the fox replied. Stop it, redhead. It's not your fault that idiot Minato wanted Kushina to give birth to us in some asshole without providing normal security. As a result, Hiruzen gave his life and saved Konoha from destruction. Naruto replied. After Naruto approached Hana and without further ado, hugged her and pressed her to himself with words. Welcome back, Hana. Naruto said with a soft voice. I'm home, brother. And she hugged Naruto back with tears in her eyes. Very soon, everything will change. We should try to reason with Minato. If of course he will listen to us. Naruto said. Yeah. Hana answered. Okay, we will spend the night here tonight. If Nagato doesn't mind, then we will not stay here for long. Naruto reassured his sister. I'm sure Nagato-san won't mind. Hana answered with a smile with 32 teeth. Then let's go. Show us the base. Kushina couldn't decide for a long time what to do. On one hand, Minato is the Hokage of Konoha, and on the other, an organization that has set itself the goal of demolishing this unfair world and building a new one. Which path will be right? She herself did not know the answer to this. Her children are for a new world, and Minato is for maintaining the old one, but trying to change it peacefully. Follow Akatsuki and unite all the small countries and settlements, or betray the ideals of her children and trust her husband. The choice is difficult, but one thing remains undeniable. Hana, Obito, and Naruto will not deviate from the intended path, and if one of the sides is not stopped, then war cannot be avoided. Why can't I decide? I want to help world peace become a reality, but I don't want a new war. Why are we gathering so many like-minded people? Yes, we were able to annex Kyusogakure, the land of Claw and Fang, but why can't we just demand that the Great Five not interfere with their peaceful lives? As Naruto said, they will simply crush them if they make claims. Why is it so difficult? Kushina thought to herself. We will soon be heading to the mist. If everything goes as planned, then Kirigakure can then be excluded from the list of targets, having first taken the 6 and the 3 tails. We will be heading out at dawn. Is everyone clear? Nagato said. Hi, Leader Sama. Akatsuki and Naruto's team answered. Here are the first steps towards a new world. Naruto said to himself. In Konoha, the elders in the Hokage's office seemed to have settled permanently. Every day Minato listened to their insanity that Kushina was a traitor, but the Hokage was not a fool and officially gave her this task. Unfortunately, the order to eliminate Namikaze did not come from Danzo. It was one of the civilian council, who had the courage to hire Anbu to eliminate Kushina, but the truth is different. Minato knew that Danzo did it, but he could do nothing, because there was no evidence of this. Then Minato realized his weakness. He could not even keep track of the actions of the elders, and the third gave them such power that it easily outweighed the Hokage's power. How stupid Hiruzen was. We must declare Kushina Uzumaki a traitor to the village. There is no record of her being on a mission. The old fool, Koharu, screamed. I already said no. You dare do something without my knowledge, I will declare you traitors. I am already sacrificing my wife for the safety of Konoha. Minato growled. Minato is right. It is time to think about everything that is happening in the neighboring countries. Hamura said. My scouts reported about some demon savior who is tired of watching us from the shadows and punishing all sinners without advancing in our world. He allegedly carries out the will of the Shinigami, punishing all sinners on the spot, without the opportunity to repent. Many Nukenin began to hide, and ordinary people ask for his help, and some even began to worship him as a spirit that brings justice and punishes sinners for their sins. Danzo informed everyone. So something so powerful is wandering the world and imagines itself to be someone higher than us? The crazy old woman asked. Watch your language. This missing Nin is strong and according to reports, he can literally turn into a demon. Minato shouted. We must put a bounty on his head and notify the other villages. Danzo said. That is the problem. Hamura said. Why is that? Koharu asked in response. Many people support him and do not want to give him up and consider him to be someone higher than a human. They will not give up someone who saved them, and especially not when he gave them his so-called blessing. Some, passing the test of mind and soul, could use chakra, and the demon left them scrolls for self-study of chakra control and many techniques. Dark times have come for mercenaries without chakra. Small villages and settlements are required to have at least 3 to 6 shinobi of the Chunin rank. Also, those who have reached the level of Jonin constantly exchange information with each other and form more populated settlements in order to be more grouped and united forces. If there are conflicts among them, they pass literally in a couple of minutes and always compromise. The latest that is known is that all shinobi of these settlements have a treaty seal, and a strong one at that. All we could find out after studying it is that if a shinobi violates a certain code and uses his powers against his own or is captured or betrays, then he loses the ability to speak and use chakra, and his memory is completely blocked and a seal of silence appears on his tongue, which will not allow him to say anything until the one who put it on removes the seal and puts on a new one. Yamanaka are also useless against this seal, we have already checked. Danzo said. Again, you are using someone for your own purposes and do not care about the well-being of the family and friends of the prisoner. Minato said. The safety of Konoha is above all else. You, as Hokage, should know this better than ever. He even sent Kushina Uzumaki on a mission to a dangerous organization, Danzo retorted. Minato nodded at this, gritting his teeth. Then there was a discussion about the land of spring, Fang and Claw, since they had stopped any contact with the land of fire, which the fire daimyo did not like. When all this was over, Minato went home on his own 2 feet. As before, moans of excitement and pleasure could be heard from the alleys along the way, but for different reasons. Someone was injecting, someone was drinking, someone had forgotten all the rules of decency. Further down the street, Namikaze noticed how an Uchiha from the police accepted a bribe from a resident who was simply beating a woman in an alley, supposedly she was tired of him. This was enough for Minato to twist the Uchiha's arm and take the woman to the hospital. Leaving her there and giving the order to help her, he teleported back. Here is the Uchiha writhing and screaming in pain, and the merchant is yelling at him for not protecting him after payment. But upon seeing the Hokage, he immediately fell silent and began his tirade. "Hokage-sama, how may I be of service?" the fat idiot asked fearfully. "You will both be sent to the Konoha police prison and, under my personal order, will be in custody for half your lives." Minato answered coldly. "But Hokage-sama." The Uchiha tried to object. "Shut up. You just took a bribe and forgot that you are a policeman and why you became a shinobi in the first place. I am ready to simply kill you for this, but Fugaku will deal with this." Minato growled. "No, not like that." The Uchiha tried to plead, but he was teleported along with the merchant to the Konoha prison. "Fugaku here, quickly." Minato gave the order to the policeman. "Hi," the Uchiha said and went after the head of the clan. 5 minutes later, Fugaku appeared and looked at his friend in surprise. "Why did you call him so late, Hokage-sama?" Uchiha asked respectfully. "This freak," kicked the bribe taker, "just took a bribe from a merchant behind my back, while he was beating up a Konoha resident. Now I think you know what to do with him." Minato said. "Yes." Fugaku answered confidently. The Uchiha was deprived of chakra and put in a cell with the merchant, and after all the paperwork, they went home. Minato couldn't get these faces and these actions out of his head. Do they really like this? Do all these people really like to bully each other? Why do ordinary people suffer because of pigs like him? The rich oppress the poor. The strong kill the weak. And no one sees the true value of life? Why do they suffer? Why, even after everything I've done for them, do they just continue to act out under my nose? Do they not care at all about the lives around them? How are ordinary people any worse? Why does everything turn out like this? Maybe it's time for me to step down as Kage? Why did I even take the Hokage position? Because of him, my son became a demon, my daughter tried to lay hands on her brother, and my wife even went as a missing person, even though she asked me not to worry. Okay, time to go home and hit the sack." Entering the house, Minato immediately felt an unknown chakra. There was someone in the house and they clearly didn't just come to say, "Oh," Minato began. "Come out, I can feel your chakra," said Minato, taking out a 3-bladed kunai. "And you are as good as always, Minato," said the unknown man and turned on the light in the kitchen. "Please sit down at the table," said a heavily distorted voice. Minato entered the kitchen and saw the same demon from the Chunin Shiken at the table. Swinging his arm to strike, Namikaze wanted to injure and move him outside the village, but he couldn't move. Literally. He just stood there in a stupor, and his sensory system showed that everything was normal and there was no control. What the? Minato asked himself out loud. Just body control. Any of the higher demons and spirits can do that. A distorted voice answered his question. "So it's you, the demon of purple lightning?" Minato asked him, trying to get out of control. "And I made a lot of noise. My miscalculation. Although protecting good people in exchange is not bad either." The demon answered. "You took over my son's body. I have nothing to talk about with you, demon. Release him and go away." Minato growled. "Too bad, but I didn't take over his body." The demon answered. "Don't lie to me. He may have died, but that doesn't mean you can use his body. Release him and go away." Minato answered louder. Looks like I'll have to take off this form," the demon said and showed up. "Naruto decided to put pressure on me, forcing me to look at his body?" Minato asked rudely. "You're still as stupid and thick-headed as ever, bad dad," Naruto replied. Naruto?" the Hokage asked hopefully. "Yes, kamikaze," Naruto joked. "Kamikaze? Decided to make fun of." Minato was about to accuse him, but he was interrupted. No, you're really kamikaze if you decided to butt heads with the old men, and not just get rid of them. God, you're a real ram. How did I ever see a sane person in you? Naruto asked. Son, you. No, I'm not your son. Since I was a demon to everyone, I will be one. Now sit down and let's talk, because there's only my copy here. Naruto interrupted him. Okay. Minato answered sadly. I don't like beating around the bush, so let's get down to business. Are you ready to step down as Kage, having killed Danzo before that? Naruto shocked him. What are you talking about, Naruto? Just go and kill them, leaving the residence to these senile people? Minato asked. So you haven't gone crazy yet? That's good. Then let's make a deal. I'll report everything about Kushina and give you hope about one person, and in return you'll try to remove the elders and restore order everywhere, reign in all the Konoha clans and, if possible, acquire allies in the ranks of the clans. After which you'll resolve the issue with the elders and remove them from power, with the help of the clan heads. All those who disagree will be tribunaled and suspected of collaborating with traitors. I'll keep my goals to myself, but after that, you'll help me against Cloud, Rock, Sand and the Fire Daimyo. They've gotten too carried away playing rulers and it's time to clean up their ranks. The enemy villages won't cooperate with us, but you, as a Kage, will be able to remove the daimyo and his retinue, freeing everyone from his tyranny. I know that in the area of the village everything is more peaceful and calm, but as soon as the night comes to these streets, all the carrion and rot of this sacred place immediately blooms. There is an underground, bribes, violence and prostitution everywhere. I hope I don't need to explain to you that everything has gone too far. When you deal with everything, you will say that you are tired of watching the suffering of the innocent, and all this is in order to improve the lives of ordinary people and honestly serving shinobi in the village, and all dissenters will face trial and investigation. You will start a purge, like under the second Hokage. He distributed shinobi in Anbu to all the idiots who let their hands go, who wanted more and would not stop. Naruto said. But why so radically? Is it really necessary to go against other villages like that? Why is the mist not on the list of targets? Minato asked the most important questions. The mist will soon do the same as I suggested to you above. The main thing is not to deviate from the plan. Radical methods were already in place during the time of the first Hokage and he did not disdain to use them, for which he was respected, as was the second. Tobirama was even able to calm Hyuga with just a couple of phrases, and the police harshly pressed everyone who was against observing fair laws. Anbu were always on missions and received honor and respect among ordinary shinobi and people for their faithful service. And when the old man third came, everything immediately went to giving power to the elders. Danzo organized the root of Anbu and twisted his intrigues without supervision from the Hokage, simplifying and easing punishment for both people and shinobi. Much has changed for the worse. Hiruzen may be respected as a shinobi, but as a Hokage he is too soft. Even if Shimura Danzo were the third Hokage, he would not have fallen into insanity and would still be sane and adequate. Naruto said. Let's say I do this, but what will happen next? A new world war or diplomatic travels around the world? Minato asked. A new war, and that's not up for discussion. I've already gathered a lot of information on all the Kages and their villages, and things are so bad there that you can forget about cooperating with them. Only the rich and slave traders can survive there, who can just run amok on their streets. Daimyo are no better, taking bribes in round sums and even selling their concubines, just for fun and money. Naruto shocked him. Is it that bad? Minato asked in shock. Unfortunately, yes. Naruto answered sadly and lowered his head. I see. Minato had nothing to say, because after all, similar information had already slipped into Konoha and there were even reports from weak-nerved Chunins, when visiting neighboring lands and joint missions with other villages. Naruto just looked at Minato, waiting for an answer. He didn't have to wait long. Okay. I agree to go according to plan. I was too kind, but this is how I and ordinary people were repaid. I have had enough of soft and condescending actions. Thank you for opening my eyes, Naruto. Minato answered. You are welcome. Just don't lead me astray, or we'll put Konoha under the katana. Naruto answered. I understand that this is a chance to correct and improve relations. Minato asked. Yes. I am not so inhumane as to simply turn away from a potential relative. Don't let me down, Namikaze. Naruto answered a minute later and disappeared in purple lightning. Thank you, son. I will not let you or the villagers down. Minato answered into the void. The next day, Minato's office. I have called all the clan heads to discuss a very important issue. The Hokage intrigued everyone. And what is the problem? Asked Hana Inuzuka. I have noticed that the elders have started bribing ANBU and Chunin-ranked shinobi and some jonin to cover their tracks and falsify reports. Answered Minato. What does this mean? Asked Chuza Akamichi, founded. That means, Akamichi-san, there are rats in our clans and they all work for the elders. Answered the Hokage. Even among your guards? Confirmed rather than asked Shikaku Nara. This is also possible. I received this information from Kakashi Hatake, since he is the only elite jonin in Konoha and my student, so my trust in him is now the only one in the entire village. Said Namikaze. Do you want to purge the spies and rats sent and bribed by the elders? Asked Hayashi Hyuga, Z_infinity/deviation. In my FF he is a normal person with his own principles and values, loves both daughters and helps Hinata overcome shyness and timidity. Also Niji does not have the seal, bird in a cage, at the request of his brother. Yes, but you need to make it so that it is your initiative and offer to help each other, for insurance. Yamanaka will be able to check for the necessary information and catch those trying to deceive or buy off with their technique. This is all an example, although I understand that it is radical, but all this has already gone too far. The third Hokage gave everyone too much power and greatly softened the punishments for breaking orders and laws. Minato answered seriously. I see, then we need to play it out so that we gradually begin to clean up on our own initiative. Let's start with ourselves then we will help each other and cleanse the staff of rats and traitors. Said Fugaku. Do as you wish, but my involvement in this must be hidden. You understand that the elders must be unaware of me so that they can be finished off at the village council. Answered Minato and received nods from all the clan heads. Then let's disperse and begin the purge. Said Inoichi Yamanaka. Yes, everyone is free to go. Answered Minato and everyone left the office and went to their clans. Literally a week later, many of the bribed ANBU and shinobi clans were identified. All of them were demoted and deprived of chakra, while simultaneously performing D-rank missions for 2 years. All of the elders' liaisons cursed their short-sightedness and downright hated the elders, because they received so little for their services. As it turned out, Danzo sent his spies to the Konoha police and other clans, but now all of the liaisons were caught and sent to Ibiki. The interrogation specialist himself literally smeared himself with the gift of so many idiots that they fell under his command and talked like sweethearts. For this, he even received a bonus, and after cleaning the rats, he will go on vacation for a month. Enko, laughing like crazy and satisfied, left work and did not remove her smile, scaring everyone in the area. But with pockets full of honestly earned money and drops of blood, she went to a dango cafe, and at home she danced and threw a party in honor of this event. When it was all over and all the clan heads had reported and were convinced that all the traitors and root rats had been removed and cleaned, they went to a council of clans and elders. Danzo and Koharu were almost sweating, because they had already realized that the clans had figured out about the old senile foundlings. Everyone had taken their places and Minato announced the beginning of the council. I, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, declare the beginning of the council. Minato said. May I take the floor first, Hokage-sama? Hamura asked. Please, Minato answered. Let's start with the fact that as an elder, I sent my personal ANBU guards to check their loyalty, and I assure you that everything is fine with them and there are no traitors among them. I also sent them under the guise of civilians to the capital of fire. As Hokage-sama warned me, lawlessness and chaos on a large scale also reign in the capital. The fire daimyo does not behave in a special way. Hamura said. Thank you, Hamura-san, for your information. It was not in vain that I entrusted you with this mission. Minato answered sincerely. Thank you for your trust in me, Hokage-sama. The elder answered. Now let's move on to the main problem. Let's begin the vote to remove Shimura Danzo and Koharu Yuton from the council and the elders' posts. Minato shocked the elders. What does this mean, Minato? The old woman screamed. That's what it means. Who is for removing these two from the elders' posts? Minato shut them up and asked the clan heads and Jonin. The Uchiha clan is for. The Nara clan is for. The Hyugo clan is for. The Sarutobi clan is for. The Yamanaka clan is for. The Akimichi clan is for. The Aburame clan is for. The Jonin Council is for. Hamura Mitokata is for. The decision has been made. Danzo Shimura and Koharu Yuton are stripped of their power and declared traitors to Konohagakure no Sato. Tighten them up. Minato gave the order. Danzo immediately called his route and managed to escape to the ANBU route. Destroy all records and kill all prisoners. Burn absolutely everything unnecessary, collect funds and scrolls that will be useful and prepare for retreat. Danzo shouted. Hi. And the rooters began to carry out the order. I could not expect that freak to do the purge so early. Did someone get caught carrying out a mission? It doesn't matter. It's time to run and go to Munda-sama. Danzo thought to himself. When Danzo left the shelter, all the ANBU and elite Jonin with the clan heads appeared in front of him. Danzo, realizing that his route were just kids in a sandbox compared to them, orders them to be detained, and the scrolls with things to be handed over to him and given the opportunity to escape. During the battle, the head of the ANBU does escape, but in doing so he loses his hand with the Sharingan, having used them all for Izanagi. As a result, the ANBU route was destroyed. Koharu Yuton was publicly executed the following day for treason against the village and her underground connections, and Danzo was declared a missing nin with a bounty of 15 million ryo placed on his head. The villagers accepted this and began to revere Minato even more and belittled the third Hokage's accomplishments and decisions due to his gentle, albeit kind, nature. It's time to change the entire land of fire. Thank you, son. I will not let you down and will follow you to the end. Even if there will be a war against other villages. Minato said to himself, having finally decided and convinced himself of Naruto's intentions. Naruto, after another training session, met Nagato, who gestured for him to follow him. Wanted something, Nagato? Asked Naruto. Yes. Minato carried out the purge a week ago and Danzo, with his tail between his legs, ran away and became a missing nin. Answered Nagato. So everything is going according to plan. What's going on in the mist? Pakura, Kisame, Deidara and Kakuzu are already making progress in cooperating with the mist rebels. Soon Mei Terumi will become the Kage of Kirigakure and we will get an ally in the person of the second of the 5 on the world stage. I never thought that it would be possible to unite people and not tie the Jinchuriki and tailed beasts to this. Answered Nagato. Got it. Then we will soon need to visit the stone. The oppressed Jinchuriki have already become overwrought and tightened their belts from despair and oppression of their Kage," said Naruto. "Will you wait for Pakura?" asked Nagato. "Alas, but we will not begin to gather Jinchuriki until a year and a half from now. Han and Rashi will resist Inoki, but send Zetsu to them just in case." Uzumaki answered. "Good." Nagato answered and went to hand out the task. "And I'll go to rest," Naruto said to himself. "Hey, Naruto. Come to us," said the fox. Naruto, having reached his room, went into the subconscious. "I decided to advance our relationship from partners to friends," answered the Biju. "I am pleased to know that someone like you will become my friend," answered Naruto with a smile. "So, my name is Kurama," said the fox. "Nice to meet you, Kurama," answered Naruto. "Me too, Naruto Uzumaki," answered Kurama and thrust his fist forward, to which Naruto responded in kind. "So now we are comrades, and can we open the cage?" asked Naruto. "Yes, but for this we need the key to the cage or wait until it breaks under the onslaught of demonic energy," answered Kurama. "Got it. Then it is better to pick up the key. I think it will be easier to do this, due to the damage to the seal," said Uzumaki. "I think so. Now get out of here, I want to sleep," answered Kurama and threw him out of the subconscious. "And I see you are getting impudent, Kurama-chan," Yamato said and gently hinted that this should not happen again. Okay, I won't do it again," Kurama answered, sweating. "That's good, little fox," Yamato answered. "By the way, how much longer do I have to train and develop my spiritual energy to advance to the next level?" Naruto asked Yamato. "1 more year and you will be able to easily absorb Sparta and strengthen the surviving Uzumaki to prepare for war. In addition, you have 2 years to prepare, mobilize and establish relations between all the allies," Yamato answered. "That's right. Okay, time for a bath and sleep. Soon to the mist to reinforce the allies, after fixing the problems in the Village of Stars and solving the problems with the artifact. But I did get a strong stone," Naruto said and went to his place. "Don't forget to polish me before bed," Yamato said in a tone that did not tolerate objections. "Okay," Naruto answered. "By the way, Yamato, where did you get your mind from?" Kurama asked. "This. I'll tell you later," Yamato answered, and the fox realized that it was difficult for her to talk about it. "Then when you're ready, you can tell, both of you," Uzumaki answered for the fox. "Thank you for understanding," Yamato said, and Naruto left her on the counter and went to take a bath. Coming out of the bath, Naruto went to get the tools for polishing the katana that Yamato liked. A stick with a soft pouch filled with powder and pure blade oil from the land of iron. After polishing and, for some unknown reason, Yamato's groans, Naruto went to bed. "I'll have to return Kushina and Hana to Konoha later, to strengthen my relationship with Minato," Naruto thought and fell asleep completely. "But why isn't Naruto-kun with us?" Pakura complained. "This is getting annoying," Kisame replied. "We'll have to leave for the final push to Kirigakure soon. We'll start in 2 days," Mei said. "Why are we waiting? Why not leave tomorrow?" Ao asked. "We don't have any information about what's going on in the village itself. For now, we'll wait for reinforcements from an Akatsuki ally," Mei replied and received a nod. "Then we need to gather information," Kakuzu confirmed. "Yes. Can you?" Terumi asked. "We can, but it's better to send Kisame and his Samahata. Underwater, he can hide his chakra and swim to the village undetected." Sasori replied. I see. Then we wait until dawn and then go on reconnaissance. Mei replied. It's better for Kisame to go alone. It's safer and more reliable that way. Kakuzu interrupted Mei. Okay. Mei replied. That's good. Now let's go to bed. I'm tired of blowing up all these punks and brats. It's time to catch my breath. Deidara said. Agreed. Kakuzu replied. Then it's nice to rest and gain strength. Terumi and Ao replied after him. Thank you. Akatsuki and Pakura replied. Well, I'm going to bed. I won't go far to the hot springs. Kisame said. As you wish. Kakuzu replied. And I wouldn't mind the springs. Pakura said. I'll go too. Deidara replied. I won't go. Sasori said and went to bed. With you, I'm going to the springs. Kakuzu said and went with Pakura and Deidara. After the springs, everyone returned without incident and went to bed. Pakura began to think about Naruto more and more often. She even imagined the little demons running and flying all over the house and having fun non-stop. At this, Pakura, blushing deeply, shook her head and went to the kingdom of Morpheus. Soon all the pieces will be in place and the rebellion will begin. Naruto, you have until dawn tomorrow to reach the borders of Kirigakure. Nagato said. Got it, let's not keep them waiting. Naruto answered. Then Haiden will go with you, if of course you take him away on your wings. Nagato said. I'm not your transport, Nagato. I understand that it's nice, but I'm a demon, not a taxi driver. Naruto snapped, but still grabbed Haiden by the scruff of the neck. Not so fast. Slow down, fuck. I've already caught the fifth crow with my face. Haiden yelled, hanging on Naruto's arm. Shut up, swearer. Don't scream in my ears. Naruto answered in the same tone, for which he received a mental slap from Yamato. How the fuck can I not scream, huh? Haiden answered, catching another flying body in the face, thereby filling his mouth with feathers. Ha 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 ha. Naruto laughed in a demonic voice. What are you laughing at, fuck? Haiden continued to yell. At this rate, Naruto and Haiden flew to the borders of Kiri and headed towards the resistance, where they were met by Akatsuki and Pakura with Mei. As soon as Akatsuki saw Haiden's mouth full of feathers, everyone started laughing, and Deidara rolled on the ground and hit the ground with his fist. Fuck, now my mouth stinks of. I'll sacrifice you to Jashin-sama, fuck. Haiden screamed. Okay, that's enough laughing. Let's discuss the plan and begin the assault on Kiri. Naruto interrupted everyone. Yeah. Mei answered, quietly laughing at such a performance. Follow us. Ao said, barely restraining himself. After a little cheerful laughter, everyone went to the headquarters, where Naruto and Haiden got the hang of things. Soon, the rebels and Akatsuki will attack the barracks and communication points. After that, the defensive points will be destroyed to support the main forces and disarm the enemy. Yaguro will be Naruto's opponent, thanks to his strength and Uzumaki seals. As soon as the Mizukage is killed, then all forces will be thrown into destroying the rest of the forces or their surrender. The elders will be under the gun of Kisame, because of his sensory abilities. Mei Terumi will support the security forces in the person of Haiden and Naruto with her steam and lava techniques. When everything is over, Mei will send ANBU to search for the six-tailed and give the third, and according to the contract they will help their villages and protect ordinary people. In case of betrayal, the tailed will be extracted, and a new vessel will be found at the request of the tailed itself. We begin on Kisame's signal, said Kakuzu. Acknowledged, the Akatsuki answered in a low voice. After the signal, Kakuzu warned Mei that they would begin in 5 minutes so that Kisame could get into position to intercept the elders with Katon release. 5 minutes have passed. Mei calls for the attention of all rebels and Akatsuki. Attention! Our victory is near. Soon Yagura and his paranoia will stop oppressing ordinary people and shinobi. Let a new milestone and a new head of the village hidden in the mist begin. Mei said and gave the signal for the final invasion. The main gates were breached by Katon techniques and swept them off their hinges. Naruto, Mei, and Haiden immediately jumped into the thick of things, where they began to cause great damage to the enemy formation. Kakuzu, Pakura and Deidara worked over the area, not giving the enemy a chance to maneuver and counter moves, destroying all shelters and neutralizing the enemy's techniques. Sasori distracted and, if possible, destroyed the Jonin and especially strong shinobi, cutting them off from the main forces, without the ability to help them. When Naruto, after 3 minutes of destruction of shinobi supporting the regime of the military concentration camp, finally sensed the chakra of the target he needed, Yaguro himself appeared on the battlefield. Immediately switching to him, Naruto attacked him with overdrive cross to cross. Although Yaguro dodged, he still switched his attention to the demon. Which is what Uzumaki needed. You're a Jinchuriki too? Excellent. You and your little animal will serve me as a strong succor, said Yaguro. He's completely lost his mind, answered Kurama. He didn't have to say anything. Yamato said mentally. Did you decide to chat in front of this psycho? Naruto asked reproachfully. We're already helping. Both roommates answered. Yagura released a water dragon, which Naruto dispersed with a blow along the water body, interrupting the flow of the dragon's chakra with his own. The Mizukage continued his attack with water techniques and close combat, but the demon fought him off with only Yamato and a sword woven from energy. Naruto was fed up with all this and, pushing Yagura away from himself, gathered energy and activated his demon form. Yaguro looked at this with wide eyes and disbelief, but asked. So it's you, the demon of the purple lightning? The Mizukage asked with fear. Yes. Naruto answered in a demonic voice, drawing out the answer. The demon suddenly lunged towards the Mizukage and lifted him into the air with a blow from below. 3 energy blades pierced Yaguro's back and held the enemy in the air. After putting the katana into its sheath and swinging sharply, Yaguro was caught in the sphere, receiving several strong cuts, some of which hit the tendons. Gloves and greaves with claws appeared on Naruto's arms and legs. Without waiting, the demon immediately carried out a series of blows to the Mizukage's face and chest, to the sound of breaking bones. Since Akatsuki and Naruto needed the 3-tailed one, the demon simply kicked him in the head, thereby driving him into the ground. Naruto took out the seal of chakra suppression and paralysis, immediately sticking them on Yaguro. I'm done, what about the others? Naruto asked through the Fuin connection. Almost done. Get the Mizukage out of here and head to the base, we'll be there soon too. Kakuzu replied. Got it. Naruto said, taking Yaguro and heading towards the base. At the same time, the rest. Pakura, destroy everything around the center of the village, but leave the residents alone, Kakuzu said. Understood, Pakura replied. The Sun Maiden heated the air around her and created balls of heat, immediately releasing them around herself and blowing up the nearest buildings. Enemy shinobi not engaged in combat rushed there, while Kakuzu used the Doton technique and created crevices with spikes under the smoke, where inattentive shinobi fell and died. Half of Yagura's army remained, but after a show of force, they all surrendered and ceased military action against the rebels. Kakuzu and Mei ordered everyone to gather in front of the residence and give an account of the losses and wounded. No more than 1/5 of all the rebels suffered from Mei's army. When all the squads gave their report and all Akatsuki gathered in front of the residence and began to listen to Mei. The hidden mist village was defiled by the psychopath Yagura, but we finally freed all the villagers and shinobi who were forced to follow the tyrant's dictatorship. However, today we will be able to rebuild the village and start a new page in the history of Kirigakure. We will finally be able to start over and cleanse our mist of blood. Yes! The shinobi of Kirigakure shouted and recognized the new Mizukage. Long live the new Mizukage! The residents of Kiri shouted. Okay. All members of Akatsuki and Team Mystic, prepare to retreat to the base. The Demon of Purple Lightning and the head of Akatsuki will take over the negotiations, said Kakuzu. Accepted. All Akatsuki and Mystic responded. When everyone had listened to Mei's speech and made her Mizukage, they went to restore the village and help the wounded and sick. Mei herself, Akatsuki and Team Mysticism went to the Mizukage's office, from where they carried out the covered body of an unknown girl. Everyone winced at this, because they understood what Yagura had been doing before the invasion. Mei burned the table and chair in the office along with other furniture and asked to bring new ones, to which they nodded with a smile and went to the warehouse. Everyone who arrived in the office went to the roof of the residence and began negotiations. Do you want to become allies of Kirigakure? If so, I would like to know under what conditions. Mei said. You are insightful, Mizukage-sama. The conditions are simple: trade and military alliances. Naruto said, arriving immediately after arriving on the roof of the residence. Boy, I'm not talking to you. Mei answered, but her expression immediately changed, seeing half of the demonic face and the dense energy around the demon. I am the Yuzukage of the Hidden Whirlpool Village and the head of the Mystic Team. My squad includes the Sun Maiden and the Witch of the Cursed Sound. So before you talk to me like that, I ask you to think about what you are saying. Naruto said reproachfully. Forgive me, Yuzukage-sama. Mei answered, after Kakuzu nodded, as if confirming Naruto's words. It's okay, but take note in the future. Don't worry, I'm not Yagura, who will cut out entire clans for the sake of her power. Yes, and I myself am an Uzumaki. Naruto said, calming Mei, who was looking at the demon with apprehension. I apologize, I just took office. Mei replied with a slight smile. It's not a problem. So, my conditions are simple: in the event of a military and political conflict, we will come to your aid, and as a trade, we will start with light but unique Uzumaki seals. In the event of developing relations, you will be included in the alliance, which already includes such countries as the Country of Spring, Waves, Rice Fields with its village of the Hidden Sound, Amigakure, and other small villages and shinobi defenders who protect small villages, uniting into one single shinobi village. Naruto said. There is nothing to complain about here. If you had said that we would immediately join the alliance, with the introduction of forces into my territory, then I would have refused to join, but you have set a probationary period and the paper in my hand states the fuin of the contract seal, which cannot be broken by either side. I agree to these terms and am ready to enter into an alliance. Mei replied and placed the Kaguya seal on the original and the copy, keeping an identical copy for herself. Then let's begin concluding the contract. Naruto said and cut his hand, holding it out to Mei, who shook it and made a concentration sign with one hand. The contract is concluded. Well, it's time to head home. Naruto said and looked at Kakuzu, receiving a nod in response. All Akatsuki, let's head to base. Kakuzu said and everyone headed back. After Akatsuki and Team Mystique left, Mei called Ao over and started asking him questions. Do you think they can be trusted? Asked the Mizukage. The document can't be faulted, and considering their reputation lately, they deserve a chance. The alliance has great fighting power, and we don't have allied relations with the other great villages. So trusting them, but checking will be just right, answered Ao. I see, then we'll keep an eye on them, and then decide what to do, answered Mei. I agree, and now it's time to get to work, Mizukage-sama, said Ao and placed a stack of printed waste paper on the new table. For what? May shouted, aghast at the mountain of papers that appeared in the office, taking up 7/10 of the entire room, to the laughter of the fleeing Ao. Have a nice day, Mizuki-sama. Ha ha ha, answered Ao. May, with a displeased expression and a suffering face, began to rake the papers, putting aside and sealing the agreement with the alliance, began to rake the most terrible and inevitable torture of all Kaguya, paper waste. Why did this psycho forget about paperwork? Mizuki yelled after 10 documents. Akatsuki and Team Mystique were on the road for about 2 days. Naruto constantly caught Pakura's gaze on his body, who even managed to delve into herself and almost undressed the demon with her gaze. Just look at how she undresses you with her eyes. Wow, what a surge of lust from her. Maybe you should do something, mister, otherwise she'll spill everything here and other shinobi will follow us to find out what the is going on with the unknown lady. Fox sneered and laughed. Ov pervert. Yamato, please shut him up with something. Naruto asked mentally. Of course, I understand everything, but this is not my problem, and the fox is right, confess to her and tell her how you feel about her. Yamato answered. Okay, we'll figure it out later. Whistle, what emotions and feelings are pouring out of her? We're expecting a brutal hentai with a demon in the lead role. Kurama said, blowing smoke out of his nose. Ov pervert. Naruto answered and mentally put a muzzle on the fox, breaking the connection. Something wrong? Sasori asked. Just one furry pervert flying in his dreams. Naruto answered. A fox? A pervert? The puppeteer asked with a chuckle. Yeah. Now he's whining that I don't understand his joke, you see. The demon answered. Okay, let's not stop him from fantasizing. The puppeteer said and silently continued on his way. Naruto looked at Pakura, to which she immediately looked away and continued on her way with a bloody nose. Uzumaki thought to this that the problem was real, but how to solve it would come later. We're arriving at the base, said Kakuzu. Acknowledged, the others replied. After entering the base, Uzumaki headed to the resealing room. Is the three-tailed one with you? Nagato asked. Yes. Naruto answered and took out the scroll with the unconscious Yagura. Great, then we need to find a new Jinchuriki and seal him in it. Nagato said. Who do you suggest? Personally, I would suggest simply leaving him in the scroll with favorable conditions for him for now and talking to him so that he can choose his own vessel. Naruto said. Good idea, but are you sure he will talk to us? Nagato asked. I'm sure all we need is to gain his trust through one furry pervert. Naruto answered. Pfft, I see. Nagato said, realizing who Uzumaki was talking about. Then we'll start soon. In the meantime, I'll take off his muzzle, because on the way he literally got on my nerves with his empathy. Naruto said through clenched teeth. Okay, let's talk to the tailed one first. Then let's get ready. Yes. After the conversation, Nagato and Naruto prepared the room with all the necessary fuin and unsealed Yagura's body. In the center of the room lay the desired body. Nagato and Naruto began to fold the seals and use the resealing technique into a scroll, but before that, Naruto touched Yagura and penetrated his subconscious. Oh, three-tailed one. Naruto said. Who are you, a human? Isabu growled. Calm down, Isabu, he is not your enemy. Kurama said, appearing behind the crumbling bars. Fox? So you are sealed in this boy? Ispo asked. Not just a boy, Isabu. He is a real demon. Naruto? Kurama said and asked the demon. After the last question, Naruto took on his demon form, which greatly surprised the three-tailed turtle. A real demon? When have we seen them lately? Asked Isabu. You can't even count. In short, You agree to be in a scroll until you find yourself a Jinchuriki? Answered Kurama. Are you kidding? I will not be in a person or a scroll. Answered Isabu. No, what are you proposing? Do you want to be sealed by force, or will you be in a scroll where no one will come to you or drain your chakra by force? Said Kurama. Okay, I agree to the scroll. I will choose a vessel for myself later. Answered Isabu after a minute of thought. Then sit quietly and do not resist, Naruto and Nagato will do everything themselves. Said Kurama and looked at Naruto, hinting at the beginning of the sealing. I understand. Let's begin. Said Naruto. When Naruto nodded to Nagato, both Uzumaki began to make new seals. Isabu felt himself being pulled out of Yagura's body. Yaguro himself screamed in pain, for Isabu was being resealed with maximum pain for the vessel, as torture for his sins as Mizukage. When it was all over, Yaguro died, and Isabu began to arrange the space inside the scroll in his own way and comfort. So, we've finished sealing, Nagato said and sat down on the floor from fatigue. Yes, but not all the tailed beasts are in our alliance yet. Even though Zetsu warned them that we would soon join them, it's not a fact that they will agree. We'll think about that later. Now go and settle the issues regarding the alliance with Konoha and the overthrow of the daimyo's power. Minato turned out to be smart, but he hasn't earned trust yet. We'll be on guard and come up with a plan in case of his betrayal. I agree, but we won't talk about it directly, so as not to seem paranoid. Naruto answered. Good. Let's go rest, and tomorrow you'll go to Konoha to meet with Minato so that he can summon the 5 Kage Council in 2 years. 2 years, then. We need to prepare everything as well as possible, otherwise we'll attract unnecessary attention from the stone and the cloud. Until then, we'll sit back and carry out missions as mercenaries, and tell the rest to get ready and not show themselves too much and keep an eye on the rear. When everything is ready, we'll declare the 4th Shinobi World War, where one half of the world will fight the other. Naruto said. There will be a massacre, but it's better than sitting and putting up with who have forgotten who they are. Nagato answered. Yeah, let's go wash up, we already stink. Naruto said and went to the bathroom. I wonder what his form will be like after awakening into the devils. Nagato asked himself, but then thought that time will tell. The main thing is that he doesn't go crazy. Munda-sama, my unit and I were exposed. I had to flee to hide the fact of your interference. Danzo said, kneeling. So you failed to seize power in Konoha. Okay, but we will have to wait with my resurrection, and hide my soul and energy. Mundus answered from the red unknown crystal. So the plan is postponed indefinitely? Danzo asked. Not for very long. In 2 years, Akatsuki and the alliance of small countries, along with Kiri and Konoha, will declare war on the rest of the countries, and with them will be the demon to whom Virgil gave his power and awakened the demonic nature in him. I also sense Yamato, Dante and Sparta next to him. Mundus said and spat it out like poison on the last one. I see, but what should we do in the meantime? Danzo asked, still kneeling. Wait and prepare for this event. Find a way to become stronger, to accept the demonic nature from my power, and when you are ready, then come to me and accept my soul. Mundus answered and cut off the connection through the crystal. As you wish, Mundus-sama. Danzo answered and left, closing the passage and sealing it tightly with his barrier. Hokage-sama, you have a meeting scheduled with a demon for tomorrow at noon. Should I notify our shinobi of this time period? Asked the secretary. Yes, it would be desirable to have security from the most trusted persons and not to let anyone in during the negotiations. Answered Minato. Understood, I will set a time and notify our shinobi and other employees. I would be grateful. Answered Minato and began to do paperwork. When Danzo escaped, Konoha immediately became calmer. Yeah, only the fact that he is alive worries me. And have you considered sending trackers to look for him? I thought about it, but after the first squad was killed, I did not dare to risk it and declared him wanted with a reward. Stop. Oh, Minato. Jiraiya said with a smile. Jiraiya-sensei, you could have come in through the door. Answered Minato. Come on, tell me this instead. Where are Naruto and Kushina? Jiraiya asked with a serious expression. They are fine. I met Naruto and it was he who helped me solve the problems in the person of Danzo's rats and where to look for dirt on this fart. Kushina is on his team and I am not worried about her, but until she earns Naruto's trust, then there is no news to be expected. Minato answered. I see, so Naruto is not in the mood for revenge on Konoha. Jiraiya said. I'm not entirely sure. Although he was a good boy, I did not notice his efforts to become better than me. Hana completely betrayed our trust after all the details of his death were revealed. However, he showed particular hostility towards the Inuzuka, Sarutobi and Hyuga clans. The Uchiha were badly maimed, but none of them died. So it turns out that these clans were involved in his beatings as a child? Asked the Toad Sage. I think so, but perhaps they were just those who wanted revenge on the fox, and out of ignorance only made an enemy in the person of a real demon. Perhaps. Okay, I'll go rest and set off in 2 days. I'm really tired. By the way, here. Jiraiya hands over several scrolls that Minato immediately recognized as scrolls with reports on the search for Naruto. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. You're welcome. Okay, I'm going. Said Jiraiya and went to the springs. You don't change, sensei. Minato said with a smile and continued working. Zetsu, are you there? Naruto asked into the air. Yes, I am here. Did you want something? Zetsu asked in a raspy and ear-piercing voice. You are pursuing your own goals, right? Tell me, will they interfere with us or do you want to bring someone back? You keep looking at the moon, as if someone is there and waiting for something. Naruto said, which shocked Zetsu. I suppose there is no point in hiding it, but, Zetsu said, but he was interrupted. Promise not to take any action against you? Naruto asked. All the same, I will be destroyed if I tell you about my goals. You try. I promise that I will not touch you until I hear everything you have to tell. Naruto assured him. I want to resurrect Kaguya Otsutsuki, my mother. Zetsu said. As far as I remember, she is the progenitor of all chakra on Earth? Naruto asked. Yes, that is true. To resurrect her, I need all the chakra in this world, but the main thing is to place all the tailed beasts in the Gedomazo, thereby returning the 10 tails. And you're just telling me this? Asked Naruto. What's the point if the Eye of the Moon plan has changed to a plan to unite the world through war? Zetsu asked in despair. Really, you're desperate. Then how about this? There is one enemy who brazenly does not want to die and will soon do some nasty thing in this world. Let's think of a way to use him to resurrect your Kaguya, first bringing her to her senses, otherwise I don't want to fight her later. Naruto said, which surprised Zetsu, because they were trying to help him, even after declaring that he needed all the chakra in this world. Are you seriously trying to help me? Asked Zetsu. Yes, I am. And my motives are a little present here. You see, it's unlikely that she would be so cruel and create armies of white Zetsu, just for her beloved's sake, when she herself can destroy anyone in this world, and even Madara and Hashirama will seem like children with sticks in front of her. Naruto answered, which surprised Zetsu even more. Yes, you're right. She wanted to protect the world she liked from her clansmen, who wanted to use this world as the fruit of their immortality. Zetsu said. Still, the second option was true. She wanted to send the rotten of this world to an army of dolls obedient to her, for the sake of preserving the world. Okay, as I said, we will look for a way to resurrect her, through one, using him as expendable material and finally killing this. Naruto said, which caused a question from Zetsu. Who is this, that you are ready to give him up for sacrifice, for the sake of my goal? Zetsu asked. Mundus. This pain in the ass somehow survived and Virgil-sensei knew it, but how is unknown. Only in the memories of my teacher there was a special spell that helps to recognize the demonic aura, wherever it is located within the same world. When I used it, I felt it in Konoha, but after Danzo escaped, there was no trace of it left there. Conclusion: the creature in the person of Danzo serves Mundus, or he has a deal with him, in exchange for the resurrection of the physical S of the. Naruto said. I see, so the true evil is now sharpening its claws and preparing intrigues against this world. Zetsu concluded. Yes, and the sooner we destroy it, the calmer it will be in the other worlds, but naturally everything will not be so simple. Perhaps we will even have to resort to one spell that I would not want to use under any circumstances. And Ito Tensei even more so. Naruto said, and on the last one he lowered his voice significantly, showing his reluctance to use this technique. Ito Tensei, a technique for resurrection. So the extreme case is bringing someone back from the other world? Zetsu asked. Yes. I don't like both methods, but in the method with a spell, it will be similar to the species change technique, but there will be many times more victims to summon. About 5 to 1 for each summoned soul. The only difference is that Ito Tensei limits the strength of the summoned, while the spell, on the contrary, strengthens it, but in return requires a large payment and the summoning depends on the summoned one. Naruto answered. Then why don't you want to use Ito Tensei? There are fewer victims, even though the strength is limited? Zetsu asked. The thing is that he will summon, but the summoned one will not have the demon's power, although physical strength will be present, and if you try to summon along with demonic power, then the person will simply go crazy from such a load and strong influence on the mind and body of the summoner. And I don't like the fact that someone else summons one of them. Naruto answered, remembering his brother and the son of his teacher. I understand, then I will try to help you with the technique you need for this, where the load on you will be minimal, but the strength of the summoned will be maximal. Zetsu said, which surprised Naruto. Are you serious? Uzumaki asked. Yes, I will find other similar techniques and palm them off on that snake Orochimaru and let him think about how to summon a soul from the other world, with the right conditions. The search will be on me, the invention of the necessary product will be on the snake. Zetsu answered. Then I'm counting on you, Kuro Zetsu, Naruto said and extended his hand, which Zetsu shook and after a nod disappeared underground. Are you sure this liquid can be trusted? Yamato asked. Uzumaki turned the arrow to the Biju. He didn't lie, and what's surprising is that he carefully hides his emotions. I had to sweat to catch him with my empathy. You are irreplaceable, comrade, tailed one. Naruto answered. That's right, he. Said Kurama. Just the very soul of fluffy pride, and before I had to feed him meat, so that his butt would move. Said Yamato. Go to, Yamato. Give me at least a minute of glory, for my efforts. Said Kurama. Yes, fluffy one. Yamato answered sarcastically. Guys, I thought you wanted to go to bed, no? If so, then I have a question for Yamato. Yes, Naruto-kun, do you need something? Asked Yamato. Look, you yourself already answered in such a joyful tone. I bet you'll ask to be polished to a mirror shine. Go away, red rug. Yamato answered. We're inseparable. It's obvious that you're comrades of the year. Naruto chimed in. Ahem, so what's your question, Naruto-kun? Yamato asked. When will I be able to awaken the devil of sin form? Naruto asked. About another year and a half, if we continue at this pace, although I would improve your energy control to a new level before you start transforming into a devil. You know from your own experience that after the transformation, energy is controlled worse than before the transformation. Yamato answered. I get it, is there any way to speed it up? Naruto asked another question. Unfortunately, no. If you awaken earlier, your mind will also mutate, and your I will be replaced by your dark side and will cease to exist, as if it never existed. Yamato answered. I see. Okay, I promise to polish you, so that's how it will be. Naruto said and took out the necessary tools. Hooray! To a mirror shine, please. Yamato answered happily. I told you that you wouldn't miss out on yours either. Kurama said sarcastically. Shut up, fleabitcher. Yamato answered, and Naruto didn't listen to this anymore and simply began polishing the katana. Mom, should we go see Naruto Nizan? Hana asked. Okay, let's go. Kushina said with a smile. I'm with you. Tayuya and Pakura answered, after which they looked at each other with uncomprehending glances. Yes, I also want to see how Comrade is feeling. By the way, he's sailing to Konoha tomorrow, so this is a good reason. Tayuya said with an unperturbed look. Me too. Pakura answered with a red face, but caught a mocking look from Kushina and Tayuya, and from Hana. Jealous? Then let's all go together. Kushina said. Yeah. All four girls were already standing in front of Naruto's door and wanted to knock, but from behind the door they heard. Come in. And everyone realized that they were discovered. O, Ni-san. /Naruto-kun/son. Everyone shouted their own. Let's take turns, please, otherwise your ears will get blocked. Naruto said. Okay, Naruto Ni-san. We have a proposal. When you meet with your father, you will take me and mom back to Konoha. Supposedly we came from a mission and all this was to identify the real killer and supposedly everything worked out and we returned safely. Hana said. Okay, but you will go first, like you don't know me. Naruto put forward a condition. Why? Kushina and Hana were indignant. Firstly, I am still wanted as a missing genin. Secondly, how do you imagine that you returned from your missions, and in the end were with me all this time and were in the ranks of S-rank mercenaries? Thirdly, I am going there as an ambassador of a demon or a demon himself, who will talk about politics and the future coup, and how do you imagine that I am Kushina's son and your brother? Everyone will immediately understand that I am Naruto Uzumaki, a disgrace to the Hokage and a demon in one person, and Minato will have problems and unnecessary attention about this. Naruto answered. I see, then have it your way. Namikaze answered. That's great. Kushina, you have earned some trust, but I will not stop checking you. You can set this as a checkpoint in our restoring relations. Naruto said, which made Kushina happy. Thank you, son. Kushina answered. That's great, and why did you come here? Naruto asked Tayuya and Pakura. I wanted to ask about the cursed mark and the possibility of also becoming a demon. Tayuya answered, which surprised Uzumaki. Why do you need to become a demon? Asked the demon. Firstly, the cursed mark begins to live its own life, bringing pain. Secondly, its removal will greatly affect my health and strength. Thirdly, I like your transformations and strength, which can be developed as you like. In general, the mark is a hindrance, removing it means harming yourself, and the power of the demon can solve this problem, and my power will grow, as well as my usefulness on the battlefield. Answered Tayuya. I will think about it, because this process is painful and very expensive. If I agree, I will let you know. Said Naruto. Yeah, just don't drag it out, please. said Kaguya and went to her room, as did Kushina and Hana. What did you want? Asked Pakura Naruto. Well, how can I say? I would like to ask you. Will we date? Pakura screamed at the end. What? Are you serious? Asked Naruto. Yes. Pakura answered with a serious, but red as a lobster, face. You are not indifferent to me either, Pakura. I agree, but only after negotiations in Konoha with Minato. However, so that you do not feel abandoned or rejected, Naruto answered with a smile and, picking up Pakura, laid her on his bed. Are you serious? Asked the red Pakura. Yes, go to bed, I'll go to bed soon myself, after I polish Yamato. Answered Naruto, but turning away, he also blushed. Okay, answered Pakura and took off her outerwear. After polishing Yamato, Uzumaki also took off his outerwear and lay down next to Pakura. Pulling himself together, he took the girl's hand and turned it towards himself, meeting her embarrassed gaze. Naruto, having finally made up his mind, kissed her forehead and hugged her waist with a soft smile on his face. Let's start our relationship from tonight, but for now no perversions. Naruto said and hugged her to himself, putting his shoulder under Pakura's head, on which she lay down and almost immediately began to snore. She fell asleep quickly. Kurama said and went to bed himself. Yeah. Yamato and Naruto answered, also going into the world of dreams. Naruto woke up and saw a picture that he would dream about, either in nightmares or in dreams. Pakura was lying on his shoulder and peacefully snoring, but on the right side lay the one he did not suspect to see in his bed. Hana in a nightgown slept with them, hugging his hand with hers, but the demon's hand was between his sister's legs, and he could not even move it, because it was numb and numb. Kurama, Yamato, what is Hana doing here? Asked the stunned demon. Don't scream. How would I know? We were all asleep and didn't pay attention to our surroundings. Answered Kurama. Yamato? Asked Naruto suspiciously. Yes? Asked Yamato uncertainly. Repent. You knew and didn't warn me that Hana was sleeping in the same bed with me? Asked the Uzumaki. Yes, but I didn't sense any danger from her and simply fell asleep in your subconscious, not paying much attention to her, answered Yamato. Well, yes, how? Okay, what time is it? The alarm didn't ring, which means I woke up earlier than I wanted. Said Naruto, closing the topic about his sister. Then get up and go get ready to meet Minato. Said Kurama. Yeah, answered Naruto lazily. Naruto created a clone by separating the chakra from the demon's energy and wanted to replace himself with it, but in the end he changed his mind and sent it to make breakfast in bed, under the fox's founded gaze. What are you thinking? Asked Kurama. I don't want to wake them up, and leaving a clone seems wrong to me. And I care about my little sister. After learning the truth about her, I fell in love with her again like I did when I was a child. Answered Uzumaki. I see. So hentai with my little sister, to be. Yelled Kurama and blew steam from his nose mixed with blood. Pervert. Shouted back Naruto and Yamato. I could understand Pakura, but Hana, Naruto's sister. Don't you think this is too much? Asked Yamato. Not at all. The Uzumaki are children of incest and that's the honest truth. You can ask Kushina, she was born from the union of a brother and sister, who were her parents. Answered Kurama calmly at the end. I see. Pervert. Said Uzumaki and Yamato together, as if it was a sentence. Hey. She loves him as a man, so what does that have to do with me? As if I encouraged her to spend the night with her brother for the sake of vulgarity. What comrades, said Kurama and turned away, showing his offense. Don't be angry, this is not a sentence, you are just a real pervert, although I have nothing against it, but control yourself, please," said Uzumaki. "Okay, but let me watch hentai, then I will forgive you," answered Kurama. "Pervert," said Yamato and Naruto, mentally slapping him on the back of the head. "For what?" yelled Kurama, but further conversation was not destined to come true, because of the clone with breakfast on a tray. "Okay, close the topic. Now I will have to plan a conversation with my sister after they wake up." Naruto interrupted everyone. The clone put breakfast on the table and dispersed, giving all his memories to the original. By that time, Pakura and Hana were already waking up, rubbing their eyes. Naruto-kun/Ni-san. "Stop. What are you doing here?" The girls started shouting. "Why are you yelling like that?" Naruto asked calmly. "What is Hana/Pakura doing here?" the girls asked. "Maybe because, despite the situation, you continue to hug my arms and reach for my belt?" Naruto calmly put them in their place. "Sorry," the girls said, removing their hands. "Breakfast is on the table, and yes, good morning," Naruto said with a smile. "Why are you so calm?" Pakura asked. "Hana is my sister, and you are my girlfriend. So what's the problem? If you mean that the three of us slept together today, then it's not scary, because I will have a talk with Hana. And it's unlikely that you can withstand me alone," Uzumaki said, hinting at business. "Oh, okay, I'm going to go to the bath and have breakfast. Don't worry, I'm not offended," Pakura said, with Kurama confirming. "Yeah, and we'll wake up for now," Naruto said and looked at Hana. Pakura went to the bath, and Hana shrank tightly, anticipating a not very good conversation. "Tell me straight, Hana. Do you like me as a boyfriend or a brother?" Naruto asked bluntly. "What?" "Well, I love you, like," Hana hesitated, trying to answer. "I will accept any answer you give. You can talk, I will not turn away from you," Naruto assured and calmed her down. "Well, I love you, like, a boyfriend," Hana answered quietly. "Then let's wait for Pakura and I will announce something," Naruto said to the tense Hana. When Pakura came out of the bath and walked back into Naruto's room, Hana tensed up and waited for Naruto's answer. "Pakura, come here please," Naruto asked, and Pakura narrowed her eyes. "Yes?" asked the virgin, but in exchange Naruto patted the bed. When Pakura sat down next to Hana, she looked questioningly at the demon. "Close your eyes and do not open them under any circumstances," Naruto said, and the girls obeyed. Naruto placed a sound suppression seal on them, separating them from each other. The demon wasted no time in preparing his plan. "Are you serious? Don't you want to think about another option? You're in too much of a hurry," Kurama shouted. "It's better this way than just giving them a trinket, which they will have a lot of anyway," Naruto said. "He's right. It's better to show them your love than just give them something that they will just put away and forget about," Yamato replied. "Let's go," Naruto said. Uzumaki pressed his lips to Pakura's, and after she opened her eyes in shock, he held the kiss for a couple of seconds. When the demon pulled away, he pointed with his finger for her to be quieter and pressed his lips to Hana's, to which she did the same, but responded towards the end, holding him a little longer. "What does this mean, Naruto?" the girls asked in unison. "This is my answer. Why should I separate you and make you unhappy when I can make you both happy?" Naruto replied. Pakura and Hana looked at each other, talking without words. Nodding after staring made it clear that they had decided something, and Naruto didn't quite like it, but there was still some excitement, and a good one. "We have decided too," said Pakura. "Yes, we have made a decision," repeated Hana. "And what is your answer?" asked Naruto with excitement in his voice, which amused the girls. We/will/date/together. Answered Pakura and Hana, putting Naruto into a stupor. So you agree that you will have to share me between you? Asked Uzumaki. We will not share you, said Pakura. We will date together, because as you said, alone, we cannot stand you, said Hana, making Pakura blush. I see. Well, then, Hana, go to the bath, and I will clean the bed, said Naruto, with a happy and sincere smile on his face. Hi, answered Hana and shot into the bath. Further events and developments of relationships will be in extra episodes, not related to the main plot. Let's move on to the main events. Are you ready, Naruto? Asked Nagato. Yes, I'll leave in 5 minutes, answered Naruto. I see. Kushina and Hana went ahead, following the conditions. That's good. I'll set out after them when they're at a decent distance. I'll check out all the small settlements and their shinobi along the way. Of course, you gave them chakra using demon energy, but are you sure they won't betray you? No, they won't. The particle of energy left after the gift obliges them to follow the contract, where if he uses force against ordinary people or for his own benefit, helping other villages, then the chakra will simply dissipate and he will become an ordinary person again. Then I'm calm. Yeah, I'll go get myself in order. Naruto, after all the preparations, set off, checking all the nearby villages and their few but strong shinobi along the way. Having completed the entire journey at the appointed time, the demon arrived in Konoha, but in a very unusual way. Uzumaki took his demon form and landed smoothly in the center of the village, frightening all the residents and causing confusion. When Minato arrived, he asked to go to him under the protection of the strongest shinobi, although in fact he said that he would be under guard. The villagers and shinobi of the Chunin rank and below began to wonder. Was the Hokage's son a real demon? But no one knew the answer to it, although the attitude towards the deceased, as they believed, but still the son of the Hokage, softened greatly. Demon-san, please sit down. Everyone was stunned by Minato's respectful tone towards the demon. Hokage-sama, did you really agree to a deal with the devil? The Jonin shouted. No, and I would never agree. This, as you say, devil, has saved more lives than many of those present here. Minato answered. But, Hokage-sama, I said that I have not made, and will not make any deal with him. And even if I wanted to, would I do it in front of everyone gathered here? Minato put an end to the conversation. I understand you, Hokage-sama. That's better. Now I ask the demon lord to remove his demonic form. The Kage asked respectfully. When the demon removed his demon form, everyone immediately began to wonder and shouted. The Hokage's eldest son. What do you mean by this? The Jonin from the Hyuga clan shouted. Another word and the Shinigami's belly will seem like heaven to you, compared to where I'll send you for your tongue, you. Naruto answered coldly. How could you? Shut up, Kurobe. Haisher barked. But. I said shut up. Hi, Hayashi-sama. Can we begin? Naruto asked with steel in his voice. Yes. Since I am the initiator of this meeting, I will begin with the first, but not the last problem. The coup in the Land of Fire. Everyone was shocked by Minato's words and immediately began to ask questions. In what sense, Minato? Fugaku asked. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, to my regret, is not fulfilling his duties as the head of the Land of Fire. My ambassadors sent their conducted reconnaissance in the capital. The result is not encouraging. The daimyo does not monitor taxes and simply fleeces everyone, bypassing the law, with the help of money and power. Many officials and high-ranking people openly trade anything they can, including the underground trade in robes. I think there is no point in saying more, just read the copies and compare them with the original report, my ANBU. When everyone had read it, everyone had one question. How are we going to overthrow the daimyo? Inoichi asked. Dan, Tsunadeheim's fiancé, dreamed of the position of daimyo and still strives for it. How are we going to overthrow him? Let it be an alleged attack by his own officials for the sake of more power. Afterwards, Naruto-san will come and reveal to the people the truth about the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Most people now support the demon savior, so rumors will spread quickly. The main instigators will be the shinobi of Cloud and Stone. The kage of these villages also do not monitor their shinobi and do not punish them in any way for raising their hands and exceeding their authority. Minato said. Are we just going to sit it out? Inazuka asked, who was eager to gnaw the throat of the head of the Land of Fire. No, we will attack from the political side. When the daimyo is captured, we will provide incriminating evidence on him and his entire family and inner circle. The shinobi of Rock and Cloud often visit him to buy slaves and illegal substances. Kage replied. I see. The clan heads and the council of new elders, including Hamura, agreed. Then we will gather information and hide behind the subordination of the daimyo, and at that time we will prepare for war. Yes, this will be a help for the war in front of Rock, Cloud, and Sand. Although Suno was not particularly involved in the affairs of the daimyo, they are also listed there. However, their orders themselves are the most disgusting. Biological weapons from the hands of the daimyo's scientists and his retinue. They also want war, but they themselves want to sit on the sidelines. Naruto answered. The first problem is solved, I suppose. Minato said. After a 5-minute break of thought. Then here is the second. Naruto interrupted Minato. Which one? Asked Chuza. Can you be included in the alliance in our war? Naruto answered. Do you doubt us, Naruto-san? Asked Fugaku. Partially. Considering the recent events and the sending of Kushina Namikaze herself, I am forced to put the seal of the soul contract on all of you. It will read as follows: whoever dares to break the contract will be deprived of his power. Whoever betrays the alliance or his allies will lose his powers and will be cursed forever with the mark of Shinigami-sama. Whoever goes to war for personal interests and does not disdain to betray his own will lose his powers and will be eaten alive by demons. Such a contract is now on me. And showed a mark on his chest in the form of a skull, with an evil slit for the eyes and bony hands around it, symbolizing the essence of this pact everywhere. Will this contract be removed after the war? Asked Minato. Yes, when this contract is removed, your soul will be free from the shackles of the pact. This is the basis of demonology and its energy. If the demon himself does not keep the pact, then his soul will be forever blackened and he will turn into an undead or zombie without a soul and mind, but with filth and a strong curse that does not allow him to be resurrected and returned back. Although only one demon lord can do this and he must be destroyed. Naruto said to himself, but he was heard. And who is this demon lord? Asked Shikaku. Mundus. The strongest devil, but now he is without his physical s. Danzo worked with him or made a deal with him, but I don't know what kind. However, the doppelganger with the guise of Hana Namikaze says that he wanted power in Konoha, in exchange for a vessel for Mundus. Answered Naruto. It turns out that Hana Namikaze was replaced? Asked Minato. Yes. And quite skillfully. Obviously the work of this degenerate. Snorted Naruto. Further conversations were about clarifying many small details that did not concern the main actions. When everyone left, Minato asked Naruto to follow him. Having arrived at the Kage's office, Minato put up a barrier from eavesdropping and began. Naruto, please tell me. You didn't become a demon by selling your soul to this Mundus, did you? Minato asked. No, I became a demon thanks to Virgil-sensei. Naruto answered. And who is he? Minato didn't leave his son alone. I'll tell you now, but only after the pact is concluded. Naruto said. Naruto told everything that happened to him in the pure world and made a pact, adding a non-disclosure clause. I see. I'm sorry for everything I've done. Minato said, his voice downcast. I don't need your snot and tears. Prove everything with your deeds. Naruto answered. Yes. Minato said and looked at Naruto. Anything else? Uzumaki asked, his eyes closed. Will you return to your family? Minato asked hopefully. It all depends on you. If you dare to betray, half the world will turn against you. Naruto answered. Good. Then I have nothing more to say. Namikaze said. Then in 2 years, the Jinchuriki will begin gathering and declaring war under the pretext of work and trade with the daimyo. Naruto said and headed for the exit. Good luck to you and see you on the battlefield. Minato said and began his duties as Kage. Yeah. Naruto answered and left the residence. When Naruto left the building, in front of the villagers, he took the form of a demon and flew towards aim. So it's time to gain strength, huh? Asked Yamato. Yes, I need to become a devil and break Kurama's seal. Answered Naruto. Finally, a couple of years of peaceful sleep. Said Kurama. Yeah, sleep forever, so that later you can let me down at the right moment. Answered Naruto. Don't bother me here. I'm still stronger than you, so don't get cocky. Growled Kurama from being underestimated. Okay, just don't strain my head. You're screaming like crazy. Answered Uzumaki. Yeah. Snorted the fox. Then it's time to gain strength and deal with the problems of Uzumaki. Small villages and their shinobi, a spell using chakra and much more. Said Yamato, and Naruto howled to himself. Don't get upset, you have 2 whole years. So forward. To victory. Answered Kurama. Yes. It's time to burn out all the rot and heal the wounds of this world. And banish one freak, once and for all. How many Jinchuriki are ready to come to our side? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 and 7-tailed are ready to come to our side. Let's not delay. Zetsu, is everything ready? Yes, everything is ready and we can begin at any moment. Excellent. Begin the substitution, we will go to the capital of the land of fire. Understood, I will begin immediately. Let's begin. Naruto and his team headed to the capital while Zetsu went to help the Jinchuriki. Once at the gates, Pakura and Taiyuya walked through the gates under the lustful gaze of the guards. Without wasting any time, they headed to the daimyo's palace. Minato and the clan heads with elders are already ready to declare war, because of the daimyo's own affairs. The Mist and Konoha have already mobilized their shinobi, ready to begin hostilities at any moment. Ready? Asked the witch. Yes, answered the maiden. Then, said Taiyuya, starting to play the flute. The guards, against their will, began to cut each other down, not understanding what was happening. When the personal ANBU took control of themselves, they began searching for Taiyuya. An explosion from the other side forces the ANBU to split up and act blindly. Smoke, explosions, melodies, which do not allow one to determine the opponents and their location, played a cruel joke on them. All that the guards managed to see was the face of a demon with a katana under purple lightning. The ANBU were not so simple and immediately entered the battle, pushing him out into the street with fire techniques. You didn't gather brats here. The daimyo is rich after all, said Kurama. Let's get to work, Kurama. You can wag your tongue later. Naruto answered mentally. Capture the demon. His head will serve the daimyo well. shouted the ANBU. "I'll rip your tongue off after I cut off your arms and legs," answered the demon. Forward. A kick from a rock-covered leg, from above downwards. A dodge to the left from Naruto. A fireball from behind. A short teleport through the ball and energy blades above the ANBU. "The first one is dead," Yamato said. "Kunai with explosion seals to the right, in response teleport up and direct aim with judgment cut. Severe wounding and neutralization of the enemy. Goat.ov. Send reinforcements here." The ANBU captain shouted. "It won't work." Naruto replied and put up a paralyzing barrier, preventing anyone from leaving it without being paralyzed. "Kill him." "And this is the ANBU captain daimyo?" Kurama asked. "What did I say, about your tongue?" Naruto replied. Okay. Kurama said. Fireballs, water bullets, and earth spikes rained down on the demon, causing it to jump and act blindly in the mist. The ANBU used air and rock bullets, hoping to hurt the Uzumaki, but the demon itself was no longer there. "Teleporting blindly was risky and unjustified," Yamato scolded. "Otherwise, they would have riddled me with bullets," Naruto replied. "They cleared the fog," Kurama said. After the fog cleared, it revealed only broken and wet ground, with elements of fire. "Where did he go?" "Sensors." Before the captain could finish speaking, he saw the corpses of those he was addressing. "What the?" And the captain's head fell from his shoulders. "Captain! Disperse, he's still here," said the ANBU. Too late, the demonic voice answered and cut off the enemy's hands. Without waiting any longer, Naruto threw the closest opponent up and used his daggers to pin the ANBU in the air, preventing his body from falling. 2 swings and the left leg and arm were chopped off. Another swing from above and down and the opponent fell down with a crash, cut in half. "Kill him already," the ANBU shouted. Weak. A swing, a void slash. Slow. Judgment cut and another one died quickly. Unmotivated. The daggers plunge into another ANBU. Dirty and weak-willed freaks. The last teleport and the enemy cut in half loses the upper part of his body. "Are they really that disgusting to you?" asked the fox. "Can't you see it yourself? They didn't even think about their path." Naruto answered with steel in his voice. "Got it. Let's go to the main freak of this capital," Kurama said with disgust. "Yeah," answered the demon. With a flap of his wings, Uzumaki blasts away all opponents in his path at high speed, breaking through to the daimyo's office. "Naruto seemed to be having a good time," Taiyuya said. "They probably pissed him off." Pakura replied. "Let's finish with these assholes and go see the demon," the witch said. "Let's do it together," the maiden asked. "Let's go." The next moments, the ANBU considered it a living. The heat burned and scorched absolutely everything it reached. The witch, playing her strongest melody, forced everyone to come closer to them, unable to free themselves from the control of this flute and its owner. When all the opponents turned into burning piles of meat and bones, Pakura and Taiyuya went to Naruto, to finish the job and carry out the plan. Meanwhile, Naruto. "What a meeting, Mr. Daimyo," Uzumaki said, bursting into his office. "Who do you think you are? I am the head of all." He did not have time to finish speaking, as Naruto threw the head of the daimyo's ANBU captain at him. "Do you recognize me? Now listen here, feebleness. I will not chat with you for long. Either you tell me everything about your affairs and where they are conducted, or I will squeeze it out of you using another method. Believe me, it is only in my interests that you choose the second option," the demon said, in a sepulchral voice. "I will not tell you anything, pathetic." Naruto was interrupted, who pulled out a couple of his teeth in a second, not letting him finish the verbal altercation. "Didn't you hear me? I seem to have clearly stated what is required of you," Naruto said and stuck out his long tongue, barely touching the daimyo's cheek. "Stop. I will tell you everything. Just spare me. Please. Take everything, but leave me alive," Daimyo shouted. "Even your family, if you have one?" Naruto shocked him. "Don't you dare touch them," Daimyo said quietly. "I didn't hear." "What are you mumbling?" said the demon. "Don't you dare touch my family, demon," Daimyo said clearly, suppressing the fear in his voice, but not on his face and hands. "Wow. You have a wife? Maybe children too? Then let's bring them here. Let them listen to your repentance," Naruto said and gave a sign to the girls who came up. When they understood from the conversation what they needed, they immediately went to look for his family. They did not have to wait long, and after a minute of agonizing anticipation for the daimyo, they arrived at his office. "No. Don't you dare," Daimyo shouted. "Then tell me the following. Where are all your illegal businesses and the main suppliers to cloud, sand and stone?" Naruto said. When Dame told Naruto and his team everything he needed, the demon looked meaningfully at the daimyo family, who were trembling in fear, but the woman stood like a wall in front of him and her daughter. "I beg you. You can kill me, but don't touch them. They are innocent. Please. Take my life, because I am the only one to blame for this," the daimyo begged, surprising Naruto a little. "Are you ready to go to the very depths of purgatory?" Naruto asked him. "Why? Yes. I am ready to do anything, as long as they survive. I realized what I did, but I can't change anything now, unlike you," the daimyo said, gradually becoming quieter towards the end. "Then it's time to go. Farewell, daimyo of the land of fire," Naruto said and filled Yamato with energy, simultaneously raising the blade. "What are your last wishes to your husband and father?" the demon asked. "We will always remember you. Even if you did these terrible things, we will still love you," the woman answered. "We love you, Daddy," the girl cried. "Thank you. I love you too," the daimyo replied and was pierced by a blade that sent his soul to purgatory. A place where there is no such thing as mercy or grace. Where souls survive on their own, searching for an exit and redemption. "We are done here. Send a signal to Konoha." "It is time to begin," Naruto said, and the girls sent Minato's carrier pigeon. "In Konoha." "Hokage-sama, a carrier pigeon from the demon," said the secretary. "Call all clan heads and the council immediately. Pass the message to the council hall and make copies," answered Minato. "Hi," answered the ANBU and the secretary, going to carry out the order. At the council, the daimyo confessed to all sins and underground affairs, including connections with other villages. Began Minato. "Then it's time to declare," stated the fact, Fugaku. "Yes. I begin the declaration of war on cloud, rock and sand. Everyone go to the roof of the residence and gather all the residents in the center of the village." Gave everyone the order. "Hi, Hokage-sama." Everyone answered and went to the roof. Absolutely everyone gathered in front of the residence, waiting for the Hokage to speak. The residents were aware of the latest events, but at the Hokage's request, they did not talk about it much and asked to be careful with everyone they spoke to. "I, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of the village hidden in the leaf, declare the Fourth Shinobi World War, but I will officially declare it at the 5 Kage Council, which will take place tomorrow. Everyone be ready for war, because soon this world will know what the wrath of those who are ready to show the truth for the common people and shinobi of our world is. Let a new era begin, where people will no longer fear for their loved ones and can finally live in peace, without fear of death awaiting us all, from the hands of others. Long live the fourth Hokage! Long live peace throughout the world! The residents responded to the Hokage's speech. We are leaving for the 5 Kage Council, Minato said, and everyone left to prepare for war. I hope I was not mistaken in choosing your side, son, Minato said to himself and went to his home to prepare for departure. In an unknown location. I didn't think that the disciple of that brat, Virgil, would unleash such an event. Haich ha 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 ha. Excellent. This is the perfect chance for me to gain flesh. Danzo, said Mundus. Yes, Mundus-sama, did you call? Asked the old man, kneeling. Prepare for the ritual. In the midst of the war started by that brat, you will gather a sacrifice for me, or you will create a body for me. When everything is ready, then direct my particle of demonic energy and soul into the body you created. Is everything understood? Answered Mundus. Hi, Mundus-sama. Everything will be for the best, said Danzo. Excellent. I expect results from you, my contractor, answered Mundus and cut off the connection. He really is a devil after all. Maybe I shouldn't have made a deal with him. No. It's already been done. Either this or death and agony in. I must prepare. I must do everything so that I am not spotted and do not find out about the resurrection of the Lord of. Danzo said to himself, disappearing into the impenetrable darkness. In Akatsuki, Nagato, we received word that Naruto has dealt with the daimyo and exposed him with the Hokage, seizing power in the capital. Now the new daimyo is Dan, the beloved of Tsunadeheim. Conan said. Great, all the Jinchuriki ready to join us are already on their way. Zetsu replaced them and went to report to Naruto. Nagato answered. So it's time to chop up everyone Jashin-sama doesn't like? Finally, we can have some, Haiden yelled. Don't yell like that, Haiden. It's better to stock up on goods and sell them at a higher price, so you don't have to sit there with your bare ass afterwards. Kakuzu answered. You don't trade, HM. Deidara butted in. They forgot to ask you, white-haired one. Haiden answered. What did you say? Should I blow you up with my art or will you shut up yourself, HM? The blonde did not remain in debt. Shut up. Everyone prepare for war. Mobilize troops and prepare to accept the Jinchuriki into our ranks. May they reach us without a single scratch. Nagato roared and everyone went to meet the tailed beasts. Our forces now exceed the strength of 3 villages, don't you think? Asked Conan. Don't be so presumptuous, Conan. Surely the Kage of the enemy villages have a few aces up their sleeve. Otherwise, why would they develop weapons with forbidden techniques? Answered Uzumaki. Like Tsunekaguryo? Asked the girl. Yes. Chemical weapons that poison all living things within a larger radius. The daimyo scientists did a good job, although they did not finish the project, due to the peculiarities of the territory of the Land of Wind. So they will try to use it? They will not try, but use it. Otherwise, why would they need it at all? As far as I know, Tsunadeheim and Orochimaru-san have already prepared an antidote for it. It's a neutralizer. It must be injected into the contents of the weapon itself, where it will lose all its effects and be useless. We'll entrust this to Zetsu. No one else can handle it better than him. Should I give it to him? Yes, let him do it during the chaos, during the sabotage in Tsuna. As you say. You've changed, Nagato. In what way? In a good way. Now you're the real Kage of your village. When Conan left to report to Zetsu about the mission, Nagato thought to himself and came to the conclusion that the girl was right. After a short contemplation of Amigakure, Uzumaki began to prepare his troops for war, thinking that he would fight for his village, to the last drop of blood. In the capital of the Land of Fire. Is everyone ready? Uzumaki asked his team. Yes, we're ready to move out, Pakura replied. Then let's go, why are we dragging our feet? Tayuya chimed in. Yeah. Let's go, to the Kage summit. Hi. After a short conversation, the entire Team Mysticism set out towards the Land of Iron, where the meeting would take place on neutral territory. In the Land of Iron. Mifune-sama, everything is ready for the arrival of the Kage, the samurai reported. Excellent, let us receive our guests as befits our warriors, said the head of the samurai. Hi. Everyone, strengthen your guard. Check everyone entering and leaving the capital. Don't miss a single spy or criminal. Yes. The samurai answered and went to carry out the order. What awaits us this time? Can't shinobi really exist peacefully, like ordinary people? Mifune wondered. Well, thoughts won't help matters. You can't throw off your responsibilities. Although you really want to, Mifune muttered and started working on the papers. A year before the siege of the capital. Sasuke, you've exhausted yourself enough. Are you trying so hard for your friend, not to give in to him in anything? Itachi asked. Yes. I can't lag behind Naruto, because I can't be his friend if I don't bring him back to the village and be a useful comrade for him when he needs it. Uchiha answered. You're very different from the established clansmen, just like Shisui. The elder Uchiha said. And that's for the best. Enjoying life and not being an avenger or an outcast from your home is better than becoming a worthless idiot mired in darkness. This answer always makes me happy, because I don't have to worry about you. Itachi said with a smile. Ni-san, you're the same as always. The Uchiha curse is just a misfire of the soul that weak-willed clansmen stumble over. They become such either by their own will or by those who are deprived of the most valuable thing. But I have you and there is no reason for me to fall into this curse. The most valuable things for me are my parents and you, Ni-sa. Sasuke did not have time to finish speaking, as he saw Itachi's corpse, pierced by ANBU members, and Fugaku was standing behind him, grinning, holding his torn-out eyes. Chi. Sasuke said and rushed to meet him. Itachi's lifeless body and his laughing father literally screamed at the young Uchiha that Fugaku simply killed his son for the sake of his older brother's eyes. The most painful thing was to see how his mother, who came up after, simply spat on Itachi's body and took out a kunai, throwing it at the elder's dead body's head like trash. Sasuke's eyes changed and took the form of a six-pointed star, and the younger Uchiha used black flames on the fly, which made his eyes hurt with incredible force. Mikoto and Fugaku's screams made it clear that the flames had hit them, but after a couple of seconds they died down, and Itachi's voice asked him to wake up and deactivate the Sharingan. The younger Uchiha did just that, removing his eyes. Sasuke, are you okay? Itachi asked. My eyes. They hurt like. Sasuke screamed. Hold on, Sasuke, we're going to the hospital to see Tsuwanda-sama. Itachi answered. Ni-san, I saw. How did you? Sasuke asked, but Itachi interrupted him. Later, Sasuke, you need to see a doctor. Itachi answered. At the hospital. Get Tsunade-sama here, quick. Itachi screamed. Hi. And the medics rushed to the head doctor's office. Be patient, Sasuke, the elder tried to calm him down. You better tell yourself that. The Uchiha growled. Get him to the third operating room, quick. Tsunade and Itachi gave the order. Without further ado, Itachi rushed to the right place, laying Sasuke on the operating table in front of Tsunade. Now get out of here. Class AI Ryanins and Shizun, come here quickly. The head doctor ordered. Hi. Shizun answered and closed the door behind her. When the operation began, Itachi created a clone and sent it to his parents so that they would urgently come to the hospital. Upon Fugaku's arrival, the nerve-wracking and brainwashing began, about how Itachi was still a ram, that he did not consult with his father about the Mangekyo Sharingan, and upon Mikoto's arrival, an outright beating with a frying pan began, ending with rinsing the brains and an order not to use the Sharingan for a month, seasoned with cleaning the house during the punishment, without the ability to use chakra. Although it seemed simple, in reality it was, because the house was huge and every crack with dust ended with a frying pan on the head. After the operation, Tsunade left the room to report on the younger Uchiha's condition. He will live, but he is forbidden to open his eyes for a week. Severe chakra exhaustion has hit the chakra channels in his eyes and retinal degeneration hard, so any light source is like torture for him now. Otherwise, he is fine. What were you thinking? Tsunade asked Itachi at the end. To help my brother gain strength and achieve his goal. Itachi answered firmly, but received a fist to the jaw. Think it before helping like that, idiot. Tsunade shouted at him. Okay, Tsunade-sama, let me take him home. We have already taken measures for his upbringing. Mikoto said with steel. Got it. Then you are free to go. And I will go get some sake. Crazy genius, he had to think of such a thing. Tsunade left for her office. And you and I. We have only just begun. Mikoto said and dragged Itachi home by the scruff of the neck, passing through half the village. Forgive me, mother, I wanted the best. But it turned out the wrong way. The woman hit him with a frying pan. The first week passed at this pace. Almost every day, screams and groans of pain could be heard from the house of the head of the Uchiha clan. During these days, everyone began to think that Fugaku's wife, on par with Habanero herself, always kept her word regarding punishments for misdeeds. The duo of devil wives, that's what they were now called in the village. Minato and Fugaku only laughed nervously at this, but immediately turned pale as they remembered them in anger. Meanwhile in the hospital. Itachi Nii-san. You're such a screw-up, Sasuke said, lying on the bed in the hospital room. Sasuke-san, I'm here about servicing the room and changing the sheets. The nurse said. It's over. Sasuke said, accepting help to stand up and not hit anything with his body. I'm done. You can go back. The nurse said after 5 minutes of changing clothes. Thank you. The Uchiha answered. It's my job. And she laid the Uchiha back down. That night, Sasuke couldn't sleep for some reason unknown to him. Why can't I sleep? It's like something is stopping me, Uchiha thought to himself. When his thoughts ended, he seemed to be into an abyss, and Sasuke himself saw a place similar to a sewer, but without walls and a ceiling. Where am I? The younger Uchiha asked into the void. You are in your subconscious, altered for our convenience. An old and wise voice answered him. Who is here? The Uchiha asked, but did not activate the Sharingan. I, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, or the Sage of the Six Paths, answered the old man with a gray beard, sitting on a staff, and orbs hovered around him, looking at the Uchiha with Rinnegan. You? But how? What do you mean? It is an honor for me to meet you, the Sage of the Six Paths. No need for such formalities. I came to you on business. Answered Otsutsuki. And what did the sage himself require of me? Asked Sasuke. You are the reincarnation of Indra, my eldest son. But after one incident, Ashura's chakra and soul also passed to you. I would like to know what happened to the reincarnation of my youngest son. Hagoromo wondered. Perhaps you meant Naruto Uzumaki? Sasuke asked after 10 minutes of thought. That youth who met the devil in the pure world? The sage clarified. What do you mean, met the devil? Sasuke was shocked. Don't worry, he's alive and fine. He was no ordinary devil. Let's say, a rebel and a traitor, among his own, who, for the sake of protecting people, went against his brothers and sisters, along with his brother and son. Hagoromo reassured the Uchiha. Then it's clear why he changed so much. Previously, he was optimistic and naive, but a very stubborn and strong fool, who to this day is my friend. Tell me, is that all? Why did you come to me, Hagoromo-san? Sasuke asked. You're right, my boy, I came to give you knowledge that will help you master your powers. After all, you are now the reincarnation of both my sons, which means the power that flows within you must be curbed, Hagoromo replied and touched the Uchiha's forehead. A huge influx of information, like a raging and never-ending stream of disasters, poured into Sasuke's memory. After briefly writhing in pain in his head, the Uchiha was able to stand up and say the following. So this knowledge, is this what will help me help Naruto in the future? Asked Sasuke. Not just help, but in the future to be equal to him and help this world, to gain what I could not alone. Answered the sage and began to evaporate. Thank you very much, Hagoromo-san, I will not let you down. Said Sasuke, and the sage finally left. After speaking with Hagoromo, Uchiha began to recover and was to be discharged earlier than expected, but Tsunade insisted on further examination and treatment in order to avoid further problems with his vision. How are you feeling, Sasuke? Asked Mikoto, who came to the Uchiha for lunch. Good, thank you, Mom. Answered the younger one. Glad to hear it. Tell me, Mom. Since you are a censor, can you please scan my chakra? Why do you need this? Please. It just feels like I have a lot more of it. Good, although even without hiding you have not changed. After scanning Sasuke's chakra, Mikoto's jaw literally dropped. What is it? Is everything bad? Sasuke was worried. No, everything is fine, it's just. Where did you get so much chakra? Uchiha's mother asked in shock. How should I know? Sasuke lied. Come on, don't lie. It's written all over your face that you're lying. Mikoto shouted. Okay, but I'll tell you when I get home. I don't want anyone else to know about this. Sasuke said. Okay, I'll hold you to your word. Now another question, will you go to the Chunin exams? Don't worry, they'll be in Konoha. Mikoto asked. Of course. This is a great chance to find out the limits of your strength. Uchiha answered. Excellent. Mikoto said and wanted to continue, but Tsunade arrived. Alas, but visiting hours are ending. Of course, I understand that you've just arrived, but everyone visiting will have to leave soon. We're kicking everyone out in 10 minutes. Tsunade said and went to the next room. Then tell me, please, how are things at home? Sasuke asked and Mikoto began the story. The following stories were about Itachi getting his ass kicked, and Shisui sometimes coming and asking permission to help the older Uchiha, although there were a lot of refusals. After the appointed time, Tsunade examined Sasuke and asked the same question regarding the Uchiha's chakra reserves, being surprised by his regeneration and recovery speed. Back to Naruto. Has Zetsu arrived yet? Uzumaki asked. Yes, but there was a small skirmish with the IWA shinobi in the Stone Village. They might send Anbu to pursue the Four Tails. Conan answered. I see. Let them go to Amigakure, they have no power here, and if they show up here, they will have another reason to put pressure on the IWA Kage. Nagato intervened. Are you sure? If you have a plan, then I will trust you, but, the demon wanted to continue, but he was interrupted. I have a plan and it is almost ready for execution. You don't have to worry about it. The head of Akatsuki assured. Then I'm counting on you. Naruto said. It's nice to hear that you trust me. After all, we all owe you. Nagato answered and went to the Kage's office. Then I'll go too. We need to go to the land of iron. I will accompany the Hokage, even though I am not a shinobi of Konoha. And Uzumaki left to get ready, saying goodbye to Konan. Yeah. Konan answered and went to Nagato. Next up is the Five Fools meeting, or abandoning words in favor of actions. The meeting will begin in the Kage building in 10 minutes. Minato said to Naruto, who had arrived. I understand, then let's not keep them waiting. I can't wait to see their faces from the sudden declaration of war. Uzumaki replied. When Minato, Kakashi and Naruto arrived at the meeting hall, Mifune, Inoki, Terumi and Rasa were already there. Sitting at the round table, Namikaze put his Hokage hat down, indicating his refusal to engage in combat on the territory of the Land of Iron. The Raikage entered as usual, knocking the door off its hinges. Sitting in his place, A took off his hat and looked questioningly at Mifune. As a representative of a neutral country and the leader of the samurai, I declare the Five Kage Summit open. As the initiator of the meeting, I will take the floor first. Said Minato. If this is something serious, then please say it briefly. Said Inoki. That's what I will do. Konoha, Mist, Aim, Kusa and Yuzushiogakure declare war on rock, sand and cloud. Minato answered coldly, keeping silent about the alliance in order to increase the chances of victory. What does this mean, Minato? Roared the Raikage. For you, I am Hokage-dano, Raikage. Minato did not remain in debt. Please explain yourself, Hokage-dano. Rasa butted in. Let's start with the fact that the borders and many agreements were violated a long time ago and more than once. The daimyo of the Land of Fire was killed during the uprising. When it was over, we learned a lot of intimate details about the capital of fire. Here is the evidence, straight from his safe and the testimony of the shinobi of the Mist and Konoha. After which he printed out a stack of dirt on all the opponents and Kage against whom the alliance would go to war. Nonsense. I do not believe that my shinobi could buy slaves in the capital of the Land of Fire. Said the Raikage. Then here are some more, but others will read them. Answered Minato and handed over a couple of folders with dirt, but already on their villages, with each other's affairs. Raikage. How dare you encroach on my granddaughter? Shouted Inoki, having read the case of the kidnapping. So you sent spies to the top of my government. Rasa did not stand aside. And you dared to touch Yujito ni, for the sake of the two-tailed cat. Answered the Raikage. So, I can still give everyone incriminating evidence, but it would be better if you prepare for war. At the moment, you are no match for Konoha, or Mist, or even Rain. How much time you have left, I will also keep silent. After all, why prepare the enemy for war if you want to leave it as a winner? Minato said and wanted to leave the Kage summit, but the Raikage's attack did not allow him to do so. How am I supposed to understand all this? Understand it as you read it. Namikaze calmly answered. Then. The Raikage wanted to attack, but he was thrown out of the building where the meeting was held. Who dares? The Raikage stopped on the floor, seeing the demon standing in front of the Hokage with his leg raised. Take your hands off, you worthless wretch who dares to call himself a man. Uzumaki said in a sepulchral and demonic voice. You are, the demon of purple lightning? What are you doing here? The Raikage asked, shouting. This shouldn't concern you, animal. Naruto answered him, preparing Yamato for a skirmish, but Mifune intervened in this confrontation. You are on the territory of the Land of Iron. Stop your squabbles right now and go to the assembly hall. Hokage-dano, I would like to see if there is anything about the country, regarding any security holes. Mifune asked. There are a couple, but not many. And how serious are they? Deplorable, there are 2 or 3 major ones, the rest are not only about petty robbery and ransoming from imprisonment. I would be grateful if you give me the information I need. Naturally, the samurai will not remain in debt. Then here you go. Minato, having given the documents to Mifune, went back to the table, taking off his hat again, and as if expecting something, looked at Mifune. As I understand it, the ransom was also for the Konoha shinobi, but looking at the reports, I realized that you still punished them after a long time. I am grateful to you for your honesty and good intentions regarding our country. After which, Mifune bowed. It is not necessary, Mifune Dano. All I need is not to interfere in the conflict until we ourselves have settled our differences. I hope that in the event of a critical point, you will come to resolve the conflict as a neutral party. Minato asked, which infuriated the other Kage, except for Mist. You think too much of yourself, Hokage. Anoki growled. What are you saying? Should I remind you that Cloud or Sand was involved in almost everything in the incriminating evidence? You have the reports and evidence of our non-involvement in your hands. Minato answered. Or maybe you decided to set us up to make us fight against each other? Asked Rasa. Then why should I and other countries declare war on you? You can see perfectly well that we have suffered no less than you have from the Raikage actions. Answered Minato, putting all his opponents in a stupor. I think we can end the 5 Kage summit here, does everyone agree? Asked Mifune. I agree with Mifune Dano. Terumi spoke up. We also agree, the Raikage growled quieter than usual. Then I declare the meeting closed. Said Mifune and went to his office, under the footsteps of the departing Kage. On the border of the land of fire. Everything went according to plan. They clearly won't trust each other, especially after such revelations and fake tracks, about the kidnapping of their Jinchuriki. Said Naruto. Yes, you said that you would step away for a while. For how long? Asked Minato. I don't know, about 2 days. I need to fully awaken, Naruto said to himself, but Minato heard him. In what sense? Awaken the power of the devil, you won't leave me alone anyway. Naruto answered, as if it was a normal thing for him. You want to fully become a devil? Minato asked, shocked that his son wanted to become a devil. The devil of sin, to be more precise, but why I couldn't awaken her earlier remains a mystery. Even Yamato doesn't know the reason. Naruto answered. You can't do it now either. Yamato said. Why? Uzumaki asked. I don't know, but there's some kind of barrier here. Only the energy here is very familiar. Yamato answered. Really? Virgil-sensei? But why would he fence me off from awakening into a devil? Naruto asked in shock. I'd like to know myself. Perhaps when the barrier falls, you will be ready to awaken this power, but for now we will continue to train what we have. Yamato answered. I see, Naruto answered, gritting his teeth. Something wrong? Minato asked, seeing his son's face. I can't even partially awaken the power of the devil. Exo. Naruto growled. So the departure is cancelled? Exo. Yeah. I'll have to train what I have now. I see. Minato said with relief, knowing that his son would not be able to become a devil. I'll go to my team and lead my army. You take care of uniting the armies of the Mist and Konoha. Naruto said and turned towards AIM. Yeah. Minato answered and increased speed towards the leaf. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha house. Kushina-chan, did your son really start a war? Mikoto asked. Yes, Mikoto-chan, I won't be able to convince him otherwise, even if I try, because right now in the world, so what, and all those who call themselves shinobi, now only without personal qualities. As Naruto told me, only in suffering, pain, lack and hatred, a person begins to realize himself as a personal and intelligent being. Until we lose this, then we will not know his value, Kushina repeated the phrase of the late third Hokage. I can't understand this, and I hope that I will not have to understand it. I myself do not want to lose Itachi or Sasuke in the coming chaos, for the right to exist. Mikoto said, but then Fugaku intervened. In war, the truth is always sacrificed first. Fugaku said. What are you talking about, dear? Mikoto asked. Tell me, Mikoto, who determines what is the truth? Fugaku asked a counter question. I don't quite understand, the Uchiha hesitated. Then here's the question, what will the Kage of Cloud, Rock and Sand write if they win? The head of the Uchiha asked. That they defeated the enemy, for the sake of their citizens and, Kushina began to answer, but while answering she immediately understood what Fugaku was talking about. Exactly, Kushina-san, the truth depends on your point of view. The duty of a shinobi is to protect ordinary people, and sometimes for this you have to lie about how war is a fight between good and evil, and not at all natural selection on a particularly large scale. Fugaku said with a smart look. Then what could be the true and only truth? Itachi and Sasuke asked after training. The only truth is that our world is a huge powder keg. The only question is, who will strike the match? Sasuke finished his father's thought. Well done, Sasuke, my genius is evident. The head of the clan praised the younger Uchiha. So that's how it is. Naruto is the one who struck the match, being prepared for the consequences of the big explosion. Said Namikaze. Exactly, and judging by the latest events, he won't just rush into battle. And he clearly has a plan in which the whole good half of the world will participate, against the other. It will be the most massive massacre in the history of the shinobi world, but at the same time its goal is noble and humane. However, even it has its drawbacks. Not all people want war, for the sake of building a new world, cleansing all the injustice of the old one. Many have already gotten used to our time, and they clearly won't want to change anything. In addition, old grievances and wounds will make themselves known when everything starts. There is no full guarantee that everything will end before it even starts. After all, as we understand, many Kage, drunk with their power, simply ignored all the claims and complaints of the garage, starting a terror against them, thereby provoking the appearance of a figure thirsty for justice and peace, albeit not eternal. But the opponent of the three Kage, this time very serious. Fugaku finished the story, hinting at Naruto at the end. And indeed, everyone agreed with the words of the head of the Uchiha clan. Let's go back to Naruto. Yamato, Kurama, does anyone know how to remove the seal? Uzumaki asked. No, zero ideas. The fox replied. Nothing either. Virgil did not create seals that could block the devil's power from you. Yamato also answered. I see. If only I had all of Virgil-sensei's memories. Naruto said a little sadly. That's true. For a moment, Uzumaki thought that Yamato was not telling her everything. Deciding to ask her without putting it off, Naruto asked with emphasis. Yamato. Yes? How long are you going to hide the truth from me? Naruto asked, shocking the fox. Naruto, it's unlikely to. I'll tell you. But promise me that you won't use this method. Yamato said, putting Kurama into a stupor. Depends on the method itself. Uzumaki answered. Okay, you have to split yourself into a human and a demon, using me, Yamato said heavily. Your mother, don't even dare to use this method, Naruto. Do you hear me? Don't you dare. The fox interrupted with fear. I understand you, then we will also try to use Rebel or Sparta, which unite the two halves of my soul. But as I understand it, due to the energy of Virgil Sensei, as a basis, then the most effective method would be Yamato. But now we do not have enough time to awaken the devil form. XO. How complicated it all is. In order for me to become myself after the division, my human half must defeat the demonic one? Uzumaki asked his blade. Yes, but there's one catch. When Virgil-kun was able to get his ego back, he was helped by Dante Dano, his twin brother, and also the one who helped him defeat Mundus when they went to the underworld to defeat him in an unequal fight. Even Sparta helped partly, but his physical S was also destroyed. Yamato told a short story. I see. Okay, enough of chilling, it's time to prepare for on Earth. Naruto emphasized the last part. Yeah, I really hope you won't need to awaken this power in such a crude and nasty way. Kurama ended the conversation here. I hope, Naruto answered and went to the training ground. Very briefly about the Kage who returned to their villages, opponents of other villages. Raikage. What does this all mean? How did it happen that all our agreements were just broken? Who dared to stick their nose into the capital of the land of fire? The Raikage growled throughout the village, sitting in his office. We have no idea, Raikage-sama. If you want, we can start investigating to give them to Konohagakure, for a chance to become their allies. The ANBU captain answered. It's too late to do anything. Minato won't tolerate my ass-kissing of his ass so easily. Mobilize our troops, but don't trust rock or sand. They clearly won't cooperate with us, after everything we've done against them. I gave the order. Hi, Raikage-sama. And he left as a shunshin. Ova Konoha. We should have killed you back in the Third World War, you. I growled in his office. Tsuchikage. So Minato has decided to go to war. And he said that he would unite everyone without a single conflict. Judging by the balance of power, we have more forces and we are better armed. Although the Land of Spring can become a key point for the supply of weapons and equipment. But Uzushiogakure? Has it really been rebuilt again? Earlier, the second Hokage gave the order to remove the barrier from the island, but now the Hokage is not Tobirama Senju. Alas and ah. So the defensive point and the last defense will be Uzushio, because of its Uzumaki clan barrier. Thought Inoki. What will be the instructions, Tsuchikage-sama? Asked the ANBU. Give the order to prepare for war, but do not trust the Raikage and Kazekage. They also make me very wary and will not sit peacefully with us after everything we have done against them. Inoki gave the order. Hi. Disappeared into Shunshin. Let's prepare for the worst. We can't give in to Minato or the other Kage or officers, Inoki thought and relaxed in his chair. Kazekage. How did they know about the chemical weapon, and why would Minato start a war? We can't leave this unanswered. How are the weapons being tested? Rasa asked. The results are positive, but we still need to refine the antidote for our shinobi. The scientist answered, standing next to the ANBU. Understood, speed up the research process, and mobilize all shinobi to be ready for war. The Kazekage gave the order. Hi, Kazekage-sama. The scientist and ANBU answered and left. I can't believe we were declassified. I wanted to attack Cloud with this weapon. Because of the low level of chemistry in the Raikage's domain. But Minato made a move earlier, forcing us to fight in the arena of mistrust of each other. And you can't undermine him. All the data matches our reports on what's happening from the outside. The support of half the world, the Land of Spring, and Uzushio. The most advanced points have been chosen, both in terms of supply and defense. The base will obviously be in Uzushio or Vesna. It is unlikely that they will leave it in the most visible place, where it can be easily besieged. Rasa thought to himself. Next up, a growing fire and a third party seeking true chaos. Shinobi of the Rock on the right. At 13 o'clock. Kumo is advancing from the north. Where are the reinforcements? They're pinned down 6 kilometers away. Send a team to the roof. Delay them as long as possible. Sand is advancing from the east. How did they get there? No choice. Request help from the demon. Suffering losses. Lost an ANBU squad, 2 censors, and a squad of saboteurs and forward defense. The barrier will soon crack. Use large-scale techniques. Request help from Tuma. The explosion and fire flared up with renewed vigor, and the demon is already beginning to tear everyone apart, along with the Uzumaki squad. 5 days before the incident at the killing field. All units are ready to move, Hokage-sama, Mizukage-sama. Reported the ANBU of the Leaf. The main forces will go to fight the Sand and Stone, the 2-tailed, 4-tailed and 7-tailed will go to intercept the Cloud. The Fog, under the command of the Mizukage, will take part of the Alliance troops and their shinobi with the technology of the Country of Spring and suppress Kiri. In case of failure, send a request for help. Naruto said as the commander-in-chief of the Alliance and Uzushio. Understood, then I will take my leave. Ao said and went to his army. The main forces will try to break through to the territory of the Stone. Sand, even with chemical weapons, does not pose a particular danger. The army of the Stone is superior to them. And discord in their ranks due to old grievances and incriminating evidence works very well. Minato said. Enough talk. Chemical weapons have long been suppressed, and the Stone is not going to cooperate with the rest of our enemies. Now they are a priority target. I will go to the front lines and personally monitor the progress of the battle of my shinobi. Naruto said and left the headquarters. Me too. Minato said, giving the order to monitor the enemy forces and appoint Shikaku as the chief strategist. When everyone left, Namikaze immediately made it clear that he would take on the Raikage, and the Kazekage would be against Team Mystique, namely Pakura. Naruto did not object, but told him to control himself and not to be careless, to which the Sun Maiden with a smile on her face said that she would fight to the fullest and would not even let him touch her. Uzumaki was not very impressed by this, but he still let her go with excitement in his eyes, and Minato did not miss the opportunity to tease his son. Are you worried about your beloved? Make sure she doesn't run away from your concern later. Minato tried to joke, but immediately got hit in the ribs with a blunt protrusion of his transformed hand, to the laughter of Terumi and Koyuki. Let's move. Naruto commanded his alliance and, turning into a demon, led everyone to the front. 2 days later. Ow brat! How can he even lead such a huge army? Raikage-sama, the Uzumaki are attacking from the west. Where did they even come from? Roared the Raikage. I don't know, but the use of the Uzumaki clan chains confirms that they belong to the destroyed Uzushio. Intercept them immediately. The Raikage gave the order to his ANBU. Hi. And the ANBU disappeared into Shunshin. If the Kazekage and Tsuchikage weren't such .s, would have united with them. But no. The people are protesting and are not going to unite with them. Shinobi especially, Hei began to reason out loud. Where is Yujito and I? Bring her here quickly. The Raikage gave the order and the ANBU went to her house. A minute later. Raikage-sama, Yujito and I attacked her own shinobi. What's wrong? Stop her quickly. When the Cloud Shinobi stopped Yujito, her body slowly began to turn into a white mass that took the form of a person, similar to a plant, as if it were wooden. Raikage-sama, Yujito and I is not in the village. How come she's not there? Who were you fighting then? After the skirmish, her body turned into a white person, no sexual characteristics, but the cells were used with a mixture of mokuton. Mokuton? A clone made of wood? Only Konoha has this genome. Leaf. Minato. The Raikage roared, becoming more and more enraged. On the battlefield near Suna. Come out, Rasa. Pakura growled, blowing up the residence, not hiding her chakra. So you're still alive. Like a cockroach, from which, but he was interrupted. Stop chattering, he stinks, as if he pulled it out of his ass. Pakura said, attacking the Kazekage. In short, the battle was taking place away from the village as Virgo had separated from the Kazekage, but whenever he stopped, Pakura would throw her heat balls at the village. Rasa had no choice but to follow her. Explosions, sand, techniques, and the remains of newly formed glass were all over the battlefield, with the Alliance, Konoha, and other smaller villages screaming against the Sand Shinobi. The Kazekage realized that if they had united, putting aside all claims against each other, things could have turned out differently. Pakura was stronger than Rasa, but not so much that she could literally dominate him. Her combat experience covered up the shortcomings of the Sand Genkai, while Pakura's heat covered up her lack of combat experience. Evening came. The Leaf and Alliance Shinobi had firmly entrenched themselves in the Sand Village and forced all the Sand Shinobi to surrender. At Pakura's request, they did not kill the Kazekage family, namely Kenkuro and Temari, while Gaara was just a Zetsu with the appearance of a scarlet-haired man. Are you tired? Pakura asked breathlessly, placing one foot on Rasa's chest. Exo. Ha. I. Ha, have no chakra left. Ha. This is the end. Ha, for all of us, Rasa barely answered and pressed the button, but after a minute of silence and an untouched village, he stood in a stupor. Pakura simply smirked and Rasa realized that he had been outplayed and there were no more resources for further military action. If so, then rest in peace, Sabaka no, Rasa. However, before that, Pakura carried his carcass to his family and left them, saying that he had no more than a minute. Since some people don't like monologues and dialogues, I won't write it, but I'll tell you briefly. Rasa, after realizing that he could have not done all this horror on the battlefield and lived with his family, to whom he did not really devote time, told the children that this entire war was only his fault and the fault of those whom he allowed to commit outrages in his own village. The Kazekage also asked his children to make Sand better in the future and not to go down the path of war and revenge, because in the end we will all regret it. The children agreed and the Kazekage was killed by beheading away from the children's eyes. Tsuchikage-sama, the Sand Village has been captured. So, Rasu has been defeated. No big deal, when we win, we'll take their territory for ourselves, and then. Tsuchikage-sama, the shinobi of Konoha and the smaller villages have launched an attack on our borders. How did they get through? We don't know how, but none of the posts on the border are responding. The enemy is approaching from the east. From the port? How can they even have so many troops? Many of the enemy shinobi are wearing different uniforms. This is an association of shinobi defenders from ordinary villages. The demon troops? I see. So they had every chance of winning all this time. Our disagreements and unwillingness to unite with other shinobi was our mistake. Tsuchikage-sama? We lost the moment we decided not to act alone. We have no choice. Announce the surrender of our village, but mine all the surrounding areas and see the common people in the bunkers to the south of here. Hi, Tsuchikage-sama. Even though I lost from the start, Minato, I will not give up these lands to you. In an unknown location. So much negativity, so much demonic energy. It is time to bring my resurrection to life. I am ready, Munda-sama. I await your order. Begin the ritual in the village of the hidden stone. There is currently the largest accumulation of energy there. Hi, Munda-sama. Danzo went to Iwa to set up a sealed altar that looked like two horns twisted together, as if they were reaching towards the sky. You will soon understand that you are just a pawn in my game, Naruto Sparta. He, Munda said, his voice slowly fading. In the stone village. Tsuchikage-sama, we are ready. Wait for my signal from the residence, and now away from the village. I will stay here. Hi, Tsuchikage-sama. With all of the IWA villagers and shinobi cleared out, the Konoha and Alliance armies quickly approached, killing the remaining IWA shinobi who wanted to protect their home but knew they could not survive. Among them, there are those who are ready to lay down their lives for their homeland. Naruto said. I agree, Kaguya answered. Has Pakura stabilized the situation in Suna yet? Yes, the shinobi from the ships have already arrived in IWA. Great, let's speed up. After Naruto's words, all the shinobi quickened their pace and arrived in IWA a day later. The village was empty, but the chakra and energy signatures indicated that all the civilians were away from the village. Anoki even sent all the civilians and genin away from the village. Preparing for the final battle? Yes. Knowing this old man, he's unlikely to leave us without a final battle. I see. In the Tsuchikage's office. Oh, Anoki, said Naruto. So you've come, boy. Well. You already know that you can't stand up to all of us, right? So let's do it this way. What do you want? You sign the paper of surrender and hand over the village to the control of the Alliance and the One World. And you yourself will resign with your chakra blocked forever. Naruto set the conditions. One World? It is a political organization consisting of trusted persons wearing a special seal that does not allow even thinking about war and actions against ordinary people. But the people themselves will not be able to act against the council. Too colorful and like a fairy tale. Maybe so. But this is also doable, answered Naruto. I will not sign this and will not give myself to you so easily. Said Anoki and blew up the office, along with Naruto. In the center of the village. Kaguya, lead our troops away from here. Got it. Uzumaki answered and gave the order to the shinobi. And you and I will dance, little Anoki. Naruto said and flew up on his wings. Keep your mouth shut, brat. Tsuchikage answered. Old and seemingly completely unsuited for shinobi combat, he turned out to be surprisingly agile and, flying as if on purpose. So he can compete with me in the air. It will be more difficult than I thought. Naruto reasoned. I agree, but we must not let our guard down. You have not yet recovered from the previous battle with the IWA army. Yamato answered. I know. We will have to sweat to remove him from the way. Naruto said and entered into battle with the Tsuchikage. Ether blades from above, dodge in flight from the old man, dash to the enemy and try to lift Oanoki, substitute with earth clone, step back and ranged attack judgment cut, hit on Oanoki's left leg. The skirmish continued at this pace, with air superiority being highly variable. No one gave in to each other until Oanoki began to think of a plan, with the advantage of the terrain, which he knew like the back of his hand. This brat can use his chakra so flexibly? This is a huge problem for me. I can't escape, his mobility is superior to mine with his wings. I need to limit the space and lure him into a trap where I can use dust release. Oanoki thought and started to plan. He suddenly went on the offensive, taking damage. He definitely has a plan. The demon reasoned and began to prepare countermeasures. The Tsuchikage created walls out of earth as he attempted to duck into an alley, using it as cover. When the skirmish moved into a residential but empty area of the village, the Tsuchikage built walls and sealed the demon into a narrow space. Dust release. Atomic fission technique. Anoki said. Exo. He took all the free space for the technique. Blind teleportation will only make things worse. Here it is, the difference in battle experience. Then. Naruto thought and used the dance of chaos on himself. Are you a complete idiot? You yourself will be crushed like a cockroach by your own technique. Don't you dare. The fox growled. And you want us to be split, and kurama? Naruto snapped and used the dance. When Naruto entered the altered gravity dome, Inoki's technique began to be randomly into the technique, thereby going beyond the control of the Tsuchikage who used it. What a brat. I don't know what it is, but my technique is out of control. How is this possible? The old man asked himself. In the dome. Dispel the technique. Now. I can't heal you while your own technique is tearing you apart. Kurama shouted. I'm trying. Yamato, release energy into the mark on your chest. Naruto growled in pain. Now. Yamato answered and released energy onto the mark. The technique dissipated, and Inoki saw a badly battered Naruto, who was kneeling on one knee and breathing heavily. Naruto himself was channeling energy into healing his torn muscles and stopping the bleeding of his internal organs. I see that this technique wasn't intended for defense. Inoki said, looking at the demon with a grin. Shut up, old man, you won't be flying on your shoulders for much longer without your sclerosis. Naruto answered in a hoarse voice. The brat has character. Then get up, runt, and show me how you can do it. Inoki said and prepared the same technique. Now. Naruto thought and teleported to the Tsuchikage on demonic energy. How did you? Inoki didn't have time to say when his right arm was cut off. That's better, Naruto said, whose plan was to deprive the old man of his techniques. Exo. What a boy. I didn't expect that he would be able to move in such a state, not to mention my arm. Inoki thought and tried to get up, but nothing happened. Why can't I get up? The old man asked in shock. Take a closer look at yourself. The demon lying on his back answered. No. It can't be. Inoki answered, seeing someone else's energy in his SCC. Exactly. I not only cut off your arm, depriving you of techniques, but also pumped my demonic energy into you, directing it into the ligaments of your legs and arms. Snot. But you apparently can't move either. The old man answered. As unfortunate as it is, that's how it is. The difference in experience and knowledge is visible to the eye. Naruto said. That's right, demon of the purple lightning. It's a pity that this is the end. For us? Who knows? Depends on whose shinobi is stronger. I never thought that I would lie like this with an enemy, practically hugging. There are 3 meters between us, brat. Yeah. That's why I said almost hugging. And here are the winners. Let's see whose army won. The footsteps and running of the shinobi could be heard through the smoke cloud. The dust from the battle made it impossible to see these black silhouettes or catch on to anything. When a leg appeared from the smoke, Inoki and Naruto held their breath, waiting to see which side would emerge victorious. I won, old man, Naruto answered when he saw Taiyuya and the Alliance shinobi. So be it. You wanted to blow up the village, along with us, right? Where from? Although no. Don't say. Yes, old man. I noticed a long time ago that you mined the entire village, but my pirouettes and dodges were to defuse all the explosive seals. A cunning and nimble. Inoki answered and stopped conducting chakra to maintain life. He died of blood loss while you were chatting. The fox said. I see. He was a cool old dog. Too bad he died. Naruto answered. Yeah, just go recover before. Naruto, get up right now. Yamato shouted. What is it? A rift to the underworld opened not far from the village. What? How could this happen? They can only be opened from our side. Who did this? I figured out who. Who then? Asked Kurama. Danzo. The freak survived and escaped with the help of Izanagi, hiding somewhere in the middle of nowhere, where he can't be tracked. Naruto answered and tried to get up. What's going on, demon? Asked Kaguya. Everyone get out of the village quickly. A rift from the underworld has opened. Naruto shouted and everyone hastily left the stone village. Even for a rift, many victims are needed. Where did he get them? Asked Yamato. The villagers who remained in the bunker. I can no longer sense their chakra and life energy. Naruto answered, and the fox confirmed this guess. An immoral degenerate, said the fox and began to heal Naruto with redoubled strength. Naruto Uzumaki, long time no see, said Danzo, appearing from the side of the rift with a changed appearance, similar to a demon with 2 rows of teeth and a third eye on his forehead. The image ended on the whole arm, where there were 3 more Sharingan, which seemed to writhe in pain, being in the power of Danzo. 2 black wings with red veins on them, which slowly straightened out threateningly, at the sight of the enemy. Mundasa's sucker has finally come out of its test tube for castrating everything human. What a disappointment to see you here, freak. Naruto answered, under the slight influence of Kurama's chakra. Sharp tongue and not a drop of respect. Everything is as always, trash with a toothpick. As you say, only I have not yet performed an operation on you to remove life from the body. We will fix it now. Oh no, runt. I am here to give an invitation to Munda-sama's feast. Danzo said and threw a stone with a piece of paper with coordinates. Then be there, one-eyed degenerate. You will go to the opening of the table, your parasite. Naruto answered, and Danzo left in the teleportation circle. What are we going to do, Naruto? Yamato asked. I won't be able to do anything to him in this state. Also, he clearly took more victims for his red carpet into our world. Naruto answered, showing that the situation was even worse. You rotten old fart. If he wants a war, then let him get his ass ready. Kurama growled angrily. Yeah, but it will be mortally dangerous, and only I can fight against Mundus. You understand that we won't just get away from him. We will have to take extreme measures. Besides, I don't have the power of the devil of sin. Naruto said. So what to do now? We can't just sit here. Fox answered. We will have to accept the fight and go to the death. Go out of our way, but finish off this creature and return it to where it came from. Since there is no other way out, then you and me. Fox said. We will always go to the end, wherever we are and wherever we fight. Yamato added. Then we'll heal and recover and go beat the crap out of the horned one and his cattle. Naruto said and went to the alliance to explain the situation as a whole. Naruto, you've been badly hurt, so let us fight this disaster. Minato said, with nods from the other Kage and captains. You don't know what you're dealing with. The Lord of himself has come for your asses, and you're just telling me to trust you? Naruto growled. Then how do we deal with him? The Mizukage asked. Don't interfere and defend ourselves from the mindless creatures that have already begun their march and are simply sending everyone up the Cliffith tree, or as you call it, the ten-tailed. Naruto said. He's just a legend. A fairy tale to scare the little ones. Jonin was indignant. Then how do you explain this chaos around and all the creatures that mow everyone down left and right? Naruto answered, forcing the Jonin to shut up. Naruto, tell me, what should we do? Asked Kushina. Fight off all the creatures that will come out of the stone village. You are not capable of more. Naruto answered. And what about me? Asked Kaguya. Mundus will be able to take a sample of your energy and after manipulation, simply take control of you. Virgil, sensei already fell into such a technique, turning into Nello Angelo. Then his own brother, Dante, saved him, but even so, he could still fall under the control and influence of Mundus. That horned always knows how to approach our brains. I'm not surprised that Danzo got hooked, for the sake of strength and power, in exchange for a new body for this. Then we will cordon off all the adjacent territories of Iwagakure and try to keep them within its borders. Minato said and received approval from the others. Then carry out. Hi. The shinobi answered and went to unhook the perimeter. And you get treatment and gain strength. Now only you can stand against this Mundus. Minato said, and Kushina approached her son and clearly made it clear that he would not be able to even breathe without permission. Your S, Naruto groaned and fell asleep. In the stone village. Danzo, I will entrust you with my troops, consisting of several squads. Ensure my safety and be prepared for an invasion. Mundus said in a resonant voice. Hi, Mundus-sama. Danzo answered and took control of a small army and distributed it along the border of the stone. Soon. I will take your power, boy. And you will die in the most sophisticated way that only I have. Mundus said, and Danzo's hearing caught it. And what should I do? Exo. I still doubt that the deal was the best idea. Danzo thought to himself, but still continued to obey Mundus. In Konoha. We are losing shinobi in droves, but the enemy is not moving beyond the borders of Iwa. Reported the ANBU. Understood, then let everyone hold the defense beyond the border of the stone, in case of emergency, retreat and unite with other units. Minato gave the order. Hi. Said the ANBU and disappeared into the Shunshin. How is Naruto? The Hokage asked Kushina. He is still lying down, but the treatment is accelerated with the help of his katana and the fox. Answered Kushina. Can a katana really help with the treatment? Minato asked, not believing it. It seems to be intelligent, but it cannot be drawn from its sheath. Answered Habanero. Understood. Let's not be disappointed by the speed of the treatment for long. We must concentrate and wait for him to wake up. Said Minato. You don't have to wait long for me. Naruto said. Why did you get out of bed? Shouted Kushina. Stop yelling. Naruto barked, emitting ki. Eso, Naruto, are you ready? Minato asked, having recovered. Ready. The demon answered and left the hospital. Naruto turned into a demon and soared into the air, raising dust and accelerating towards Iwa. Kushina approached the place where Naruto took off from and was horrified. Minato. Naruto, him. Kushina was worried. What is it? Minato asked, but turned pale when he saw drops of blood on the place where the demon took off. I can't believe that he just went to fight that monster. Hana screamed, who understood that her brother had done something incredibly stupid. We can only hope that he comes back alive. Minato said, realizing that he might not come back. When Minato said this, they had strong doubts that Naruto would come back alive at all. In Iva. This brat is even ready for eternal torment? What courage! We should free her from mortal shackles. Said Mundus, and Danzo realized that Uzumaki was flying towards them at full speed. I will prepare for the enemy's appearance, said Danzo under the nod of the Lord of. Soon Virgil's power will be mine, and his soul and the soul of this brat will be mine. That's when I will tear myself away on them for all these millennia of imprisonment and without a body. I am waiting for you, student of the blue freak. I am waiting for you and your pathetic teacher to beg me for oblivion. Growled Mundus, and the demons around shouted in support of the Lord. Danzo stood at the border and waited for his opponent, surrounded by guards from. When lightning appeared on the horizon and Naruto's figure appeared right in front of Danzo. You finally arrived, Uzumaki. Danzo said, preparing to use his new tricks and powers. And were you waiting for me that long? Naruto snapped. Who else would I try my new powers on if not your body? The former one-eyed man didn't remain in debt. Then stick your tongue up your ass and let's get started, otherwise it's indecent to be late for dinner with your master. Naruto said and killed all the demons around Danzo. Die! Danzo shouted and sent energy balls at the demon. The demon silently dodged the volley and threw daggers in response, not allowing Danzo to repeat the attack. The old man stepped aside and charged a lightning field around Naruto, but he flew up while it was still charging. When Danzo realized that the attack was useless, he used the creation of an ethereal weapon and created a blade in his hand. Having met with blades, Naruto and Danzo gnashed their blades. Both began to pour more energy, but Danzo eventually gave up his position and retreated with teleportation, but Uzumaki did not let him retreat and swung Yamato at high speed in an attempt to cut off the head, but the outstretched hand became a victim instead of a throat. Naruto clicked his tongue, because Danzo managed to retreat from Naruto and put suppression runes under the demon's feet, not allowing him to move freely. The old man himself had already prepared an attack and entangled Naruto's hands with lightning, causing severe pain. The demon's form barely holds on because of the rune field, and his hands seem to be burned in molten metal. Uzumaki gathered energy into the blade and stuck it into the trap. Sharply releasing energy through Yamato, Naruto freed himself from the restraining field and, offended by Danzo's lightning, Shimura himself did not expect this, but did not have time to retreat and received a penetrating blow from Uzumaki's katana through the chest. Naruto himself winced a little, but still pulled Yamato out of Danzo's chest and without saying a word, went after Mundus. You won't be able to defeat him. Cough. Cough, said Danzo. It's not for you to say this, traitor to humanity. Naruto replied and went on. As Danzo was about to die from energy poisoning and heavy bleeding from an unhealed wound, Shimura saw a trail of blood droplets coming from Uzumaki. You are so stupid that you went to your death against the one who created your kind, said Danzo and died finally. Mundus sensed that Danzo was dead and the power he had shared with him had returned to him. Dead? And oblivion with him. The main thing is that this brat will be here soon, right, Pakura-chan? Mundus said and looked at the chained Pakura and Taiyuya. Like you can defeat this asshole. Taiyuya snapped. And I don't need to kill him. I need him to break, giving up his power in exchange for your lives. Mundus said. He will not let the world fall, only for us. Pakura answered, preparing for death. I love how mortals resist, hoping that all this will be real. I can't wait for him to appear so I can break you all at once. Mundus said and turned his back to the girls. The figure flying closer and closer to the Lord of was very familiar to both Pakura and Taiyuya, as well as Mundus. Well, horned freak, are you ready to die for the sake of this world, or will you run away for the sake of your rotten carcass? Naruto asked mockingly, looking at Mundus. Sharp tongue. Obviously got it from Dante. Haven't heard his screams and agony for a long time. Mundus said dreamily, provoking Naruto. Yeah. And for that, I will rip out all your limbs and entrails, forcing you to eat them. Naruto answered with restrained rage through his teeth. So come and see that we will have spectators. Mundus theatrically stepped aside, showing the girls who were tied to the altar that devoured souls to feed the rift. You will die in the most painful way of all that could be imagined. Naruto said and exposed Yamato, covering himself in the chakra of the nine-tailed fox. Oh, so you also have a fox cub? Will be a glorious addition to my collection, Mundus responded sarcastically and rushed at Naruto. You won't get it, horned beast. Naruto shouted and did not stand and wait for the enemy. The battle was initially on Mundus' side, as Uzumaki had not recovered from the last wounds inflicted by demonic energy. The Lord of dominated in close combat, so Naruto used ranged attacks, everything in his arsenal. There were both high-ranking shinobi techniques and spells from demonic energy that literally destroyed everything they could touch. When only ashes remained around, and the Lord of stood over the demon of purple lightning, holding him with his foot on the throat. You resisted for so long, tried so hard. And all in vain, boy. Mundus said, watching Naruto still trying to get up. You are a Vsevilish Pfadanok without Pfinsipes, as you were according to Pfivishchinia. Naruto said in a muffled voice, greatly surprising Mundus. And you have read about my history, which I hid. Yes, I was not the overlord initially. I became one after the betrayal of my subjects. I loved my people, even when they disputed my decisions, even when they rebelled against me and my subjects. I indulged them in everything, but they betrayed me when the borders of our kingdom were incredibly huge. They poisoned, flogged, killed those who were always faithful to me and my wife and son, who saw in me almost a god who would unite the world. They saw in me a hero, just like they see in you now. But unlike you, I realized that humans are ugly, greedy, vicious, rotten and immoral creatures. They are more terrible than any demon you can meet in. Mundus said and removed his foot from Naruto's throat. Not all humans are so disgusting. Yes. Cough. There are those you named, but there are also those who do not deserve the fate you are preparing for them. You want to destroy everyone who somehow reminds you of your original world. Naruto replied, taking Yamato's last functioning hand, which glowed purple. During the fight, the screams of Pakura and Taiyuya were heard, whose souls were trying to be absorbed by the rift altar, but while they resisted, thinking that they were doing well, but then they realized that they were just being played with, making them lose hope time after time, when Naruto fought Mundus and lost in almost every aspect. In the end, when the Overlord pressed Naruto to the ground, they almost lost all hope that they would survive, and the world would not soon fall at the hands of someone who was betrayed by people, like Naruto once was. You are like me, but you are not me. What separates us is that you do not see the truth hidden beyond your worldview. You do not want to see the whole picture, fixated on what was, but not what you can see in the future. Said Naruto. And we are closer than we seem at first glance. However, the future can only be seen by erasing all its beautiful colors, looking at the gray landscape. Said Mundus. The ability to predict the future is born from the wisdom and knowledge of mankind. But colors and prospects do not necessarily need to be erased to see the beautiful. Said Naruto and stood in a stance, but turned the stump of the sword with the tip to his chest. No. Naruto. You are not. Screamed the withered Kurama. I believe in my strength. Away with doubts and let the power hidden in me test my will and fortitude. Naruto shouted out loud, to which Mundus did not have time to react and was thrown away from Uzumaki by a wave of force. In Naruto's subconscious. Where am I? Naruto asked himself. You did it after all. Do you really need this power? A very familiar voice asked him. Virgil-sensei? Uzumaki couldn't believe his eyes and hugged his sensei. But what are you doing here? Unless I. No, my Padawan, you are not dead, but you are on the border of life and death. It is here that we will decide whether you are worthy of mastering all that power, becoming an independent devil of sin. Prove to me that this power will not break you and will not make you a slave to serve itself. Virgil said, drawing Yamato in his hands. So. I must defeat you. Sensei. Naruto confirmed. You already know the answer. Let's begin. Virgil said and attacked Uzumaki in the cloak of a demon. Hi. Naruto answered and also wanted to enter the demon form. But it didn't work. Uzumaki immediately exposed his Yamato and took the blow. Outside. A huge amount of energy and yaki emanated from Naruto's body, to which Mundus realized that he was awakening himself as the devil of sin, but whether he could was a separate question. So the brat has grown balls to risk everything he has for a new power. Let's see how he will master it, or will he break under the weight of his own weakness and despair? Mundus said, and the girls looked at Naruto with bated breath, hoping that he will be able to survive. Am I too late? Minato's voice was heard from behind the altar. How did you get here? Mundus asked, but saw how the shackles from Pakura and Kaguya were removed. Now, it's time for us to go. Minato said and took the girls with high ration. No. How did they get free? Mundus asked himself, but he felt Kaguya's energy mixed with senjutsu on the shackles. So that's how it is. Cunning. Mundus shouted, but looking back at Naruto, he saw that the flow of energy stopped, and the demon's form had changed greatly. Naruto turned silently, breathing heavily but with eyes full of strength and fury, to Mundus. He did not immediately understand what end had happened in this confrontation, but when Uzumaki flew at the overlord with a cry, the battle continued with renewed vigor. Yamato's furious but precise attacks, and the uniform and very good reinforcement of the fox's chakra, indicated that Naruto had managed to master the power of the Devil Sin. You have finally mastered this power, but how long have you? Cough. Mundus did not have time to finish speaking, as he received a deep cut on his side and a stunning blow to the temple on the right, with his foot. Today, you will die. The newborn devil growled. We'll see. Mundus answered and they fell into battle again. Next day. Minato, Kushina, Hana, Kaguya and Pakura were approaching the battle site, where there was nothing left but ashes. There weren't even any rocks left to stop on. There was nothing. Some Alliance shinobi had already dubbed this place the Valley of Ashes or the Grey Desert. When the Namikaze family, Kaguya and Pakura with their and Naruto's close friends approached, they saw a terrible sight. At the bottom of a multi-kilometer crater lay two bodies. However, Mundus had his chest pierced, but he remained conscious, and the second one was already rising to his knees and said the following. I promised that I would free his mother from captivity, but I couldn't figure out how I would do it. But now, I have the key to her freedom and cleansing her from the influence of Jubi. Naruto said. You can't use my power, brat. This is not your level. And who said that I would do it alone? Naruto asked him, after which Zetsu appeared. Naruto-kun, are you serious? I can't risk it like that, using him. Zetsu objected, but seeing the confidence in Naruto's eyes, he quieted down and said only one thing. I hope you keep your word. Zetsu said and stood to the side. Then let's begin. Naruto said and summoned a circle, from which an ethereal copy of Virgil appeared. Are you sure? After this, I will no longer be able to come to you in extreme cases. Virgil said. Finally, I would like to see my brother Nero and Uncle Dante. Then let's begin. Said Virgil and took control of Mundus' energy and directed it to the spell under the victim. After a powerful flash, Mundus' body began to slowly disintegrate, and his soul turned into pure spiritual energy that could be used for resurrection. As the body crumbled and the spiritual energy soared above the seal, Naruto began channeling the energy into the nearby Zetsu clones. The bodies merged and swelled from the enormous power that overwhelmed the mass and almost tore it apart. Contrary to all fears, the mass began to shrink, acquiring a female figure, like an hourglass. Snow White and beautiful rabbit goddess appeared before mortals and the devil. You have served me well, Zei. What does all this mean? Asked Kaguya. What you see, young lady. Naruto said, attracting attention. Mother, I have fulfilled your wishes and even better, we have freed you from the influence of the Jubi on your mind. Zetsu said. Wait. Really? Answered Kaguya, not believing that her mind was now clear and there was no longer that corrosive roar and hatred that was constantly in her head. That is true, now you are free, but I ask you not to take chakra from people in exchange for their cooperation. Naruto said, receiving a distrustful look, but then greatly puzzled when she did not feel any chakra in him. Where is your chakra? Asked Kaguya. I gave it as a sacrifice, in exchange for the power of the devil sin. Uzumaki answered, frightening Kaguya. Don't worry, mother. He just recently saved the world from a more powerful, but very nasty winner who came straight from. Zetsu said. Straight from? I don't believe it. The rabbit answered. And like that? Naruto asked and spread his wings and showed 9 spiky tails from behind his back. The devil? So you really are the devil? Kaguya asked in shock. Yes, but I don't want anything from you in return, lady. So you can relax. The devil reassured her. Then, the goddess flew up and kissed Naruto on the lips, shocking everyone. This is my gratitude for everything you've done for me. Kaguya smiled. Mom, can we step aside for a minute, it's urgent. Zetsu said. Okay. Mom, I'm offering you. Whisper. Are you serious? Kaguya almost screamed. Yes. I think he deserves a chance. Zetsu said enthusiastically, clearly with a satisfied face from the offer. I don't even know. Trust me, mother. I know that he can be trusted. And hasn't the peace in the whole world convinced you? Zetsu answered and looked at the reddened face of the goddess. Then I have decided. Naruto Uzumaki, now we, Kaguya said after everyone returned to Konoha. Will we live happily ever after? Exclaimed a 3-year-old girl with snow-white hair and stripes on her cheeks. Of course, Setsuko, and now, Kaguya did not have time to say, as she was interrupted again by Setsuko. We will go to Aunt Pakura and Aunt Hana and all sleep together under the open sky by the fire? Setsuko asked. Then why are you sitting? Get ready and run to the exit, otherwise everyone will leave without us. Kaguya exclaimed a little and smiled, watching her daughter. Let's go to Dad and Aunt's, to the countryside. Exclaimed the girl who had gathered and ran to the exit, where the other children and Naruto stood surrounded by Pakura and Hana. Is everyone ready? Naruto asked everyone. Yes. Then let's go. Naruto said and led everyone outside. Mom, what happened next? Setsuko asked impatiently. A new time, where all the villages with new rulers stood guard over ordinary people and little ninjas, who in the future would replace the old ones on the path of shinobi. Kaguya answered. But that's not all, right? Setsuko could not stand it. Exactly, because there are other people who will want strength again, for the sake of the thirst to return a person dear to them. Atsutsuki answered. And who is this villain? This is rather the story of an unfortunate man, whose attachment to his family is so great that he was able to break the laws of the world for himself and gain power that drove him crazy. However, the thoughts of the villain were noble, although madness was no less better. Kaguya answered her daughter. Tell me. Please. Setsuko begged her mother. Well, Kaguya drawled with a slight mockery and amusement in her voice. Well, Mom. The girl whined, and the woman only laughed at her hamster face. Okay, but he promised to go to bed later. The goddess agreed. Okay. Then listen further. When everyone thought that the evil from the underworld had been defeated, then the one appeared who refused to die without returning his. Everyone stood in the crater, shocked by the words of the rabbit goddess, that even the jaw went to visit Mundus. Listen, we haven't even known each other for 5 minutes, and you're already talking about dating? Naruto couldn't stand it. Under the wild laughter of Dante, Nero, and Sparta's avatars, and Virgil proudly raised his nose, saying that it was his merit and his second son. Virgil. What did you teach my grandson? asked Eva's avatar, and Sparta swallowed. Sensei? Although no, Dad. Who is this woman? Asked Naruto, and Eva released ki, cooling the ground under the feet of those present. So you haven't raised him yet? What were you thinking? Eva screamed, waving her arms, and Sparta barely held her so that she wouldn't do anything. I apologize, but I really don't know anything about you, so please introduce yourself. My name is Naruto Uzumaki Sparta. Virgil-san's student and adopted son. Heir to Yamato and a half-breed demon. Wow, the guy knows how to appease his mother. Dante quipped, making Nero and Trish laugh. Unlike you, he's learned etiquette and morals. Eva replied, and Trish, Lady and Kiri nodded. Come on, the kid's good, but he wouldn't have been able to handle Mundus' full power. You could say he was lucky. Seriously lucky, in fact. Dante said in all seriousness. You've finally grown a brain. You were armed with farts and a huge stick, like a monkey in the desert. Virgil quipped. And you, as always, with a gold spoon up your ass. You see, an aristocrat has appeared. Dante didn't remain in debt. Shut up. Naruto, grandson, I hope you'll be the new addition to our big family. Eva made Naruto's entire team and himself blush. Bachan? Please don't embarrass me. Although I'm in a relationship, I won't do it that quickly. Naruto raised his voice. Don't worry, grandson, I still have my whole eternity ahead of me. Eva answered. Mom. /ba. Almost everyone shouted, and Eva chuckled with a smile, as if they were making fun of Naruto. Okay, meet Naruto's parents. Virgil said and turned his attention to the Namikaze Uzumaki family. While the two families were getting acquainted, Virgil called Naruto and Kaguya to him, nodding for them to follow him. Sensei, what's the matter? Naruto asked. It's not over yet. Virgil answered, which puzzled both interlocutors and Kurama, who he thought was quietly eavesdropping. What do you mean? Kaguya asked. Cliffith didn't dry up in the usual way, but slowly and calmly. Normally, it wouldn't stand for so long, unless. Unless what? Uzumaki asked. Unless it has a new source or someone who absorbs it. So, someone secretly took the power accumulated by Cliffith? Naruto asked, and Virgil nodded, confirming the student's guess. And this, Cliffith, is somewhat similar to the divine tree, Kaguya whispered. This is it. And Kaguya went into a stupor from his words. The divine tree? This is it? It can't be. Kaguya raised her tone a little. The only difference is that the Cliffith grows from the underworld, pumping out energy from there, which is why its color and shape have a different shade. The tree, on the other hand, absorbed the energy of this world, which is why it acquired a brown tint. Tell me, when you brought the Cliffith seed here, what color was it? Asked Virgil, and Otsutsuki thought. It was white. Why? Wait. The Cliffith seed? The rabbit goddess guessed. Exactly. The Cliffith seed, which has no source, is always white, and there are practically no traces of energy from it. But as soon as it gets to a favorable and energy-saturated territory, it will begin to absorb and transform it, simultaneously growing larger and creating the fruit of chakra. Only it all depends on what energy it fed on before creating the fruit. For example, Cliffith fed on the blood of people and all living beings, drawing life force from it and creating the fruit. At the same time, the divine tree absorbed the local natural energy and converted it into chakra, being under the control of your clan, Kaguya. Virgil explained and confirmed. I see. So Cliffith is now transferring all the accumulated energy to someone? Kaguya asked, receiving another nod from the demon. So we need to find this. Naruto said calmly and wanted to go, but Virgil stopped him, putting his hand on his shoulder. She has already transferred everything she had. Now it is an empty S, with roots from. Virgil answered the silent question from his second son. XO. So he or she has already disappeared far away. Naruto concluded. Yes. All that remains now is to restore all the devastation and stabilize life in the world. Now you're going to have bigger problems than an unknown thief. Virgil said, and Kaguya nodded in agreement. Well. Then let's start restoring the world. Naruto said with a smile, and Virgil began to crumble. My family's time in this world is over. It's time to say goodbye, son. Virgil said with a smile, and Naruto looked at his teacher in shock. No. At his father. I understand you, father. If so, then so be it. Tell all the relatives and grandfather Sparta not to worry about me. Naruto said, and the whole family was already standing around them. Don't worry, grandson. Your strength hasn't entered its prime yet. You'll still wipe my nose, and so much so that we won't even dare to think about it. Sparta answered and hugged Naruto. Now you're in our big family, kid. After all, we are the best in the demon world. Dante said. Surpass us? Pfft, spit on it. We expect success and cool stories, brother. Nero. Be a good boy and make peace with your family and dad. Eva said, and Sparta nodded. Find happiness in peace and do not pursue power just for yourself. Virgil said, and the others agreed. Thank you all. I will fight for everyone I care about. Naruto raised his voice and confidence to the limit a little. Great, kid. Bye and good luck on your journey. Dante said and everyone disappeared, turning into fireflies. Goodbye. Family. Naruto said and turned to the others. Some had tears, and some had smiles and pride in their eyes. Kushina hugged Naruto along with Minato and Hana. Uzumaki's tears treacherously rolled down his cheek, and the Uzumaki Namikaze family only hugged the little demon tighter. So, mom, dad, sister, it's time to clean up after yourself. Naruto said, and the others agreed and went to their villages. Soon a new overlord will rise. And the rebel will have to fight him again. In the name of everything dear. That a demon has. I stood on the Hokage mountain. Much has happened. And now my power comes from the devil inside. From myself. There is no hatred. I do not feel the thirst to destroy. And yet not long ago I defeated, albeit weakened, but still an overlord, whose name is Mundus. Dante, Nero, Virgil Sensei gave their lives fighting him. I only finished off that. I do not feel that this is the end of the war. With him, maybe, but not with the rest of the demonic rabble. As if there is someone else ahead. Someone who surpassed Mundus in his best years. You look worried. Are Virgil-san's words bothering you? Kaguya and Pakura. My companions on this thorny path. Dante once said that he also had a team of himself and 2 girls. Unfortunately, they sank into oblivion due to age. But that's not the main thing. The fact that I'm able to achieve my goal warms my soul. But what will happen if it happens? What will happen to my motivation when the goal is achieved? This worries me. Nothing of the sort. Virgil Sensei said that someone had swallowed the tree, which meant that he had no strength for battles now. Of course, it's a convenient moment, but there's a lot of turmoil in. Right now. Mundus has been erased and the Lord of the Underworld is no more. The demons are causing chaos and tearing each other apart. It's very easy to hide in such chaos. Conclusion, I'll go now, I'll just waste time. Kaguya stood there, raising her eyebrows, unable to understand. Where did a 16-year-old boy get such intelligence and the ability to think rationally? The others seemed to her compared to Naruto. I see. What are you going to do next? Pakura asked a common question for everyone. The hope that the fight was over was crushed even after Otsutsuki's question about his tension. Evolve. Although I was able to evolve to the Devil of Sin, but I can't use it for more than 30 seconds. I awakened this power too early. Although it worked, but... Naruto turned around and bared his chest, showing the purple veins running from his heart. The backlash is too powerful for my body. Even though I managed to contain the separation effect, it almost tore my soul apart. It also affected my body. Until I find a way to reverse the effect, it would be unwise to engage in battle. Can't the medics help you with this? Pakura asked and immediately lowered her head. She realized what a stupid thing she had done. Of course not. The body might be able to, but it's not the body that's at fault. My soul was the first to suffer, and then my body. Naruto looked again at the swelling from Yamato and the subsequent transformation. Still, the thirst for power kills. Is it even possible to cure it? Kaguya asked. Only if I become stronger. I need to get stronger and prepare. Even though I can use Yamato now, I'll have to limit the demon's power. I see. Well, we'll go. We still need to arrange a new house. What, already? Pakura asked. Yes, the paperwork has already been completed, so let's go. Kaguya shared the information. Then let's go buy furniture. And we'll need to unpack our things. The girls left, leaving Naruto, crippled by his power, thinking about how to quickly return his powers and body to normal. Yamato, maybe you know how to fix our situation? The fastest option is to let the effect of the separation of man and demon end. Then give the human part a chance to reunite with the demon. During the separation, the demon will get stronger just like a human, but the chances of that happening are very small. Perhaps even Kaguya won't be able to cope, because the desecration of demonic energy in this case is very strong. Nothing will stop pure power from destroying everything and everyone. Is there another option? Yamato suddenly fell silent and only answered after a minute. Absorb Sparta. Absolutely not. He can't contain his own power, so you're asking him to absorb even more? Kurama was furious. It was clear that Sparta could stabilize the power and cure the disease. However, the problem was that this power would have to be absorbed. If Naruto tried to absorb more, he could turn into a shapeless piece of meat that could explode at any second. He would have to, if not flee to another world, then at least accept death and the subsequent transformation into empty blood-sucking creatures. First, let's try to cope without everything. On our own. Then we'll think about which option is better. To heal, you simply need to grow up. Yamato cooled Naruto's motivation with just one phrase. Age. Too young and immature body. Maybe the spirit can be in this body, but the vessel itself is already overflowing. The problem is age. If earlier he thought that the problem was in the strength and soul itself, then Yamato turned him 180 degrees and pointed her finger at the real problem. Age. 15 years old. How long will I have to wait for the problem to resolve itself? Naruto asked. By the age of 18, the energy will stop crowding the vessel. The body will recover and the energy will stabilize. Yamato answered. I see. Too long. During this time, the one who absorbed the Cliffith can already use its power to the fullest. We need more information. Perhaps there is an option to age the body to the required limit. Do you want to artificially age? Kurama asked, thinking about where he could have heard of such techniques. Exactly. We can't hesitate, because every month counts for us. Look in the Library of Scrolls. Perhaps there will be a technique there that can influence age. And even if it is a rejuvenation technique, then reproducing the opposite effect will not be a problem. Brilliant, Fox. Yamato finished and praised. How good I am. The fox's pride was just overflowing. Although Naruto didn't care, because the main thing was that there was a plan. There had to be a technique, because some S-class nuke nin could at least extend their life for a year. I already know where to get it, Yamato proudly declared. And you kept quiet? The fox was indignant. A species change technique. You can use it to change the shape of your body. All you need is additional biomaterial to absorb. Although your body has become stronger and gained mass, with additional raw materials you can avoid the unpleasant effect of muscle and organ drying. Your physical strength will not be used for the transformation. Good. Where can we get it? There is a scroll with the technique in the demon country. It is a certain temple with a priestess who is required to hold a seal that restrains some kind of creature. First, we need to set up a house and rest, then we move out. We only finished with the mess after Mundus a week ago. You yourself said that we can't hesitate, and now you're going to rest. Where's my meat? Again, at my old tricks. I want meat and sleep. Lazy, overgrown. Nail file. Shut up. During the week of vacation, Uzumaki and his new companions furnished a 2-story mansion. Each had their own room, but the girls immediately fenced off one room and said that it would be for the future. What's got them so worked up? Naruto asked the crazy guy in his head. How should I know? I don't give a about their conspiracy theories. Everything is with you, furry one, I understand. Yamato responded to the fox's answer. And as for you, I'll remind you of that trick with Sparta. Are you still upset about that offer? Yes, and it's justified. Stop showing up. We need to get to the land of demons. We've already spent a week walking around shops and restaurants. Naruto remembered how he had walked around Konoha to show off the village. Not only had Pakura insisted on going shopping, but Kaguya had also wanted a lot of new clothes for some reason. I had a ton of money. I had 12 million Ryo were down to a measly 5. But now they had everything they needed. Even erotic lingerie for some reason. Well, that was none of his business, let them wear it however they wanted, and he would finally go get the saving technique. I'm ready to go. I have supplies. I'll be out for a walk soon. Great. Yeah. Red slacker. Hey. I actually agreed that I'd go out into nature when the cage broke. It's almost gone, by the way. It is clear that it has almost completely broken. Only a pitiful fence from the seal remains. Red windows without bars. And even they have almost disappeared. In about a couple of days, the seal will break, but the fox's power will not break out of the cage. The fox has learned to control his chakra and will not let it spill out. In the Hokage's office. Are you leaving already? Where? Minato asked in confusion. To the land of demons. There is a technique there that will help me with one problem. Naruto answered in a casual tone. May I ask what the problem is? Naruto silently opened his cloak and pulled back his chestplate for a moment. The sight made Namikaze jump up from his seat and examine the purple tumor. What is this? The Hokage asked in a panic. This is my power. The body can't contain all this power and that's why the tumor appeared. There is no pain, but it is very uncomfortable. The problem is mainly due to age. I am 16 now, and I need a body for 18 years. It's too dangerous. I can't let you go like this after the War of the Two Worlds. What? The War of the Two Worlds? That's what we called the invasion of these .s and their complete defeat, although the hunt for the remaining forces is still going on. It doesn't matter. Just like that, I will not let you go. That's the point. Hey. No, okay. Minato was angry now. It was clear that he would go without his permission, but his aura. Rrr. He was really creepy now, as much as Naruto didn't want to admit. Father. It was a relief. No matter how hard you try now, I'm still going to go. I don't have much time to sit back and wait for an unknown enemy. I have to go, because if not me, then no one will. If no one, then it will be too late. Dad. I'm not that little brat who chased you like a little tail. I've become a strong person. I matured too early. But it had to be this way. Without it, we would not have met again. Please understand that I have to go. I want to fight off grief as far away from our home as possible. Even if it only delays the end of our world, I still have to do it. This is my way of the ninja. Namikaze stood and looked at his son. His eyes were wet with tears. For the first time since his disappearance and departure, he called him father. A picture of when Naruto was still very small and looked at him with admiration and pride. However, the speech he gave him further made it clear that his son had matured. Early, but irreversibly. Time was lost. He would no longer pounce on him shouting, "Daddy," he would not play pranks like before and would not ask him to train him. But on the other hand, he had become strong in his own way. He had become a man who was puzzled by the question of the future. He was not tormented by doubts, despair. He was not a toy kunai, of which he had many. He was a masterfully forged blade, whose tempering would never break. Minato approached his son and silently hugged him. Promise me that everything will be fine. I will never forgive myself if you get hurt again. I couldn't give you a good childhood, but I can help you provide for your future life. Promise me that you will return unharmed. Naruto stood there, slightly confused. Minato was radiating a huge amount of emotions and feelings. Never before had he felt so much excitement for him. Only Kushina and Pakura at Orochimaru's first meeting could compare to him. It was warming. Uzumaki had forgotten how nice it was when his parents cared about him so much. I promise, Dad. I'll come back and be stronger. I have to do it and I'll come back only victorious. After all, at stake are the lives of all of us. Namikaze hugged his son tighter, and Naruto hugged him back. The swelling ached slightly, but he didn't care. Minato still couldn't come to terms with the fact that he was letting his son go far away from him again. To distant lands, when the disaster had just ended. Talk to the others. I'll write this down as a secret mission to search for the remnants of demonic forces. You'll officially have the ANBU team and your the Mystic team. Heh, yeah. If they're with you too, there won't be any problems. Are you leaving today? Yeah. The sooner the better. Okay. I'll get the paperwork ready. I'll hold you to your word that you'll return home safely. Yeah. See you there. At the last, both interlocutors parted with smiles. The Hokage went to his workplace, and Uzumaki left the office and set a course for Kushina. Naturally, Mom couldn't take this information calmly. She lamented for a long time that he was recklessly rushing for power to the very bottom of the world and not thinking about her and her heart. It is clear that she did not want to let him go, but a speech similar to the one for Minato was able to convince her and let him go with great bitterness. Once again, her son would disappear for a long time and there would be no way to contact him. The bird might not fly from the demon country to Konoha. The distance was too great and the Nukenin could intercept the animal with the message. With sad thoughts and tears in her eyes, she let Naruto go. It was easier with the others. Many tried to dissuade him, but knowing Uzumaki, they quickly gave in. Still as stubborn and with an all in one place. We are going with you. This is not up for discussion. Shouted the two Furies and his sister Hana, not letting him say where and why he was going. Naruto stood in the living room and was stunned. Was it really that hard to leave? Why were they so eager to go with him? We won't let you put yourself in danger again, especially considering your injury. Pakura was unyielding. She stood there, with shadows on her eyes and a cold gaze, looking down at Naruto. For the first time, Uzumaki had nothing to say. He couldn't even express his denial of this idea, but Kaguya didn't let him get a word in, and the third attempt to object was interrupted by Hana's words. And so on in a circle, until Naruto agreed with them, but demanded that they take care of themselves first and foremost. They accepted these words with a blush on their cheeks. But a second later they remembered the injury on his chest and answered. Are you telling us this? Your chest injury has made you as weak as a jonin. The demon form, and even more so the sin form, are very exhausting for you and you can only hold it for a minute. The sin form will last for half a minute at most. Kaguya said it as a matter of fact. She herself has not recovered even by 1/3, but even so, she is stronger than any shinobi in this world. The peculiarity of chakra and the special genome of the ashen bones are the best argument against all living things. Okay. Get ready to perform. Stop. What other chest injury? Hana was clearly angry. She was happy when her brother came back, but as soon as she was happy for him, she would immediately find out that her brother was injured and was very weak. And he wanted to run away again. Explain it to her briefly, and I'll prepare a few things for the trip. Okay, but we're going with you and that's it. Kaguya was adamant. I'm going too. Don't you dare talk me out of it, brother. Hana mumbled and, without giving the floor, demanded to explain Naruto's problem. Even Kaguya couldn't cool her ardor and she had to tell him everything and in detail. By evening, Uzumaki, Pakura, Kaguya and Hana stood at the gates of Konoha, being seen off by all of Namikaze's acquaintances, friends and family. Well, it's time to go. Naruto said and wanted to leave, but... You didn't think that I would let my friend go so easily? Uzumaki turned back to the gate and looked up. Black hair with a duck butt hairstyle, Mangekyo Sharingan, dark pants and a Chunin vest with the Uchiha crest on the back. A katana on his belt completed the look. Sasuke, do you want to come with us too? Naruto wasn't very surprised, and Uchiha grinned and, disappearing for a moment, appeared next to his friend. I won't stand aside and worry about how he's doing. And you won't get away from me. I'll follow you, but I won't let you go. Naruto felt inferior. Everyone who could go with him was being told that they would go with him. Sasuke, tell me, how were you able to awaken the Manjikyu? It was a gift from an old man. Lis definitely knows him. Kurama flipped 3 times. The eyes were similar to Indra's and had the same level of power as Hagoromo, but her control was weak. The old man gave him these eyes. No way. Fox. Aren't you taking too much liberty? Go. This brat has the Rinnegan. Naruto muted the connection and continued. Do you have, they? Uzumaki asked, hinting at those very eyes. Yes, but it's too early for me to use them. My age doesn't allow it. And how old do you need for them? Well. 18 years old minimum. Naruto smiled slyly and said. Then you're on the same path with me. Ready? Yes. Then Fugaku landed from above, scattering his hawk and smiling softly, he said. Go, son. Help your friend and become stronger. For the sake of everyone you love. All the people seeing him off looked at Fugaku with shock. Uchiha Fugaku. He's smiling. Today, the day of upheavals should have ended, but it continues to build up and give no rest. Editing papers again. For what? Minato whined and continued to look at the friendly helping hand for his son. Get ready, Sasuke. The path is not short. Naruto said. All the more interesting. Uchiha answered energetically and moved forward with the others. The unknown man in the unknown world was completely pale. He wore a cloak with a tomo on the back, a short collar, horns on his head. His eyes were ring-shaped and purple, and his black hands held the staff of the Sage of the Six Paths. I still haven't recovered. The energy is too foreign to me, and assimilating it is difficult. But it's only a matter of time. Soon I will return to the world of shinobi, and the world of eternal Tsukuyomi will be even better than before. The man with platinum hair sat on one knee and breathed heavily. Adaptation is hard for him, and he has to fight off the hostile flora and fauna of this and spend more energy to keep his body safe and sound. I'll bring you back. Izuna. Wait a little. Just a little. I just need a little time. And the man, getting up, went into the cave, which he cleared of evil spirits. A new ruler from an alien world will soon take the throne of the underworld. Soon the storm of disasters will rise again. Naruto and his team set off in a new composition to the land of demons. From Konoha to the nearest port with access to the sea will not be short. His childhood friend Sasuke has become stronger since their last meeting. Rinnegan, the power of six paths and the ability to use Susanoo, but Naruto was not sure about this. However, if you believe Kurama, then having these eyes, you can easily use the powers of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Simply put, Sasuke definitely has Susanoo, but to what stage he can use it is already a question. Kaguya, having changed her clothes to standard shinobi uniform, can levitate, so she has no problems moving. Pakura learned with the help of the heat genome to have a slightly extended flight time between jumps from branch to branch. This allows for a better response to sudden attacks from the outside by using the genome in a pre-prepared state. Hana and Sasuke move in a standard manner. About 2 days and we will be at the port. Keep in mind that there will be delays only for needs and replenishment of supplies. Not everyone has recovered from the War of the Two Worlds. By the way, I came up with this. Isn't it great? Hana interrupted. Now I understand why the name is so. Kaguya began to speak. Cool. Pretentious. Hana, I appreciate your contribution to all this nonsense, but why give this event such a name? I mean overly pretentious. For example, they could have called it the Great Demonic Invasion. The goddess objected. Maybe that's enough already? We were incredibly lucky to survive this war and invasion. Let's think about the future instead. Sasuke butted in. I agree. The battle with the underworld is not over yet and we need to recover and become stronger. If we don't make it, we'll be finished. Pakura supported him, and Uzumaki silently thanked his companions. Although Uzumaki could move along the upper paths, the tumor could not let him go. The aching pain from using even a fraction of his power did not subside. His chest was threatening to burst into pieces if he slightly increased the power supplied from the source. Kaguya was still thinking about the recent events after her release. Demons. Are there really other beings in the universe that are not inferior in strength to the Otsutsuki? Or maybe they are stronger than her native clan? Zetsu, who was sent to the root dimension, helped Kaguya restore her lost chakra reserves. She simply left a small portal in her pocket and transformed the chakra into small balls of chakra with high concentration and compression, after which she absorbed it. Zetsu will not be able to accumulate a large amount of chakra, so she sends them in portions so as not to overload herself and not self-destruct. Kaguya, tell me one thing. Can you use techniques as we understand them? Naruto asked and looked at Otsutsuki. Hand gestures? That's not difficult, although I can. The goddess pouted a little. Great. Then there won't be any problems with the technique. Actually, I can open portals through space and worlds, Kaguya said, and Naruto was simply stunned by this news. "Couldn't you tell me earlier?" Uzumaki said a little indignantly. "And you didn't ask. And I can only open portals where I was. This restriction is removed by the Rinne Sharingan, but I have very little chakra for this." Kaguya waved it off and continued to levitate. "I see." Naruto said thoughtfully and quickened his pace, to which the swelling pricked slightly. A little later, after another rest stop, the team set off again. Sasuke was constantly receiving lessons from Kaguya on how to use the Rinnegan, and Uchiha eagerly absorbed every word and memorized it. The desire to keep up with his friend, who had already managed to become famous in the War of the Two Worlds, motivated him best of all to achieve his goal and future dream. A quiet life where he could protect everyone dear to him. Kaguya shared this goal with him, but before that she wanted to start all over again, so she helped Sasuke with mastering his new power. Much remains incomprehensible to him, but soon he will be able to use those grains that he has already remembered and which only need to be practiced. Pakura also did not lag behind and continued to improve her genome. The title of the Maiden of the Sun is not the limit for her. She missed Taiyuya and her imperturbable, mixed with violent, character. She became the Witch of the Cursed Sound, a strong kunoichi, and now lives with other Uzumaki in Uzushio, where she continues her career and will soon become a happy woman. Who is her chosen one, she does not admit, but blushes when it comes to him. You will find out when I deem it necessary." Naruto continued to only think about a new opponent with the power of Cliffith. Perhaps this is a new demon, or perhaps someone strong from this world. However, in the case of the second option, there will be a small question. If he is a mortal from the outside world, then he will have to adapt for a long time and tediously and absorb the power of the tree, and only then will he have to use and relearn how to use his chakra and the new energy of demons. Naruto himself was helped by energy positively tuned to the recipient, because Virgil himself gave it out with the command to adapt to the new vessel. Now, even with the power of a demon, which is positively tuned to Naruto and completely absorbed by the new half-breed, it could not fit in a new body. There is too little space for the new power of the devil of sin. The body ached and gradually, hour by hour, began to hurt more. If earlier it was a small itch that could be suppressed by the fox's chakra, now after weeks it began to hurt more. The body is not able to process so much energy chakra now, no matter how hard it tries. In addition, the latest form requires more energy, so it automatically produces more energy for all available abilities. Sasuke could help with this a little, but a large amount of demonic energy can turn him into a new emptiness or something new and destructive. Demonic energy for the Uchiha is poison in any amount, but the Rinnegan helps process foreign energy, creating chakra for its carrier. The next day, the port appeared before the team's eyes. Sasuke was so far away from Konoha for the first time, not counting the land of spring. Many people were actively running from the counters and ships, constantly discussing the fact that the world is still so unexplored and much remains a secret from human eyes. The world of real demons and the world of death turned out to be separate worlds that decide who to take to themselves and who to throw to eternal suffering for their sins during life. Now people began to believe in the Sage of the Six Paths again and ask for forgiveness for their sins, and not far away a temple was built in his honor and Naruto? Uzumaki was shocked, as was his team. The new temple was in honor of the Sage of the Six Paths and his ally. The Demon Liberator is a traitor to his kind, who is ready to give his life for people and fight demons thirsty for true chaos. "And you are too popular," said Sasuke, a little surprised that Naruto changed his appearance with the transformation technique. "I do not want to meet them. We need to sail to the land of demons." A small boy with brown hair and decent clothes said firmly. "I confirm. It is better for us to go to the place we need secretly. We do not need unnecessary attention," said Kaguya, and also changed her appearance. "Well, I cannot be special," said the Uchiha, and also changed his appearance. Forward, said Naruto, and everyone moved to the ships. Many ships and their captains and assistants stood on the land, calling as many people as possible on board their ships with the routes assigned and announced by them. Only one ship was heading to the demon country, and it was just filled with various shinobi. Many high-ranking and important people wanted to see the lands from where the demon liberator might have come and wanted to take him into their service. We left Konoha not so long ago. And already there are onlookers who want to raise their prestige in the eyes of others. Pakura said with disgust. I'm not interested in this trash. They want power and respect at someone else's expense. Naruto said, not inferior to Pakura, in disgust. We are on the same path. So we will have to tolerate them. Sasuke said, and was the first to approach the captain, who also did not like his passengers. In Konoha, Kage's office. Minato-sensei, we have some bad news. Kakashi began straight away. Speak, Kakashi. The Hokage demanded, with excitement in his voice. Not far from the western borders, we found a cluster of demons and undead. The ANBU squad and I with Obito successfully destroyed them, but at the site of the destruction, we found some kind of portal. Apparently, it leads there. Hatake reported. In what sense? Naruto and Kaguya personally checked the time until the next appearance of these creatures. The Hokage voiced his thought out loud, but then remembered Naruto's words. Flashback. Father, I have something to talk about. Naruto said, leading Minato away from the place where the remains of the battle against Mundus were being destroyed. What did you want to talk about? Minato asked cheerfully, but noticing his son's serious and cold look, he fell silent and became serious. It's about the underworld. Someone has absorbed Cliffith and is now trying to harness its power. Not many can do this, according to Virgil Sensei. However, there may not be much time before the ill-wisher can possibly penetrate our world. Naruto said with slight excitement, discreetly hiding the tumor after receiving the devil of sin. Are you saying that the new devil and his demons can come to our world again at any time? Namikaze asked with displeasure, because they were now telling him that the massacre was not over. We have about a month for sure. Let the ANBU be sent to look for the remains of the undead and demons. Now they may well try to escape back. Shinobi and mystical beasts have a huge difference in power and adaptation in battle. They will probably miss a few jerks. The beasts will use this to escape. There is a chance that they have already been given the command to settle in this world and prepare for an invasion by opening a rift. Naruto said and called Kaguya. Did you want something, Naruto? Kaguya asked, enjoying the freedom from the influence of Jubi on her mind. There is one problem, and we need to know the exact result of the enemy's appearance. Do you have a way to find out? Naruto asked. Now, Otsutsuki said and opened the Rinne Sharingan for a couple of seconds. END flashback. It started much earlier than Naruto and Kaguya thought. Kakashi, gather the council of Jonin and Konoha clan heads. The civilian will come separately. I will talk to them later. Minato gave the order and Kakashi disappeared with a nod. Secretary, I need Obito Uchiha. Immediately. Minato ordered and the secretary disappeared with a shunshin from the Kage building. Not far from the port of the Hot Springs country. Naruto, Kaguya said and called Uzumaki Sparta into her cabin. What is it? Uzumaki asked and closed the door to the cabin behind him. It has begun. Already? Naruto exclaimed and bit his thumb in excitement, starting to pace back and forth. There is some news, but it is unlikely to give you hope. Kaguya interrupted his thoughts, intriguing Sparta. Speak. Naruto said softly, not believing his own voice. It was an attempt to penetrate, but the portal was quickly slammed shut. Konoha quickly dealt with the problem, but it is unlikely that the remnants of the creatures will just sit idly by. In the land of demons, there may be more demons and undead. Kaguya suggested. Exo. Sigh, okay. We need to prepare for a possible attack and be faster than these creatures. Naruto said and went to warn the others, and Kaguya followed. The shores of the land of demons. Naruto stays in the middle. The rest go in a ring. I'll go in front. Kaguya on the right flank, Hana on the left. Pakura will be behind to protect the rear and our disabled man. Sasuke said immediately when the team went ashore and moved away from prying eyes. Uchiha, isn't that too impudent? Naruto asked, but seeing the look of his friend, who said that he would finish him off before he died and then heal him himself, he asked. Why exactly this formation? Naruto asked, saying with his look that he would still remember this to duck butt. The problem is the lack of strength of Kaguya-san and your very low combat effectiveness. And my father trained me in terms of strategy and wanted me to become the head of the clan or the Konoha police. I already have real experience in this, although a little sad. Found myself a genius, Sasuke quietly added at the end and showed confidence in his abilities. Okay, duck butt, let's go already. I can't wait until I get rid of this crap. Naruto poked at the tumor and everyone moved along the upper tracks in the right direction. A little later. Kaguya-san, can I have a second with you? Sasuke asked, and the goddess stepped forward a little, catching up with the Uchiha. Did you want something? Otsutsuki asked, a little displeased. Did you notice? Sasuke said and turned slightly towards Naruto. About the tumor? Kaguya asked briefly, and Sasuke nodded. It doesn't give him any peace. He has barely noticeable bags under his eyes. The tumor causes him great pain, and over time it only gets worse. Uchiha said, and Otsutsuki mentally praised the mortal. Not bad for a mortal with Rinnegan. Sounded like an insult, Kaguya-san. Sasuke answered quietly, to which Kaguya chuckled slightly and returned to formation. The temple is not far away. Hana said and rolled up the map in her pouch. Okay, everyone prepare for a potential enemy. Naruto commanded, looking at Sasuke, telling him not to interfere with the command of the squad. Sasuke only exhaled and chuckled in an Uchiha manner. And here he is. Pakura said as the temple of the land of demons appeared on the horizon. We need to finish this quickly. The demons began to move earlier than expected. Naruto said and everyone acquired seriousness on their faces. The demons did not keep us waiting long, trying to break into the temple. Get out of the way, trash. Sasuke said and the others silently agreed with him. Mistress, are you sure this will work out? Asked the girl with brown hair and blue eyes, looking at the woman with dark red horns and slightly bluish skin. Ayami, I've been sure since the moment he showed up here. Luckily, we managed to drive him back before he could hurt anyone. Mistress. Should I receive the guests? Asked the brown-haired girl. Please. They're not as bad as you think. You'll see. A girl of about 19 years old left the central hall of the temple, while the woman took off the hood from her head, revealing her demonic image. Soon. The devils will leave this world. Only a half-breed will remain, who will end this eternal slaughter of two worlds. The new false overlord must fall. Heihachi. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you from my devil gene back then. I wonder how Kazuya is. At the temple gate. The land of demons. Naruto was on the edge. It wasn't visible on the outside, but his vision was starting to deteriorate, his heart was breaking, his bones were cracking, and his mind was going dark. It was immediately clear that he had no more than an hour left to get out of this situation. If he didn't make it, Sparta would start to crumble into dust. Kaguya-san, Naruto is on the edge. We don't have much time. Sasuke said. I see. Help me a little. The rabbit goddess answered. What do you need? Put him to sleep. Sasuke approached Naruto and asked him to look at him, and when he turned around, the Uchiha used the Rinnegan to put his friend to sleep. Great. When I'm done, I'll need a strong vessel to pump out the energy. Preferably reinforced with fuin. Kaguya asked, and the team unfolded their things. Maybe try an empty scroll? Hana asked. Yes, but the fuin must be improved. Otsutsuki answered, and Hana immediately turned the scroll over and began to write symbols with blood and strengthen the fuin. Until we figure out how to help Naruto in an emergency, we can use my Rinnegan to absorb and assimilate his chakra. Sasuke said, but Kaguya shook her head in protest. His chakra has long since turned into demon energy. Yes, he is a half-breed, but the discovery of the Devil of Sin form made his body quickly adapt. Simply put, the chakra completely mixed with his energy, but was then vented from his body. Perhaps the hearth is still trying to produce chakra, but the energy has completely taken over all the space in the chakra channels. Kaguya said, examining Naruto with the Byakugan. I see. We must hurry then. Sasuke answered and lifted Naruto onto his back. We are almost there. We extended his condition by about half a day. Kaguya said, and Pakura and Hana bit their lips. The central hall of the temple. They are in the temple, mistress. Said the girl. Let them pass. I have already prepared a place for his complete recovery. Said the blue-skinned woman. As you wish. Said the girl with displeasure and disappeared into the shunshin. Am I doing the right thing? Heihachi. I hope our boy has not been subjected to your hatred, whispered the woman and opened a huge door with many seats and liquid in them. With Uzumaki escort. Wait. We have guests. Not a demon. Hana said, and Kaguya noted that she surpassed her in sensorics, even in her state, and smiled slightly. Please follow me, women and comrade of the devil. The girl landed from the ceiling and turned 180 degrees. Who are you? Sasuke asked with a calm face and without alerting the escort. I am here on the orders of the priestess. All other information will be provided by the head of this place. The girl answered. I see. Let's speed up. Pakura butted in impatience and worry for Naruto. Good. To the surprise of the escort, the girl said and rushed forward. Keep up. Hana ordered, and Sasuke and Kaguya were in a little shock from their commanding voice. Amazing and scary sisters you have in marriage. Sasuke said, and Kaguya nodded. When the girls stopped in front of a huge arch for doors, they saw a woman sitting in front of a huge and dark descent down. The woman had red horns, snow-white hair and blue skin. When Kaguya looked at her with her Byakugan, she found similarities with Sparta's energy, but in a highly diluted form. You brought him. His condition is seriously undermined. The woman said in a melodic but firm voice. Who are you? Your energy is similar to our comrade. Sasuke spoke with a brick face, but with the voice of a true mission leader. My name is Mishima Kazumi. I am the owner of the Devil Genome. The woman said, smoothly standing up and turning to the guests. Uchiha Sasuke. Kaguya Otsutsuki. Hana Namikaze. Pakura. When everyone had introduced themselves, the woman nodded and slowly walked down the stairs. Please follow me, Kazumi said and went down the stairs. Keep watch, Pakura ordered with an ominous aura, and the others gulped and followed the priestess. A huge laboratory. Lots of technologies and huge test tubes with lots of creatures in them. From the scariest to those that look like humans. Looks a lot like Orochimaru. Naruto said, sharply jumping back from his friend's back. You're awake. Sasuke confirmed after receiving a blow to the face from his friend's right. Yes, I'm awake. Thank you for your help, but I didn't ask for it. Sparta confirmed and approached the priestess. I can help you, Sparta. However, the process may take time and has an unstable process with the risk of getting a disability for life even with your strength. Kazumi said and opened the lid of a huge test tube with her power and, with the help of the panel, brought several copies to the main test tube. So I should evolve in terms of the compatibility of my body with the amount of energy in my body? Naruto asked. Not quite. I will age your body a little and strengthen your chakra channels. After that, they will be able to withstand your power, ceasing to overload the rest of the body and stop the decomposition and drying out of your body. Virgil-sama was only able to get around this when he split his power into light and dark parts, allowing the light to stabilize the dark. Thus, the dark gained physical strength and an excellent vessel for his power, and the light calmed and dissipated some of the devil's energy. These metamorphoses were able to ensure the stability of the devil's form and power in his body, allowing the light part to deliver the final blow and take control of the dark. The light gained stable control, and the dark became a vessel for the original personality. Kazumi said, and Naruto realized that he awakened his power incorrectly. In that case, there is no time to cultivate and stabilize my power. While the dark grew stronger, and the light stabilized my energy. Naruto gave his verdict, and Mishima nodded. It's time to begin. The longer we stand, the faster we lose our chances of success in saving this world from the new ruler. Kazumi said, and Sparta began to take off all his clothes, leaving only his pants. We will not say goodbye, but I have a proposition for Sasuke. Naruto said, looking away. What is it? Asked the Uchiha. Kazumi-san, can you help my friend with increasing his strength and mastering his eyes? Naruto asked, and the Uchiha wanted to refuse, but Kazumi interrupted him. Of course. I thought you would ask this, so I am ready to help him in mastering and strengthening the power of the Sage of the Six Paths. Answered Kazumi and rolled up another seat for the person. Naruto, you are more dangerous than on an S-rank mission, the Uchiha sealed, but also undressed to his pants. That's great, my friend. It's time to stop one from encroaching on our asses. Naruto said under the shocked looks of the others. Naruto, did you pick this up from Dante? Yamato hissed, and Kurama continued to laugh. This time, we need to raise everyone's spirits. Soon we won't even have a moment to do that. Naruto answered habitually and jumped into a huge test tube and was put to sleep through an oxygen mask on his face. Or maybe not. AAA. Sasuke wanted to refuse, but was pushed away by Kazumi with a smile on her face. I prepared this place for you, so be kind enough to accept my work and don't snap back. Kazumi said with a smile, demonstratively closing the airlock and putting the Uchiha to sleep through an oxygen mask. Cruel, the girl said, and Kazumi only slightly waved her hand and went back up the stairs, beckoning him to her. The girls went to train and wait for the process to end. Kazumi took charge of the two. For now, they have only begun the modification to stabilize the powers of the two. Next, Konoha and the Alliance Against Demons. Konoha, Hokage's office. The yellow-haired man, with the dawn in the background from the window, sat and looked at the map of the country of fire. The crosses stood at a small distance from the village and cities throughout the country. For demons, this is unnatural. Too organized, too staffed, too human. If Mundus used them as just a large army and used them as an unstoppable army, then the new behavior of the demons was more like shinobi tactics. Even the squads were staffed and always had a couple of healing types, and some always pulled other demons back to give them medical attention. Attacks from behind or small teams to back up the main striking force. This is clearly a good combat experience, rather than how it was against Mundus. Hokage-sama, another attack has been repelled. Thanks to the Nara's tactics, our losses were minimal. Out of 20 people, only 2 were injured. The wounds are not fatal. The jounin reported and bowed. Good, go and rest until the next attack. Don't dare go AWOL until you are completely healthy. Minato gave the order, and the jounin disappeared with a bow. The white-haired, masked jounin still stood before Namikaze and didn't even flinch when the jounin appeared and reported right away. Another mission awaited Hatake Kakashi with his team of chunin and a couple of talented genin. Kakashi, head west. Not far from the river on the right bank there is a group of demons and ghouls with the ability to infect living beings for their subsequent subjugation. Keep your distance and do not dare to make direct contact with this group, ordered the Kage. Hi, Hokage-sama, answered Kakashi and disappeared into the Shunshin. Minato continued to worry about Naruto. When he recalled everything that had happened, he continued to feel a nagging pain in his chest. His heart, as if it had come to life and had its own mind, gnawed a hole in his soul and continued to remind him of his mistakes and defeats. However, looking at Kushina, who continued to train and almost never appeared at home, he remembered Naruto's words. He would forgive him if he did not stray from his path of forgiveness. Again recalling the words of the sages about forgiveness through time and actions, Minato sighed and continued to analyze the situation since dawn to neutralize the invasion of the territory of the Land of Fire. At the same time, Minato waits for the rest of the Kage to want to convene a council and leave the analysis and orders to Shikaku. Kushina was on the personal training ground of her estate. Barriers, chains and many other fuin were scattered all over the training ground, but continued to perform their functions. One absorbed chakra, one techniques, one reflected physical attacks. The chains were behind the woman's back and, upon command from the owner, immediately rushed forward, striking the target through and through. Namikaze's clones continued to throw kunai and shuriken with henge demonic projectiles at the original to maximally instill countermeasures against this type of enemy. Acid charges, bone spikes and balls with compressed corrosive or explosive gas. All these effects were imitated through fuin. Dodge. A chain sent straight to the enemy's head. Dodge from a clone. 2 charges, explosive type. Replacement and a blow to the clone's head. 1 escaped, 1 was killed. 2 projectiles with acid and gas, and the second clone rushed to attack. Dodge from the melee and chains with direct aim at the head of the second. Scratch from the chain, and a roundhouse kick to the melee. 1 is stunned, 1 sent bone spikes to swing towards the original. The seal of reflection of physical attacks worked successfully, and the chain turned on the enemy from behind. Successful through penetration into the chest. The stunned enemy got up again and went into close combat. Easy dodges and subsequent seal of suppression at the first opportunity. Grab the clone's head and quickly break its neck. The clone is destroyed. Kushina saw her progress. Another test showed that she could well become a shock soldier in any squad thanks to her knowledge of fuinjutsu. Her progress was obvious, because now she was clearly superior to the average jounin. An elite jounin was in her pocket. She had become stronger as a shinobi. She had become stronger as an Uzumaki. The surges of strength from the memories of Mito and Naruto's words were so strong that she would never dare to remain at the same level of strength again. Her skills as an average jonin had become elite jonin level. The next level was Umbu Captain, and after that, Kage. She had let herself be controlled by a mummy while she was unable to do to her skills as a normal chunin. Living with Minato and taking care of the house had greatly weakened her as a shinobi. The Uzumaki would never forgive her unless Naruto said otherwise. She would continue to move forward until she was strong enough to face the new lord of the underworld alone. Never give up, never stop. She would no longer allow herself to be taken by the neck and mocked for her strength and intelligence. All so that Naruto could call her his mother again. She would earn it with her blood and her labor. It was high time she started correcting her mistakes. That's not enough, Databane. Once again. Kushina growled to herself and created clones again and used the enemy's henge on them. Itachi Uchiha continued to train with his father and mother, while his younger brother had long since surpassed him in everything. He was bursting with pride for his younger brother, but it also made him become better. Genjutsu, Kenjutsu and Ninjutsu would not be enough. Itachi encountered only once that creature that was so fast that the Sharingan was only a small flashlight in the eyes of this monster. The only thing that saved the Uchiha then was tricks and prediction based on his combat experience. Father. How to neutralize the blindness from using Manjikyu? Itachi asked after a long sparring. There is a way. However, it requires medical intervention at the level of Tsunade. Fugaku answered with severe shortness of breath. In what sense? The Uchiha asked with interest. I swap. The optic nerves are very delicate and fragile, so much so that you can't even touch them. The only one who can do this is Tsunade Senju. Her control greatly exceeds all the shinobi of this world. Considering her current training that she has prescribed for herself, the Sanin's control over chakra has clearly become much better than before. As far as I remember, she was able to find a cure for cancer. Fugaku answered. Then tomorrow we will do an eye swap. Itachi said and helped his father to stand up. We must agree on this with Minato. Because our forces will be needed at the front. Fugaku interrupted his plans, and Itachi nodded and gritted his teeth slightly. I hope everything works out. Itachi said at last and took his father's arm. Ino Shikocho, a famous formation and the most polished teamwork among all in Konoha. Now the new generation was in training ground number 8 and breathing heavily. Surprisingly, among all the team, Nara stood on his feet much more steadfastly than the rest. Ino, one more time. Shikamaru said, and the girl again looked in shock at the laziest of their team. How are you still standing on your feet? Yamanaka said in surprise. Ino, when our loved ones are in danger on a global scale, I am ready to lose sleep for the rest of my life than watch you die. Nara answered firmly and coldly. Shikamaru is right. This is not enough. Ino, one more time. Choji asked, and the girl took the pill and again began to create images of demons and creatures on the training ground field. So that you trip, Ino muttered without malice and continued to create illusions. The pink-haired girl continued to train her close combat style and simultaneously saturate her body with medical chakra. She was at training ground number 7. Many mannequins stood in front of her and she did not think of stopping. Sakura even found an old scroll with a taijutsu style from the Konoha library. On the scroll was written Mishima Karate style. Many techniques that can destroy any part of the enemy's body. This style was created to destroy the enemies of its owner. Sorya. Sakura growled and sent half of the dummy into the air, and her hand was covered in pink lightning. Electric fist of the wind god? Suddenly a voice behind her stopped Haruno from training and honing her new style. Kakashi-sensei? Aren't you on a mission? Asked Sakura. I wanted to ask you about something. And yes, I am a clone. Kakashi answered, and Sakura calmed down. You wanted to know about the style from this scroll? Asked Haruno. Yes. I have been looking for this scroll in the Konoha library since my genin days. Will you allow me to copy this scroll? When I return, we will train this style together. Asked Hataki. Of course, Kakashi-sensei. Now is not the time to show up in preserving the secrets of the shinobi. We must use everything we can. Said Sakura and unsealed her empty scroll for copying. Thank you. I am in your debt. Hataki thanked and began to rewrite and redraw into a new scroll at great speed. Tell me, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi asked. Will I be able to become so strong that my powers will be enough to save many people dear to me? Sakura asked, lowering her head. It all depends on you. Kakashi answered confidently. I see. So I am ready to take risks and become stronger for the sake of my friends, family and relatives. Haruno responded with the same confidence. As long as the risk is justified and minimal, my handyman. Hataki said and rolled up the scroll. Hi, Cyclope-sensei. She responded with a laugh at the Jonin's bulging face. Who did you get this from? Hataki muttered with a smile and rose to his feet, preparing to go to the original. On the battlefield. Border with the country of T. Irika-san, we are ready to move out. Reported the Chunin under his direct command. Excellent. Prepare for battle. Answered Yumino, and all the Chunin and a couple of genin prepared for an ambush. The enemy's manpower is approaching. 7 units. 3 long-range and 4 close-range types. Reported the censor. Begin the attack. Calmly gave the order to the former academy teacher. The attack was a success. Nothing went wrong. The casualties were minimal, and the enemy reinforcements were as quickly defeated as the first targets. Jounin Irika, the Hokage is recalling your team for resupply and rest with a medical examination. The ANBU reported. Jounin? Asked Irika. Exactly. Jounin Irika, by order of the 4th Hokage, you are awarded the rank of Jounin. Now return to the village. The ANBU answered and disappeared into the Shunshin. Congratulations, Irika-san. The Chunins congratulated their comrade on his promotion. Thank you. Let's go home. Yumino answered with tears, and the others headed back with joyful exclamations. Meanwhile, the Alliance continued to provide support to all allied forces and, for a fee, helped other large villages. Many could not cope on their own, because the creatures created huge problems and losses with their very presence. The Alliance already had shinobi of the Chunin and even Jonin ranks. Some of the Alliance even awakened new genomes. The dying clans were able to slightly replenish their ranks from the Alliance shinobi. For example, the Shimanawa clan was replenished by 9 people who awakened the element of light. The Kurama clan was able to climb out of the dying category and has a population of 16 people. This continues with all the clans, and other shinobi from the Demon Savior Alliance continued to replenish their ranks and were able to give birth to the first offspring of full-fledged future shinobi. There are fewer and fewer ordinary people, which everyone was happy about. The more defenders, the fewer victims there will be from the demons of the underworld. Many believed so and they will be right. Meanwhile, the hero of this story will soon wake up from sleep, awakening a new force. Soon this story will be over, leaving behind a period. A new, peaceful life is already visible on the horizon. The only thing that prevents us from seeing it are the demons and their secret puppeteer. Very soon, Mundus. Soon the remains of your power and soul will dissolve in me, bringing true peace to my homeland. Said the pale and horned man, sitting on the throne and flashing his purple eyes with a pattern of rings on them. The huge test tube with green liquid was not empty. The body of a platinum blonde with an oxygen mask was floating without signs of consciousness. In the neighboring similar test tube was the body of a brunette with an oxygen mask, and his closed eyes began to twitch. A couple more seconds and the eyes with rings opened, showing Tomokamas on several rings. Uchiha Sasuke woke up with his new eyes and began to look around. When he realized that the room was dark, he was a little surprised at his ability, because this was not just improved vision in the dark, but full vision, as if he was under the scorching sun outside. Everything was so clearly visible. Raising his gaze, Uchiha saw the lid of the test tube. Remembering how he got here, Sasuke mentally cursed the lady who kicked him into this dubious-looking liquid. The body began to rise incredibly easily, although the guy did not even move his limbs. Thinking about speeding up to the exit, Uchiha immediately regretted it. A moment and he crashed into the center of the lid with his head and left himself a good bump. Cursing again, Sasuke calmed his thoughts, and then began to meditate in the middle of the test tube. Having sent a chakra signal outside the room, he was very surprised that this signal was a little strong. On the tables around, most of the drugs and various tools were demolished by one stream of chakra. At the same time, the concentration was the same as before the strengthening of his abilities. They did not leave Uchiha alone for long. Because a woman with red horns and their escort ran into the room and began to free him from his liquid prison. All the time Sasuke looked at the woman with a frowning look and a tick on his forehead. Kazumi just laughed lightly and said to the Uchiha who had already left, "You still have to thank me for my foresight." Kazumi said with a smile and laughter, "I saw your foresight in a coffin." Uchiha hissed like a snake. "What's wrong with Naruto?" asked Kaguya. He almost finished his transformation. After the procedure, his body and soul were tempered to the required consistency. Thanks to this, the devil's energy stopped overflowing his vessel of soul and body. Now he will be able to control his newfound power," answered Kazumi. "I see." Otsutsuki spoke. But Sasuke interrupted them. "What is it?" asked Hana. "Why is he looking at me through closed eyelids now?" asked Uchiha, activating the Rinnegan without any discomfort. As soon as Kaguya activated her Byakugan, she immediately recoiled back. "Everyone back!" Kazumi growled, and the devil's power literally began to melt the test tube and soon exploded its prison. In just a few seconds, Naruto's body transformed into the Sin Devil form. Before they could figure out what was happening, Sparta shot out like a bullet and soared into the air. With a wild roar, reminiscent of a nine-tailed fox, he began to actively turn his head and, as if noticing his prey, with a sonic boom, he rushed to the shores of the land of demons. Explosions, screams and growls were heard. The sounds of slurping flesh and cracking bones accompanied the battle with demons that appeared out of nowhere. Kaguya created a portal and transferred everyone except Kazumi, and immediately began to concentrate on the enraged Sparta. Yamato simply hung on the belt of Sasuke, who picked it up, but a second later it itself snapped out of its sheath. Levitating into the Uchiha's hand, she spoke into his head. "Listen carefully. I need Naruto to take my hand. I can stabilize his consciousness and bring him back to clarity of mind. Don't hesitate. Do it." Yamato said, and Sasuke, with a nod, explained to the others the solution to their situation. Naruto Kurama's inner world was now barely holding on to the devilish power that flowed from his Jinchuriki and friend. Now his soul, due to negative energy and external interference, was radiating all the negativity from past memories. Parents, a doppelganger with his sister's appearance, her betrayal. However, the devil inside Naruto did not throw up anything positive. The truth about his sister, Kushina's apology and promise, new teammates. None of that happened. "Sparta! You! Come to your senses!" Kurama growled and roared with renewed vigor, throwing the devil's energy away from himself. Naruto's subconscious was in great turmoil. It was being destroyed, rebuilt, and destroyed again. Sparta's pain was indescribable. His soul was torn, his body was trying to regenerate, and his mind was trying to stabilize. But for some reason, nothing was working. The power of the devil of sin had not had time to calm down, and someone's powerful chakra had made the devil's reflexes and instincts roar and awaken the power before its owner's mind. The devil wanted to protect his vessel, but Naruto himself did not have time to take control of it, which led to this effect. "Kurama!" A familiar female voice shouted. "Yamato! Do something already!" The fox roared with great exhaustion and hoarseness. "Now I need your help. Release your chakra to Naruto, creating a tunnel to his soul. I can isolate him from the effects of negative energy." Yamato asked, and the fox began to gather chakra for one powerful release. Outside, the entire escort and the new owner of the Rinnegan watched as the devil, simply with his jaw open, stared at his blade. His eyes, red with rage, first turned pink, then purple. The incredible power began to calm down a little, and the demons had long since been turned into mincemeat. Sasuke looked at his friend, thinking about his own while the others were on edge. He believed in his best friend and did not think to take any action. Sasuke's POV. I looked at Naruto, whose power had begun to stabilize. I once thought that I could be on par with him. His will, his drive, his dream of being recognized as Uzumaki Naruto, and not the vessel of the fox or the son of the Hokage. I stood on the same training ground where we had a competition with each other. He was strong physically and in close combat, and I was good at techniques and kunai. We thought that we would get into the same team and become strong ninja. I wanted strength for those dear to me, and my friend wanted recognition and to become Hokage, to protect absolutely all the people dear to him. At that time, I thought that nothing could disturb this idol. But here he is. Standing in the form of a devil, but still not broken. He is still standing on his feet. He is still strong in spirit. I envy him, but I also understand that in his place, would simply want to destroy anyone who made me suffer. I could not forgive my parents. I would not forgive my brother. I would not forgive all of Konoha for treating me like that. I would turn into a devastated avenger. I could never have thought that I would experience so much hardship in my life. But here I am. Standing now with the power of the Sage of the Six Paths equal in strength to my friend. This time, my spirit will not be crippled. My body will not break. My power will protect everyone and return me home to my family. I will return to Konoha, together with Naruto. With the one I can always rely on. This time, our fairy tale will have a happy ending. POV wall. Time after time, I hoped that I could be a support for my little brother. If I had been stronger on that fateful day, the old mummy would not have been able to encroach on my family. He served this creature in the person of Mundus. The half-dead Lord of Devils dared to encroach on my relatives and was eventually humiliated and used as material for the resurrection of my sister Kaguya. Now, looking at my little brother, I understand the thoughts of the doppelganger, but I cannot accept her path. She saw his gigantic growth and was blackly envious. Hana was just a doll and had no opportunity to increase her strength. Miyamoto became a handsome man, and his strength leaves Kunoichi with unsatisfied lustful desires. I saw how they blushed and quickly wanted to hide in their houses and apartments. Of course, I can't just stand aside when just being next to him I couldn't help but fantasize about our relationship, our first kiss, and our first wedding night. Now I stand and proudly watch as the form of the devil of sin began to crumble and disperse onto the purple sand. Naruto will be my favorite, even if he irrevocably remains a devil. I don't care about his strength, because I will always love him, no matter who he becomes. Little devils. Kaya dash. How long has this Dotova war been going on? When will all these degenerates die so that I can ask Naruto-kun out on a date? I won't be able to hold back and will rape him while he sleeps. POV parkour. When I look at my hero, I can't help but be charged with the will to live. Suna's betrayal left too big a scar in my soul. I can't get rid of the pain when I keep remembering the whole journey. I sincerely loved him, even despite the age difference. Let anyone say that it is wrong. Let everyone say that it is immoral. I loved him as a person, and not as a strong gene or power. He became more valuable to me than myself. I cannot love another. He became my son, whose heat is much stronger than any of my techniques. My icy heart was melted by his devilish heat. Now I simply must tie his life together with mine. His light will be the light of our future. Kaguya's POV. My savior, my light, my other half. I initially gave him a chance to charm me, following the traditions of my clan. But now I understand what Hana-chan and Pakura-chan were talking about. They saw in him a strong-willed person who had his own steel backbone. When I looked at my clanmates, I saw only hypocrisy, arrogance and carelessness with a god complex. When I came to this planet, I couldn't help but call my clan the most untalented. They took other people's lives, transmuting it into chakra. They wanted eternal life and were afraid of death. They envied me, the only clanmate who did not need to collect other people's energy and chakra to prolong her life. They were weak-willed, weak in spirit. There is no one I could trust my heart to again. People are greedy when they got everything at once. However, when they get a chance to gain something more in return for their efforts, they have pure chakra and a warm aura. It is amazing that a devil can become the true savior of this world for those who should consider him the embodiment of true chaos. An amazing devil whose power exudes a warm but steely aura. Someone who even the rabbit goddess can lean on when she cries and wants a strong and warm embrace from her lover. He will be my light in the darkness, which I will never let go of. Thank you, Naruto Sparta. My devil savior. END-POV. Naruto continued to concentrate and empty his mind over and over again, stabilizing his strength and sanity. Sparta felt chunks of the devil's flesh break off and scatter into space. Yamato slowly whispered to him in a gentle voice, almost humming a lullaby. Over and over she told him how strong he had become, who he had become, what he had achieved, and how proud she was of him. In the end, Naruto even heard echoes of memories of Sparta's family having fun with them after defeating Mundus. The last words of his teacher, Virgil-sensei. Do not let force break your will. Never turn from your path. And the last words were, find your fireflies that will light your way and warm you in the dark hour. Virgil-sensei, Naruto whispered to himself. Naruto-kun, are you awake? Yamato asked softly. Yamato. Kurama. Thank you. Without you, I would have perished in the abyss. Sparta answered and smiled at the corners of his lips. Sucker with renegans. I'll get out and immediately shove his head up his ass. Kurama roared into the air. How were we supposed to know that everything would happen like this? And now the main thing is different. The pseudo-lord is thirsty for fresh manjalas from our trio. Naruto said with a growl, and the fox began to smile, remembering how his cold brick muzzle gradually melted and returned back to a bright grin. Naruto, it's time to go. The devil thirsts for the blood of an impudent man. Yamato spoke mockingly to the enemy. It's about time. Kurama growled and roared, pouring his chakra into Naruto and healing him to the limit. Next, pave the way to the throne of. Minato was sitting in the Kage's office. His nervous look was immediately visible to anyone familiar with him. The demons continued to adapt and get smarter over and over again. There was nothing that could make them just a target for practicing techniques. The new demons learned to absorb the chakra of defeated shinobi and adapted it for themselves. Some of them learned to use primitive techniques and enhancements, and some managed to think of a real and functioning henge, taking the appearance of either defeated or missing people. Both civilians and shinobi. Each time new formations. Each time new skills and techniques on the enemy's side. He adapted too quickly. So much so that the hardened old shinobi were unable to do anything new against the enemy. The alliance, in this regard, felt much better. Partially Naruto's demonic energy helped them suppress demons' techniques and successfully recognize them under the reincarnation technique. However, they were not particularly hardy. They did not have chakra like the Uzumaki. They did not have dojutsu like the Uchiha or Hyuga clans. Shikaku Nara suggested that they be put in place as enemy suppressors and the main striking force, while the shinobi of other villages would ensure them and treat them with their own medics. But here, too, Minato refuted and suggested another option. They would act together. The Devil's Alliance would work on suppression, wasting less energy on the battle itself during a clash, while the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, together with Inuzuka, would identify the disguised enemy. Shikaku completely agreed and the losses were significantly reduced. At this rate, Konoha and the Devil's Alliance suffer the least losses compared to other large villages. Except for Suna. After all, they also united with the alliance. Minato-sensei. Any news from Naruto? Obito asked, standing next to Kakashi. According to the latest reports from Hana-chan, they were able to stabilize his condition and began urgently training in their new skills. As far as I also understood, she wrote about the cleansing of the demon country from enemy forces by activating the pentagram in the temple of the three sons of the renegade demon. In short, demons have been completely blocked from entering the country. Minato answered with slight relief. So we have a chance to send these creatures back to the underworld. Kakashi confirmed. Exactly. However, everything depends on our endurance. I have reduced the losses from both Konoha and the Alliance as best I could. Namikaze said wearily. And yet, wouldn't it be better to try sending a shinobi through the portal and scout out the situation on the other side? The new elder asked, entering the office without knocking. Need I remind you who we're dealing with? Minato answered, almost growling, without looking up at her. I understand and am perfectly aware of the risks. However, we need to gather more information about our enemy. The advisor responded calmly. Categorically refused. There were cases of unauthorized action for reconnaissance purposes. They returned as mutated walking corpses, without a drop of chakra and spraying an unknown infection when they detonated themselves. Kakashi butted in, seeing how his teacher wanted to tear the old fool to pieces. Have you tried using Yamanaka clan techniques to extract information? The old woman asked, and Hataki had already buried her. They simply blew themselves up immediately when they lost control of the biological bomb. The Yamanaka subsequently died. Obito butted in. I didn't ask for the retreat. Cough. Before the old woman could speak out about Obito, Minato simply lifted her by the neck. You, elders. So sit and advise, and do not send and reproach subordinates in the Hokage for their, allegedly, softness. Get out, wretchedness. Or I will throw you on this reconnaissance mission beyond this world. Minato spoke hoarsely and almost growling and threw her to the door, which she hastily used. Continue to fight off the demons. When we are ready and find a way to close the portals, we will certainly go on the offensive. Namikaze said and waved his hand, giving the order to vacate the office. The land of demons. This island is sealed from outside penetration. Kaguya reported. Excellent. Thank you, my love. Naruto answered, making the goddess blush slightly. We understand everything, of course, but it's time for us to go back to Konoha. Hana, offended, butted in and with a loud HM, headed for the exit. Ha ha ha. She doesn't hide the fact that she was offended by you, Naruto. Said the goddess and followed the girl out. How ambiguous you all are. Sparta stated the fact. That's why they love us. Kaguya teased. When everyone left the temple, some were left with unusual impressions. Sasuke felt a little scared when he seemed to be looking at a blue devil, but also looking closely, he was convinced that the soul in the statue was pleased and approved of his desire and motivation. Then Sasuke was able to feel respect for someone who, even after death, can be close to the living. Enormous power that even death itself cannot restrain. Kaguya was surprised. When she was a dictator and the enormous power of the Jubi, she never noticed this place. However, judging by the state of this place, the building and the statues were even older than her. An ancient sanctuary of devils and immense power. It was here that Naruto received his power. was able to reincarnate. The red statue of the devil looked at her and frightened the goddess, because it was an otherworldly look from the gray limit. From the world of the dead. At first he looked at her with surprise, but then he was overcome with pride and pointed at Naruto with his eyes, as if to say that Sparta was very lucky. Otsutsuki could swear that she heard the whistle of a grown man from the devil's statue. What Kaguya did not expect was that she would instinctively cover her chest, even when it was hidden behind clothes. Hana looked at the angel. He had a calm look, as if he was assessing her. After a couple of seconds, the stone statue looked at Naruto and seemed to warn her that his little brother would not survive the death of a loved one. It was as if he was warning Namikaze against rash actions and demanding that he take care of himself. After that, Hana looked at the statue for a couple more seconds, trying to feel something else, but all to no avail. Pakura just chuckled when she saw the faces of her teammates. Although it was originally shaking like an aspen leaf in the wind from fear, but back then, there was truly monstrous power stored there. However, now, it was time for them to return. Soon, there would be a truly monstrous battle between humans and demons. The new overlord must be destroyed. It's time for us to go, Pakura stated. Yes, my dear. It's time for us to go. Naruto replied and unfolded his Sin Devil form and spread his wings. A few seconds later, Sparta clones appeared near Hana and Pakura and took them like princesses. A light squeak and the whole team soared into the air. A new stop, Konohagakure no Sato. The place where it all began and where it will end. Minato jumped back from his chair and couldn't sit back down. His back was aching. Teams were coming and going, ANBU captains were coming with reports and immediately leaving for a new mission. Time after time he saw Kushina continuing to train, even getting close to the Kage level. Now the yellow lightning would never be able to escape from his wife if he sensed danger with a near-fatal outcome. The last report from Naruto was simply fantastic. For some reason, Minato had a feeling that the last report on Sasuke and Naruto's abilities was too shocking. If this was true, then this war would very soon end in favor of humans and shinobi, or a draw. Demons could imitate shinobi abilities, but they were no match for the Alliance shinobi. Time after time they were sent back to, either in parts or as minced meat. The only thing to worry about was the new creatures that would soon learn to use medical nin techniques. There have already been a couple of cases where demons have learned to heal each other. This is the main problem. If they share this knowledge between each other, then it will no longer matter how much they are cut up. They will be able to stand right on the battlefield, causing even more destruction and death. All that remains is to wait for the son and his friend. The girls should also have become stronger, perhaps even managing to assimilate part of Naruto and Sasuke's chakra. Sasuke has very flexible chakra and can assimilate absolutely any energy, surpassing even the Sage of the Six Paths in this. Naruto can cause a mutation of the body, while under the control of his son. If this is all true. Minato-sensei? Obito asked when he appeared to report to his Kage. Yes, Obito. How was your battle? Minato asked. Everything went well. The coast is clear and the Alliance troops are actively suppressing the enemy forces. However, the Uchiha stumbled over the last. What? The Kage became wary. I saw it on one demon. A one-tom Sharingan. What? Minato got all ruffled. I know it sounds like nonsense, but I clearly saw the Sharingan in the eyes of one of the speed demons. Fortunately, he was very inexperienced in using it. Obito answered with a depressed look. It can't be. They were able to kill the Uchiha? Obito asked. That's the thing, no Uchiha died in battle. Obito answered. KSO. Then where, from? Minato asked himself. I have no idea. The only thing that comes to mind is only Danzo or wait for Naruto's version. It is clear that nothing is clear. As for demons, we do not understand anything, except that the Alliance shinobi have the ability to destroy these creatures once and for all. I see. What are your orders? Asked Obito. Rest. I will send you later, after the doctors have examined you. Answered Minato and waved his hand, giving a sign of execution. Minato continued to think about his next moves on the map, but there was a knock on the door of the office. Although Minato was very tired, he did not lose his vigilance. For some reason, the chakra behind the door was not familiar to him. Another factor was that the chakra gave off a similarity to the chakra of the Alliance shinobi. Having prepared the kunai hiration, Minato said, "Come in." The door opened and a figure in a cloak, hiding his face and body, walked in. From the small folds, one can tell that the figure is leaning on a cane. "State your name," Minato ordered with icy eyes. "And you don't change, Namikaze," answered a voice so familiar and disgusting for Minato. Without answering the familiar voice, Minato gave chakra to the seal and called Kushina. In an instant, the kunai was at the cloaked man's head, but the figure did not even twitch. Kushina immediately appeared in the office and tied the stranger with chains. "What are you doing here, Danzo?" Minato asked menacingly, and Kushina even lost her face, unconsciously squeezing Shimura tighter. "You'll strangle me, Kushina-san." The mummy croaked. "Answer me, how did you survive?" Minato ordered, and Namikaze relaxed the strength of the chains a little. "Izanagi. Although I was able to save myself, I gave up my last eye. After that, I went to the secret shelter of the root, where I healed my wounds. There I also removed the Sharingans, leaving only the cells of the first Hokage." Danzo answered. "Take off your cloak." Minato ordered and asked his wife with his eyes to free one of his hands. "Good, but the sight is not pleasant." Danzo answered and slowly took off his cloak. His bare torso was covered in fresh scars, his head had horns on his temples, his hands were badly burned, and his right eye was missing. He smelled of burnt flesh and rot, caused by the cells of the first, which had almost lost their ability to regenerate. "You're even more resilient than a snake," Minato said with disgust. "I know that we can't stand each other, but given the current circumstances and my at least some knowledge of demons, I can be useful during your son's absence." Danzo answered, barely keeping himself on his feet. "You wanted to kill me and Minato with our children. Do you really expect us to trust you after everything that happened?" Kushina protested furiously. "Kushina. Now he's right," the Hokage intervened. "But..." "Kushina." Minato interrupted her. "Minato. Shut up, both of you." Danzo growled in a demonic voice. Surprisingly, both fell silent. "How did you even become a Kage if you can't maintain leadership in your family right now? Think with a cool head." Danzo finished calmly, waiting for Minato's answer. "Kushina, think about it now. We have almost nothing about demons and how to effectively fight them. His knowledge can help us increase the power of the village's shinobi, relying less on the alliance," Minato said calmly. Kushina pressed her lips together and tried to do everything she could to avoid killing the mummy right then and there. In the end, she only nodded to Minato, but did not dispel the chains. "Good. Let Yamanaka come here to verify my information," Danzo said, and Minato created a clone and sent him for the head of the said clan. Battlefield, western border of the Land of Fire. "We're losing numbers. Where are the reinforcements? We have a wounded man. Everyone retreat. I repeat, everyone retreat." Tsunade Senju was currently giving orders on the battlefield, fighting off demons with Sharingan eyes. It was unclear where these creatures got this genome from, but things were starting to smell strongly of death. "Tsunade-sama, our shinobi are retreating, but the enemy is pursuing us with their own forces. The shinobi reported. Continue retreating to the cliff. We will have an advantage there. Tsunade gave the command and moved after her subordinates. Portal. Ahead. Hyuga suddenly shouted. What does this mean? The shinobi cursed. Everyone form a ring. Tsunade growled. The shinobi stood heavily in a couple of minutes, protecting their commander-in-chief. Tsunade herself stood in the center, healing all of her subordinates who could be saved. Tsunade-sama, we can't defeat them. Our forces are running out. The Jounin reported. I know. Stand to the end. These creatures must not break through. Tsunade gave the order. Hi. The remaining shinobi responded and continued to cut the creatures with a battle cry. Half an hour. Just half an hour and their forces were destroyed. Only Tsunade and a couple of experienced Jounin of the Leaf and the Alliance remained. Tsunade herself began to age, losing more and more strength. Tsunade-sama, the Jounin addressed his commander. I know. Prepare explosive seals. Senju gave the order and pulled out an explosive scroll herself. For humanity. For the future. Said the Alliance Jounin, to the agreement of the others. I don't think you'll need this. Said a loud voice from the sky, which Senju recognized. Huh. How long are you going to scratch your ass, huh? Naruto. Tsunade roared into the sky. As she finished her tirade, an unknown body with purple lightning fell from the sky, raising a column of dust. Before Tsunade and her shinobi could recover, the creatures began screaming in agony. The air around them smelled of blood and rotting corpses, the characteristic demon smell of a dismembered body. Devil Savior. We are saved! Shouted the Alliance Jounin and with renewed vigor continued to defend Tsunade and his allies. You, Naruto. You could have slowed down at least at the end. Shouted a young voice. When the dust settled, Tsunade saw Uchiha Sasuke with new eyes, and Sparta continued to tear demons and ghouls apart at lightning speed. The Alliance Jounin began to glow slightly purple and grew small horns and claws that covered his fingertips. The son of the fourth Hokage is incredible. Even after receiving the power of an unknown devil, he still remained true to his human form. The Leaf Jounin said with reverence. Yes. An incredible Gaki. The most unpredictable devil ninja of the Leaf Village. Tsunade replied and began to absorb natural energy, restoring her chakra reserves. I will help you. A melodious voice said and snow-white hands began to heal the Leaf Shinobi. Thank you, Kaguya-san. Senju thanked, receiving a nod from the rabbit goddess. The demons were almost gone, and only one portal remained when Naruto took control of it, filling it with his own demonic energy. Tsunade looked at her godson's new appearance. Long horns, 9 spiked tails, a swirl of red on his chest, purple was breaking through from the pattern on his body, and 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth were in his mouth. The new appearance was sure to inspire fear in the enemy, and make allies feel encouraged or insignificant. You've become even uglier, Gaki. Tsunade said, and Naruto dispelled his form, catching Senju on slightly red cheeks. But your face says the opposite. Sparta answered. Shut up, brat. There is no woman who will not look at you with interest. Tsunade snapped. Now, girls, no need to waste time on this stupid squabble. Now we need to send a message to Konoha and other villages about the beginning of a counterattack. Sasuke intervened, calling a hawk and starting to write a message. You're right, boy. Ask Konoha to guard this portal. We will go with you straight there. Tsunade asked. Are you sure? Naruto asked. On the other side, nature itself will thirst for blood. Kaguya added in a cold voice. And who said that all the shinobi will go there? Only the most trusted and strongest shinobi from each village will go to the other side. Tsunade answered. Of course, I understand everything, but only those I choose will go there. They must withstand my energy and be prepared for the fact that even small insects can be a serious enemy. Naruto said seriously. I understand. I will not argue. It is not up to me to decide how you are going to solve a global problem. I am tired and ready to fall asleep right now. Senju said and lay down on her back in her jonin vest on the bloody ground. When the Kaguya and their shinobi arrive here, only the heads of the villages will go ahead. Their escort will remain on the other side of the portal, at most, right at the exit from the underworld. Naruto said and began to create a seal unknown to many on the ground nearby. I hope that this will be the last battle in our world. Tsunade said into the air and closed her eyes. Next, the beginning of the end. I hope this will be the last battle in our world. Tsunade breathed into the air. Do not worry, Tsunade-san. If Milord is here after awakening, then doubts will be unnecessary. Answered the Alliance shinobi, smiling confidently. When did you manage to become Milord, Gaki? Throwing a playful glance and a grin at Naruto. And you yourself are a princess. Why? Answered Sparta in the same manner. Everyone is alive? Asked Minato Namikaze after his famous outburst. Yes, only the exhaustion of the Jounin and one shinobi of the Alliance. Answered Sasuke and nervously adjusted his Jounin vest. Excellent. Then I will immediately inform all teams about the beginning of the counterattack and the transfer of all available forces to the enemy's last portal. Minato said and with a smile on his face again disappeared in a flash. Gaki. Yes, Tsunade-san? Naruto asked in a serious voice. Are you sure that only the chosen shinobi will be able to stand on the other side of the universe? Tsunade asked with the same seriousness, getting up from the soft grass, but slightly scorched grass. Quite. I have wandered the world for a long time, looking for a way to achieve peace. Yes, Konoha will continue to stand. However, there will be no peace if the enemy wins or we do not begin negotiations on a peace agreement afterwards. Sparta answered and again intercepted control of the portal. You constantly pour your power into this hole. Is someone trying to close it? Asked the Princess of Slimes. Yes. And this is chakra, thought the former Uzumaki. What's wrong with it? Tsunade was wary, because if it is chakra that opens portals, then he is at least a missing ninja. Sasuke. It looks like yours. Naruto finished his thought and looked seriously at his friend. In what sense? Asked the Uchiha with a little shock. And in such a case, brat, that it could be Uchiha. Tsunade answered for Naruto. Or someone who uses the power of the Sharingan. It can't be Danzo. Definitely not. Naruto said, slightly cooling his friend's ardor. So there is only one way to find out for sure. Let's knock on the front door. Sparta finished for the Uchiha. An hour later, the southern lands of the Land of Fire. Everyone was on guard. The Slug Queen had been receiving reports of the enemy retreating from their positions, but she was now wary of something else. Naruto. She turned to Sparta with a frown. Yes, Tsunade? The ash-haired man answered, slightly turning his head to the right shoulder. Are you sure that Danzo died at your hands? Senju asked. I personally saw his death. Are you saying that he is behind everything? Sparta suggested. Anything is possible. The Sharingan was in his skull before it crumbled, however. There is a technique that allows you to save your skin, a valuable eye. Is it related to the Mangekyo Sharingan? No. This technique could also be used on a regular Sharingan with 3 tomo. In exchange for rewriting reality, they gave the ability to see with their eye. The ability to erase the line between reality and illusion, changing one reality to another? Sasuke intervened, aware of the topic of conversation from his father's stories. Yes. My grandfather, Hashirama Senju, could have assumed that Madara could have lived a little longer after using this technique. And yet he stood over his corpse for more than a minute. Added Tsunade. During this time, the brain could have lost all the functions necessary to maintain consciousness. Unless. Itachi said that the ability to encode someone else's eyes, provided that the mastery over the eyes of our clan is superior. Suggested the Uchiha with the Rinnegan. In short, then. You can use the technique, but set an activation interval for it. Naruto was interrupted by a familiar voice. Danzo? Tsunade growled, seeing him bound in golden chains by Kushina. And we only remembered about you, Naruto interrupted with growling notes of rage. I can imagine, but now I did not come for revenge or to somehow interfere with you in the war. Assured Danzo, tilting his even more ugly face. So I believed you. Tsunade pounced, intending to kill the old man, but was stopped by Sparta's hand. What are you doing, godson? He will bring nothing but trouble. Senju tried to reason, but the ash-haired man remained unbowed. You say you didn't come for this? What's the catch? Naruto asked and winked at Sasuke, who was on guard. A trivial thing. I don't want to fall under the control of someone more powerful than Mundus. Danzo answered, wrinkling his face in disgust at the name of the now dead ruler. I can pave the way for you to the Lord's chambers. Directly to the throne room. Nonsense. You couldn't be on the other side. Senju wanted to declare, but Sparta's gaze cooled her ardor. We don't have exact information on how he was able to acquire the initial form of a demon. Besides, it requires direct influence on the person you want to turn. So where did you get this form? In the underworld or in the outside world? Sparta asked in a dangerous tone that promised all the torments of the world. I know about the nature on the other side. Everything wants to devour you. Everything feeds on both soul and blood, and the Cliffith itself has its roots in the core of the underworld. And it is controlled directly only from the throne room of Mundus. Its main vein is also located there, which also serves as portals and channels for movement along the cursed tree. Shimura gave out everything he knew and stood waiting for an answer. You're right, but where does the pseudo-core for turning into a demon come from? Naruto asked the main thing, slightly exposing Yamato. They are taken directly from the throne room. Closer to the roots are weaker cores, while in the very center is the most saturated of all fruits. The fruit for turning into a lord. Sparta finished and snapped Yamato back into its sheath. Judging by your actions, he told the truth. Sasuke intervened, but did not remove the Rinnegan from the traitor. Yes. He was in the throne room. Naruto stated and turned back to the portal. You will come with me, Danzo. I will not accept refusal. The devil said and continued to support the portal. How soon will it be ready for a counteroffensive? Minato ordered in a stern tone. The shinobi you named will arrive soon, Hokage-sama. Anbu Cat reported. Excellent, let them gather for the most unusual and difficult battle in their lives. Also send messengers to the other villages with a request to send reinforcements to help us repel the demons. Namikaze gave the order and waved his hand, giving a sign of execution. Hi, Hokage-sama. And then the Anbu disappeared. 6 hours after the order was issued. Hokage-sama, reinforcements have arrived. Anbu Cat reported. Let them pass. Minato answered, sitting by a small fire with shinobi tents around. Hi, Hokage-sama. And then she disappeared. Notify Naruto of the arrival of reinforcements, I will organize the rest. Minato said and wanted to leave. Hokage-sama, permission to address? Asked a familiar Jounin with a scar on the bridge of his nose. Jounin Irika, what is it? Asked Namikaze. Permission to enter the counterattack squad? Asked Yumino, under the surprised look of most of the shinobi around. Do you understand that this could be your last fight, Irika? You could die a terrible death. Warned Minato with serious eyes and voice. I understand, Hokage-sama. And yet I am indebted to Naruto-kun for my negligent attitude during his training in Konoha. I was the one who tried to teach him everything I could, but failed in the main thing. I could not become a dear person and teacher to him. In part, it is my fault that he turned to such dark forces. Irika lowered his head, remembering all the years of torment and hard work of the boy with a bright smile. I do not know if it will be possible to take you there, Minato said, and Yumino slumped his shoulders. But it is such loyal and honest people as you who can save the life of a comrade in the most difficult hour. I will talk to Naruto and try to convince him to satisfy your request. Added the Hokage, encouraging Irika and leaving to the rest of the special squad shinobi. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I will not let you down. The Jounin showed respect and disappeared into the Shunshin. Let's not delay. At dawn everyone will gather, thought Minato walking towards the main shinobi camp. In the portal. Naruto stood with his arms crossed, still holding control of the portal, not allowing anyone to pass through from the other side. His serious gaze was fixed on that mass of black mist, sparkling with purple lightning from his power. Naruto-kun, aren't you tired of standing like this for hours? Yamato asked, worried about his condition. Not at all. There's nothing that would make you worry about me. Sparta answered in a calm tone. As for me, there is one thing that I would like to discuss. Kurama interrupted with a frown. And what is it? Naruto asked, hinting in his tone that jokes were inappropriate now. First of all, you've started to talk too much. Are you sick? Fox raised his tone, and Naruto growled in irritation with devilish notes. Secondly, who are you going to take with you to the other side of the portal? Keep in mind that only the strongest of the shinobi world can survive there. The rest will only help the enemy and side with the enemy, posthumously. Kurama finished, interrupting his Jinchuriki with a serious voice. First things first. Everyone changes, Kurama. But the second. It's complicated here. Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, Sasuke, Itachi, Papa, Kaguya. I would like to leave the rest on this side, but I don't know everyone from Konoha. I'll have to trust the Hokage to choose the rest. Naruto answered, to the fox's nod and chuckle in agreement. You were able to quickly master the devil's powers. However, are you sure that you can use them in battle against an unknown enemy? Yamato asked her master. Quite. I left several clones in my subconscious that were mastering the devil's powers. Unfortunately, they stopped being created a couple of hours ago. Most likely, the chakra was completely assimilated by my devil's power and I will have to create a new cloning technique. The doppelganger is certainly powerful, but it does not transmit knowledge and experience from clones. This is its disadvantage in the current situation. Naruto answered and noticed movement to the side of him. Oh, dear. Kaguya said, flying closer with a smile on her face. Only a couple of months together, and already dear. Sparta quipped, making his red-haired fellow villager laugh. I've lived too long to not understand who I can trust with my heart and who I can kill on the spot. Kaguya said in a sweet, cloying tone. I see. Naruto only answered, twitching his right eye. What about us? Hana asked resentfully, pinching Sparta's cheek and pulling, not getting the desired result. Hana, Pakura and Kaguya. Now is not the time for any intrigues, but I'll tell you right away. Are you ready to get engaged to me when this is all over? Naruto asked seriously, making the girls blush deeply. Naruto. Hana shouted and wanted to hug him with a kiss, but the green strands were faster. Pakura immediately grabbed Naruto by the cheeks and grabbed his lips, not giving priority to anyone. Kaguya laughed quietly, and Hana literally growled in the girl's ear like a wild animal. Having unhooked herself from the guy, the Sun Maiden answered. "You'll come back alive, got it?" Pakura said in a sickeningly sweet voice and hugged the guy with her leg and put her hands behind his neck. "My turn, Pakura." Hana snapped and teleported him to her with the help of Hiration, surprising everyone present and kissing him in the same way, but in a wilder manner. Pakura is right. Only alive, got it? Hana asked, slightly growling, but before she could get an answer, Sparta was pulled by a snow-white hand and dragged into a black portal. "I'm much more reserved than these lionesses," Kaguya said to the stunned Naruto, kissing him much more tenderly and romantically. "I understand that you want quick princes and princesses, right?" Naruto asked, growling, grabbing Hana and Pakura by the ass and kissing Kaguya again. "You will have a wedding night. Or maybe a mating season of a month or more," Sparta said gloomily, under the shocked look of the girls. "We were a little, well. We got carried away." "Yes, we got carried away." Namikaze wanted to talk back, but the stronger pressure on her but said it all. "Come back, dear," Kaguya said softly under Pakura's nod and gently pulled away from her man. "Of course," Sparta answered with a grin and walked back to the portal and continued to maintain control over it. Dawn of the next day, Allied shinobi forces camp. "Father, is everything ready?" Naruto asked when he heard the crack of lightning and saw a white cloak fluttering to his right. "Yes. I have already given my speech. Those who will go with us, I have instructed separately. I will take command of the defense myself, but during the attack, Danzo will be with you." I am surprised that when Yamanaka checked him for a lie, everything he said was confirmed in a short time. He even told everything he knew about the area on the other side. He did not resist, which is surprising. The blonde elder answered and explained and gestured with his hand for everyone to prepare for the invasion. "Are you ready, father?" Sparta asked with excitement in his voice. "Do you underestimate me?" Namikaze asked mockingly, receiving a smile from Naruto. "Is everyone ready? There may be no way back. When we go there, everything will depend only on you." Naruto growled at the whole crowd, examining the shinobi from different villages who had "shinobi" written on their armbands. "Yes, sir," the ninja shouted in unison. "Who are we?" Sparta growled. "Shinobi." "What are we fighting for?" "For peace." "What will we do for it?" "Everything." "What do you fear?" "Defeat is our fear." All in line. Hi. When everyone lined up according to plan, everyone drew their weapons. Thousands of shinobi. All with serious and nervous looks, but with determination on their faces. Sparta raised his hand up. Everyone got ready. Minato pulled out his three-pronged kunai and was ready to fly in first. To all forces of the United Ninja Army. The devil growled, waited 3 seconds, and then. Forward. All the shinobi roared a battle cry and, following the devil and yellow lightning, began their invasion. "Let the final battle of the crusade begin," Kaguya said, and the girl looked at Mama with admiration and jumped up and down with excitement. "Mama, Mama. What happened next? Tell me, tell me." The little girl jumped up and down in front of the goddess, making her laugh a little. "And then tomorrow," the woman interrupted her daughter. "Well, Mama dash. It's time for you to sleep. You just came back from a picnic and almost fell asleep on Daddy's back," Kaguya said softly and put the girl to bed. "Promise that you'll tell me what happened next tomorrow," the daughter asked, and the woman answered softly. I promise, my little star. Kaguya answered and kissed her little forehead. You promised, Mom. The girl said and closed her eyes, plunging into the kingdom of Morpheus. And I will keep my promise, Setsuko. Kaguya said. Good night. Good night, Mother. The almost sleepy girl answered and finally went into her dreams. House, on the outskirts of the land of demons. Mom, you promised to tell me what happened next. Setsuko reminded her excitedly. Of course, little one, I promised. Kaguya answered with a smile on her face and sat down on the edge of the bed. Well, what happened next, Mom? The girl hurried and impatiently covered herself with the blanket. Okay, my sunshine. Where were we? Otsutsuki asked her daughter with violet eyes. Where the good guys all ran together to beat the villain in his world. Setsuko answered with a smile and pride on her face. That's right, you're my clever girl. And now let's continue our journey. Kaguya said and moved closer. So, when the shinobi all went through the portal together, then. Underworld. Flying Thunder God technique. Minato growled, tearing into the enemy formation and clearing the front ranks of monsters. The army of shinobi flew through the portal, which was expanded by the power of the devil. As soon as the first forces flew through the portal, the creatures began to rage. Minato managed to remove the most dangerous creatures and gave quick orders to attack with priority on targets with the ability to use ranged attacks. Shinobi and the creatures of the underworld gnawed at each other. Some want to defend themselves, others want to absorb such tempting and desirable flesh. Two worlds in a direct clash. Special members of the army from different villages rushed forward, leaving the rest behind, in order to resolve the conflict as quickly as possible. Kakashi, Guy, Kaguya, Pakura, Hana, Sasuke, Irika, Obito, and also famous shinobi from other villages, such as Kuratsuchi, Yujito and Ao. Naruto Sparta after supporting the portal left the ability for shinobi to feed the portal themselves through special seals converting into a certain energy with a part of the devilish power of Sparta himself integrated into it. The sword fragment was in the center of the seal and was fed by the shinobi's chakra, which in turn fed energy to the portal. Maintain the portal in case of retreat and evacuation of the wounded. Naruto gave the order in a low voice. Hi. The Alliance shinobi answered and watched their savior disappear in purple lightning. The devil of purple lightning. If it weren't for those creatures on the other side, he would have been the new purple flash of the leaf. The Konoha shinobi, who was feeding the portal with 4 other shinobi from other villages, said with regret. No, I like him the way he is. Completely independent and having given our world a great shake-up. The Kiri shinobi butted in with a shark-like smile. Don't get distracted. Tsunade growled and made everyone remain silent, focusing all her attention on the portal, preparing to provide first aid to everyone in need. Soon, one of the Alliance's shinobi brought in a stone shinobi who was wounded in the right side, and Tsunade growled a command. Get him to the operating room, quickly. Senju gave the order and they were given first aid. Special team in the underworld. We were able to get through and hide in these rocks. There are tree roots in that direction, under which you can probably climb up unnoticed. Kakashi suggested with his Sharingan open. Quite. Kaguya confirmed, opening her third eye on her forehead in the form of a Rinne Sharingan, scaring the crap out of Hatake and Uchiha. It's even stronger than the Rinnegan, Sasuke said, sweating profusely. Not much. Otsutsuki answered and deactivated the eye on her forehead. That's not the point now. Naruto intervened after a flash of lightning a meter away from them. He's right. I've plotted a route for infiltration and I know how to get deep into the roots. Kakashi said and looked at Sasuke, making it clear that he should speak. In the depths of the roots, there is a passage to the top that acts as an elevator. Unfortunately, We'll have to bathe in blood and rip off a couple of heads of one dog before we get through. Uchiha said, stopping feeding chakra into the Rinnegan. I see. Hana, how much chakra do you have now? Sparta asked. If you mean a one-time teleportation to the roots, then it will be enough for 2 times there and back. The distance is not small. Namikaze noted, frowning slightly looking at the huge white tree. I see. Then save your strength. Now you will all go through to Kaguya's dimension and get ready to leave when we are there. Naruto suggested and everyone agreed. Your power of youth is burning like never before, Naruto-kun. Guy shouted. He is always like this. Well, Kaguya asked and received an affirmative nod from Kakashi and Obito. Then go ahead, otherwise my ears will wither from this. Kaguya said and opened a hole in space with her hand. Where everyone went. Kaguya, when we reach the roots, release them immediately and we will begin a quiet penetration. Naruto gave the order and, turning into a devil, soared into the air. Spreading their wings and pushing off from the ground, the 2 powerful individuals cut through space towards the remnants of the cliffeth. The throne room of the Lord. A man with ash-blonde hair and gray robes sat on a throne of bones in the middle of a huge space. The hall was empty. The man was slightly hunched over and was slightly irritated if the fingers of his right hand on the armrest showed it especially clearly, leaving sunken marks from his nails. I didn't think that among the shinobi there was someone who could master the power of demons like me. The man said in a soft voice. Exo, Madara, I may not cope if I can't master the powers of the great tree in time. You basically didn't take into account that I only wanted to remove all the bijou from the world stage, and not use them and these creatures against our home, as you said, to test the waters. Answered the baritone voice from the right of the throne, being bound in translucent red shackles, the fasteners going into the darkness of the ceiling. Sorry, I couldn't control their numbers and the frequency of their exit into our world. Answered the man on the throne. You basically can't control something so alien to your body and soul. Answered Madara in a slightly raised tone. Exo, brother, I'm trying my best. The man bristled, and stood up from the throne to show the vein-like tubes attached to the back of the sitting man. You screwed up, Izuna. Madara also jumped up from his sitting position, staring with empty eye sockets at his brother. You refused to help me when I expected it most from a person close to me. Izuna lied. We already talked about this, Izuna. Someone else's and easily accessible power will pervert and bring only defeat. Now, even without eyes, I see more than your Rinnegan. Understand already. We can abandon this power and place so that we can gain our own strength and implement the plan to capture the bijou and completely destroy them. Madara yelled in his face, but then sighed and added. Understand finally. We can still get out of here. We can still find the strength within ourselves. We, the Uchiha, Izuna. One family. The heirs of the Sage of the 6 Paths. You are of the same blood as the legend who single-handedly gave us all chakra. The power to fight and defend ourselves. The power to change the world without spilling too much blood. You yourself directly stated that you spilled blood for the sake of the clan. For what? So that they would abandon you later? So that you would not become the second Hokage later? Well, how did it work? Izuna answered, and Madara became a little embarrassed and lowered his head. I know what I did. That is why I want to change the foundations of our world. Change the mentality of chakra carriers. Uchiha said, and Izuna agreed with him, but wanted to use a harsher hand. Izuna didn't say anything else, but walked back to the throne with a sad face and sat down on it with a slight groan. I know, brother. I know, Izuna said and closed his eyes and focused on direct commands to the demon army through direct control from Cliffith. If only I could reach the arsenal of weapons, Uchiha added, remembering the variety that was a couple of floors below the throne room. Under the roots of the tree. Kaguya, why isn't Danzo with us? Naruto asked. Yamanaka's memories were extracted from him and it was decided to transfer everything directly. Then he was taken into custody. Okay, less hassle. Come on, Kaguya. Naruto said quietly, and the goddess opened a portal and Kakashi crawled forward, giving a sign that everything was fine. Judging by the situation, we are there. Hatake assumed. I feel this heat from the roots. Especially in the center. Pakura said, setting the heat sensor to the maximum available radius. Yes. The blood is still flowing through the roots of this tree, continuing to feed the new master with its power. Let's hurry. Let's move quietly. Sparta said, and everyone moved towards the central elevator. I want to add that the elevator does not immediately reach the master. Sasuke said, with a slight frown on his face. If we try to arrive right away in a palanquin, we'll have to go through a huge heart-like organ that will grind us up faster than we can arrive without an invitation. Then we'll have to walk a bit up the stairs. We'll just have time to get ourselves in order. Hana said, preparing her kunai hiration. Now a little silence, we'll soon arrive at the enemy's first line of defense. Obito butted in and activated his Mangekyo. Let's show the youth how war veterans fight, Kakashi team. The Uchiha turned to his comrade. Don't fall behind me, Dobe. Hatake answered mockingly and rushed forward with his friend. If so, then K.U is our cover. Let our power of youth burn brightly. Guy butted in and looked at the ash-haired man, hinting at the gate ahead of the group. Kakashi's eyes flashed and he fired a fireball at the gate, smashing it into tiny pieces of flesh and bone. Obito didn't even look surprised and didn't slow down, starting to walk through the creatures like a ghost. The Raikiri in Kakashi's hand glowed brighter than ever, even Sasuke narrowed his eyes at the light. Dodge to the left, lightning swing. Shunshin behind three opponents and spinning left to right through the spines of particularly fast individuals. Obito threw a black spike from his hand, piercing the forehead of one of the demons. Backflip and landing on his hands. Throwing out his legs and crunching the necks of two fly-like creatures. A sweep from the Uchiha and the subsequent kick of the bodies towards another running crowd with scythes. Hand seals folded and the technique said. Katan, Gokaki no Jutsu. A flash of fire and the entire left half of the Uchiha was destroyed, looking mockingly at Kakashi. You finished 3 seconds later than me, Dobe. Kakashi said mockingly. You're shoving these 3 seconds at me, and you spent more chakra than me. Obito snapped back with the same mockery. Now, girls, don't fight. Hana butted in, and at their slightly frowning look, she added. There are still many toys to beat up ahead. Namikaze grinned and teleported forward. Catch up with her, Kakashi. Obito shouted and used Kamui, along with Hatake. Why are we standing there? Sparta asked, and the others bristled and used mobility techniques. Hana saw another gate of bone and flesh. Jumping higher and throwing her right hand to the side, she gathered chakra and created a huge ball of pure chakra. Distraught. The gate was destroyed, and the kunai hirashi already flew forward, piercing several creatures. Flashes on another floor and a couple of creatures were folded in half. However, a couple of fiery flashes and the subsequent explosion made Namikaze stop and puff out his cheeks. Pakura. Those were my dummies. Hana said with feigned offense. Leave some for me, Hana-chan. Pakura replied mockingly and created new balls of explosive heat on her index finger. A pair of super-speed creatures tried to kill the maiden, but soon as Shunshin to their left and a flash of light left only a few specks of dust. A dodge in the air from the scythes and a slight movement of the hand. More balls were fired at the enemy and the explosion blew away a dozen weak demons. The next floor is mine. Kaguya flew past mockingly and disappeared into the space between the next gate. Don't fall behind. As long as all the strong creatures are on the battlefield, we can pass without much resistance. Sasuke growled and used Amato-Jikoro. Kaguya flew across a small bridge, using her ashen bones on them along the way. The Furies, Empuzas, and Canes fell very quickly from her special abilities and skills in flight, without even letting themselves be touched. Seeing the gate to the third floor, the goddess used her Renegan powers and destroyed them with a blow of gravity, stunning the particularly stupid creatures right behind them. In an instant, small cracks in space appeared near each lower demon, from which Kaguya released a new supply of bones, which she released from behind her back, opening a wider crack as the original point of teleportation. The entire hall was strewn with the ashes of fallen enemies, and Otsutsuki was once again convinced of her restored combat skills. Iruka flew in next and quickly gathered his opponents into a pile, after which he burned them with a fire technique through the same fishing line. Fast, simple, and effective. Not bad, Yumano. Kaguya noted him, noticing the efficiency and polish of the basics of the shinobi craft. Thank you, Otsutsuki-sama. Iruka answered with a smile. Alas, my dear, but the next floor is mine. Naruto rushed with these words and knocked down the next door to the upper floor. Idiot, don't push forward. Iruka growled after him and moved tailwise along with Sasuke. He's at it again, Uchiha muttered. Sparta used partial transformation and rushed straight to the gate and cut it with Yamato. Parts of the walls just crumbled into pieces with a squelching sound moments later, but the enemy was stronger this time. It's been a while since I've met a Sparta blood carrier. I didn't expect to see my teacher's enemy here. Malphas. The body of a chick with peeling skin. 2 paws with hooked claws. Along the body were bone growths, and in the center of the back was visible a female ugly figure with 3 faces on one body. The body itself in the pelvic area was strewn with stones in a circle with a purple flame emanating from under the human figure. Sparta. You simply reek of the power of the traitor of the demon race himself. However, you have strength. Unlike that arrogant boy Nero and the coward Malphas said, and Sparta smirked. But it seems to me then that brother Nero beat you up and left you to swallow the dust. Right? Naruto snapped in the style of Virgil. How do you know? No. You are the successor of Sparta's offspring. You accepted Virgil's power and completely absorbed it. One of the higher demons responded nervously and prepared for battle. I can't let you go further, brat of the blue swordsman. Otherwise, those red eyes will haunt me again. Malphas yelled and rushed to the attack. But after the fight, you will tell me everything. Naruto answered seriously. Sparta, I am not here. Uchiha immediately teleported, seeing how he was almost eaten by a huge chicken. I'll kill you later, Uzumaki. Sasuke promised and created a lightning blade in his left hand. Flashes of blue and purple lightning didn't give Malphas time to even get her bearings. The lightning blade knocked the bird's legs down and flew up in a circular motion above the reptile's head. Yamato launched a preemptive strike, leaving a streak in the air and creating ethereal daggers above her shoulders. Sparta launched herself into the air with an upward strike, creating a series of slicing spheres right at the demon's humanoid body. Unable to bear the onslaught, Malphas unleashed a wave of purple energy around herself in an attempt to push the 2 annoying goddess away from her. She succeeded, and then pulled out from her spatial pocket. This beast, this belongs to Nero. Naruto responded coldly, seeing the double-barreled revolver in Malphas's hand. Surprised? I understand. Now feel the power of this artifact. The demon growled and began to rain bullets from the received weapon. If this were the Scarlet Queen, would unleash all my anger on you. Sparta growled and began to attack with great force. The rest of the team arrived in time to watch the battle with one of the higher demons of the floor. Malphas did not allow anyone to get close to her, and when teleporting close to her, she pushed the presumptuous violators away from her and jumped to the side. When Sasuke noticed that the demon began to change the cartridges in the drum, he came up with a plan. If I can get close to her, I'll switch places with you. That will help one of us get past the repulsion wave and catch her when she replenishes her ammunition. Sasuke suggested, and Naruto nodded in agreement. As Sasuke prepared to find the perfect moment to teleport, he noticed his friend fighting from a distance, sending more ranged attacks at the enemy. Malphas dodged without much trouble, obviously receiving help from the side, which Naruto guessed. In the past, she was too slow. When Sasuke saw her in the air, how she again extended the drum and wanted to load new bullets, the Uchiha immediately moved closer to her with his Shunshin. She jumps back again and wants to throw the enemy away from her, but as soon as she released a wave, she felt a presence behind her. Sasuke's Aminoto Jikara changed one of her stones on her body along with Naruto, and now he was in the perfect position to end this farce with one blow. A piercing swing and Yamato's blade is sticking out of her throat. Sasuke cuts off the demon's hand with his Chidori blade and takes the revolver. Agony is heard from Malpha's throat. You dared to touch something that doesn't belong to you, Naruto said coldly and showed his devil form for a second. For such outrageous treatment of my brother's valuable thing, I will punish you severely. Sparta finished and sent the fox's chakra into the demon's body. The demon's screams could be heard throughout Cliffith. Kurama was burning her entire body from the inside out, and her spirit was making her suffer in front of the group. Her body was slowly crumbling into dust and bursting into blisters from such aggressive energy. Wait. What are you doing? Naruto interrupted her and looked at her coldly. Shame, said the devil and crushed her last head into pieces with a kick. I'm glad I was able to change my mind about further plans, said Obito and swallowed a little. That's right, Obito-sensei, Hana added, and Naruto came closer to the next gate. Let's go. Sparta gave the command and everyone moved in front of the destroyed gate. Unlike the Cliffith that Dante, Nero, and V had encountered, these corridors were monotonous. No decor. No labyrinths. No traps. As if an amateur had worked. I agree. Although I remember little from those battles, but what I see now is simply a disgrace. No aesthetics. Urizen was better in this regard, although he did not put in much effort. Yamato expressed her thoughts on the blondes. As if someone very ossified worked here. Strictly adhering to a certain fighting style or just not giving a about everything. Kurama added. Quite. Someone older or less educated. I can't see anything that could indicate anyone familiar. Naruto said, continuing on his way. Soon there will be a new floor. It seems to me that there will be bigger and stronger guests there. Kurama bristled, sensing the negativity on the other side of the door. The little fox is right, Naruto. Be careful. This is the last floor before the bloody elevator. Yamato warned and fell silent. Got it. The blonde answered and turned to the group. There will be strong opponents further on. Everyone get ready. Okay. It won't work to conduct reconnaissance, because there won't be any bypass routes. Therefore, Irika said and looked meaningfully at Obito. What? Do you want reconnaissance in force using Kamui? Obito guessed, making a sour face. Of course. After all, only you can be intangible for a certain period of time. Hataki answered and gave a sign to get ready. As soon as you break in there, Naruto will scatter us among the enemies. Right now, only Naruto has the knowledge, and the description from Kaguya-san and Sasuke's eyes may not help us. Kakashi added and gave a sign to Obito to begin. Obito passed through the gate and immediately attracted the attention of the demons waiting there. A multi-winged amphibian figure with a fin at the bottom and a semblance of a human head immediately fired many projectiles at the Uchiha, who was not even affected. Huge plant-like tentacles with flytraps at their ends and a bubble-like figure of a man on one of the chutes tried to devour the unknown intruder, but Obito again passed through without feeling any impact. A scaly horse with a rider engulfed in blue flames tried to pierce the red-eyed man with its semblance of either a sword or a spear. The Uchiha again did not feel the impact and began to scan each enemy. One dominated the ability to fly, one was fast on the ground, and the third was downright dangerous because of its flytraps and sharp shoots instead of hands on a humanoid semblance of a body. "You are such freaks," Obito said and distracted them right, giving the rest of the group the opportunity to break down the gate and quickly determine a plan of action. "Kaguya, Sasuke, Hana, you will have a flying enemy, Artemis. Me, Iruka and Pakura, we will have a rider, the Elder Knight. Guy, Kakashi and Obito will take the overgrown plant, Nidhogg. Disperse." Naruto gave the command. "Hi." Everyone responded and entered the battle. With Artemis, Kaguya decided to test her enemy's abilities and sent several ash bones scattering in front of her. Artemis was able to dodge half of them, but the other half was unable to penetrate the thick armor. She clicked her tongue and began using the rifts to limit her maneuverability and attack frequency. Hana was able to throw the Thunder God's kunai and attach them to the ceiling, from where she began throwing a series of explosive tags. A slight concussion of the enemy gave a bonus to susceptibility for armor effects. Sasuke tried to find an opportunity to cast an illusion. A slight loss of altitude and slight dysfunction showed that she had resistance to genjutsu, but not much. Quickly gathering and telling each other the information, they began to think of a plan. With Nidhogg, Obito tried to scan the enemy for eyes, but immediately realized that they were missing and decided to use Kamui to cut off the humanoid part from the main mass. Kakashi, realizing what he wanted to do, tried to use the eye as well, and Guy opened the gate for insurance. The appendage did not give in, but quickly began a counterattack, causing everyone to retreat in a hurry. The appendages were fast and had to act the old-fashioned way, finding the enemy's weak points and using them to their advantage. With the knight, Iruka started with explosive seals to block the enemy's view of his command. Pakura did not hesitate and immediately heated up the smoke with her heat ball, prolonging the knight's blindness. Naruto did not waste time and prepared Yamato for a quick strike at the rider. As soon as the enemy dispersed the smoke and looked with anger at his offenders, he immediately felt emptiness under his butt, convincing his brain to study the force of gravity. The horse tried to fight back, but the fishing line was quickly twisted around the animal's hooves and knocked over on its side. Pakura immediately charged a heat ball and hit the horse's muzzle with it, causing it to twitch for a couple of seconds and simply go limp. Naruto tested the knight's swordsmanship. Constant teleportation from two opponents did not allow Iruka to understand how to approach the fight. However, as soon as he noticed a gap in the knight's speed, he prepared a fire technique and cast it at the moment of the enemy's mistake. Kato, Phoenix Colors. A pair of explosions erupted right under the knight's feet, knocking him off balance. Sparta immediately struck the swordsman's hand, cutting off the hand holding the blade and with the second one, immediately cutting off the former rider's head. "Well done, Iruka-sensei," Naruto said and moved towards Artemis. "Help Team Kakashi, they are short of numbers." Sparta immediately gave the command and rushed towards Artemis. With Artemis, Sparta used his full transformation, engaging in aerial combat with the flying amphibian. Kaguya continued her onslaught, but now in close aerial combat. Hana, using the enemy's confusion, immediately teleported and placed the Hiratian mark on the enemy's back, after which she disappeared and unfurled a summoning scroll. A clone of the girl appeared from it and immediately dissipated, and orange pigmentation appeared around the eyes of the fourth daughter and her eyes changed to resemble those of a toad. Sasuke used Aminotage Kira for insurance and for good reason. Kaguya could have suffered if he had not swapped her places with a piece of the gate near him. He himself, when possible, used the Chidori blade and, throwing a piece of the wall with the help of chakra, was able to approach the enemy and strike 2 of the enemy's 6 wings. When he managed to cut off 2 wings, he immediately switched back with Kaguya and went to back up again. Hana gathered chakra and created a Rasengan of normal size, but with the addition of wind element. Sensing the Hiration's mark, she teleported behind the badly injured Artemis and slammed her into the back with her technique. Rasen Shuriken. A scream of pain from the demon and she flew away. As soon as she flew away, the technique detonated and created a mixture of many needles from the element of wind. The demon was on the edge, and Kaguya did not hesitate and pierced the weak enemy in the head with an ashen bone. Artemis crumbled to dust. Excellent. Those who are low on chakra, stay to recover. Hana is with me. There is one more left. Although, Naruto said, seeing Guy screaming about the power of youth, and the others simply trying to burn the vile flytrap with katana out of anger. I think it's not worth it. It would be advisable for everyone to take a break. If someone falls behind, there is a chance of their death. I agree. My hermit mode and Rasen Shuriken have consumed too much chakra. After all, I am not a purebred Uzumaki. Namikaze confirmed and complained. I can open a domain with accelerated chakra recovery. We will recover faster there. Kaguya said and opened a rift to the root dimension, from where a fountain of familiar energy immediately blew. When everyone entered, they began to catch their breath. So, we have an elevator to the boss of this collective farm, right? Obito asked, catching his breath. Yes. Now we are almost there. All that remains is to go up and defeat the guardian of the throne room. Naruto said, intriguing the others. The guardian? Kakashi. Yes. The 3-headed dog, Cerberus. The faithful dog of the former ruler, Urizen, and the now dead Mundus. Each head has a separate element and it is unknown whether it will have support. Naruto. I see. So all that remains is to prepare for a new battle. Again, Irika whined this time. Be patient, Jounin. This is how it is with us every day. Kakashi answered with a slight mockery, and Yumino wished that he had been promoted in rank. As soon as we take a rest, then immediately, Naruto wanted to say, but stopped. What's the matter? Guy asked. I feel. Artifacts. They belong to the Sparta family. The blonde answered and looked at everyone. And alas, they are now right in the throne room in the hands of demons. Sparta sat on the sand and thought about the artifacts he had found. Many of them were in the room with the elevator channel, but they were under some kind of suppression. An unknown force. An admixture of demon power and chakra. Sasuke also expected that there might be something familiar to his friend here. However, this did not bother him much. More attention was drawn to something blocking these very artifacts. The power of the Rinnegan. Definitely. The technique was an admixture of Fuinjutsu and the force of attraction from the Rinnegan in the center. From them, power goes to the figure of a 3-headed creature called Cerberus. The dog was enormous. Its size was half that of the 9-tailed one, but its power was no less. The fox will most likely come out to help in the battle. Not exactly, but quite possible. So, is everyone ready for the next battles? Kakashi asked and looked around at everyone. Yes. The group answered. Then we move out. Kaguya-san gave the order and asked his teammate Hataki. The rift opened up right where they were. Everyone was set on destroying everything and everyone. No one said anything about the fact that there was no one around. There were no creatures anywhere, no one had set up an ambush. Still, someone is clearly too stupid, or too focused on the battle outside. Forward! Naruto said and ran forward. This is our chance. The last guard will be waiting for us, according to Naruto. Sasuke said and rushed right after his friend. The gates of the last floor were visible after a minute of intense movement, far from the bloody elevator. After which the girls were outraged. Suddenly, right in front of the gates, Naruto raised his hand to the right, stopping the others from moving further. What's the matter, Naruto? Kakashi asked. Next up is Cerberus, the three-headed hound. From here, it's just me and Sasuke. You may have another task now. Naruto answered and looked at the branch on the left. And what is that? Obito asked with a frown. On the left is a treasury with the artifacts of the Sparta family. Take them from there. I will transfer the marks with my energy and you can take them from here. I am also beginning to doubt that the shinobi army will be able to hold out against the demons for so long. I am too wary of the sounds of huge creatures outside. I suspect that these are Gilgamesh. Huge creatures with great destructive power and incredible armor. Therefore, you will take them and use them to help the main army. This is not up for discussion. Naruto said firmly and flashed his eyes and transparent devil form. Okay, Naruto. Kakashi said, shocking everyone. If there are few opponents in a small space, then such a large group will only hinder them. Hatake explained and turned to the left, having received a mark from Sparta. We will talk to you about this later, understood, Sparta? Hana growled and rushed with the others to the treasury. Well, Sasuke, are you ready? Naruto asked gloomily. What is the real reason, Naruto? Why did you send them away? Sasuke asked. We are losing. Time is not on our side. Do you understand what I mean? Sparta answered and asked, and the Uchiha clenched his fists. The army is losing, right? Sasuke began to guess. Right. I sent them away because the girls will not want to abandon me, and their help can help the army hold off the enemy long enough. The blonde answered and began to open the gate. Get ready, my friend. The enemy may be weak enough, but we have little time for him. He outplays us with a simple but effective tactic. Reduce the time to complete the task. Naruto said and opened the gate. Mom, were they able to defeat the bad dog? Asked the girl. Yes, listen to what happened next. Answered Kaguya. Yes. Setsuko, already tired, responded cheerfully. So. Kaguya prepared herself for a colorful, but truthful story. In the blazing of the underworld, a fierce battle unfolded between the legendary devil of purple lightning Naruto Sparta, the formidable shinobi Uchiha Sasuke and the dottish Cerberus, the three-headed dog. Sparta, dressed in his iconic armor, rushed to the attack, his sword, Yamato, sparkling in the dim light. Sasuke, engulfed in the flames of Amaterasu, gracefully danced around Cerberus, bringing down a barrage of Chidori blows on him. Cerberus roared furiously, his three mouths spewing fire, ice and electricity. He lunged at Sparta, but the demon hunter easily dodged it, his speed like lightning. Sasuke used the Kirin technique, summoning a huge electric dragon from the sky. The dragon fell upon Cerberus, causing massive damage. But the hound was unstoppable. It broke out of the firestorm and lunged at Sasuke. Naruto Sparta intercepted Cerberus with his sword, blocking its attacks. He used the trickster style, creating illusions and deceiving the dog. Sasuke, taking advantage of Cerberus' distraction, unleashed the Kagutsuchi flame at him, burning him with dottish fire. Cerberus howled in pain, his three heads twitching and writhing. Sparta delivered the finishing blow using his devil trigger. He transformed into a huge blue demon with incredible strength. His sword pierced Cerberus' heart, and the Dot Hound crumbled to dust with a roar. Together, Sparta and Sasuke stood victorious over the defeated enemy. Their alliance was unbreakable, and their skill in battle was unrivaled. The goddess finished the colorful battle of two legends of the shinobi world. Wow! How cool! Setsuko squealed and asked with her eyes to continue. Now, my girl. The climax is about to begin, my sunshine. Kaguya calmed down, a little tired of such a long story, in which she herself took part. Let's continue. When Cerberus fell. Here it is. The throne room and the main stage. The passage, Naruto said, but he was immediately interrupted. Wait, Sparta! Obito shouted, jumping over the dog's corpse. Take this. Obito said and held out 2 pistols. Ebony and Ivory. Twins who showed their grace and power during the battle against Mundus. It was they, on the brink of Dante and Virgil's lives, who interrupted all the plans of the deceased Lord of. Even then, Naruto muttered and became lost in his memories. Dante and Virgil each lost an arm. Barely conscious, they looked at Mundus, kneeling and growling in helplessness. Suddenly Dante threw one of his pistols to his brother, and he, not at a loss and succumbing to nostalgia, grabbed the pistol and spun it in his hand. A second and the barrels were pressed against each other and aimed at the forehead of the ruler. The two brothers ended the great and suicidal battle with the words, "Jackpot." Dante's favorite words sounded and the shot ended the memories. Thank you, Obito. Naruto said and took the twins, securing them to the back of his belt under his cloak. Well, that guitar-shaped pervert was too convincing. Uchiha flinched in fear and went into Kamui. Well. Let's go, brother. Naruto said, shocking Uchiha. Ha. Yeah, let's get started. Sasuke replied with a smile and kicked the doors together with his adopted brother. The doors were knocked down, revealing an empty throne room with only one person in it. The figure was clear, but Naruto took in the man in chains. His black hair, long and thick, hung loosely around his shoulders, giving him an imposing and almost godlike appearance. His eyes, a deep red, were the symbol of his activated Rinnegan, radiating insight and confidence that would make any opponent flinch. He still wore his traditional black attire with red accents, but it was now much more regal, as if reflecting his new divine nature. Every element of his attire emphasized his status as one of the most powerful shinobi. The aura emanating from Madara was overwhelming. He seemed to radiate power that could outshine everything around him, even while chained. His movements, though restrained, were fluid and confident. Each movement spoke of his confidence and control over the situation. Madara's appearance made him not only a strong shinobi, but also a true symbol of strength and wisdom in the ninja world. So, brother. They are here. Even though there are only 2 of them, the brunette is clearly an Uchiha, and with the Chokotomo Rinnegan. The odds are already even. Madara said in his deep baritone. I know, brother. And I also know that we have no chance of losing. We have the power of the entire underworld on our side. I have returned your eyes and I hope that we can come to an agreement, Madara Nii-san. Izuna answered and stood up from his throne, tearing large veins from his back. Izuna Uchiha had transformed into a majestic and imposing figure that exuded an aura of power and confidence. His black hair, previously short and neat, had become longer and more casual, falling loosely to his shoulders and creating a dynamic effect. Izuna's gaze had become piercing and deep, and his eyes, activated by the Rinnegan, glowed a deep red, giving him an aura of divinity and wisdom. He wore the traditional attire of the Uchiha clan, but now he looked more majestic and symbolic. White fabrics were complemented by gold and red accents that emphasized his status as a wielder of incredible strength. Every element of his attire, from his armor to his cloak, was carefully crafted to reflect his new position in the shinobi world. The aura emanating from Izuna was powerful and magnetic, as if he himself had become a source of power that could inspire fear. His movements were graceful and confident, each step radiating control and determination. Izuna had become more than just a shinobi, he had become the embodiment of strength and wisdom, a symbol of hope for his people and a threat to their enemies. There was an energy in his presence that could eclipse even the darkest corners of the ninja world. So much for the head of the Uchiha clan. Chained up and unable to even fight the younger one, Sasuke taunted in his usual Uchiha manner. "Bite your tongue, brat. The Rinnegan in your eyes are still green and can't compete with mine." Madara replied and activated his eyes to his own Rinnegan. "Now that's better." Sasuke smiled and prepared for battle, but something disturbed his hand. "Take her, Sasuke. You'll know when to use this beauty." Sasuke took one of the twins by the handle and secured it to his belt behind his back. A wave of energy emanated from the gun, bolstering the Uchiha's confidence in the future. "Thank you, Naruto. Can I keep it?" Sasuke asked. "I'll rip your arms off if you take it, got it?" Naruto answered mockingly and smiled at his enemies. Madara looked at Sasuke provocatively and led him away, which Sasuke didn't mind. "1-on-1. Naruto said and punched his palm with his fist, causing sparks of purple lightning to run through his hands. "It's time to end this farce." Sparta glared and unfastened Yamato from his belt. "Finally, Dad and his little brother against the bad guys. Tell me, Mom." The girl jumped impatiently, admiring the story about her father. Okay. Promise that you'll go to bed when I'm done, okay?" asked Kaguya, and the girl sat down in front of her mother and silently asked her to continue. "Then listen carefully. This won't just be a battle. It really has a deep meaning. So, Sasuke versus Madara." In the dark light of the throne room, as the sky turned crimson, two shinobi met on the battlefield, the Kami no shinobi, Uchiha Madara, and the young, ambitious Uchiha Sasuke. Both bore a family name that was synonymous with strength and pride, but their paths had diverged and now they would fight each other. Madara freed himself from his chains and stood to the left of his brother, his black hair flowing in the rare wind, his eyes filled with determination, the violet color of the Rinnegan glowing. He did not possess the power of the Sage of the Six Paths, but that did not make him any less dangerous. His experience, skill, and strategic mind were his greatest weapons. Sasuke, on the other hand, was determined, his own Rinnegan burning bright, ready for battle. Sasuke attacked first, instantly activating his techniques. He rushed forward, using his skills to create illusions and deceive his opponent. Madara, however, was not simple. He reacted quickly, dodging the attacks with his incredible speed and agility. Every move was precisely calculated, every step a well-thought-out strategy. The battle raged like a storm. A phrase uttered in the younger Uchiha's mind in a feminine voice. "Crazy." Sasuke, feeling the excitement, used his fire techniques, creating deadly fireballs that flew towards Madara. But the older Uchiha dodged the attacks, using his own skills to counterattack. He used his favorite techniques, Koton, fire destruction and others, to try to suppress Sasuke, but Sasuke was ready. Sasuke used his own skills to dispel the illusions and continue the fight. Naruto versus Izuna. The air was filled with tension, as if all was waiting for the outcome of this grand battle. Izuna, who possessed the power of the Sage of Six Paths mixed with the power of Cliffith, stood to the right of his brother Madara, radiating an aura of unholy power and confidence. His long, snow-white hair fluttered in the rare wind, and his eyes, glowing with the deep red of the Rinnegan, reflected the determination, strength, and arrogance that he gained from the fruit of Cliffith. Naruto, clad in armor filled with mysterious energy, looked at Izuna with respect and caution. He knew that the enemy was not just a shinobi from the distant past, but an embodiment of power, capable of changing the course of the battle with a single technique or move. As the battle began, Yamato's phrase rang in Sparta's mind. Dismal. Izuna took the first step forward, his body filled with chakra, and he activated his abilities. Glowing signs began to glow around him, symbolizing his connection to the divine power. He raised his hand and huge pillars of stone rose from the ground, rushing towards Naruto. This was not just an attack. This was a manifestation of his power, which he controlled with ease. Sparta, without wasting a second, responded using his own techniques. He shouted out an incantation and a protective sphere formed around him, absorbing the impact of the rocks. But Izuna was not going to stop. He used his techniques to manipulate the environment, creating deadly illusions that confused Virgil. Izuna easily dodged Virgil's students' attacks using his incredible speed and skill. Each of his strikes was precise and deadly, and his abilities allowed him to see and predict his opponent's movements. He used techniques that were only available to the Sage of the Six Paths, summoning massive amounts of chakra that crashed towards Naruto like powerful waves. But Naruto did not give up. He showed incredible resilience, counterattacking with such force that even Izuna sometimes considered more serious actions and powerful techniques. Each clash was created with thunder, as if the very earth shook from their power. Naruto tried to find a weak point in Izuna's defense using cunning and strategy, but the Uchiha was relentless. The battle continued, and both opponents understood that this was not just a fight, but a clash of two worldviews. Izuna, with the power he used for good intentions in his mind, and Naruto, seeking to prove his case, were full of determination. In the end, tension hung in the air, and both warriors knew that the outcome of this battle would not only determine their destinies, but would also symbolize the struggle between light and darkness, between ideals and reality. Izuna gathered all his chakra, preparing for the final blow. He raised his hands to the sky, summoning a powerful energy that fell upon the battlefield in a blinding light. At that moment, everything around him froze, and only he knew that this battle was not just a clash of forces, but a test of spirit, loyalty, and true purpose. Naruto rushed forward, and Yamato and Kurama roared together. Savage. A second later, Izuna realized what it was like to fight a real devil. The nine-tailed devil of sin, roaring, flew at the Uchiha. Sasuke vs. Madara. With each exchange of blows, the tension grew, and Sasuke received another alert. Apocalyptica. Madara, though he had no godly power, showed his true power through tactical maneuvers and cunning. He knew that every moment could be decisive, and he used the destroyed environment to his advantage, hiding behind rocks and rubble to avoid direct attacks. He continued to fight, relying on his skills and experience, striving to show that even without the power of a god, he was still one of the strongest shinobi. As the battle continued, each of them knew that this was more than just a fight, this was a test of their loyalty to their clan, their ideals, and their own ways. Eventually, the tension in the air hung heavy, and both Uchiha exhaled, realizing that their battle was not just a clash of forces, but a clash of ideologies that would determine the future of their clan and the entire ninja world. With this realization, Sasuke received a jolt upon hearing the phrase. Savage. In an instant, the Uchihas rushed into battle again. Mom, I see you're tired. How did the battle end? Please tell me. The girl took pity on her mother, but the answer came unexpectedly from the exit of her room. At that moment, when the formidable Uchiha, eager to save the world in their own way, were oppressed, Naruto, who had grown up considerably, entered the room with his hair combed back and, without a left eye, and continued the story. The sworn brothers received wounds. Terrible and terrible. Sparta lost an eye, as soon as Izuna found the right moment and waved her hand, covered in ominous chakra. However, Sasuke also learned his lesson. Madara deprived him of his right hand, but the fortitude of the young and ambitious hero from the Uchiha clan did not stop him from delivering the decisive blow. Soon the villains were pressed shoulder to shoulder, and no one had any strength left. And then Izuna and Madara were already exhausted and destroyed the entire throne room. The walls were destroyed, expanding the battlefield many times. Naruto and Sasuke were no better, but both sides were not going to stop. The battle did not last long, and the elder Uchihas were greatly exposed and were stunned. Seeing the moment, Naruto said, "Sasuke." Naruto hinted, already in human form, and took out a gun with his working right hand and twirled it on his finger. "Got it." Uchiha answered and took out the ivory twin with his left hand. The Uchihas came to their senses too late. Crossing their pistols, Naruto transmitted the words and how to use the legendary demon hunter's pistol through chakra. From their lips came out, "Jackpot." Flash. The senior Uchihas didn't have time to say anything before their lives began to fade away. "Izuna, do you understand now?" asked Madara, who was already lying on the floor, looking at his brother for the last time. "Maybe we took a wrong turn. Brother. Could it have been otherwise?" asked Izuna, but he gave up the ghost, never hearing the last words of his soulmate. "Yes. Maybe." And so, Madara gave up the ghost after his brother, with peace on his face. The throne room began to crumble completely, debris flying down, attempting to bury those present under a pile of stone, bone, and flesh. "It's time to go, Naruto. The drinks are on me." Sasuke shouted and led Sparta after him. "You gave your word, Uchiha." Naruto replied and both jumped out, away from the cliff. The shinobi army was able to fight off the commander-in-chief's neutralization group with the help of reinforcements. Sparta's artifacts were just in time, and then it became even easier when the lower demons lost their unity after the death of the Lord. Is now in discord again. The shinobi repelled the attacks and simply pushed back the creatures, who could no longer be with each other. The losses were high, but the command and training of the ninja gave a huge advantage in survival. Now all that remains is to collect the corpses of their fallen comrades and bury them with dignity. Minato noticed a flying demon in the air and wanted to attack, but the familiar roar of the devil immediately made it known that the battle was over in favor of the shinobi world. "All units, push back the creatures and take as many of the fallen as possible. Priority on the wounded." The Hokage gave the command and everyone began to carry it out. "Naruto, let's help them," Sasuke said firmly, holding on to the blonde's hand with one hand. "As if I'm going to leave them here." Naruto growled in a devilish voice and lowered the Uchiha closer to the ground. "Glad to see you, new legends of the shinobi world." Minato greeted them and everyone began to finish the clash between the two worlds. "This is so cool, Dad," Setsuko said, jumping on Naruto and hugging him until his bones crunched. "It seems like it's already night, and you're full of energy, little devil." Sparta answered, slowly lowering her onto the snow-white bed and sitting down next to Kaguya, giving her a quick kiss on the lips. "And will we be able to visit Aji-san and BA-chan later? They will probably be able to tell us something new about this story. How Aji-san threw scary monsters left and right. How BA-chan saved good guys from certain death. So interesting." The girl jumped on the bed with impatience. "We don't have anything to do tomorrow, right?" Naruto asked his wife, to which she nodded in denial. "We don't have anything to do tomorrow. The academy is on vacation, and we are too big a family to not be able to solve everything quickly." Kaguya answered and hugged her daughter good night. "Now go to bed if you want to go to your grandparents quickly, okay?" Otsutsuki asked with a smile, to which the girl quickly wrapped herself in a blanket. "Do you promise?" Setsuko asked at night. "We promise." Naruto answered and kissed the girl on the forehead before leaving. "Good night, my daughter," Sparta said and left the room after Kaguya. "Good night, Dad," the little girl answered and closed her eyes. "She admires you very much, dear." "I know, my moon queen. I know." Naruto answered and moved to the living room to Hana with a full belly and Pakura with a little boy in her arms for a quiet conversation. Naruto turned his head slightly to the right, where behind the half-open door were the stands. The artifacts of the Sparta family. And in the center of the entire arsenal were them. The 4 devil blades along with the photos of their first owners. Dante, Nero, Sparta. Virgil. "See you later, sensei," Naruto said to himself and closed the doorway with a smile, while Virgil's photo looked after him with a slight smile on her face. Epilogue. After the storm died down, Naruto emerged from the rift with several women, right in front of Konoha's gates. Kaguya, Pakura, Hana, several children, and Sparta himself passed through the gates and entered the main street without any obstacles. "Dear, can you take the children to the Hokage's house? I bet their mother will hug them to death if she worries too much." Naruto grinned and, having received consent from his family, went off in the direction of the Kage's office. Hokage's office. "Are you spying on my wives or are you really worried about your grandchildren?" Naruto asked, seeing Minato with the crystal ball. "I hope Kushina doesn't strangle them with her caresses." The Kage grinned and put the ball aside. "You know that you're going to have a little brother or sister soon, right?" Minato asked and received a nod from his son. "It seems like the war wasn't that long ago, but everything is already getting better. Now people have a clear idea of who demons really are," Naruto said, and Namikaze grinned. "It didn't last long, but at the same time it was so drawn out." "You can't say that. Much has been missed, but at the same time much has been acquired. Would you like some sake?" "I won't refuse." Minato took a bottle out of the seal and poured it into 2 cups, handing one to his son. "For peace on earth," they both said and took a sip. The world had changed greatly. New technologies, new alliances, new horizons. Many countries had lost much, not to mention their people and resources. Families were broken up, but new ones were created. The United Shinobi Army still existed, but old grudges sometimes surfaced. The overall strength of the shinobi had been greatly reduced, and some shinobi who had fallen in battle were still found throughout the elemental countries. A beautiful landscape from a bird's-eye view showed a new world of accomplishments and discoveries. The statue of the Devil Savior and the heir of the Sage of the 6 Paths adorned the crossroads between all the villages. The tale of the old world gave birth to a new story. The end of this story.